Chapter 1. After 20 years, I have fallen to the depths of scavenging. Before we delve into the narrative, allow me to issue a few admonitions. Think critically. I've already prepared myself. 1. The female protagonist is a genius, not a hopeless case that cannot be salvaged. Do not rush to criticize my dear third character after merely 1 or 2 chapters. My Medusa's gaze is upon you. 2. Our principle is that the female lead will always surpass the male lead. Do not be deceived by superficial appearances. Such illusions can lead to your downfall. Do you understand? 3. The experiences of the male and female leads shape their characters. I detest illogical and nonsensical narratives, and I am certain you do as well. Am I correct? Yes, I am indeed referring to you. 4. Nothing in this world is perfect. They are human. After all, human. I shall repeat this vital point thrice. If you encounter something intolerable, simply spit out the bad luck and seek solace elsewhere, my dear. 5. Reading is about mutual enjoyment. If you like it, continue. If not, bid farewell. It is of no great consequence. Everyone has their own preferences, and it would be ideal to find someone with similar tastes. If not, we shall not pursue this fleeting connection. Without further ado, let us commence with the main narrative. Song Xinlan, during the summer vacation, do not linger at home to bother your father. I have arranged a suitable place for you. Once the summer holiday concludes, you will return to school on your own. Song Shuangyi coldly decreed this fact over a voice call. Song Xinlan immediately straightened her posture, seriousness etched upon her face. Mom, I promise to study diligently at home this summer. Please, spare me the trouble, will you? Song Shuangyi replied, you made the same promise last summer. Do not think I am unaware when your father and I are not around. You merely lie around sleeping or go out to play. Hey, that was simply a balance of work and rest, all right? Stop arguing with me. You engage in all sorts of nonsensical reasoning daily. Your brother, an Omega, is far more industrious than you. Then, dear mother, where exactly are you sending me this time? Song Xinlan inquired, weariness evident in her expression. It appeared that her hopes of lounging at home and indulging in leisure were dashed once again. You will find out when you arrive. Wait, I still have questions to ask. However, the next moment, the call was abruptly terminated. Song Xinlan. This mother is indeed a true gem. Seated in the family's transport starship, she deactivated her light brain, resting her hands behind her head, exhaling a sigh. Had she known, she would have opted to remain at school rather than return home. Once again, she had fallen victim to Mrs. Song's schemes. Since her arrival in this place, her inclination to slack off had not gone unnoticed by her mother, who had relentlessly pushed her. 19 years ago, she had traversed from the 22nd century Earth to this realm, reawakening as a babbling infant. This was hardly unusual. Tales of rebirth and transmigration had become tiresome cliches. However, the shock set in when she realized she was in an ABO world and that she herself was a female alpha, endowed with an additional peculiar attribute. At the tender age of 2, she was left utterly stunned. Everyone assumed she had contracted some bizarre illness, prompting them to administer 2 injections to her rear. The pain forced her to accept this absurd reality. The Song family belonged to the aristocracy, wielding both wealth and influence, situated in the eastern sector of the galactic system, also known as Tianchu Star. Upon learning of this affluent lineage and the harmonious family dynamics, she promptly embraced a life of leisure. In her previous life, she had toiled relentlessly, striving to earn a comfortable existence. In this life, her family was wealthy and powerful, her parents loving, her siblings harmonious, and she herself blessed with height, grace, and aesthetic appeal. So why should she exert herself? Embracing a life of ease seemed far more appealing. Yet, her parents harbored ambitious aspirations for their daughter. Even more frustrating was the fact that within their social circle, families often engaged in meaningless competitions. This led to a cohort of aristocratic offspring indulging in academic rivalry, each striving to outdo the other in every conceivable endeavor. Adhering to the mindset of, if I cannot surpass you, I will work myself to the bone until I can, she felt utterly out of place amidst this relentless competition. Her parents urged her to take measured steps, Yet even the most prestigious military academies were attended under the pressure of parental expectations, compelling her to labor diligently for a month just to secure admission. That month had nearly exhausted her. To many, her luck seemed exceedingly fortuitous. Yet, she defied Mrs. Song's wishes by choosing a relatively undemanding medical program, her previous vocation, one that she could easily pick up again. When a starship landed, and she found herself standing on the desolate terrain of a garbage planet, inhaling the murky air, she was rendered speechless. She could scarcely comprehend that Mrs. Song would send her to this forsaken place, somewhere even ordinary individuals would shun. In the galactic system they inhabited, humanity had discovered numerous habitable planets, large and small. However, just as humans age, so too do planets. They gradually deteriorate over time. The so-called garbage planet was once suitable for human habitation. Yet, planets undergo a process of survival of the fittest. Some endure for trillions of years, while others perish within mere millions. As a planet nears the end of its lifespan, its ecological systems cease to function properly. With the disruption of natural cycles and irreparable pollution from human activity, the environment deteriorates. Even if the planet's lifespan has not yet concluded, it has already become a wasteland in the eyes of humanity. It has transformed into a repository for refuse from other planets. Nevertheless, even garbage planets still host inhabitants. Some dwell there for its mineral resources, others are exiles with nowhere else to go, and some are long-standing, impoverished residents. After all, compared to unexplored, perilous wastelands, garbage planets, despite their harsh environments and chaotic order, at least provide a semblance of life. Song Xinlan glanced at the frozen star card account on her light brain, and then at her communication card. Goodness, she had been left with no alternative. The only connection remaining was her light brain, still linked to her family's devices, to monitor her health data and ensure her safety. Her star card account held a mere 500 star coins, and her communication card had been deactivated. Song Xinlan had long since passed the stage of irritation throughout her life. She had endured countless trials at the hands of Song Shuangi. After so much turmoil, her mindset had grown somewhat immune. In the past, she had been dispatched to other planets to undergo grueling military training. She had arrived in splendid fashion only to return battered and bruised. Additionally, she had been sent to a prison planet, euphemistically termed an experience of life. The memories of that prison still sent shivers down her spine. Throughout her life, the moments she could truly relax at home and enjoy her leisure time were few and far between. Yet, she had developed a rebellious spirit no matter how Mrs. Song tried to manipulate her. All she desired was a life of comfort. As the starship that had brought her here rapidly departed, a cloud of dust enveloped her face in an intimate embrace. Song Xinlan spat a few times at the retreating vessel. This maneuver was clearly orchestrated by one of Mrs. Song's loyal subordinates. It was evident that they shared her master's sentiments of exasperation. With a hint of impatience, she chose a direction and began to walk forward. 500 star coins would not last long on this garbage planet. To secure basic necessities, food, clothing, and shelter, she would have to become a wage slave. What jobs were in high demand on a garbage planet? The only options that came to Song Xinlan's mind were mining and scavenging. She had barely taken a few steps when someone approached her, blocking her path. "Excuse me, can I ask where you came from? That starship you arrived on was so cool." Song Xinlan glanced at him. He was a ragged young boy, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. With her hands tucked in her pockets, she replied disinterestedly, "Cool? That was a pirate starship that dumped me in this dreadful place." The 14 or 15-year-old boy seemed utterly unacquainted with the outside world, visibly taken aback. "Is that true?" Song Xinlan nodded. "Indeed, kid, steer clear of such starships. You might end up losing a kidney if you're not careful." The boy shivered slightly, feeling a twinge of fear from her words. "Allez!" From a distance, a female beta rushed towards them, her eyes aflame with indignation as she regarded the boy. However, she refrained from expressing her anger in Song Xinlan's presence. Apologetically, she addressed Song Xinlan. "I'm sorry, my younger brother is rather ignorant. Please forgive any offense he may have caused." Song Xinlan did not acknowledge her apology. There was truly nothing to apologize for. She merely asked, Where can one earn money in this place? Chapter 2. In this chapter, the male protagonist is absent, and the female beta appears momentarily dazed, as if she has not encountered the term in quite some time, momentarily at a loss. Making money? Song Xinlan furrowed her brow. It refers to the place where one earns star coins. The female beta seems to finally comprehend. We do not use star coins here. Song Xinlan is left perplexed. Her expression a canvas of questions. No star coins, yet free meals. Has Maria descended to bless humanity? Then what do you use? She instinctively inquires. Food stamps, whether for meals or trade. This is what we use. The female beta elucidates. Song Xinlan asks, can star coins be exchanged for food stamps? The female beta shakes her head. Song Xinlan feels even more exasperated. She had thought that 500 star coins could afford 4 or 5 meals on Tianshu Star. So surely they could buy 10 or more on a trash star. Yet here, they only accept food stamps, rendering her star coins utterly worthless. She curses under her breath, her expression turning sour. The harsh environment, the arduous lifestyle, and the days spent in the open air are all weighing down on her. Yes. Oh, how do you exchange for food stamps here? She queries. There's a waste recycling station nearby. If you bring in useful trash for them to inspect, you can exchange it for food stamps. You can also work a day at the nearby mine for 6 or 7 food stamps. The female beta explains. Song Xinlan expresses her gratitude for the information, while Al gazes at her with wide eyes, occasionally sneaking glances at her sister, his curiosity palpable yet unvoiced. Song Xinlan raises an eyebrow. Are you curious about the spaceship I just arrived in? The boy nods vigorously, his clear eyes brimming with sincerity. Can you chat with me? Song Xinlan responds. What a peculiar question. However, intrigued by this trash star, she agrees. Yet, scarcely has she consented when she begins to regret it. How does a spaceship travel such vast distances? Can you see the wonders of the universe from within? Just how expansive is the universe? Can a spaceship traverse it all? Does a spaceship require a pilot? Does one have to learn to pilot a spaceship? Song Xinlan finds herself besieged by 100,000 questions. The female beta tugs at her brother's clothing, urging him to cease his inquiries. But the boy remains oblivious, his mind solely focused on Song Xinlan's responses. With reluctance, Song Xinlan answers what she knows, albeit in a rather dismissive manner. After posing a few questions of her own, she departs, feeling as though she is fleeing the scene. The boy wishes to follow her, but is firmly restrained by the female beta, left to watch Song Xinlan's retreating figure, his heart swelling with aspirations about spaceships. Song Xinlan walks alone towards the waste recycling station. Trash stars boast numerous recycling stations, as humanity generates a variety of waste each day. With so many planets in the Milky Way, each hosting populations ranging from a few million to billions. The amount of refuse is staggering. While the number of trash stars is considerable, they are categorized. The lowest-tier trash stars, uninhabitable by humans, are primarily filled with non-recyclable and highly polluting refuse. Conversely, those trash stars still inhabited typically feature waste recycling stations established for profit. Song Xinlan muses. The locals may not use star coins, but the extraterrestrial station here to profit might. Perhaps these outsiders could provide the means for her departure. Song Xinlan is determined not to linger here for 2 months. She embodies an attitude of avoiding hardship wherever possible. Upon reaching the recycling station, Song Xinlan steels herself. The air on the trash star is thick and murky, and the waste site is enveloped in a foul stench. As she walks, she observes numerous individuals scavenging for refuse, some even engaging in fierce disputes over it. Amidst the trash, she occasionally spots a body. Song Xinlan's expression contorts with discomfort after months of pampering at school. She finds herself ill-equipped to endure the sudden onslaught of foul odors and the grotesque sights of garbage and corpses. Unable to contain herself, she retches violently. Just you wait, Song Xuangyi, you old hag. She takes a moment to compose herself, yet every breath is tainted with the foulness that exacerbates her agitation. Finding a less populated heap of trash, she approaches it. Nearby, several ragged individuals rummage through the refuse, their faces contorting in disapproval at her presence. Sensing her youth, they calculate their next move. Get lost. This is our territory. A middle-aged female, Alpha, snaps impatiently. Song Xinlan, looking for an outlet for her frustration, Finds her target, a smirk graces her lips, her voice laced with amusement. Has this ground been marked with your name? Just because you urinated here, you claim it as your domain. Who do you think you are? Song Xinlan quips. D.O.G. The ragtag group, seemingly lacking in education, fails to grasp her insult. Why are you wasting our time with your nonsense? It's been days since we've seen a fresh corpse. With that, the female alpha lunges at her with swift ferocity. Excitement glinting in her eyes at the prospect of bloodshed. The others rush towards her, expressions ranging from disdain to mockery, with excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Song Xinlan sidesteps, delivering a swift kick to the attacker's abdomen. Her movements precise and unhesitating. Damn it, how shameless. Relying on such lowly tactics, another alpha curses, their demeanor shifting to one of seriousness and ruthless intent. You fit right in with this heap of trash. Song Xinlan's tone drips with languid disdain, her confidence unshaken. She bends to evade, lands a left hook, raises her leg, and strikes with her elbow, her long, straight leg delivering a decisive kick. Before long, the assailants lie scattered on the ground. Her combat skills, honed during her time at the military training camp, are executed with grace and lethal precision. The alpha thugs glare at her with a newfound respect, recognizing they've encountered a formidable opponent. Each of them brandishes a medium-sized knife, their expressions contorting in a sinister grins. You've messed with the wrong people. Your life ends here. With that, they close in on her, their smiles morphing into menacing grimaces. Song Xinlan clicks her tongue, seemingly irritated by their persistence. She kicks a few stones, which land neatly in her grasp. As the alphas advance with their knives, Song Xinlan weighs the stones in her hand. With a sudden motion, she hurls the stones, her posture exuding confidence. The thugs feel an overwhelming pressure of her formidable psychic strength, momentarily disoriented. In that fleeting moment, the stones strike their eyes, causing them to writhe in agony. Some even bleeding as they scream. I'll kill you. One of them seizes Song Xinlan's ankle, their nails digging into her flesh. With a forceful jerk, she frees herself and delivers a kick to their face. Spare us the bravado. You're all worthless. Song Xinlan sends her psychic tendrils into the minds of her attackers. She strides towards the heap of garbage, where 5 dilapidated bags lie abandoned, likely filled with the useful refuse they had scavenged. She organizes the trash into 2 of the bags, filling them to the brim. Amidst the cacophony of their wails, she revels in her triumph, leaving no recyclable refuse behind, tying the 2 bags together. She drags them away from the scene. She had not intended to resort to such violence, yet they had forced her hand. Why not seize the opportunity presented to her as she makes her way? Numerous eyes scrutinize her haul of 2 large bags. Some keep their distance, opting for caution, while others plot their approach, eager yet hesitant, calculating the potential worth of the bounty in food stamps. Before long, a group encircles her, weapons drawn. Song Xinlan glances up, her interest in further conflict having waned after her earlier exertions. As the group closes in, delicate strands of psychic power coalesce in the air, infiltrating their minds. Chapter 3. In this chaotic world, one's identity is self-fashioned. The group momentarily stares blankly, and Song Xinlan snaps her fingers. Go collect your trash. The crowd dispersed obediently as Song Xinlan continued to swagger forward, dragging 2 bulging bags filled to the brim with refuse. Her practical experience was rather limited. Should she encounter some reckless adversaries, she would inevitably sustain injuries. Consequently, she often opted to resolve matters through mental prowess whenever possible. Refraining from physical confrontation, it was unlikely that she would encounter another unfortunate soul with S-class mental strength in such a place. Upon reaching the recycling station, she set down her 2 heavy bags and glanced at the 2 relatively short lines. Positioning herself behind the one on the left, the front desk of the recycling station was manned by 2 seemingly unremarkable male betas, one extracting usable waste, while the other counted and issued food stamps. Those standing in line ahead of and beside Song Xinlan frequently turned to cast unfriendly glances her way, particularly given her conspicuous presence with 2 hefty bags of trash. Most others carried only a single bag, with some barely managing half. Seems I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Inquired a female alpha head of her dough. I just moved here. I used to hang around another dump, Song Xinlan replied, nonchalantly, exuding an air of lazy bravado. What others did not know was that she relished concocting elaborate tales about herself when interacting with strangers. Which district are you from? The female alpha asked. Guess from Z district? Wrong. The alpha shifted the conversation. What brings you to this side? It's not ideal to always be scavenging from the same area. One must change locations occasionally. The alpha-S expression shifted through various emotions. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Don't let my youth fool you. I've seen battle. Have you heard of General Greer? He was my great-grandfather. You know the Silverlight War, right? My great-grandfather could take on 100 foes. He is one of the strongest figures in interstellar history. I excel at many things, but fighting is my forte. Song Xinlan spun a web of fabrications with an earnest demeanor. Out in the world, her identity and past were entirely dependent on her silver tongue. As long as she was interested, she could turn even the darkest of truths into something light. The female alpha was taken aback, and the greedy gazes of those around her gradually softened. Though the inhabitants of Garbage Star were generally uneducated, they still possessed a basic understanding of common sense. While some may not have heard of General Greer or the Silverlight War, the terms battlefield, general, and strongest in interstellar history were enough to make them reconsider. Someone scoffed, "If you're so impressive, how did you end up here?" Exiled, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be graced with the presence of the legendary warrior's descendant. Song Xinlan replied with a smirk, spinning her tale without a hint of shame. Her words quelled any burgeoning thoughts of dissent among them. Despite their lack of education, the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm is a fundamental human trait, and the ability to read the situation is essential for survival in society. Especially in such chaotic surroundings, life was more precious than anything else. They were not foolish enough to offend someone they ought not to over 2 bags of trash. When it was her turn, the 2 betas at the front desk scrutinized Song Xinlan, having heard her earlier claims. Compared to the native residents of Garbage Star, those manning the recycling station were unlikely to be entirely illiterate. They were somewhat familiar with General Greer, once the most renowned general in the Federation, who had achieved high command of the military division by his early 30s and garnered numerous accolades for repelling invading species. However, over a century ago, Greer's proposal at the conference was dismissed, and he acted without authorization to mobilize troops into the Guamai star system. The survivors returned with heavy losses, leading to Greer's dismissal and exile from military, from which he was never reinstated. His subsequent fate remained an enigma. The 2 betas regarded Song Xinlan with a hint of disdain, but refrained from voicing their judgments. They were merely front desk workers. Their role was to speak less and work more. Song Xinlan paid them no mind. If she were concerned about others' opinions, she wouldn't have languished in the Song household for so many years. When it came to shamelessness, she would likely claim second place, as few would dare to challenge her for the top spot. After the refuse was counted, Song Xinlan successfully secured 20 food stamps and left the recycling station in high spirits. According to the 2 siblings' accounts, 1 food stamp was sufficient for a day's sustenance, meaning her stamps could last her 20 days. Even if she didn't need them, they could be exchanged for other necessities. She had rented a small room nearby. Calling it small was an understatement. It measured a mere 7 square meters. The IT contained both a toilet and a bed, albeit in a way that felt stifling. Just to rent such a minuscule space cost 10 food stamps for the first month, and that was for a relatively decent environment. In worse conditions, there was barely enough room for a bed. With no toilet facilities, forcing tenants to resort to filthy public restrooms outside. After handing over her food stamps for the key, Song Xinlan sighed as she stood before her rented dwelling. She had never experienced such hardship in her 2 lifetimes. While her previous life had its financial strains, at least she had never struggled for basic needs and had lived in a concrete house spacious enough for 4 or 5 people. Upon opening the door, she took in the entirety of the room at a glance. Facing the entrance was a window that barely let in light. The floor was rough concrete, and to her left, at the far end, was a toilet without a door, while to her right stood an old bed. Aside from that, there was only a small cabinet. Nothing more. Song Xinlan borrowed a filthy rag and, using somewhat murky water, wiped down the dusty little space. Finally, she collapsed onto the bed, letting out several exasperated sighs. She had no expectations for bedding or blankets. Given the pollution on Garbage Star, temperatures rose year after year. And there was hardly a distinction between seasons. The days were perpetually hot, while evenings fluctuated between cold and warm. She felt that as an alpha, it sufficed to cover herself with her jacket. Thus, for 5 consecutive days, Song Xinlan lingered near her rented nook. Occasionally, she would venture out to grab a bite. Regardless of age, whether elderly or young, there was no one she couldn't engage in conversation. Of course, she wasn't merely seeking idle chatter. She aimed to glean useful information through her discussions. Chapter 4. A Day Mining on Garbage Star Xiaotao. Why are you out so early today? As Song Xinlan stepped out of her room, she noticed the door next door swinging open, revealing a girl of about 11 or 12. Xiaotao scratched her head. Dad said he would take me to the mine today. How fortuitous! I'm planning to head to the mining area as well, Song Xinlan said with a harmless smile that gave off an impression of warmth and approachability. After all, with nothing better to do, a trip to the mine could be interesting. Are you going to, sister? Then we can go together, Xiaotao exclaimed excitedly, rushing back inside. Dad, the sister next door is going to the mine too. Can we go with her? Soon after, a middle-aged man emerged from within, someone whom they had all encountered over the past few days. Given that Song Xinlan often exchanged pleasantries with others, her friendly demeanor made it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings toward her. Xiao Song, you're heading to the mining area as well? The middle-aged male beta observed her with a scrutinizing glance. Indeed. If I don't go, I want to have food to eat. Uncle, you know, ever since I moved here, I've been quite lazy. One might think my life is rather carefree, Song Xinlan replied, subtly explaining her lack of recent forays into the world, not wanting to give the impression that she had an abundance of food stamps, which might lead to unwanted complications. After all, it wasn't every day that someone earned 20 food stamps at the dump. The middle-aged beta's eyes widened in realization. Just yesterday, Aunt Zhang downstairs asked about you. I was wondering if you had some connections. I wanted to ask you about it. Haha. In this place, aside from hard work and risking one's life, what other avenues are there? You flatter me. I am just a simple person with no ambition or talent. Even my mother laments giving birth to such a useless alpha, Song Xinlan said as she locked her door. Oh dear, those born here should aim for what they can achieve. Surviving is already a victory, the middle-aged beta said, taking Xiaotao's hand, and the three of them left the residential area, heading toward the mining district. I really wish to escape this wretched place. In an offhand manner, Song Xinlan casually uttered a remark. Over the past few days, she had observed that the majority of the residents in that particular area were generations of impoverished locals. However, this father-daughter duo was markedly different. The middle-aged man, beta by nature, exhibited certain refinements that were not typical of the surroundings. Both the interior and exterior of their dwelling were meticulously maintained, and even though their clothing appeared tattered and old, they remained remarkably clean. Various other subtle details, in stark contrast to the casualness of the indigenous inhabitants, rendered this father and daughter a refreshing anomaly in the neighborhood. For those who had spent generations living on Garbage Star, accustomed to a life of toil, drinking murky water, and neglecting the simple act of washing hands before meals, the concept of cleanliness was foreign. Souls that had never basked in sunlight could hardly fathom their own filth. Thus, the tidiness of this father-daughter pair stood out. They were either exiles who had been forcibly relocated here or individuals who had endured some misfortune. Upon hearing Song Xinlan's comment, the middle-aged beta seemed to reflect on something. A hint of sorrow crossing his features as he sighed. Leaving is not so easy that I have pondered this for many years, and still, I must endure this life with Xiaotao. Song Xinlan, adopting an attitude of earnest inquiry, asked, is there truly no other way? Unless you possess a wealth of star coins, the merchants from outside do not covet our ration stamps. Only wealth can sway them. The middle-aged beta appeared to have long accepted this harsh reality, displaying little change in expression even as he spoke that in a place like Garbage Star, merely having enough to eat was considered a significant achievement. Furthermore, star coins held no value here. Transactions were conducted with ration stamps, and the prospect of earning star coins was akin to scaling the heavens. With a sigh in her heart, Song Xinlan continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with the father and daughter. Upon reaching the nearest mining area, they found the entrance teeming with people waiting in line. In the distance, the deafening sounds of explosions and machinery echoed, likely signaling the opening of yet another new mine. Once registered, Miners would be escorted by staff into the depths of the mine to commence their day's labor. When it was Song Xinlan's turn, the staff's tone remained, as ever, less than cordial. Perhaps weary from the monotony of the job. Name, Song Sanchi. Song Xinlan never used her real name in public. Have you ever mined before? No, not in 2 lifetimes. The staff member, visibly impatient, snatched a nearby booklet and slapped it on his Song Xinlan's chest, saying, "Pay attention. If you die in there, don't say I didn't warn you today." As she took the booklet and opened it, she discovered that the pages were not ordinary sheets, but thin screens displaying various mining visuals accompanied by audio commentary. These were essentially safety instructions and mining techniques, a boon for the largely illiterate populace of Garbage Star. Soon, Song Xinlan finished reading and was led by another staff member to the entrance of a mine several hundred meters underground. A group of people awaited there, presumably a work team, preparing to descend into the mine together. 5 minutes until descent, the staff remarked in a businesslike manner. Consequently, everyone began to don their work attire and gear with remarkable efficiency. Although Song Xinlan was a novice, she managed to prepare herself in that short span that a group of them swiftly descended into the depths of the mine, trekking a considerable distance before halting. Your task today is to work in this designated area. Failure to complete, it means you won't receive your ration stamps. Song Xinlan glanced at the area indicated by the staff. Momentarily stunned, did they truly expect the miners to toil like beasts? Completing the entire section in 1 day would yield merely 7 ration stamps. Yet for many residents of Garbage Star, this was considered a decent arrangement. After all, scavenging in the dumps yielded only 3 or 4 stamps a day at best. Those willing to take risks might garner 10 or so, but most sought simply to maintain a modest, stable existence. The staff member did not supervise further and departed after assigning tasks, knowing full well that the work would remain unfinished regardless. Get to work. I want to leave early tonight, grumbled a young female alpha. Thus, the mining team commenced their labor in an orderly fashion. Song Xinlan mimicked her peers, laboring diligently, while silence enveloped them. The only sounds were those of the conveyor belt transporting ore and the various noises produced by their mining efforts, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the depths of the 100-meter mine. Chapter 5. I told you not to provoke me. Song Xinlan could not help but feel a pang of compassion for her fellow miners, many of whom had lived on Garbage Star for generations, enduring a monotonous and bleak existence. For them, mere survival was the greatest fortune. Before long, their mining group unearthed a large basket of white crystals. White crystals, a common mineral, shone with a translucent brilliance. In the age of interstellar travel, their primary purpose was to condense psychic energy. However, they were only beneficial to those with unranked psychic abilities, or those with C-grade psychic power or lower. Their effect was akin to a quick boost of alertness, providing no substantial enhancement to psychic strength, merely allowing scattered energies to coalesce temporarily. While mining, Song Xinlan idly extended her psychic threads deeper into the unexploited recesses of the mine. She discovered an abundance of white crystals, and even after probing several hundred meters inward, the energy signature remained consistent. Just as she was about to retract her psychic threads, she sensed a subtle energy fluctuation distinct from that of the white crystals. For an S-grade psychic, such perceptions were incredibly acute. Following the source of this divergent energy, she paused mid-task, a sly smile creeping across her face. A nearby miner shot her a glance, their expression betraying concern for her sanity. Purple Luju crystals, 100 times rarer than white crystals, could rapidly restore psychic energy when depleted. In many instances, they not only preserved life, but also mitigated the damage caused by psychic exhaustion. Their exorbitance stemmed from their efficacy and scarcity. Often, several mountains of white crystal or would yield no more than a single purple crystal. Song Xinlan silently calculated her options. The mineral resources on Garbage Star were largely unclaimed. Whoever discovered them first could claim ownership. In the absence of regulations, the strongest voice prevailed. She was not foolish enough to challenge those who wielded power over these resources alone. While she had no particular desire for the purple crystals, she recognized the opportunity they presented to facilitate her escape from this wretched place. She surmised that it would take time before the location was excavated, unless there was another S-grade psychic like herself. Yet, She remained unconcerned. Once she knew of this discovery, others would inevitably learn as well. Once the information was public, the owner of the mine could not hoard it for themselves. As a mediator, she would emerge unscathed regardless of which side she aligned with. Perhaps even profiting from the situation, making her departure from this grim locale a tangible prospect. Upon returning to her rented, dilapidated dwelling after work, she collapsed into bed, sleeping until the sun was high in the sky the following day. Upon awakening, she wasted no time procuring a communication card available on Garbage Star and began to navigate her light brain. The communication card could not connect to any networks beyond Garbage Star, and the service was particularly poor. It took ages for anything to load. This signal is worse than ancient Earth S. I'd be generous to call it 2G, she grumbled to herself. After much effort, she successfully posted her meticulously crafted message on the forum designated for Garbage Star. Though it was labeled as a forum for Garbage Star, most participants were either temporary residents or those reluctantly trapped on the planet. After posting, Xinlan felt a sense of satisfaction as she shut down her light brain. She casually tidied up before stepping outside. Emerging from the damp, dark, moldy residential area enveloped in moss, she found little joy in lingering in such a dismal environment. Prolonged exposure made her feel unwell. She preferred to wander outside, where although the air was still poor, it lacked the stifling constriction of her home. As she passed near the dump, she felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. Pausing, she was soon met with the sounds of excited chatter and hurried footsteps. Hurry, hurry, new goods have arrived. Those new goods 1 TB hours. We can't compete with that gang of ruffians. If we're quick, after they're done, we might still scoop up some scraps. True, if we delay, they're 1 TB anything left to salvage, and we'll have to sift through the heaps they've already ravaged. All right, you make a valid point. Scraps are still sustenance. Xinlan observed as 3 alphas rushed into the refuse dump with fervor. With nothing pressing on her agenda, she contemplated following suit to join the fray, only to be met from behind by a powerful punch aimed at her. Swiftly, she bent backward and executed a sweeping kick with her long legs, sending the assailant flying several meters away. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, she instantly grasped the absurdity of her unexpected attack. These were the very alphas she had previously bested at the dump, now bolstered by a few more companions. Are these not my defeated foes? Did you not find a last encounter sufficiently exhilarating? She remarked, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Such audacious fools. With our brother Chiu present today, do you truly believe you can survive until tomorrow? Sneered one male alpha. Her gaze settled on the brawny male alpha. Likely the infamous Chiu. 5 grain tickets. Now scram and cease your bothersome antics, Xinlan said, her tone laced with impatience as she produced 5 crumpled notes from her pocket. Feeling rather cheerful today, she found it a waste of her precious time to engage with such worthless beings. Who do you think you are, offering 5 grain tickets? Your life will be forfeit, and your tickets shall belong to us, scoffed another female alpha, her disdain palpable. No, I am merely extending you an opportunity. Since you choose to reject it, let us expedite this that I wish to observe the unfolding spec after a long-awaited encounter with an Omega. A middle-aged alpha eagerly glanced around at the others, lowering his voice several notches. Hearing these unsavory remarks, Xinlan's expression instantly turned frosty. Damn it, there are scoundrels everywhere. It's utterly revolting that a bunch of insipid fools. With a swift kick, she sent the proposer flying several meters away, blocking the nauseating gazes of those alphas. What the hell do you think you are? She spat that you're all from the same filthy pit. So stop pretending to be noble. Someone nearby spat in disgust, their face contorted with anger. Xinlan's gaze settled on the speaker. If you don't mind, I could leave your precious parts just like those severed hands. To enrich this place, that a moment of silence fell among the alphas as they exchanged glances. Some had heard rumors of an alpha who had lost a hand and now felt a cold sweat trickling down their backs. They quickly grabbed their companions and retreated. Even those who in T heard the tales dared not provoke her after witnessing the other's swift exit. Yet, some remained undeterred, having finally encountered an Omega. Their desires rendered them reckless and grotesque. Fixated solely on claiming her for themselves, they began to emit their alpha pheromones, attempting to suppress Xinlan. She scoffed, releasing a stronger, minty scent that surged towards them. A clash of pheromones between alphas inevitably beckoned a fierce battle, for every alpha possesses territorial instincts. An assault of pheromones to the face is nothing short of a blatant provocation, just as the group prepared to charge at her. Song Xinlan's mental strands constricted around one alpha's most sensitive area. The sickening crack echoed, blood staining the ground, followed by a piercing scream that silenced the crowd. Chapter 7. Get lost. Ugh, that looks painfully excruciating. She turned her back, her face a mask of disdain. The remaining alphas, hearing her taunting words, felt any inclination to mock vanish, and they fled in terror. What good is a soft, fragrant omega if one doesn't live to enjoy it? Onlookers in the distance lowered their heads, scrambling to put as much distance as possible between themselves and this harbinger of doom. Fearful of attracting her attention, the surroundings fell into a hush. Save for the anguished cries of the alpha who had lost his vital parts. His eyes, filled with resentment, met Song Xinlan's gaze, yet fear overwhelmed him when she looked his way. Without hesitation, she sent a thread of mental energy into his mind, rendering him unconscious. Her attention then shifted to the still unconscious youth. Had it not been for the earlier ruckus, she might not have noticed he was an Omega. Throughout her life, she had encountered many Omegas and was not particularly sensitive to the pheromones they unconsciously exuded. Though she would not consider herself a paragon of virtue, she found it hard to abandon an unconscious Omega to fend for himself in such a place. Bending down, she hoisted him onto her back, glancing at the debris of mechas and capsules before picking up an item and making her way toward her rented room. Upon returning, she laid him on the bed. The cramped space felt even more suffocating with another person occupying it. Searching through her backpack, she recalled how Song Xuangyi had brought her here unexpectedly, leaving her unprepared. However, her 2 lifetimes in medicine had ingrained a habit of carrying medical supplies. She reached out to check his pulse. An instinct from her past life, in this technologically advanced interstellar era, many ancient methods have been lost to time and were seldom mentioned. People relied more on diagnostic instruments and followed prescribed treatment step by step. The more advanced option was to place patients in medical capsules, where most ailments could be resolved automatically, albeit at exorbitant costs, making it inaccessible to the average person. Song Xinlan withdrew her hand. Although the medical capsule had stemmed the bleeding, his injuries were still considerable, particularly the fractures in his legs. She retrieved 2 vials of restorative medication and swiftly administered them, rolling up the fabric on his arms and legs. She noticed his pale skin, making even ordinary wounds appear grotesque, with dried blood and pus crusted on his skin. Rising, she rummaged through her bag but found no clean cloth. Reluctantly, she knocked on the neighboring door. Xiao Tao peeked her head out. "It's you, sister," and opened the door wide. Song Xinlan casually glanced inside, noting that the layout was nearly identical to hers, equally cramped and easily surveyed. "Are you alone today?" Xiao Tao nodded. "Yes, Dad went back to the mine today. There's something you need." Song Xinlan gently patted her head. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if your family has a clean towel." After pondering, Xiao Tao dashed into her room and quickly returned with a thin, grayish-white cloth. "This is for wiping the small table. It's not too dirty. You can use it, sister." Song Xinlan handed her a small trinket she had dug out from her backpack. "All right. Then this is a gift for you as thanks." Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled at the intricate little trinket, but she recalled her father's words and shook her head. "I can't take your things." "Sister," Song Xinlan dismissed her concern. "Consider it a loan for play. When I return the cloth, you can give it back to me, okay?" Xiao Tao scratched her head, seemingly in thought. Song Xinlan pressed the trinket in her hands. It settled then. Back in her own room, Song Xinlan washed the cloth in the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed to wipe the youth's face and limbs. Although she had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and refinement, she found it hard to accept the notion of using a tablecloth to clean someone's face. Yet, in the absence of better options, all was for naught. Fortunately, it was not her own face that was being wiped. After meticulously cleansing the grime and blood from his face, she paused. The Omega's complexion was exceptionally pale, his features exquisitely flawless with sharp contours, his neatly shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyelashes resting perfectly. Neither too long nor too short, framing his closed eyes that appeared gentle and docile. One could only wonder how his eyes would look when opened. Xinlan averted her gaze, cleaning the remnants of blood from his neck and limbs. Once finished, she disinfected and treated Chapter 8. Connection. She remained motionless, rigidly seated, his downcast eyes continuously darting warily towards Xinlan. I merely intended to show you the injury on your leg. Though my medical skills may not be top tier in the galaxy, they are certainly respectable, but if you continue to delay, your condition may worsen, and you could end up spending your life in a wheelchair. She suddenly lifted his gaze to her, a hint of vulnerability flickering in his striking phoenix-like eyes. The thought of the consequences Xinlan had mentioned plunged him into a state of unease and apprehension. I will treat you. Only then did Xinlan leap down from the windowsill and approach Lu Shi. Her gaze fell upon his trousers, and with a nonchalant tone, she instructed, "Take them off." That She did not move. Momentarily taken aback, "Take off what?" Xinlan raised an eyebrow. "Your trousers. How can I examine your injury if you don't?" After a brief silence, Lu Shi steeled himself, suppressing a wave of shame, and replied in a low voice, "Could you please turn around?" Xinlan obediently turned her back to him. After all, AO distinctions must be respected. She idly began to browse her holographic device. After posting about the purple Lu crystal, she quickly attracted a considerable audience, receiving numerous private messages in her inbox. She perused a few, all extending olive branches towards her. Opening one chat window, she typed a response, only to hear a hoarse voice from behind her say, "All right." Turning back, she found that Lu Shi had removed his trousers, which now rested across his thighs. His long, fair legs were awkwardly curled together, and his expression was calm, as he naturally embraced the role of a patient. Xinlan placed her hand on his knee, applying pressure and then pinching it. Shi's face paled, and his legs trembled from the pain. "Bear with it. I'm realigning your bones," Xinlan stated flatly. Devoid of emotional fluctuation, she retrieved a piece of cloth that had previously wiped his face and hands, twisted it into a wad, and offered it to him. "Bite down on this." Shi shook his head. "I don't need it." Xinlan, however, was unyielding. "Bite down." Shi stared at the cloth for a long moment, still stubbornly shaking his head. "Look at you, being so picky. This cloth just wiped your face." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xinlan had already shoved the twisted cloth into his Lu gently touched his neck, seemingly just realizing the discomfort, as he leaned against the bed and shook his head. "It must be the poor environment here that's causing his skin to break out in rashes." He shrugged it off, saying, "It could be an allergy, nothing serious." Xinlan handed him the food she had exchanged for ration tickets and retrieved a jar of red liquid from her bag, which she had carelessly placed on the cabinet. "Eye in your eyes. I suppose there's no injury that can catch your attention." She rolled her eyes. Elyusia remained silent. "You should apply some medicine," she said, passing the tube of liquid to him. "Thank you," he replied, his tone polite yet distant. "You're quite the introvert. Here I am, a lively person, and you show no interest in engaging in conversation." Luja glanced at her. "You seem quite eager to pry into my life." Xinlan replied, "What do you mean by prying?" "I'm merely curious." Elyusia took a bite of the inferior food. "What's so interesting about other people's affairs?" Xinlan retorted, "I'm not deeply invested in other matters, but I do enjoy a good gossip." Elyusia fell silent. "You must at least tell me your name, right? I've taken care of you for so long. If not a great favor, I've shown considerable kindness," she insisted, crossing her arms in a laid-back manner. Elyusia's beautiful, dark eyes reflected sincerity after careful thought. "I have 370,000 star coins in my account. As long as you take me away from here, I will transfer them all to you." Xinlan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You are the first person to try to buy me off with money." Luja replied, "If that's not enough, I can earn more." Xinlan found him somewhat endearing and replied lazily, "If you shared how you ended up in this place, I could actually forego the star coins altogether." Her curiosity was piqued. She wondered what calamity had befallen him that his mech and escape pod were so utterly destroyed, nearly costing him his life. Having spent many years in the Interstellar era, she was not entirely idle. Her acquaintance Song Shuangi was from the military, and she was privy to information that others might not be. Over the years, the galactic system had seen little conflict. primarily due to ongoing friction with the foreign species from the Guangming star system, which hardly constituted a significant issue. Hence, the galactic system had remained relatively peaceful. Moreover, if she recalled correctly, mechs were classified as heavy combat weapons, and operating one within the galactic system required permission from relevant authorities. Furthermore, even within the military, it was not permitted for an Omega to operate a mech alone. An Alpha had to accompany them. Luja remained silent for a long time before replying curtly, "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information." Song Xinlan had no choice but to relent. Given his clear reluctance to share, pressing further would be impolite. She produced a tube of medicine from her bag. "All right, I won't pry any further. You should rest well. This is the last of the recovery medication, so remember to take it after you eat." Luja accepted it, "Thank you," and added, "I will transfer the star coins to you once I return." Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. "Keep it for yourself. My family has more than enough star coins. I'm helping you out of sheer goodwill, so you needn't feel burdened." With that, she opened the door and left for a newly rented room. Xinlan and the others had come from Tianshu Star to retrieve her from this trash planet, which was no small journey. Generally, trash planets were underdeveloped and likely lacked warp gates. She would have to wait a few days. For Song Xinlan, it was of little concern, but she couldn't afford to delay for the Omega's sake. To make ends meet, she spent a few more days scavenging and also visited a mine to confirm that the Ziliu crystal had not yet been discovered, just as Song Xinlan returned from the junkyard. Carrying the food she had exchanged for ration tickets, her demeanor remained as nonchalant as ever. She approached Luja's door and knocked, but this time there was no response for a long while. Frowning, she knocked harder. Still, no answer. The sense of foreboding washed over her. She shook her hand and punched the door lock. The craftsmanship of the trash planet was subpar, and after 3 strikes, the lock broke. Kicking the door open, she was met with a scene that ignited her fury. Chapter 10. An Omega more eager to show off than an Alpha. Before her stood a greasy female Alpha, gripping Luja by the collar with one hand while the other forcefully covered his mouth. Upon seeing Song Xinlan enter, the female Alpha's gaze faltered. Luja's legs appeared contorted from struggling, and his complexion was even more pallid than when Song Xinlan first met him. The one thing she loathed most was witnessing others mistreat her patients. In short, it was a complete disregard for his well-being. All her efforts and energy had gone to waste, igniting a fire within her. "Damn you!" She kicked the door down. She lunged forward and delivered a punch to the female Alpha's head with such force that it left an indentation in her skull. If Song Xinlan remembered correctly, this was the very landlord who had rented the place to her, explaining how she had managed to enter without permission. That it was her oversight. In this place, people could be brazen without any sense of morality. For days, no one had dared to provoke her, largely due to her notorious reputation from the junkyard. Otherwise, how could she appear so carefree, consistently bringing back better food? 1 ration ticket could provide a day's worth of meals, but 2 or 3 could secure much better fare. Nevertheless, Song Xinlan still found the food rather unpalatable. She seized the landlord by the throat, dragging her up against the windowsill, though dazed from a punch. The landlord still muttered pleas for mercy. "I'm sorry. I was just curious about what an Omega looks like. I've never seen one in my life. I just wanted to take a look. That I didn't do anything. Please let me go." "Did nothing." Song Xinlan gritted her teeth, incredulous that she could say such a thing. She struck the landlord in the eye, causing it to swell rapidly, with the ominous sign of blood seeping forth. The landlord's screams were piercing, drawing the attention of several curious neighbors. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Just let me go, and I promise I'll do anything." The landlord, her face pressed against the brick wall of the windowsill, could not see Song Xinlan's expression, but could sense her fury. She had heard rumors of this person housing an Omega and had observed for several days, unable to resist the temptation to sneak in while Song Xinlan was out. The faint scent of Omega pheromones had intoxicated her. However, she had not anticipated Song Xinlan's swift return, leaving her with no opportunity to act. "But I want your life." Song Xinlan yanked the landlord's filthy hair, yanking her head back and forcefully smashing it against the windowsill. Blood gushed from the Alpha's forehead, yet the pain paled in comparison to the terror instilled by Song Xinlan's words. She sensed instinctively that this person was capable of killing her. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll give you all my ration tickets and this house." The landlord's pleas became increasingly incoherent. Song Xinlan, consumed by rage, ignored her desperate cries. She unleashed a flurry of punches upon the female alpha, rendering her battered and bruised, frothing at the mouth. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, Song Xinlan delivered a devastating blow to her groin, causing her to awaken with excruciating clarity. Screaming in agony, her body convulsing uncontrollably, with an expression of disdain, Song Xinlan discarded the landlord and her troubles from the windowsill. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to her. She had vented her frustrations. She entered the bathroom and washed her hands repeatedly. Lu just simply observed her silently, devoid of any fear in his expression. When Song Xinlan emerged, she raised an eyebrow at his calm demeanor. With that expression, one might think the person in trouble is me, that Eluja dryly replied. Thank you and money are only forms of gratitude. Song Xinlan sat on the edge of the bed, motioning for him to shift his leg so she could examine it. Luja complied without fuss, propping himself up beside her. The only way I can repay you is with star coins, he said softly, stating what seemed an immutable fact. Song Xinlan examined his fractured knee, her brow furrowing. It was finally starting to heal, and now this its likely worsened inside, that Eluja regarded her, his fingers curling slightly, his voice faint and tinged with an almost imperceptible caution. Can it be fixed? Song Xinlan glanced at him. Why so anxious? You look so composed. I thought you were indifferent that I don't want to be disabled. Don't worry. You won TB, Eluja sighed with a slight sense of relief, only to be jolted by Song Xinlan's sudden movement. Causing him to tremble in pain, he bit his lower lip tightly, stubbornly refusing to utter a sound. Song Xinlan had grown somewhat accustomed to his ability to endure pain. After tending to his injuries, she handed him the bag of food she had brought back. Have something to eat. Thank you, Luja replied, accepting it. Weren't you scared just now? Song Xinlan couldn't help but ask. It was quite obvious what the landlord intended, and if it had been Xinlan, he would have likely crumbled long ago. Fear doesn't solve problems, but fear is a natural instinct. Instincts can be overcome. I don't understand why you, an Omega, are so intent on proving your strength. More so than an Alpha. Eluja lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a long while, merely consuming the food in his hands, which had an indescribable taste. Song Xinlan tidied her bag, glanced at the door she had damaged, and sighed. This place is no longer livable. You should stay in my room later. Song Xinlan casually arranged. And what about you? Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. As an Alpha, I can manage anywhere. It was impossible to use food vouchers. Both she and Luja still needed to eat, and they would have to take some form of transportation to meet up with Xinlan and the others. After a moment of hesitation, Luja said, if you don't mind, we can make do for the remaining days. Song Xinlan was somewhat taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. You really are quite carefree. Yet Luja fell silent. Since you've said so, I'll refrain from being pretentious. A hint of teasing sparkled in Song Xinlan's narrow phoenix eyes. Eluja averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of regret for his words. Once the hunger in his stomach subsided, he finally set aside the unpalatable food. He propped himself up and moved to the edge of the bed, gently lowering his legs. Could I trouble you to help me? Song Xinlan rolled her eyes, squatting in front of him, and said firmly, Get on. Eluja didn't put on airs and carefully climbed on her back, his movements somewhat awkward. Thank you. Song Xinlan carried him out. Luja's pale fingers cautiously grasped her shoulder, his long eyelashes drooping, and his colorless lips pressed together. His entire body was tense, seemingly unaccustomed to such contact. Chapter 11. The information has finally arrived when Song Xinlan emerged carrying Lu. The onlookers who had been peering out curiously quickly retreated into their own spaces. Xiaotao timidly peeked out, but, upon meeting Song Xinlan's gaze, fearfully withdrew and hastily shut the door. Song Xinlan paid no mind and walked directly to another cramped house she had rented. The construction and layout of the buildings here were essentially the same. Narrow, damp, and dark. She laid Luja on a somewhat dingy bed, which starkly contrasted with his fair and delicate skin. The bed was indeed small, hardly accommodating two people unless they were extremely close. Thus, Song Xinlan would have to sleep on the ground beside the bed, although Luja lay on the bed. He kept his eyes wide open, struggling to fall asleep. The pain in his legs and the wounds on his body made him quite uncomfortable, and being an Omega, he was naturally more delicate and prone to feeling cold. Even with Song Xinlan's clothes covering him, he curled up tightly in the chill. Song Xinlan glanced at him and couldn't help but ask, "Are you very cold?" After a moment, Luja responded, "Yes," sitting at the edge of the bed. Song Xinlan remarked, "It would be troublesome if you caught a cold in this situation." The medicine she brought was limited, and the harsh environment of the garbage planet would only exacerbate matters. She grasped Luja's hand, which felt icy and firm, yet had a certain inexplicable smoothness. Luja flinched slightly, but found his hand firmly enveloped by Song Xinlan's. She checked his pulse and forehead. "Relieved to find he wasn't feverish, merely cold. But I'm fine," Luja said. He had endured the nights this way for several days. He had grown accustomed to it. Song Xinlan laid down beside him, causing Luja to tense up suddenly. "If the chill leads to inflammation, you can forget about your legs." Song Xinlan had no particular thoughts on the matter, merely wrapping her arms around the curled-up figure. Luja's body was tense, perhaps due to the care he had received over the past few days, or the concern that Song Xinlan's warning about the cold could hinder his recovery. He did not break free. The warmth from her body indeed offered him some comfort. Once he felt that she had settled, he relaxed slightly. "Tomorrow, I'll get you a blanket. For tonight, let us make do." "Okay," he replied softly. Luja was not accustomed to such close contact. Even though his body felt significantly better, he slept lightly. Any slight movement from Song Xinlan would rouse him. She merely held him gently, her upbringing preventing her from making any unnecessary movements. By morning, her position had not changed, and her body had gone numb. She carefully rolled over, moved quietly, and exited the room. Once Luja sensed her departure, he completely relaxed and drifted back into a deep sleep. Song Xinlan returned with a blanket, which was relatively clean, but it cost her quite a few food vouchers. In this place, trading items made food vouchers seem to vanish like water. After placing the blanket down, she continued to scavenge for more food vouchers. However, she quickly returned, having only gathered 4 or 5 vouchers, which she exchanged for food before heading back. After all, there was still an Omega in the rental unit, and she did not wish to experience a repeat of the previous day's events. 3 days passed, during which Song Xinlan mostly stayed indoors or wandered around the vicinity, only venturing out to exchange food vouchers. She negotiated with those who inquired about the whereabouts of the purple Lu crystal using her holographic communicator. 3014. 1 million star coins. Do we have a deal? Song Xinlan. 1 million star coins is only enough to purchase this piece of information. 3014. What do you mean? It means the information is not exclusive. After a day, I will sell it to others at a lower price. 3014. 3014. How much for exclusivity? Song Xinlan. 5 million star coins. With a deposit of 500,000 and a contract signed. 3014. 5 million is a bit excessive, isn't it? Song Xinlan. You could sell a 10-carat purple Lu crystal for 3 million, and there's much more than 10 carats here. Who's losing out? Me or you? 3014. Can you lower the price? Song Xinlan. Buy it if you want. If not, there are others. 3014. Fine, I'll buy it. A slight smile crept onto Song Xinlan's lips as she promptly closed the communicator. Seeing her lift her head, Luja remarked, "The people you contacted have replied." Song Xinlan instantly perked up. The location is coming in fast. The message was brief, probably due to weak signal strength. Otherwise, based on Xinlan and Fu Yinkai's personalities, they would have rambled on endlessly. Song Xinlan gathered her things and told Luja, "My people have arrived. We can leave here. Good." Luja propped himself up, swinging his legs off the bed. Song Xinlan handed him her bag and squatted down in front of him, saying, "Get on." Luja hoisted her bag onto his back and climbed onto her with a soft, "Thank you. I've grown tired of hearing that," she replied. "That's something that needs to be said." Luja did not wrap his arms around her neck, but rather awkwardly grasped her shoulders, his body slightly tense. Song Xinlan kicked the door open and strode out of the cramped residential area, feeling a sense of liberation. As they walked, she carried Luja past the garbage dump where she often scavenged. They passed the mine she had visited only once or twice and the area where she exchanged food daily, eventually boarding the shabby little train of the garbage planet. The train moved slowly, and it took Song Xinlan most of the day to reach the location Xinlan and the others had sent her to. In the distance, she spotted a striking and flamboyant starship. Surely, the one coming to pick us up isn't that gaudy thing? People passing by couldn't help but glance back at the eye-catching starship. Just as Xinlan was about to have Luja message those individuals, the ship's hatch opened, and two figures emerged. One wore a neutral expression, while the other had a beaming smile that never seemed to fade. As they walked a few steps, a handsome young man hurriedly followed, linking arms with one of them. Appearing quite familiar as Xinlan approached, the three immediately noticed her. Wow, Xinlan finally made it, Fu Yankai exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting her instantly. Jiangxi and Xinlan turned their attention towards her as well. Who has that on her back? Xinlan asked curiously, peering behind her. Fu Yankai teased as Xinlan approached. Wow, in a place like this, you managed to snag an Omega. You truly are impressive. Xinlan raised her foot, ready to kick. While this fellow appeared to be exceptionally graceful, yet he was nothing more than a mouthy nuisance that Fu Yankai deftly sidestepped. Wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of invulnerability, Xinlan looked at Fu Yankai with evident disdain. Do you thrive on annoyance every day, hoping for someone to come and teach you a lesson? Fu Yankai shrugged, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with affection. Darling, after all these years, haven't you grown accustomed to it? Xinlan's veins were visibly throbbing. Jiangxi. Deal with him. Immediately, Fu Yankai found himself pinned down by Jiangxi, his pleas for mercy rising and falling like the tide. Sanchi, you rascal, always sending Jiangxi to bully me. Chapter 12. An Unexpected Encounter. Xinlan, uninterested in his antics, strode directly into the flamboyant starship with Luja in tow. Xinlan followed closely behind, his eyes filled with curiosity directed at Luja. Upon entering the starship, Xinlan was taken aback by the ostentatious decor within. Is this your family's starship? She inquired, her expression one of mixed emotions. Don't look at me. Although this is indeed my family's starship. The decor was all orchestrated by my sister, that flamboyant creature, Xinlan replied, feigning innocence. Xinlan retorted, your sister's taste is as wild as an untamed stallion. It's truly impossible to rein it in. She placed Luja in the starship's medical room and began to activate various instruments. Xinlan found a place to sit, adopting a rather unrefined posture. You weren't sent here by Aunt Song again, were you? As if I would willingly come to this dreadful place. Xinlan retrieved a collection of bottles and jars from a drawer, responding curtly. Xinlan's gaze shifted to Luja, posing a question to Xinlan. So why did you bring back an Omega? I found him, she replied. You dare pick up wild OS from the streets? Xinlan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Realizing the subject was present, he quickly forced a sheepish smile, having gotten carried away. Xinlan shot him a glance. What trashy soap operas have you been watching lately? Xinlan pouted. This has nothing to do with soap operas. That's what everyone says. Don't pick up wild OS from the roadside. Xinlan smacked his head lightly. Stop indulging in that nonsense that you've never been a garbage star. You wouldn't understand how dangerous it is for an Omega to be alone. As a medical student, I must act with a clear conscience. Xinlan slumped back. Fine then. His gaze turned to Luja. What's your name? Which star do you hail from? Why are you here? Luja glanced at him and simply stated, I'm from Luoxing. I arrived here by accident. Xinlan frowned. What about your name? Luja replied. Sorry. Xinlan, somewhat displeased, responded. Your life was saved by Sister Lan. You can't even share a name? Luja lowered his gaze in silence. Xinlan casually pinched Xinlan's cheek. All right, if he doesn't wish to share, let it be. Ultimately, we will part ways. So it's not important. Xinlan pouted. Very well. Oh, Sanchi, you've taken up the role of protector so quickly. Fu Yankai and Jiangxi entered, with Fu Yankai's tone as always, relishing the spectacle. You seem rather idle. Xinlan raised an eyebrow. It's manageable. Fu Yankai scratched his nose. If your mouth is so free, why not chat with Bai Qionging? Xinlan began mixing a few vials of potions. At the mention of that name, Fu Yankai shuddered. Bai Qionging was the daughter of the prison warden. Chat? Don't let her beta status fool you. She is quick to resort to violence, just like her father. Xinlan shot him a look and handed 3 vials of potions to Luja. Drink these. Luja accepted them. Thank you, and promptly consumed them. Lan, are you leaving now? Do you have anything else to do? Jiangxi inquires Song Xinlan. C understands me well. Song Xinlan smiled faintly, then removed her light brain from her wrist. All in. I have a business deal worth millions. Interested? She waved the light brain. Though Xinlan was an Omega, he shared his brother's keen interest in commerce. His eyes lit up instantly. Really? How much do I get after the deal? Song Xinlan replied. The usual, but you must go with Asi. I can't let him venture alone as an Omega. Xinlan glanced at Jiangxi. So that means I'll get a larger share during the division? Song Xinlan rolled her eyes, playfully smacking his head. Are you only concerned about money? Does Asi really covet your meager star coins? Jiangxi crossed his arms, looking at Song Xinlan. But I do value your star coins. Song Xinlan retrieved the communication card that Miss Song had deactivated, tossing the light brain to Xinlan with a tone of habitual indulgence. Fine, fine. I'll split with Asi. Young Master Chi's share will not be shortchanged. Xinlan nodded in satisfaction, revealing a row of pristine teeth, and linked arms with Jiangxi. Let us go meet my star coins. Jiangxi turned to give Song Xinlan a reassuring glance. Fu Yankai interjected. Hey, I'm going too. Fair share for all. I haven't explored this planet yet. Song Xinlan stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. The outside is full of foul odors. You've been pampered, one tea be able to handle it. Stay here and fix my communication card. Fu Yankai grasped her wrist, attempting to break free, exclaiming, Hey, have you no shame? I do the work. Yet I'm left out of the spoils? Your brother has his pride. I want tea fix it. Song Xinlan released him, with demeanor nonchalant. Not fixing it. What a pity for the latest limited edition keyboard set I retrieved. I guess I'll just give it away. Whoa, sister, wait, the communication card, right? This one? So easy. He snatched the communication card from Song Xinlan's hand and vanished in a flash. Why set better be waiting for me? Song Xinlan shut the door to the medical room, and with the departure of those raucous individuals, the atmosphere grew significantly quieter. She retrieved a row of fine silver needles from the cabinet and sat down in front of Luja, who was half reclined in the chair. Now, I'll help you clear your meridians. It might hurt a bit, so remove your pants. As Song Xinlan spoke, she turned her back. After spending these days together, Luja no longer felt the same embarrassment as before. The alpha before him was genuinely respectful. He would not turn around unless given permission. All right. He carefully draped his removed pants over his thighs to maintain some modesty. Song Xinlan casually grabbed a bottle of transparent liquid from the table and began to clean her hands. As she worked, she spoke. Earlier, Lin was a bit too blunt. Don't take it to heart. I indeed picked up a wild Omega from the roadside. Yuja stated this fact matter-of-factly, showing little concern. Moreover, I'm reluctant to reveal anything. Yet, you still choose to help me. I'm already quite grateful. He would never let such trivial matters bother him. What surprised him, however, was that she would consider his feelings over such minor issues. Unaware of Luja's internal musings, Song Xinlan regarded him as just another Omega they had spoiled since childhood. Just like a younger brother, as long as he didn't commit any grave errors, they would habitually cover for him. Mentioning this to Luja was merely a matter of habit. That you're quite a decent person, Song Xinlan remarked casually. Chapter 13, an indescribable styled Luja pursed his lips and glanced at her, his gaze landing on his own legs, quietly asking, When will my legs be better? The acupuncture will last a week, if you take good care of your legs after returning and avoid unnecessary strain. You should be bouncing back within a month and a half, Song Xinlan replied as she finished sanitizing her hands and began disinfecting the surface of his legs. Luja felt a cool sensation enveloping his legs, causing him to shiver slightly. Once he grew accustomed to the chill of the disinfectant, he slowly said, Thank you for everything these days. Song Xinlan pressed on an acupoint on his leg, her voice languid. All right. I'm truly tired of hearing your thanks. How about I transfer you some money? Luja's fingers curled slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. He didn't know how to repay this fortunate kindness. Beyond money and himself, he had little to offer in return. Although there is an old saying that one should repay a life-saving grace with loyalty, Luja knew well that he wasn't in a position to discuss such matters. Moreover, the other party might not look favorably upon him, and bringing it up would only lead to humiliation and awkwardness. Song Xinlan felt a bit helpless. Was it now a requirement to accept payment for good deeds? Fine, just transfer me 30,000 star coins, and we'll call our medical relationship settled. Don't keep worrying about sending me money. She picked up a silver needle and pierced it into an acupoint on Luja's leg. Luja was accustomed to enduring pain, yet beads of sweat formed on his palms and forehead from the discomfort. An hour later, Song Xinlan finally withdrew the needles and handed him a sanitized cloth. Wipe yourself. We'll continue tomorrow. Luja accepted the situation and responded to her earlier remarks. Then, do remember to jot down my contact information. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Song Xinlan thought to herself, this fellow truly is unwilling to owe anyone a favor. Very well. She casually acknowledged, proceeding to meticulously put away the potions and silver needles she had intended to use. After tidying up the medical room, she fetched a movable swivel chair. It seems there are no wheelchairs aboard this starship, so you'll have to make do with this for the next few days. Although it was merely a swivel chair, to Song Xinlan, who hailed from ancient Earth, it was quite similar to a wheelchair. After all, the armrests were equipped with convenient buttons for moving forward, backward, and turning. Starship wheelchairs had long transcended the limitations of mere sitting. Even if one lacked the strength in their legs, the chair could transform, allowing one to glide forward while standing. When fatigue set in, one could revert to a seated position, truly achieving barrier-free mobility. All right. Song Xinlan then handed her 3 vials of medication, 0.1 vial before meals, and don't forget to put on your pants that I will take you to the resting quarters. With that, she turned around and thoroughly sterilized the silver needles before returning them to their place. It was only when Luja was ready that Song Xinlan approached her, effortlessly lifting her in a horizontal embrace. At that moment, a hint of unease flickered across Luja's fair visage, her ears flushing a delicate shade of crimson. It was the first time in her life that an alpha had held her in such a manner, eliciting an indescribable shyness. Instinctively, her hand found its way to Song Xinlan's neck, yet she shyly turned her face away and discreetly created a bit of distance. Song Xinlan remained oblivious to Luja's discomfort, placing her gently onto the chair with an unperturbed demeanor. With the Song family status, she had attended numerous banquets since childhood, surrounded by friends of all genders, having lived over 20 years in her previous life. She had long surpassed the age of bashfulness when encountering the opposite sex. She pushed Luja out of the medical room, noting that this starship was adorned with an overwhelming array of flamboyant colors and whimsical characters, far removed from the simplicity of ancient designs. The interior was a cacophony of pastel pinks, sunny yellows, and vibrant purples, with cartoon figures engaging in exaggerated antics. Some color combinations were rather difficult to articulate. The layout of the starship was fairly uniform, and Song Xinlan quickly located the passenger rest area. The Chi family had been merchants for generations, and the furnishings and amenities aboard the starship were of the highest quality. If you wish to bathe, the necessary toiletries are provided, though you must wait 6 hours after the acupuncture before washing. You may use a warm towel on your legs before sleeping. Experiencing soreness is normal, but avoid excessive movement. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. I am just next door to As she ushered Luja into the room. She recounted the precautions out of professional habit. All right. Once she finished her instructions, Song Xinlan closed the door behind her. Upon exiting, she encountered Fu Yankai, who had come looking for her. Your communication card is ready. How will you repay me? Fu Yankai waved the card triumphantly. Song Xinlan snatched the card from him and casually inserted it in her light brain. Rest assured, you shall not go unrewarded. I recorded our conversation. Do not attempt to renege, for the internet possesses a memory. Indeed, and thus you should repay the 100,000 star coins you owe me from last time. It would be timely assistance now. Fu Yankai exclaimed. What? Did Aunt Song suspend your star card? What else could it be? Fu Yankai gave her a thumbs up. That's ruthless. I admire it. Song Xinlan playfully kicked him in the knee. Stop flaunting that schadenfreude expression. Fu Yankai merely chuckled, placing his hand on her shoulder. So, how did you encounter that Omega? I picked her up. Elaborate, please. Picked her up with my own hands, then save her with these hands that heal. Did anything happen? What do you wish to happen? Ah, I didn't mean anything by it. Fu Yankai scratched his nose, a hint of guilt flashing across his face that if you didn't mean it, then stop prying. Song Xinlan shot him a glance. Fetch me a complete outfit. I need to wash up. I haven't bathed properly in over half a month. After stating this, she entered an empty room. Only then did Fu Yinkai take a moment to appraise her, unable to resist teasing. This is far more dignified than your last visit to Prison Star. Ignoring him, she entered the bathroom and immersed herself in a long, cleansing soak. After each ordeal with Song Shuangyi, she required an extensive bathing ritual. She couldn't help but recall her past self, who would rather hold it in than use a filthy restroom. Truly, environment shapes character. She never would have imagined her life would involve brawling on Prison Star or scavenging in the refuse on Garbage Star. Once she emerged from her bath, she spent some time scrolling through her light brain. After her communication card was restored, a flood of messages bombarded her, given that she hadn't accessed the Star Network in over half a month. Chapter 14. The Xinlan's Xinlan and Jiangxi rode on the starship's hovercraft, far quicker than the small train on Garbage Star. Song Xinlan initiated a video call to briefly explain the situation, estimating that they would return by noon the following day. Thus, she settled into a peaceful slumber. The first restful sleep in many days. She had hoped to await their return and depart, but it seemed misfortune followed her at dawn. A resounding crash jolted her from her sleep, her heart racing in alarm. She bolted upright, the reverberations still echoing in her ears. The sense of foreboding washed over her as she hastily rose, only to bump her leg against the corner of a table, causing her to wince in pain. Damn it, can't the Chi family spare a bit of money for a flimsy table? Why must it be so sturdy? Who are they trying to swindle? She cursed under her breath, taking a moment to collect herself. She opened the door just in time to see Lu Zhe doing the same in the adjacent room. Their eyes met, and Song Xinlan stepped forward to pull open his door, gently pushing him out. The starship's dimmed, incandescent lights cast a stark illumination on his porcelain-like, pristine face, accentuating his striking features with an almost harsh beauty. Song Xinlan couldn't help but think that an Omega like him would surely be coveted by some fortunate Alpha. Witnessing the transformation of tempered steel into tender grace, shaking off her errant thoughts, she casually inquired, "Were you awakened by the noise as well?" Lu Zhe, unaware of the musings swirling in her mind, remained silent for a moment before responding. That sound signifies the arrival of the Xenian race. Song Xinlan froze momentarily. The Xenians? Those ominous beings with elongated vertical pupils, cloaked in shadows, hailing from the lightless star system. What were they doing in the Milky Way galaxy? Are you certain? She asked, uncertainty creeping in her tone, even as her hands urged Lu Zhe forward towards the starship's command center. Lu Zhe nodded. Absolutely, I'm all too familiar with that sound. As Fu Yinkai stepped out of his room, he immediately spotted Song Xinlan pushing Lu Zhe, hastily rushing to catch up. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. The three of them arrived at the command center, where the crew was awakening in response to the commotion. Behind every starship's journey lies a proficient crew, and for a family like the Chis, the starship's crew was top tier. Upon their arrival, the captain, representing the team, reported in a routine manner, based on our years of navigation experience. This sound belongs to the Xenian race from the lightless star system. We must depart immediately. Captain, can you ascertain how far they are from us? Song Xinlan inquired. The current range detectable by the starship does not indicate any immediate danger. Song Xinlan quickly activated her light brain, projecting a location that we need to head here immediately to retrieve Xinlan and Jiangxi, and leave at once. The captain's expression shifted. Young Master Qi is outside? Yes, Song Xinlan confirmed. Without further inquiry, the captain summoned his team to discuss countermeasures. Fu Yinkai appeared somewhat out of sorts. Song Xinlan gave him a nudge. Locate their position on your light brain. Oh, right, I'll do that right away, he exclaimed, rushing back to find his device. Song Xinlan initiated a group video call to Jiangxi and Xinlan. After waiting for a moment without response, she glanced at Lu Zhe. You should head back. I have matters to attend to. Are you planning to drive the hovercraft to find them? Lu Zhe asked calmly from behind her. Song Xinlan turned to regard him, responding only lightly. Navigating the starship on the planet's surface posed challenges, but by switching to patrol mode, the vessel could glide safely through the skies, ensuring the safety of its occupants while expediting the search for her friends. The patrol mode was also swifter than a hovercraft, and if she drove alone, it would only complicate matters. His tone instinctively turned cold, revealing the demeanor of a superior before Song Xinlan. She paused in her tracks, casting a glance at him, exuding an air of defiance and rebellion. From her past life, Song Xinlan had harbored a spirit of insubordination that persisted to this day, regardless of who pressed her. She remained resolute in her desires. Yet, she was not entirely unreasonable. Luge's suggestion was indeed a prudent compromise, but she was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. The starship's launch required various checks and the dispersal of nearby crowds. Though it wouldn't take long, given Song Xinlan's current impatience, it felt like an eternity. She felt a twinge of guilt regarding Xinlan and Jiangxi still outside. Were they from the military? Or perhaps from the military academy? She raised an eyebrow, leaving behind a cryptic remark as she walked away. Luge's fists tightened slightly. He merely pursed his lips and pressed the button on his chair. Departing in another direction, he seemed to believe it was best not to meddle further. The gentle demeanor the young Alpha had displayed on the junk planet was merely a reflection of a physician's responsibility towards a patient. Or perhaps an Omega, necessitating the cultivation of politeness cultivated since childhood. After all, they appeared to hail from prestigious families, likely raised among the 7 main planets, living lives beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Upon boarding the hover car, Song Xinlan activated the communication with Fu Yankai. "Have you located them?" The sound of howling winds resonated through the communicator, her voice echoing in the room where Fu Yankai was. "I've pinpointed their location," he casually replied. However, the cacophony on the other end was overwhelming, prompting him to track Song Xinlan's communicator directly. He immediately erupted in frustration. "Song Sanchi, are you out of your mind? You're going out alone in a hover car to find someone?" Fu Yankai was taken aback by her audacity. "Do you have any medication to cure me? If not, then just obediently assist me as a laborer." Song Xinlan retorted. Fu Yankai's temples throbbed with tension. "Damn it, those are Athenian people. If you encounter them, you could lose your life. Are you insane? Or am I? Get back here immediately." Song Xinlan tossed her wind-tousled hair. "I was the one who got them out, so I must bring them back intact without delay." Fu Yankai ran a hand through his hair, feeling exasperated. He knew he couldn't dissuade or outmaneuver Song Xinlan. She had always been a stubborn one, unwavering in her decisions. Though she appeared indifferent and carefree, she was fiercely loyal and tenacious. Anything she held dear was untouchable, and once she made up her mind, nothing could sway her. He took a deep breath and ultimately relented. "Don't hang up. I'll provide you with real-time updates on their location. Wait a moment while I contact the captain to help you avoid nearby dangers." Song Xinlan smiled mischievously. "You're truly kind to me." Fu Yankai snapped. "Get lost. If you keep calling me that, we'll sever ties. Why do you reject your childhood nickname so much? Didn't everyone call you that when we were young?" Song Xinlan teased while piloting the hover car. The wind howled past her ears, accompanied by dust and grit, filling her lungs with a layer of grime that made breathing uncomfortable. Fu Yankai was momentarily distracted by her banter, his anxiety and agitation easing slightly, prompting him to retort, "Are you trying to make your nickname known to the world?" Chapter 15. No planet's peace and tranquility is absolute barely 2 hours after the Athenians' arrival at planet J1013. Chaos erupted in a vast area. With Fu Yankai's assistance, Song Xinlan managed to avoid that sector. Yet, even while taking a detour, she could still hear the jarring sounds of explosions and screams. This precarious planet, without support, was swiftly heading towards annihilation. Zone J was situated on the fringes of the galactic system. Although there were federal military forces stationed nearby, the Athenians had already infiltrated the galaxy. This could only mean 2 possibilities. Either they had employed some means to penetrate undetected by the border forces, or the border troops had succumbed and retreated. The junk planet lacked the defensive measures and combat capabilities of the federal main planets. Their only recourse was to await military support, but the junk planet's signal was too weak to ascertain when help might arrive. She tapped on her communicator, sending a brief message to Ms. Song, while a thin layer of dust accumulated on her face from the swirling sand. Even slightly opening her mouth resulted in a mouthful of sand. This was the harsh environment of the junk planet. She couldn't fathom why the Athenians would choose such a place. Suddenly, an Athenian came flying towards her. Song Xinlan's pupils constricted as she narrowly dodged the Athenian's attack. This was her first encounter with a non-human species since arriving in this world. Though she had read about them in textbooks, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Before her stood a tall, dark figure, its head triangular and angular, with one horn particularly elongated at the back. Its yellow slitted eyes, adorned with black vertical stripes, bore into her like the gaze of a malevolent specter from the abyss. Cold and ruthless, its movements were exceptionally agile. With three-clawed Fu Yankai shook off his lethargy and gazed at Lu Zhe with a complex expression. Song Xinlan was extraordinarily fortunate. Even a casual encounter on a garbage planet could yield someone capable of dealing with the Athenian's Omega. He handed the ear device to Lu Zhe, and, after a series of maneuvers, forcibly activated the communication camera within Song Xinlan's light brain. That moment, Song Xinlan's spirit beast, unable to mount an offensive, was already showing signs of exhaustion. It was swiftly slashed by the claws of an Athenian, sending it tumbling several meters away, its once solid form now partially dissipated. As she watched the sea eagle struggle to rise and defend her, she began to resent her own habitual laziness. She had always thought that in times of crisis, the tall one would shield her, but when true danger struck, her presence or absence made little difference. Born in an era of peace, she had never faced any significant turmoil in this life, either. Song Xuangyi had pushed her towards training, but she, with a rebellious spirit, would seize any opportunity to slack off. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse, no matter how vibrant, remains innocent and harmless. A stronger wind could easily break its stem. In contrast, a flower thriving in the wild, no matter how alluring, learns to be venomous, defiantly standing tall despite the ravages of nature. Although under her pressure, her skills and knowledge had improved significantly compared to her past life, it still proved insufficient for survival in this world. These years of relative comfort had dulled her awareness of the universe's inherent uncertainties. No planet's peace is absolute. Chapter 16. The soft, fluffy roots use your mental strength to attack its central nervous system and sever its connection to the Athenian mainframe. Lu Zhe's soothing voice resonated in Song Xinlan's ear. Imbued with a calming enchantment, she swiftly recalled the increasingly ethereal sea eagle. Should her spirit beast be dispersed in battle, her mental power would suffer a severe blow, making it nearly impossible to summon her spirit beast again. The Athenian paused, its slit pupils turning towards Song Xinlan as it lunged rapidly in her direction. Song Xinlan stood her ground, focusing her mental energy to unleash her strongest strike against its nervous center. Yet, in such a life-threatening moment, the instinct to flee prevailed, akin to the reflex of closing one's eyes when a sharp object approaches. To suppress this instinct and concentrate on attacking the adversary's central nervous system is no simple feat for one without professional training. Close your eyes, calm your mind, focus, and heed my command. Lu Zhe's voice, like a celestial melody, was steady and compelling. Song Xinlan promptly shut her eyes, her heart racing at the imminent threat of death. 3 o'clock. Lu Zhe instructed again. Without hesitation, Song Xinlan, eyes closed, unleashed a surge of immense mental power. Roll left. Following his command, she executed the maneuver decisively. With a resounding thud, the Athenian collapsed where she had just stood. Witnessing this, Lu Zhe's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. Song Xinlan patted her racing heart and gazed at the fallen. It was not dead, merely sitting dazed, its slit pupils reflecting confusion. Upon seeing Song Xinlan, it instinctively bristled with wariness, resembling a snarling dog. She frowned, binding the creature with mental threads, and roughly seized its large, dark head. The bewildered Athenian immediately began to struggle, emitting strange, inarticulate sounds. Fu Yankai, watching this unfold, felt a surge of fear. This reckless act by Song Xinlan was perilous. He seized the ear device Lu Zhe had brought. Song Sanchi, what on earth are you doing? The Athenian skin felt slick and clammy to the touch, devoid of warmth. With that, he kicked the creature aside, glancing at his hand, feeling a sense of indescribable revulsion. Fu Yankai. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback by the actions of the female alpha on the screen, recalling something that brought a faint smile to his eyes. The heat emitted from Song Xinlan's light gun incinerated the Xinian. After all, the corpses of Xinians could produce mutant fungal colonies, rumored to be unfriendly to humans. The specifics of this hostility were not detailed in textbooks, nor had Song Xinlan delved deeper into it. The hover vehicle was damaged, yet the destination was not far off. She glanced at the two red dots located by Fu Yankai in her light brain. Then remembered that Omega she had rescued had been quite helpful. Is that Omega still beside you? She inquired, pressing the ear device. Fu Yankai replied, yes. Then after a moment's thought added, you should express your gratitude. Otherwise, even great fortune might not save you. Less chatter. Hand the device to him, Song Xinlan retorted, uninterested in his ramblings. Tiska, ungrateful. With that, Fu Yankai handed the ear device to Lu Jia, saying, here, someone wishes to speak with you. Song Xinlan. Lu Jia accepted it, not taking Fu Yankai's casual words to heart. Looking for me, Song Xinlan, for reasons unknown, found a voice emanating from the device particularly melodious, possessing an inexplicable, soothing magic. Even after the harrowing battle, her voice retained a languid, casual quality. Indeed, I wanted to thank you. We are even now, and you owe me nothing. By the way, I was a bit hasty this morning and my attitude was poor. I apologize, truly sorry, as. She walked forward. She continued speaking. Eluja was taken aback. Was such a trivial matter worthy of an alpha's apology? She seemed entirely free of the typical alpha's vanity and bravado. It's all right, he replied lightly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Song Xinlan relied on her own legs, drawing ever closer to the two red dots. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated ahead, the sound of something detonating. Had she been any closer, she would likely have been affected. Song Xinlan lifted her gaze slightly, only to see a silver-gray mech hovering in mid-air, one hand gripping a scythe and the other wielding a black iron spear. Imprinted on the mech's chest was a symbol she recognized all too well. It was an incomplete mech crafted by Jiangxi himself. Below, a large number of Xinians and some corpses of Garbage Planet inhabitants lay ablaze. Song Xinlan understood that Jiangxi would not resort to using a mech unless absolutely necessary. Mechs are heavy combat weapons, and the Federation, prioritizing the safety of its citizens, forbids their use in non-designated scenarios. Even piloting a mech through the galaxy requires authorized permission. Now that Jiangxi had deployed a mech, though justifiably so, there would still be inquiries regarding its provenance. Jiangxi's future would likely be fraught with difficulties. At that moment, the Xinians who had not been affected by the explosion seemed to receive a command, collapsing to the ground and emitting thick black smoke. Song Xinlan's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon her. Not good. Mutant fungal colonies. She swiftly drew her light gun and began to fire at the Xinian corpses, but the mutant fungi spread with alarming speed, rapidly taking root in the Garbage Planet soil. Sprouting soft, fluffy roots that Eluja watched this scene, his fists involuntarily clenching. Others might not perceive the danger, but he understood all too well. The mutant fungi released by the Xinians upon death had evolved, spreading and infecting at an accelerated pace. This was decidedly bad news for humanity. He snatched the ear device from Fu Yankai and shouted to Song Xinlan. Get away from there. Song Xinlan quickly reached out. And soon Jiangxi's mech pulled her aboard, bringing her into the cockpit. She swiftly turned her gaze to the display screen, witnessing the soft, fluffy roots enveloping human corpses. In no time, the bodies began to wither. The surviving inhabitants of the Garbage Planet, already in a state of panic, fled towards areas devoid of roots. The roots moved slowly, seemingly aware they could not catch up, solely focused on absorbing the energy from the human bodies. Once satisfied, they swayed contentedly in the soil. Song Xinlan felt a chill run down her spine, recalling what a researcher once said. The mutant fungi released by Xinians upon death could very well be a continuation of their life. The universe is full of wonders. Who could say he was wrong? Yet, no one took Jiangxi's somewhat anxious voice snapped Song Xinlan back to reality. Only then did she notice that both Xinlan and Jiangxi bore injuries. Perhaps due to Jiangxi being an alpha, despite his wound being more severe than Xinlan's, he remained conscious. Without hesitation, Song Xinlan grasped Xinlan's wrist. In her haste to leave, she had only brought along some restorative potions. She administered 2 vials to Xinlan and handed one to Jiangxi. I don't need it. You should take it, Jiangxi replied. Your injuries aren't as grave as mine, so if you refuse. It implies you want me to feed you personally, Song Xinlan retorted, uncapping the restorative potion. Jiangxi, knowing he could not defy her, accepted it and downed it in one gulp. Soon, the starship met Jiangxi's mech, and he summoned it back. The colossal mech transformed into a delicate necklace. Upon returning to the starship, a collective sigh of relief escaped the trio. The starship's crew, no longer hesitating, took a moment to recuperate before swiftly transitioning to cosmic travel mode. Departing at great speed from the forsaken garbage planet J-1013, after tending to Xinlan and Jiangxi's wounds and administering the potions, Song Xinlan began inspecting the area on her arm where she had been slashed by the Izine. The other injuries were minor, but this one was particularly severe. The wound was quite deep, the bleeding having ceased due to clotting, revealing pink flesh beneath, which appeared somewhat ghastly. She sprayed some medicine on it, the stinging sensation causing her to wince. Lying like a corpse on the medical chair, her eyes half open, she wore an expression of profound despair. That moment, the door to the medical room creaked open. Song Xinlan turned her head slightly. What brings you here? Lu Er replied flatly. I came to find you for acupuncture. His gaze fell upon the wound on her arm. Why didn't you let your friends help you with your injury? As she dabbed a cotton swab around the wound, she replied nonchalantly, You saw there are 2 others injured. The remaining one fainted at the sight of blood. Mine isn't too serious. I can manage it myself. Lu Er maneuvered the chair closer to her. Let me assist you. Song Xinlan shot him a glance, tossing the cotton swab aside and pointing to the 2 spray bottles and potions arranged on the table. Go ahead, take care of it. With that, she reclined languidly, exposing the wound on her arm. Lu Er picked up a spray bottle and shook it slightly. Shall I start with this? Song Xinlan squinted her eyes. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through her wound, accompanied by a flurry of pain. Song Xinlan was unfazed. Having already endured the sting from the disinfectant, the subsequent application felt negligible. Lu Er was meticulous as he treated her wound, expertly bandaging it and even tying it with a white bow. Song Xinlan glanced at it and chuckled softly. It looks quite nice. Lu Er merely replied, You can come to me for a change of dressings. Sitting up, Song Xinlan looked at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'm genuinely intrigued about what you do. Lu Er responded. Don't you already have your own assumptions? An unverified answer is merely speculation. After a brief silence, Lu Er finally spoke. My situation is special. After this separation, if you encounter me again in the future, would you please pretend not to recognize me? Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. So mysterious? Could you be a federal agent? Lu Er remained silent, calmly listening to her wild conjectures without interjecting. Unable to extract an answer, Song Xinlan relented. Forget it. Let us proceed with the acupuncture. Take off your pants. Your injury. Lu Er hesitated. Song Xinlan stood up to prepare. It's a minor issue. My hands are steady. Lu Er fell silent, wanting to express concern about whether the acupuncture might aggravate her wound. But he decided against it. The pain from the acupuncture was overwhelming, beads of sweat forming on Lu Er's forehead and body. He clenched his teeth, the agony leaving him no room to contemplate anything else. Although Song Xinlan had long grown accustomed to his stubbornness in enduring pain without a sound, each time she witnessed it, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. What experiences could have forged such a tenacious spirit? After removing the needles, Song Xinlan tossed him a towel from the sterilizer. Wipe off your sweat quickly. Don't catch a chill. Perhaps due to exhaustion, his voice had grown even more melodious, tinged with an imperceptible softness. Song Xinlan felt a gentle tug at her heart, a ticklish sensation. She flicked her forehead, dismissing the distracting thoughts, and began tidying up. Put your pants on. I'll will you back afterward, she said while bustling about. Lu Er replied in acknowledgement, propping himself up to put on his pants. Watching her busy figure, his mind momentarily drifted. What kind of alpha would I wish to find? I don't need an alpha. Oh, so you prefer a beta? I need no one. I only want my grandfather. After escorting Lu Er back to his room, Song Xinlan made her way to the starship's observation deck. Here, One could gaze upon the scene beyond the starship, an endless expanse of dark, uncharted cosmos. Lying there, she no longer felt the same dread she once had towards the vast blackness of the universe. Initially, she had been filled with fear, a sensation akin to experiencing cosmic phobia. The enormity of the cosmos brimmed with the unknown, and the human mind had countless realms to ponder. Fear, perhaps, is an instinct of self-awareness that, of course, with time, one can overcome it. Just as she activated her light brain, a call from Song Shuangyi came through. "Where are you now?" Song Shuangyi's deep voice resonated, reflecting her usual stern tone. Song Xinlan quipped sarcastically, "Oh, you finally seem to care about me. I thought you wanted me to fend for myself." After a long silence, Song Shuangyi finally replied, "I'm sorry." Song Xinlan typically did not hold grudges against Song Shuangyi, crossing her legs and maintaining a languid tone. "I accept your apology. I suppose I should begrudgingly inform you that I am currently aboard the Qi family starship." Knowing her daughter's nature, Song Shuangyi pivoted back to serious matters. "Brief me on the situation at J1013. Song Xinlan relayed the details in a disinterested manner. "You mentioned seeing Izine corpses sprouting vast roots that would consume human bodies?" Song Shuangyi's tone grew increasingly grave. You haven't informed me about the implications of those roots for humans?" Previously, those roots would merely disperse in the air, but once ingested, they could render certain limbs and joints uncontrollable and difficult to extract. This time, however, the roots had evidently evolved. They could now anchor themselves into the soil and exhibited a stronger sense of self-awareness. A shiver ran down Song Xinlan's spine as a chilling thought crossed her mind. If the current roots were ingested by a human, would that person be completely controlled by them? Therefore, to err on the side of caution, J1013 must be destroyed, Song Shuangyi stated, her voice stern and cold. Chapter 18. I have the right to refuse. Song Xinlan's eyes widened in shock. What about the people inside? How will the Federation handle them? After a prolonged silence, Song Shuangyi responded, "They will be dealt with appropriately. I have other matters to attend to. Be careful on your journey." Having spoken, she hung up the phone. Song Xinlan extinguished the light brain and gazed out the window in a daze. Song Shuangyi was merely evading her. The so-called proper arrangements, including erecting a monument, were just superficial measures. The incursion of the Izine people into the galaxy went unnoticed, and this incident alone would require substantial manpower and resources for investigation. Many individuals on the garbage planet might already be afflicted with Izine roots. Yet it was impossible to discern such a thing from appearances. Each individual would need to be checked, and the process would undoubtedly expend countless lives that a single vote from the Federation could easily nullify such an approach. Even if later faced with criticism, it would be summarily justified with the phrase human interests above all. Song Xinlan closed her eyes, still deeply influenced by the socialist ideals of her previous life, believing that the Federation should be accountable for the lives of its citizens. However, she was acutely aware that such a notion was laughable in this context. The people here had endured the great migration of interstellar colonization. And when it came to matters of humanity's survival, the cruelty towards those unable to protect themselves was often unavoidable. Sacrificing a portion of lives to ensure the overall safety of humanity might be reprehensible for individuals. Yet it appeared noble and justified for the collective. Moreover, this was a forsaken garbage planet, where the inhabitants offered little value to the Federation, which would hardly expend efforts to save them, as Song Xinlan pondered. She eventually drifted off to sleep, only to awaken again at the sound of a commotion. Looking outside, she saw a silver-white warship emblazoned with a large emblem of the Xuyin Star military. Xuyin Star was the seventh main star among the Federation's 7 stars, each possessing its own military, with the Federation army reigning above them. It seemed they had encountered a military patrol. Rising to her feet, Song Xinlan stepped outside and found a group of people gathered, discussing something. The warship representing Xuyin Star had already sent a communication. "We are the Xuyin Star military, entrusted by the Federation Army to conduct an inspection here, to ensure the tranquility of the galaxy. Please cooperate and open the hatch." Fu Yankin turned to the captain. "Are we really going to open the hatch to welcome them?" The captain pondered for a moment. "If they are indeed entrusted by the Federation Army, we have no reason to refuse," Elyuja said calmly. "Let them present proof of their Federation Army commission." The other party, however, darkened their expression. The instructions from the Federation Army are not open to your discussion. Xinlan approached, looking down at the communication screen, displaying a male alpha in a white military uniform, exuding an air of nonchalance and defiance. I beg your pardon, but students from the Federation's premier military academy have the right to refuse inspections from anyone other than the Federation Army. She then promptly ended the communication. Captain, we need to reach the jump point as quickly as possible. The captain nodded and returned to the command seat, prepared to enter the first jump point in 1 light year. Everyone, get ready. Xinlan glanced at Xinlan. Is it really okay to leave like this? Xinlan replied. Who knows? Regardless of the course of action, we are bound by circumstances. We might as well take the risk and leave. As long as we reach the jump point quickly, even if that warship intends to attack us, it will be futile. Elyuja regarded Xinlan with contemplation. Students from the Federation Military Academy? With such striking looks and mental prowess, he had never encountered anyone like them before. As Xinlan had surmised, the silver-white warship unleashed an assault on their starship. Even though the starship had already entered a state of high speed, it was still struck. After a jolt, it steadied itself. Xinlan braced Luja's wheelchair to prevent it from being tossed about. Following another violent shake, the captain announced over the intercom, "Prepare for the jump. Everyone, secure yourselves in your seats." Amid the turbulence of the starship, a group of individuals struggled to secure themselves in fixed seats and fasten their seatbelts, with no time to assist Luja. Xinlan endured the violent shaking after the attack, and in the next moment, they entered the jump gate. She had no choice but to hold him tightly, shielding his head to prevent injury during the dizzying spins of the jump. Luja, held closely by her, felt his heart skip a beat. Nestled against her neck, he inhaled the faint scent of mint, and the dizziness and discomfort brought on by the jump seemed to ease somewhat. Half an hour later, as the jump concluded, Xinlan finally exhaled in relief and settled him into a nearby seat. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Elyuja shook his head, though his complexion was noticeably pale. "Thank you." Xinlan assessed him. "Feeling nauseous from the jump?" "A bit. I just need a rest," he replied. She nodded. Fu Yankan, on the other side, let out a sigh, poking his head out. "That was terrifying. Thankfully, we were rescued." Xinlan, however, seemed particularly thrilled. "How exciting. This is the most thrilling experience I've ever had." Fu Yankan responded. "You should tone it down, young master. You have no idea how perilous it was. Your life was nearly lost." Xinlan rolled his eyes at him. "You're the one who's the most cowardly." Then he turned to Xinlan, still beaming despite the ordeal. "Sister Lan, do you think I and Asi got the money?" Xinlan had long ceased to care about that. The fact that everyone was safe was paramount. Yet, she patiently responded, "By the looks of it, you must have already received it." Xinlan beamed with pride. "Of course. We were about to return when that area was attacked by those hideous creatures." Fu Yankan asked, "But why were you fainting on your way back?" Xinlan's expression soured at the thought. Those ugly creatures attacked. After a few swipes, many people perished. Thankfully, Asi helped me hide quickly, but it hurt like hell. He spoke, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Xinlan felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Alin. I thought the two of them were too occupied to check their light brains. So I had my roommate send you a distress signal. I didn't expect you to encounter such trouble." Xinlan shook his head, his clear doe-like eyes fixed on Xinlan. "It's not your fault. We've grown up together since childhood. Even if I had died, I wouldn't blame you." Jiangxi smacked his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? Dying and all." Xinlan covered his head and huffed. "Even if you hit my head, your treatment would still be the same as Sister Lan's." Fu Yankan leaned in. "What about me? What about me?" Xinlan replied. "You little smart aleck, go to the back of the line." Fu Yankan retorted. "Humph. You little crybaby." Xinlan shot back. "Who's the little crybaby?" Fu Yankan pointed at him. "The little crybaby is you." Xinlan interjected. Stop, stop, stop. Alin, you're still injured. Don't bicker with him. Hurry and get some rest." "All right, Dr. Song," he replied, and immediately quieted down. Elyuja silently withdrew his gaze and began to rest as well. After several days of travel, the starship arrived at the space station of Luoia Star, landing with a trail of thick black smoke behind it, a remnant of the attack. Were it not for the Chi family's wealth and the starship's meticulous craftsmanship, Utilizing top-tier materials, they might not have been so fortunate to return. Chapter 20. The fees are quite expensive. Upon reaching Luowia's star, the captain and his team commenced repairs on the starship, fearing complications on the return journey to the Tianshu star. Song Xinlan escorted Lu Zhe to the spacecraft traveling between the space station and Luowia's star. "Thank you for bringing me back," Lu Zhe said, transferring 320,000 star coins to Song Xinlan. "No, wait. Why are you sending money again? Didn't Tiwi settle everything?" she exclaimed. "I promised. Consider a form of compensation for your assistance," he replied. Song Xinlan immediately realized that he meant for her to act as if she didn't know him in the future. She sent 300,000 back. 20,000 star coins are enough to buy my silence. In Omega, I should carry more star coins to avoid being bullied. Don't send it back again. The fees are quite steep. Lu Zhe paused, having no choice but to relent. "Your acupuncture treatment for your leg has been completed. Take a month to recuperate and avoid any strenuous activity. If you adhere to your medication schedule, you'll recover swiftly," Song Xinlan advised. Lu Zhe nodded, pointing at her light brain. "If there's anything I can assist you with, feel free to contact me." Song Xinlan dismissed it, waving her hand as she returned to the chief family starship. Lu Zhe watched her departing figure, his gaze lingering on the 300,000 star coins on his light brain. Before donning a mask he had prepared in advance, Xinlan, leaning on the table, looked somewhat disgruntled. That mysterious Omega didn't even tell us his name. He's so secretive. It's shame Sister Lan was so kind to him. Song Xinlan, comfortably reclining with her arms crossed, replied, "It doesn't matter. We may not have any future interactions. So knowing or not knowing is irrelevant." Xinlan countered. "That just proves he isn't sincere at all. Now that he is gone, there's no point in dwelling on it," Song Xinlan said, gently patting his head. Fu Yankan, eyes darting. "Actually, I secretly track his light brain. If you want to see him, I can help you arrange a meeting." Song Xinlan looked at him with a gaze of disbelief. "You're quite unhinged." Fu Yankan replied, "Tisk, I'm only doing this for you." Song Xinlan rolled her eyes and kicked him. "Hurry and delete it. I appreciate your concern. Do you really look down on him? An Omega so handsome and beautiful." Fu Yankan exaggerated his expression. "Forget it. If you don't delete the tracking software, I'll just give it away. No, just delete it. Just delete it. With his skills, who can he delete and claim cannot be retrieved?" Of course, it also depends on whether Song Xinlan is willing. He is merely a bystander who relishes the chaos. 2 days later, the group successfully returned to the fourth main star, Tianshu star. Before entering the main planet, each individual was required to undergo a security check, a necessary measure to ensure the safety of the citizens within the star. Upon returning to Tianshu star, the Song family's driver was already waiting. Fu Yankai exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally back. This journey was truly arduous. Jiangxi remarked, "It was quite a memorable experience." Xinlan had already boarded the Qi family vehicle and waved goodbye to the trio. "See you later." Song Xinlan patted Fu Yankai and Jiangxi on the shoulder. "Once I've rested enough, I'll treat you to a meal." Fu Yankai shot her a glance of disdain. What an ambition. Song Xinlan then boarded the Song family's car, returning to their grand estate. As the iron gate swung open, she traversed the lengthy tree-lined path before alighting from the vehicle. The butler bowed respectfully. "Miss, the master and the eldest young master are awaiting you in the floral hall." "Oh, where's my mother?" "The head of the family has been at the military headquarters these past few days and has not returned." The butler replied expertly to Song Xinlan's inquiry. The two passed through the stone fountain in the flower bed and ascended one of the electric arch bridges, which moved autonomously without requiring anyone to walk. They continued through the vibrant garden, where the servants tending to the plants respectfully paused to greet her. Mississippi Song Xinlan was accustomed to this, and, upon arriving at the ornate floral hall, saw her brother and father seated across from each other, arranging flowers and enjoying tea in a leisurely yet dignified manner. "The young lady has returned," the butler announced from outside the door. Lan. Upon seeing her enter, he rose and embraced her. "Are you hurt?" he asked, beginning to inspect her from head to toe. Song Xinlan quickly grasped Ran's hand, fearful that he might discover the injury on her arm, knowing that it would bring tears to her father's eyes. "Dad, I'm fine. Just some minor injuries, almost healed." She then displayed a nearly healed wound to him, bouncing a couple of times in front of him. "See, I'm lively." Hiran seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "As long as you're fine at IT," was then that Song Xingqi spoke up. "Let us head to the dining hall." "My sister must be hungry after all that traveling," Hiran nodded. "Indeed, it's been a while since the three of us dined together." Thus, the trio proceeded to the dining hall, where, over the course of the meal, Hiran inquired about her experiences on the Garbage Star. Song Xinlan recounted the less gruesome events, primarily focusing on the positive aspects. Hiran also asked about her life at school, to which Song Xinlan responded in kind. The meal concluded on a harmonious note. Upon returning to her room, Song Xinlan sprawled out in a starfish position. Finally, she was back in her own cozy haven. Her room was spacious, filled with various high-tech gadgets. Do not assume she had a penchant for such advanced technology. Rather, they were merely tools to facilitate her laziness. For instance, she could open the door through voice recognition when someone knocked, and the remote-controlled drone on the balcony was solely for retrieving her packages. Additionally, her bathroom boasted a fully automated fish tank and drying system, epitomizing the height of indulgence. Regrettably, she had been forcibly sent to boarding school by Ms. Song throughout her upbringing and often whisked away to various places for training. With a sigh of exasperation, Song Xinlan lamented the squandered potential of such a splendid room that she had scarcely enjoyed. After a few days of lounging, Song Xinlan ventured to the military headquarters to find her mother. The previous encounter with the Athenians had instilled a sense of urgency in her. She could not afford to be complacent any longer. She had an inkling that the future of the galaxy would not be overly peaceful. Song Xinlan was not inherently lazy. In her past life, her family had modest means, and everything had been achieved through her own efforts. From a young age, she had worked diligently to secure a better life for herself. However, in this life, that dream had been realized from the outset, resulting in a temporary loss of motivation and a desire to merely drift along. "What brings you here?" Song Xuanyi expressed some surprise upon seeing her. Song Xinlan unceremoniously poured herself a cup of tea and quipped, "Just checking in on you after so many nights of absence." Song Xuanyi took a sip from her cup, scrutinizing Song Xinlan before saying, "Don't tell me you're here to ask about training." Such an unprecedented good fortune was hard for her to believe, even as she spoke it. "Indeed," Song Xinlan replied, nearly causing Song Xuanyi to spit out her tea. But she managed to restrain herself in the presence of her underachieving daughter. It seemed this trip to J1013 Star had not been in vain. Song Xuanyi's heavy heart had lightened considerably over these past few days. "Thank you for allowing me to grasp the true essence of life amidst a near-death experience." Song Xinlan rolled her eyes, languidly reclining in her chair. Chapter 21. Damn your father. Following this, Song Xinlan spent most of her days at the Tianshu 17th Army Camp under Song Xuanyi's command, engaging in various sparring matches. Occasionally, she would take a break to meet up with Jiangxi and his companions for meals, drinks, and light-hearted banter. Thanks to Song Xuanyi's updates, Song Xinlan learned about the aftermath of J1013 Star. The planet had been utterly destroyed by the Federal Army, with only a few fortunate souls managing to escape. None survived the catastrophe. The precariously situated J1013 had vanished completely from the vastness of the cosmos. Reflecting on the individuals she encountered on the Garbage Star stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Yes, for how the Athenians infiltrated the galaxy right under the nose of the border forces. It was rumored that some border soldiers had been infected with roots, allowing the Athenians to collaborate from within and successfully cross the border into the galaxy. Consequently, the Federation had heightened border defenses and increased personnel. As the school year approached, Song Xuanyi summoned her to the study. "The military academy has been inquiring about you repeatedly. Do you know why?" Song Xuanyi spoke earnestly. "Are they hoping I'll switch majors?" "Yes, I hope you'll give it more thought this time," Song Xuanyi urged seriously. For an S-class alpha with exceptional mental strength, to choose the medical field was akin to a highly talented chef choosing to farm vegetables. "It was disheartening. I'll consider it," Song Xinlan replied ambiguously. Song Xuanyi could not sway her. This stubborn child had always held firm opinions. The more she resisted, the more Song Xinlan pushed back. Thus, Song Xuanyi had no choice but to soften her approach. "Your brother is starting school at the same time. Take him to school first before returning to the military academy. The two schools are not far apart. So keep an eye on him. After all, he is an Omega, and you mustn't let anyone bully him. Song Shuangi nagged. God, my brother has a monthly allowance of 50,000 star coins. Can I raise mine to 30,000? Song Xinlan seized the opportunity that you'll need to cover your meals and accommodation at school. What more expenses do you have? I sent 20,000 star coins sufficient for your whims. My brother receives 30,000 more than me. And his school provides meals and accommodation as well that as the head of the army. How can you be so biased? Song Shuanyi replied. Xingqi is an Omega. He has a heat cycle every so often, which necessitates purchasing gland protective pads and suppressants that he needs to shop for clothes and jewelry. Having a bit more money makes it easier to avoid being swindled by those impoverished alphas. Don't compare yourself to your brother. Then why aren't you worried I'll be deceived by a poor Omega? If you're that foolish, I can do nothing about it. Ultimately, Song Xinlan had to plead with her father. 2,000 star coins were simply outrageous that in this era, a meal could easily cost 1,000 star coins. Reflecting on the previous semester, her expenses on materials alone for concocting various potions had been substantial. She needed to recoup some of her financial losses. Fu Yankai and Jiang Si attended the same school, both situated on the first main star, NAI star, while Xinlan school remained on Tianshu star. Most schools had similar start dates, prompting many students to prepare in advance for the new term. Song Xinlan, however, had grown accustomed to waiting until the last moment on the day of departure. The spaceship terminal was bustling with eager students heading off to their studies and their reluctant parents bidding farewell. Song Xinlan held on as Song Xingqi, waved goodbye to he ran, and boarded the spaceship. Lan, have you packed everything? Song Xingqi's voice remained gentle and soothing, imbued with the same warm demeanor as their father. Yes, I have everything, Song Xinlan replied. She and her brother were not particularly close and had little to discuss. His demeanor was polite and refined, embodying the poise of a noble scion, making it difficult for her, with her casual and playful nature, to relate to him. Isn't that the second-generation heir of the Song family? What bad luck. In Alpha approached them on the spaceship, immediately adopting a sardonic tone upon seeing Song Xinlan. She glanced at him and retorted, "Oh, so it's the peacock from the Zhou family who couldn't pass the exam and can't win a fight against me. Encountering you is truly an omen of misfortune." Zhou Genie, the sole heir of the Zhou family, exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age. Alas, his pampered upbringing rendered his personality quite disagreeable, as he reveled in ostentation and dedicated his days to elaborate self-adornment. Even more so than an Omega, he held in contempt individuals like Song Xinlan, whom he deemed frivolous and aimless, merely a second-generation heir without any substantial knowledge. What is so impressive about being admitted to the Federation's premier military academy? Everyone knows you slipped in through the back door. The mere thought of this infuriated Zhou Genie. He had barely missed the cutoff score for the academy, only to see the person he scorned most manage to gain entry by the skin of their teeth. It was hard for him to find peace of mind. Every encounter with Song Xinlan reminded him of this grievance, leaving him gnashing his teeth in frustration. Go ask around. Is the Federation's top military academy really that remarkable? Do you know what it means to be the best in the Federation? It signifies a level you can never surpass, Song Xinlan quipped in a sarcastic tone. So what if you got into the Federation's top military academy? You chose a medical major, which is hardly unique. What a disgrace to the Song family. With a dismissive flick of her wrist, Song Xinlan inadvertently caused Zhou Genie to wince in pain as he pulled a slender needle from his wrist, glaring at her. Are you trying to commit murder in broad daylight? Everyone, come look, Song Xinlan is about to kill me. Soon, the surrounding crowd turned their attention toward them. Song Xinlan laughed derisively, her tone languid. You're not dead yet, so why are you shouting? You can find someone to wail for you once you're gone. You're like a piece of useless mud. Zhou Genie spat in disdain, prompting Song Xinlan to kick him off the spaceship in disgust. Why should I share a vessel with such filth? I spit on your father. Her actions rendered the other passengers aboard the spaceship silent in trepidation. The Song family was a prominent clan in the Tianshu, and anyone familiar with that circle was well aware of the fierce temperament of the Song family's eldest daughter, who had always been idle and unruly. Had it not been for the oversight of her family, she would have surely wreaked havoc without restraint, being the kind of person who would retaliate against anyone who dared provoke her. Unfortunately, Zhou Jini, equally spoiled and headstrong, never seemed to emerge unscathed from their encounters. Sighing, Song Xingqi pulled Song Xinlan aside and hastily stuffed a piece of fruit into her mouth. All right, calm down. Chewing on the fruit. Song Xinlan huffed. Brother, you saw it. He started this, it's not my fault this time, don't worry. I want to tell on you. After arriving at the space station, Song Xinlan bid farewell to Fu Yin and Jiangxi before boarding the starship bound for Luoyia Star with Song Xingqi. Chapter 22. Inox Business School for many. The Federation's top military academy is a dream forever out of reach. Yet for those who attend, it is both a source of pride and a nightmare. The academy has a 5-year curriculum, requiring students to undergo theoretical and practical examinations at the end of each term, as well as a comprehensive practical assessment at the beginning of each academic year. Failing this assessment twice results in expulsion, rendering competition within the academy exceedingly fierce. Even a single misstep leaves a mark that follows an individual for life. Before long, they arrived at Luoyia Star. Song Xinlan rented a hover vehicle to take Song Xingqi to Inox Business School. In this era, the restrictions placed upon Omegas seemed minimal at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, they were still present. For instance, even if an Omega were to gain admission to the Federation's top military academy, their choices would be limited to supportive fields such as medicine, military administration, mecha maintenance, psychological counseling, and cosmic exploration. Frontline or combat command positions were forever beyond their reach, dictated by the very nature of their gender from birth. Although the Federation appeared tolerant of Omegas, political influence and military power remained firmly in the hands of Alphas, with Betas constituting only a minority. Upon reaching Inox Business School, it was already evening. Unlike the Federation's military academy, this institution was situated close to the urban center, and even in the twilight, the surroundings remained aglow with vibrant lights and bustling life. Unregistered hover vehicles were prohibited from entering the school grounds. However, due to the school's vast area, there were dedicated buses for student transportation at the entrance. Brother, hand me your things. I'll take you to the dormitory before you leave. Song Xinlan asserted, taking his luggage without room for dissent. Song Xingqi, somewhat resigned, replied, the campus is quite safe. I can manage on my own. You have too much luggage. It's cumbersome to carry. And if I'm not mistaken, the entrance is quite a distance from your dormitory, she continued, leading the way. With no alternative, Song Xingqi reluctantly joined her on the school bus. There's a hotel nearby. Stay there tonight and continue your journey in the morning. He advised, I know. You don't need to worry about me. Song Xinlan replied, leaning back in her seat, stifling yawn. Get some rest. You've driven all day. I'll wake you when we arrive. Song Xingqi smiled gently. Gradually, more passengers boarded the bus, the doors opening and closing. A male alpha, newly arrived, noticed Song Xingqi and took a seat behind him, leaning forward to strike up a conversation. Although Song Xinlan and Song Xingqi did not resemble each other greatly, she possessed a vibrant and striking appearance, with her enchanting phoenix eyes exuding an air of casual charm and cunning. In contrast, Song Xingqi's features were softer, his bright, clear eyes imbued with a gentle smile that seemed to speak, complemented by his cultivated demeanor that conveyed an air of refined elegance. Having grown accustomed to such sudden conversations throughout his life, Song Xingqi politely replied, I'm in my 3rd year, but you're a senior. I just enrolled this year. What major are you studying? The alpha inquired with an overly familiar tone. Finance, Song Xingqi answered, maintaining his politeness despite the awkwardness. What a coincidence. I'm in that major too. My name is Ming Lei. May I add you to my contacts? It would be great to ask you questions if I have any doubts, the alpha said eagerly, displaying his communicator, gently shaking his head. Song Xingqi responded, if you have questions later, you can ask the teachers. I want to be of much help. So I want to take up your contact space. The male alpha, undeterred, continued to engage Song Xingqi in conversation, seemingly intent on chatting until he could secure contact. Meanwhile, Song Xinlan, drowsily drifting in and out of sleep, found herself awakened by the annoying chatter. Turning to glance back, she saw the male alpha leaning over the seat, grinning and chattering with Song Xingqi, who appeared disinterested. Hey, could you shut that bothersome mouth of yours? She interjected bluntly. The male alpha shot her a glance, retorting, what is it to you? Mind your own business. Song Xinlan replied. Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to you? How oblivious can you be? Which muddy pit did you crawl out of? Who are you calling a muddy pit? The male alpha snapped, standing up and approaching Song Xinlan, grabbing her collar in a display of bravado that he couldn't afford to lose face in front of an omega he fancied. The other students on the bus turned to observe the commotion. This male alpha had indeed been bothersome, having sought to engage the omega in conversation since boarding, while everyone else remained quiet. However, no one wished to escalate the situation, opting to turn a blind eye instead. Song Xinlan kicked at his leg, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto the adjacent seat, prompting the person seated opposite to hurriedly change seats. The male alpha quickly regained his footing and swung a punch at Song Xinlan. She merely lifted her gaze lazily, tilting her head slightly, avoiding his strike effortlessly while he stumbled due to the bus's jolting motion. Hey, you two! No fighting! The driver bellowed. Song Xingqi stood up, placing himself between Song Xinlan and the male alpha. His expression colder than usual. Do you wish to start your academic journey with a record of misconduct? Sit down. Don't fall, Song Xinlan urged, pushing Song Xingqi back in his seat. The male alpha, noticing their somewhat intimate interaction, asked, Do you two know each other? Song Xinlan scoffed. What is it to you? Oh, so you have someone backing you up. Why didn't you mention this while talking to me? You just wanted to flirt, didn't you? Pathetic, the male alpha sneered, taking a seat elsewhere. As Song Xinlan stood up, Song Xingqi quickly grabbed her arm. Lan, let it go. Don't stoop to his level, withdrawing her arm. Song Xinlan swiftly seized the male alpha's collar, landing a punch squarely on his mouth, leaving it bruised and swollen. But if you don't want that mouth of yours, just say so. I wouldn't mind smashing it for you. With that, she struck again with formidable force, drawing blood. The male alpha, enraged, released his pheromones to assert dominance. But Song Xinlan met him head-on, her own pheromones overpowering his. Just wait until you're on the ground. Loser. The male alpha's lips were swollen, making his speech somewhat unclear. Song Xinlan released him, clapped her hands, and returned to her seat, saying, I await your visit to the Federation's first military academy, you novice, upon mentioning the esteemed title of the Federation's first military academy. The gazes of those around her were filled with envy and admiration for Song Xinlan. The male alpha's fists tightened slightly as the car door swung open. He shot a fierce glare at Song Xinlan and Song Xingqi before exiting the vehicle in a huff. Chapter 23. Astonishing. How could such a person change gender? The other occupants of the car were predominantly Omega and Beta, occasionally casting furtive glances at Song Xinlan, yet none dared to approach her. Unbothered, Song Xinlan had long since grown accustomed to such attention. The prestige of the Federation's first military academy was the aspiration of nearly every student, and it was not uncommon for her to encounter interviewers along the way. Drawing envious and adoring looks in her previous life, she graduated from a prestigious institution, and such admiration did not inflate her ego. After all, within the military academy, she truly found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy, with little to boast about. Only those who were unaware of her reality could feel envious. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building where Song Xingqi resided, located in an area primarily consisting of Omega dormitories. The space beneath the dormitory was dim and serene, while above, the lights blazed brightly, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. As Song Xinlan carried the numerous bags for Song Xingqi, she said, Brother, if that foolish person dares to trouble you, let me know. I will ensure he gets expelled. That a warmth spread through Song Xingqi's heart as he smiled gently, replying, I appreciate your concern, Lan, but you mustn't act impulsively at the academy. That I hear the management there is quite strict. Being expelled would be a significant loss. That he reassured her, rest assured, most of those in the medical department are Omega and Beta, who are not particularly combative. After delivering Song Xingqi to the building, she said, Brother, I'm off now. Call me if anything comes up. All right, be careful on your way back, he replied. Upon leaving Inox Business College, she disregarded Song Xingqi's advice to rest for the night and instead drove her hover car directly towards the Federation's first military academy. She had no choice. She was racing against the clock, as she was expected to gather the following morning, and if she did not return that night, she would face disciplinary action. The academy maintained a consistently strict management system. Coupled with the time spent escorting Song Xingqi, she had driven for an entire day and night, nearly exhausting herself in the process. Just as dawn began to break, Song Xinlan arrived at the entrance of the Federation's first military academy. After returning the hovercar at a designated location, she finally stepped inside the academy. The entrance was devoid of people at that early hour, and Song Xinlan scanned the area with her light brain before soaring towards the dormitory building. Upon her return, her roommates were gradually waking up. "I knew you wouldn't show up until the very last moment," remarked Lin Wang, who had just risen as Song Xinlan began to organize her belongings. She casually asked, "What is the schedule for today?" "The opening ceremony, where we'll have to endure those long-winded speeches from the faculty," replied Qian Sui, who had just rolled out of bed. Cheng Weining chimed in. "We need to assemble by 6:30, so hurry up. We still need to eat breakfast." As Song Xinlan wiped the dust off her desk with a cloth, she replied, "All right, if you need the bathroom, be quick. I'll shower afterward." Not one to dawdle, Song Xinlan soon finished getting herself ready, donned her uniform, and rushed to the cafeteria with her roommates. She lived in a 6-person room, though only 5 occupied it. For Song Xinlan, her relationship with these individuals could not be deemed particularly close. It was merely acceptable, lacking in intimacy. This was not due to any incompatibility in character, but rather because her behavior set her apart. The inhabitants of the dormitory were all incredibly studious, spending nearly all their free time in the library or laboratories. Conversely, she often found herself lounging in the dormitory, engaging in light-hearted banter or wandering outside aimlessly. Yet paradoxically, during final assessments, her grades hovered comfortably in the upper range. Some of her roommates, who worked diligently yet barely scraped by on the passing line, often wished they could pry open her head to uncover her secrets. Song Xinlan found this amusing. Having encountered much of the material in her previous life, she hardly needed to study. She truly came to the medical field to coast. Besides, her ability to remember things with just a glance and her strong comprehension skills made learning effortless for her. The opening of the Federation's first military academy traditionally commenced with a grand gathering, where 20,000 students crowded into a large training ground to listen to impassioned speeches from school leaders. When Song Xinlan and her roommates arrived at the training ground, most of the attendees had already assembled, creating a sea of green uniforms to the Federation's first military academy, regardless of one's major. All students were required to attend such significant events in military attire. Failing to comply would result in a deduction of credits, and each academic year, credits were meticulously assessed, with failure to meet standards as dire as failing a course. Standing at a height of nearly 180 centimeters, Song Xinlan was not particularly average among alphas, but she felt she still had room to grow. Amidst the crowd, she stood tall, her eyes half-lidded and drowsy. However, she remained rigidly upright. Poor posture would also incur penalties, a truly exhausting predicament. As her mind wandered in a daze, a familiar voice resonated from the podium. It seemed it was time for the student representative to speak. She lifted her gaze to the speaker on the podium and froze in place. That a young man in an officer's uniform stood tall at the forefront. His soft black hair rested casually on his head, long brows framing his eyes, which occasionally glanced down at his notes, his lashes gently lowered, exuding an inexplicable gentleness. Yet when he surveyed the audience, a sharp, aloof intensity flickered in his gaze. His high nose and thin lips gave his face a striking sharpness. Yet his fair complexion, from his chin down to his collarbone, added an alluring, enigmatic quality. Song Xinlan quickly averted her openly curious stare. "What in the world?" "ISNT that the Omega I found on the garbage planet." The world seemed small and coincidental indeed. Why had he been so reluctant to reveal his name then? Hadn't he just mentioned something about being called Lu something? Wait a moment, Lu. That wasn't he the young double S-ranked alpha who had already been conferred the title of major in their school S command department? Was it? Song Xinlan scrutinized the figure on stage. The distance was too great for her to discern his gender through his pheromones. Could it be that he had a twin brother? She couldn't help but entertain this notion. After all, it was inconceivable for a perfectly ordinary Omega to transform into an alpha, while appearances could be deceiving. Pheromones were not so easily masked, Proximity would reveal the distinct sense that differentiated alphas from omegas. With her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the speaker, Song Xinlan sought to uncover any discrepancies between him and the omega she had rescued. Hoping to prove they were not the same person, the protagonist possesses formidable mental abilities, surpassing even S rank. We are following a narrative where the male is strong, and the female even stronger, so please remain patient. Chapter 24. Change of major until the striking figure descended from the podium amidst the applause of the crowd. Song Xinlan gleaned no revelations. She couldn't help but recall his request. If we meet again in the future, please pretend you do not know me. That a sense of understanding washed over her. This was indeed his greatest secret. He dared to challenge the pervasive injustices of society with sheer bravery. Should he succeed in ascending the ranks, he would become an unparalleled deity in the hearts of omegas throughout interstellar history. Conversely, if he failed, how would the world twist his tale of rebellion? What are you daydreaming about? It's over. Let's head back to class. Lin Wang nudged her shoulder. Song Xinlan snapped back to reality. Oh, you all go ahead. I'll stop by the office for a moment. What? You're being summoned already on the first day? Lin Wang exclaimed. Not quite. Just taking a leave to catch up on some sleep, Song Xinlan replied. Her dorm mates expressed their admiration. Only you would do this to... Yes, she made her way toward the office building. She couldn't stifle a yawn. She arrived at the counselor's office, where the counselor was seated at her desk, attending to paperwork. Upon seeing Song Xinlan, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She recognized this student, familiar enough to be noted, an S-rank student with exceptional mental prowess that various departments sought to recruit. Such remarkable mental capabilities were indispensable in military combat and command. Yet this student stubbornly remained in the medical department. To be honest, she didn't particularly want this student to transfer. Many instructors in the medical practice courses had remarked on the student's impressive medical skills. She was already capable of solo consultations in the school's infirmary, easily qualified to work in a major hospital as a physician. Being only in her second year, her aptitude and abilities eclipsed even some of her instructors. Don't tell me you came here to request a leave of absence on the first day? The counselor asked, her surprise evident. In the previous academic year, it was abundantly clear that whenever Song Xinlan approached her, it was hardly ever for a commendable reason. She could conjure up the most absurd excuses to request leave. She had never encountered a student capable of fabricating such a plethora of unique and plausible excuses that left one at a loss for how to refuse. Song Xinlan was indeed the first and most exasperating of her kind that she had met throughout her career. Song Xinlan absent-mindedly touched her nose, admitting that she had indeed harbored such intentions, albeit not entirely. She found a seat for herself without further ado. Hua Shu maintained a stoic expression, reflecting, it's just that our medical department is not bound by many rules. You can stand when you wish and sit when you wish. Song Xinlan reclined lazily against the back of her chair. Well, I believe it is high time I amend my carefree and idle demeanor. Hence I wish to discuss the possibility of changing my major with you. Hua Shu, taken aback by her self-awareness, was almost choked by the next words that followed. What did you say? Teacher Hua wouldn't be reluctant to see me go. Naturally, if I were to leave, you would be without anyone to run errands for you. Song Xinlan yawned nonchalantly. Hua Shu's momentary surge of melancholy was swiftly quelled by that single remark. Unable to contain herself, she gave Song Xinlan a gentle rap on the head. Are you incapable of speaking properly? Did I ever inconvenience you with errands? I didn't see any dissatisfaction when you were tending to the infirmary on behalf of Teacher Du, please. Teacher Du's requests were always reasonable, delivered in a gentle and soothing tone. Unlike your blunt and brusque manner, where I must haggle for a mere leave of absence. This thought remained unvoiced before Hua Shu, who merely smiled awkwardly. How could I have wronged you? I am most willing. Now that's more like it. What suddenly prompted this change of heart regarding your major? Even when the principal himself approached you, you remained steadfast. Did you come back from the break feeling distressed? Indeed, I was distressed and no longer wished to drift aimlessly, Song Xinlan replied with a casual air. Have you decided on your new major? Perhaps conducting. Should you proceed with a major change, you shall be exempt from the comprehensive medical assessment at the start of the academic year. But you must prepare for the comprehensive assessment for conducting. Song Xinlan calculated the time remaining. She had a month to prepare. Hua Shu sighed. You would have found it much easier to change majors last year. Yet you were adamant. Now, switching majors could hinder your progress in numerous courses, considering others have been immersed in their studies for a year. Teacher Hua needn't worry, as long as Song Xinlan sets her mind to it. There is nothing she cannot accomplish. Her demeanor radiated an air of determination and confidence. Hua Shu paused, feeling somewhat envious of the youthful bravado, and smiled reassuringly. You are indeed confident. After concluding her discussion with Hua Shu, Song Xinlan took her leave to return to her dormitory for some much-needed rest. It is essential for the youth to eat well and sleep well, ensuring a comfortable old age in no time. The approval for her major change was granted. Even the head of the conducting department was eager for Song Xinlan to join them directly, yet the rules of the school and department could not be overlooked. Changing majors required assessments, not only for the comprehensive examination held at the beginning of each academic year, but also for her to make up all the courses from the previous year. Upon hearing this staggering news, Song Xinlan immediately lost her desire to transfer. She would rather linger in the medical department and bide her time. This was far too great a challenge for a mere slacker like her. The grandiose declarations made before Hua Shu felt like a distant memory she wished she had never uttered. The head of the conducting department, aware of her intention to transfer, dispatched a plethora of conducting books to her overnight. Staring at the towering pile of texts, Song Xinlan found herself at a loss for words. Old Song, are you really planning to switch majors? Lin Wang inquired, mouth agape. Not anymore. Song Xinlan collapsed on her bed with a sigh. Ha, your medical grades are quite decent. Would you truly abandon it all? Qian Sui expressed a regret. Indeed, you could have pursued medicine as a minor, graduating with dual degrees, Cheng Wanning added. You all must be out of your minds. If you wish for my demise, just say so. Lin Wang could not suppress his laughter. Come now, let us not put her in a difficult position. I've heard that the training regimen in the conducting department is rather rigorous, leaving hardly any free time that if she were to minor in medicine, she would likely be utterly overwhelmed. Song Xinlan picked up a book and placed it atop her head, lamenting in comparison to the ease I find in medicine. The texts for conducting leave me utterly in the dark. Everything must be learned from scratch. Avoid falling behind. Song Xinlan was promptly enrolled to audit classes in the conducting department. She had to keep up with new lessons while simultaneously reviewing an entire year's worth of material and preparing for the comprehensive assessment a month away. Even with her sharp intellect, she found it somewhat challenging to keep pace. Consequently, the head of the conducting department assigned a senior student to supervise and mentor her. Upon seeing him, Song Xinlan nearly choked on her own breath. Xinlan, this is Lu Jia from our department. You may have heard of him, so I want to elaborate further. He will be in charge of arranging your training plan moving forward, and I hope to see a satisfactory report from you in a month's time. Song Xinlan scrutinized Lu Jia, noting that his leg injury had healed quite well. Lu just simply regarded her silently, and the two exchanged no words, while the head of the conducting department continued to speak at length. Chapter 25. Two individuals acting as strangers on her way back to the dormitory. Song Xinlan was still processing this abrupt arrangement. She opened her holographic computer. Lu Jia had previously left her contact number, and she contemplated sending him a message to inquire about something, yet she was at a loss for words. After all, he had explicitly instructed her to act as if they were strangers upon their next encounter. Very well. If we are to be strangers, then so be it. She felt no compulsion to disrupt his tranquility. Whether he was an alpha or omega held no significance for her, since he chose to feign ignorance. Why should she indulge in such triviality that would only serve to create discomfort? Henceforth, whatever was to transpire would transpire. Resolving not to dwell on this matter further, Song Xinlan carried her belongings to her new dormitory. The bed she was assigned had just become available, and it appeared that the other occupants had likely gone out for a meal. Leaving her alone, she wondered what sort of individuals she would encounter. Song Xinlan did not harbor lofty expectations of forming a profound bond with her roommates. A rapport similar to that of her companions in the medical department would suffice. While their relationships were cordial, they lacked intimacy, but at least they were not eccentric, for which she was grateful. Having pleasant roommates could spare her a great deal of trouble. The dormitories of the First Military Academy of the Federation were predominantly 6-person rooms with bunk beds and desks. offering a reasonably spacious layout. Including herself, there were 6 individuals in the dormitory. 2 female alphas and 4 male alphas. As she finished organizing her bed, the others gradually returned. Hi, new roommate. A male alpha entered and greeted her politely, yet awkwardly upon noticing her presence. Seated in her chair, Song Xinlan turned to him and offered a faint smile. Hello, I am Song Xinlan. The 5 newcomers were generally familiar with her, having observed her attending classes as an auditor for several days. Although they had scarcely exchanged words. Nevertheless, everyone knew her name. From now on, we shall all be sharing this space. Let us introduce ourselves, shall we? By the way, I am K. Ting Fan, a robust male alpha, declared to the group. In a show of camaraderie, a silver-haired male alpha extended his hand to Song Xinlan. Hello, I am Chunin, hailing from the C201 Shimu star in the D2b region of the Eastern Galaxy. Song Xinlan shook his hand politely before he returned to his spot to tidy up, subsequently climbing on his bed. Hello, I am Luo Ichuan, that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed male alpha cast a glance at Song Xinlan before plopping down into the chair adjacent to her desk. Hi, I am Shui Chong, the dormitory leader. I look forward to your guidance, new roommate. The speaker was a male alpha with a few errant strands of hair standing on end, exuding a sunny disposition. Clearly straddling the line between social adeptness and social awkwardness. I am Fanny. The final speaker was the female alpha, radiating an air of aloofness and unapproachability. Once introductions were completed, everyone returned to their respective spaces to prepare for their afternoon nap. As they had classes later in the day, I'm off to sleep. We have to strive for our studies this afternoon. Good night, everyone. Xuechong directly dove into his own blanket and addressed the crowd. The next day, Song Xinlan rose early and made her way to the playground. There was no choice. This was a demand from Luzia. Her schedule was tight, requiring her to sleep later than a dog and rise earlier than a rooster. The morning breeze dispelled some of her drowsiness. She completed 10 laps, totaling 8,000 meters, as per Luzia's instructions from the previous day, which took her a full half hour. Just as she finished, panting, she noticed Luzia approaching slowly from a distance. Clad in a pristine green military academy uniform, he exuded an air of meticulousness. As he drew near, she truly could not discern any telltale signs of him being an Omega. Rather, he emanated a faint aura characteristic of an Alpha. Although she was uncertain of the means he employed to alter the scent of his pheromones, her medical training allowed her to identify whether he was indeed the same person. Just by observing subtle nuances in his appearance, that AS for gender, she had previously confirmed it, and even without taking his pulse now, she could distinguish whether he was an A or an O from his bone structure. Good morning, senior. She greeted him with a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Elyusia nodded, asking in a cool tone. Finished running. Song Xinlan displayed her running record on her light brain, responding, Yes, I have. Good. Come with me to the holographic training facility, he instructed, his voice devoid of warmth, imbued with a sense of unfamiliarity and distance, as if they were merely a senior and junior meeting for the first time. Yawning, Song Xinlan followed Luzia to the holographic training facility. The so-called holographic training facility projected human consciousness into preset simulated scenarios for combat training, where pain and sensations approached reality. Those with stronger mental abilities excelled in the holographic simulations. As long as one's mental power was sufficiently robust, one could create anything desired within the holographic realm using their mental prowess. Naturally, the more intricate and expansive the creation, the greater the mental energy expended. Improper or reckless usage could easily lead to mental fatigue and depletion. Hence, the holographic training often tested the control and refinement of mental power, as well as strategic application and teamwork. Step inside. I will let you experience the holographic scenario, Luzia said, leading Song Xinlan to a holographic pod at O. She replied, promptly sitting inside. Her family also possessed a gaming holographic pod, but that type generally did not support mental power usage, as everyone had different levels of mental capacity, making it unfair for gaming. After entering the pod and following the instructions to press the corresponding buttons, she closed her eyes once everything was ready. In the next moment, she found herself in a desert filled with orange-red sand. She could not ascertain which planet this scene was drawn from, but it resembled the Martian landscapes of ancient Earth. After waiting for a while, Lu Zha's figure appeared beside her. Before she could speak, a group of peculiar extraterrestrial creatures emerged around them, glaring menacingly. She turned to Lu Zha and asked, "Senior, what are those?" "These are Jojo monsters, commonly found on desolate asteroids, attacking humans. They possess 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. What you need to do now is learn to attack them," Lu Zha replied, his tone devoid of emotion. This was the first time Xinlan learned that such species existed within the Milky Way. They were colorful, oval-shaped, and appeared quite sturdy. If they collided with a person, they would likely send them flying. Looking at Lu Zha, she raised an eyebrow. "Senior, R&T you going to demonstrate?" At that moment, Lu Zha conjured a finely crafted, sharp longsword in his hand and simply said, "Watch closely." In an instant, he leapt gracefully, the transparent sword igniting in flames as he struck at a frost-blue Jojo monster, exuding a chilling aura in a mere heartbeat. The Jojo monster split in two, disintegrating into a puddle of mud due to the elemental counteraction. When facing the fire attribute Jojo monster, Lu Zha's sword transformed into a frosty blue hue, emanating a piercing coldness. With a swift motion, the fire attribute Jojo monster was rendered powerless against the onslaught. Xinlan felt invigorated watching this. It looked quite simple. However, as she attempted to conjure a crooked sword, she realized just how challenging it truly was. The precision required for mental power control was exceptionally high. Chapter 26. Every day is a day of repair for En, while Lu Zha formed a protective barrier around himself with his mental power, quietly observing as Xinlan awkwardly evaded the monsters. Xinlan could not conjure a finely crafted longsword like Lu Zha. Even the simplest of combat weapons, when created with her mental energy, ended up rough and unrecognizable. Feeling exasperated, she was suddenly knocked away by a Jojo monster. She landed heavily on the cracked ground, wincing in pain, and looked at Lu Zha. "Senior, didn't he set the pain level to 100%, did you?" "This is the simple mode," Lu Zha replied. "I feel somewhat mocked," Xinlan thought. Just as the Jojo monster bore down on her, she hastily conjured a ball of flames with her mental power, incinerating the approaching ice-type Jojo monster. Soon after, a flurry of other Jojo monsters with different attributes bounced excitedly toward her. Xinlan quickly fashioned a somewhat shabby flying device with her mental energy, hurriedly standing on it as it wobbled and took off into the distance. Lu Zha swiftly created a flying device that closely resembled reality and caught up with her in no time. He yanked her off the flying device. "I told you to find a way to eliminate them. Why are you running?" Lu Zha said, his expression serious. Xinlan glanced at the Jojo monsters that were about to crush her and clasped her hands in a gesture of supplication. Wait. Allow me a moment to figure out how to better refine my mental energy to conjure advantageous tools." "You're not just standing there enjoying the show, are you?" Lu Zha promptly tossed her down. "Didn't you read the Mental Energy Refinement Guide?" Xinlan's eyes darted. The pile of books given by the department head did contain such a volume, but she hadn't managed to get to it yet. Faced with Lu Zha's inquiry, she felt a bit guilty. There are too many books, and I haven't gotten to that one. Lu Zha said nothing. And Xinlan let out a small sigh of relief. "The reason I asked you to eliminate these Jojo monsters is to enhance your control over mental energy. Mastery of mental energy is far more crucial than innate talent. It grants you a dominant edge in mecha control, strategic forecasting, and mental energy attacks, which are often key to a military's victory." Lu Zha sat atop the flying device, observing Xinlan below as she still struggled against the Jojo monsters. His tone gentle. "You may be puzzled as to why, despite your excellent mental energy talent, you cannot refine anything substantial. This is because what you create is instinctive. You haven't focused on the precision and subtle details of the objects, leading to the ineffectiveness of your mental creations." Under Lu Zha's guidance, Xinlan gradually found her footing in refining her mental power. She was not incapable of controlling her mental energy. Rather, her current mastery required greater precision. It was akin to the difference between polishing an iron pillar and honing a needle. When Xinlan emerged from the holographic pod, her bones still ached slightly. She glanced at Lu Zha and remarked, "Senior, I think I need to catch up on some theoretical knowledge, so I'll continue practicing tomorrow." Lu Zha was unyielding. "Oh, Song Xinlan replied, somewhat dejected. After parting ways with Lu Jia, she hurried to the cafeteria to grab a piece of bread before rushing back to class. She resumed her seat in the audit position. Until she passed the assessment, she could not truly belong to the command department as a student. After a theory class, the next session was mecha training. Fortunately, this was a new course introduced this semester, so Song Xinlan did not have to rush to catch up. She stood up, surveyed the now empty classroom, and headed toward the mecha training facility. Their instructor for the mecha training was a middle-aged female alpha named Huichou, who typically wore black-framed glasses and possessed a piercing gaze that suggested nothing could escape her scrutiny. Last academic year, you had the mecha theory course. This semester, we will directly engage in mecha training. So I want to dwell on the details, she stated. Huichou stood with his hands behind his back, adjusting his glasses, his tone stern. Song Xinlan remarked, suddenly, I find this world utterly repulsive. Even the newly introduced courses require a foundational theoretical knowledge. Changing majors feels akin to Nuwa patching the sky. Just when one gaping hole is mended, another monumental fissure emerges. After outlining the safety precautions, Huichou began organizing the students to enter the mecha cockpits. With the school's limited supply of mechas, only 10 out of a total of 36 students in the command department could pilot at a time. Most of the class had some familiarity with mechas. Yet it was doubtful that any had truly operated one, given the stringent regulations imposed by the Federation. Today marked the inaugural lesson. All that was required was for you to maneuver the mecha in a straight line and perform two basic actions, squatting and standing. Song Xinlan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a few of her new roommates. Aside from a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy named Luo Yichuan, the others had already climbed eagerly into their mechas. She found herself in the queue for the second group of pilots. Reluctant to take part. Primarily, she had yet to peruse the theoretical manual on mecha operation, leaving her in the dark regarding the myriad of buttons inside the cockpit. Just as she contemplated gleaning some piloting wisdom from her peers, 10 mechas suddenly appeared before the crowd, executing a series of bizarre movements. Song Xinlan opened her mouth, suddenly feeling that perhaps she wouldn't appear too awkward or embarrassed after all in an instant. The students of the command department couldn't contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Ha! Xuechong, what on earth is that grotesque crawling posture? Damn it, if you can't even crawl up there, I'll laugh at you for an entire year. Ah, someone quick, help me up. I'm about to fall. Stay away from me. Don't fall on me. I barely managed to stabilize. Bang! In the next moment, 2 mechas collided amusingly. Oh no, please tell me we won't end up like that. Commented someone standing next to Song Xinlan. She replied, 100% certainty it won't look graceful. The individual shot her a glance and mischievously suggested, why don't we just sneak to the back of the line together? Song Xinlan nodded in agreement. Thus 2 previously unfamiliar individuals stealthily slinked to the last row, not wishing to lose face so quickly. Why have you 2 crawled to the back? One asked. I still want to try a somersault later. It will definitely look cool. 3 lines of exasperation crossed Song Xinlan's forehead. This person had quite the imagination. She patted him on the shoulder with a serious expression, saying, I wish you success to her surprise. The person became even more excited, opening his holographic device and exclaiming, come on, let's add each other's friends. Make sure to take photos and record videos. I want to capture this splendid moment. Song Xinlan nodded, wearing an expression that conveyed her mixed feelings. The other students seemed unfazed, chuckling as they patted Song Xinlan's shoulder. You'll get used to it. Our class flower is just a bit self-absorbed. Self-absorbed? Sun Qin, don't ruin my reputation in front of a new student. Chapter 27. The surge of determination, the 2 alphas beside her began to bicker, prompting Song Xinlan to glance around and quietly activate her holographic device. She messaged Jiangxi. Emergency! 10,000 star coins have been deposited. Song Xinlan replied with an exasperated expression, promptly returning the money. Jiangxi, what gives you the impression that I'm short on funds? Jiangxi, it's just a habit. Song Xinlan, fine, it's true that I've often had my star coins confiscated by Song Shuangyi throughout my life. During such times, Jiangxi and Xinlan have always been my benefactors. Could you send me a diagram of the mecha controls? Jiangxi. Image. Jiangxi. Image. Jiangxi. You finally managed to escape the confines of the medical department's greenhouse. Song Xinlan. to prevent the mechas you create from being cheapened by others. Soon, it was time for Song Xinlan's group to take their turn. After reviewing the explanation diagram Jiangxi had sent, she felt slightly more assured. Once seated in the mecha cockpit, she pulled the lever, activating the machine that, yes, she controlled the mecha to stand upright and prepared to move forward. An unknown mecha suddenly charged recklessly toward her. Quick, move aside. Song Xinlan glanced at the chaotic array of levers and buttons, and in the next moment, she commanded her mecha to throw a punch at the oncoming machine. With a resounding crash, the charging mecha toppled to the ground. However, due to her failure to properly extend the mecha's legs, she lost her balance and toppled forward, resulting in both mechas assuming a rather embarrassing position. One mecha lay atop the other, a sight that would make anyone shake their head. Silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by an eruption of laughter. Song Xinlan stared at the mecha before her, a dark cloud of frustration looming over her. Truly, the more one tries to avoid embarrassment, the more it finds you. Get up, came the familiar, somewhat irritated voice of Luo Yichuan from beneath her. Song Xinlan examined the array of complex buttons and finally managed to utter, "Let me figure this out." Luo Yichuan. And so, onlookers witnessed two mechas awkwardly sprawled together, each adopting peculiar stances. Song Xinlan's mecha delivered a punch to Luo Yichuan's. Luo Yichuan, exasperated. "Can you even handle this, Song Xinlan? I suggest you lift me off." Luo Yichuan. "If I could lift you, I wouldn't need your advice, Song Xinlan. Then just wait patiently." Luo Yichuan. "I swear." In a moment of mishap, Song Xinlan accidentally pressed a button, causing her mecha's head to collide with Luo Yichuan's. The impact left him fuming. "What the hell?" Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. "Stop cursing. If you hadn't collided with me, I wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation." Luo Yichuan, resigned. "Fine, it's my fault. You carry on, but leave me in one piece." With that, he ceased all movement, lying flat. Song Xinlan, amidst her one-sided struggle, finally managed to stabilize her mecha unsteadily. As she rose, she inadvertently stepped on Luo Yichuan's machine. Luo Yichuan. After some rolling and struggling, he finally discovered how to stand up. This unexpected farce concluded rather abruptly. Once they completed the required actions, Song Xinlan disembarked from her mecha. Luo Yichuan was the last to exit, and much to everyone's surprise, he promptly ran to the side and vomited profusely. Sun Qin leaned in. "Wow, those few moments you just didn't cause any issues, did they, Song Xinlan?" "Surely not. I think I only accidentally hit him a few times." "How could he be this fragile?" She pushed Sun Qin aside and approached Luo Yichuan, assessing him closely. "What's the matter with you?" Soon her other roommates joined in, with Xue Chong glancing at the two. "What's going on with you two?" Luo Yichuan appeared slightly pale, opening his mouth to speak, just as Song Xinlan seized his wrist to check his pulse. "Your heart rate is racing. Did piloting the mecha make you this anxious?" Just as she was about to inquire further, Luo Yichuan's hand clamped over her mouth. "Who's anxious? You quack." Song Xinlan glared at him, pulling his hand away, determined to assert her medical expertise. Luo Yichuan swiftly attempted to cover her mouth again. He had no desire for anyone to discover that even a dignified alpha like himself experienced acrophobia while piloting a mecha. Soon, the two were grappling with one another, their dorm mates exchanging bewildered glances as they rushed to separate them. Luo Yichuan, with his striking blue eyes, glared at Song Xinlan. "If this gets out, I won't let you off the hook." Song Xinlan dusted herself off. "I won't take the blame if the money doesn't arrive." Xue Chong. "What clandestine dealings have you two been up to?" Luo Yichuan. "Mind your own business." Xue Chong then leaned closer to Song Xinlan. "New roommate, spill the tea. I'll offer you a better deal than he will." Song Xinlan elbowed him. "Do you want the dorm to become a battleground of intrigue?" With that, she turned and returned to the line of her class. Xue Chong shot Luo Yichuan a glance. "You're being rather ungracious." Luo Yichuan, unfazed, adjusted his clothes and shot him a haughty look. A dorm leader must uphold the dignity of their position. Refrain from prying into the affairs of the residents. Having said that, he returned to the class lineup. Xue Chong cast a glance at the others, who shrugged their shoulders in resignation. It was precisely such minor episodes that had significantly strengthened the bonds between Song Xinlan and her roommates. From time to time, The more active members of Sun Qin's class would also approach her to exchange a few words. Regarding Song Xinlan's efforts akin to Nuwa mending the sky, they simultaneously expressed sympathy while inevitably indulging in a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, these were trials they had all endured. Song Xinlan found herself at a loss for words, yet she was determined to make the most of the resources at her disposal. The entire first class of the conducting department was profoundly impressed by her tenacity in seeking knowledge. Consequently, throughout the week, a fervor for diligent study swept through the class. Each student attended lectures with an unprecedented level of seriousness, diligently reviewing knowledge from the previous year as they listened. After all, no one wished to be caught off guard by Song Xinlan when she posed questions among spirited alphas who does not cherish their pride. The instructors of the conducting department were taken aback by the exuberance of this class. Have you all been on some sort of stimulant lately? You seem exceptionally energized. Thus, everyone's gaze fell upon Song Xinlan, their expressions tinged with a hint of envy. Song Xinlan lifted her head from a pile of books, glanced around, and finally settled her gaze on a classmate beside her. The military strategies used in the Silver Light War, etc., etc. You can ask after class. The teacher is about to begin the lecture. The classmate, startled by the inquiry, felt a rush of anxiety. Song Xinlan noticed the teacher at the podium casting a peculiar glance in their direction. Prompting her to relent, she returned to her reading. The classmate hastily retrieved a book on military strategies and tactics from his drawer, flipping to the section on the Silver Light Campaign. Chapter 28. Is this how you approach training? The teacher on the podium suddenly understood the reason behind the class's recent enthusiasm for learning and could not help but smile with satisfaction. He cast a meaningful glance at Song Xinlan's position, uttering, "Keep it up." Song Xinlan had an overwhelming number of books she wished to read. She longed for a method of cultivation that would allow knowledge to be directly stored in her mind, thus sparing her the countless hours spent in study each day. Finally, the weekend arrived, yet Luja was not about to let her off the hook. He fully embodied the essence of supervision and guidance. Upon reaching the playground, Luja was already waiting there. Today he was not in uniform, but rather donned a simple white casual sports outfit. Perhaps due to regular training, the contours of his upper body were impressive, exuding a lean, powerful appearance that diminished the typical delicacy associated with an Omega. His legs were long and straight, standing there with his head slightly bowed, gazing at his light brain, his long eyelashes half-lowered, radiating an unusual softness and obedience. She approached him and playfully tapped him on the back. Luja, ever quick to react, instinctively jerked away as her hand made contact, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. Fortunately, Song Xinlan was swift, deftly altering her grip just in time to avoid being thrown. With a slight exertion, Luja freed his hand, his expression darkening. "You are 10 minutes late." Song Xinlan rubbed her nose sheepishly. "Who would have thought you would wake up so early on a weekend?" Luja tossed a sandbag from the ground to her. 12 laps. Song Xinlan caught the hefty sandbag, weighing at least 10 pounds, and grumbled. "So you're adding weight. Why must you also increase the quantity?" "This is merely the foundation." Song Xinlan's expression turned despondent. "So under normal circumstances, how many laps must one run in a day?" 30 laps, Song Xinlan exclaimed. 15 laps is already quite a challenge. She then inquired eagerly, "After running, there's nothing else planned, right?" Luja unyieldingly replied. "There is." Song Xinlan widened her eyes. "Don't you take a break on weekends, senior? Is your resolve to transfer to the conducting department driven solely by a desire to work yourself to the bone?" Luja looked at her, his eyes reflecting an unwavering coldness. Sighing, she admitted, "I truly miss the days of slacking off in the medical department." Song Xinlan lamented, tossing the sandbag on her back. Luja's hands tightened slightly as he observed the languid alpha before him. A surge of anger bubbling within him. "Is this how you approach training? If you are so unwilling, why come to the conducting department to suffer?" No one knew the sacrifices he had made to attend the esteemed Federal Military Academy and study in the conducting department. Here, he poured every ounce of effort into his studies and training, knowing that, as an Omega, he had to exert more than the Alphas. Having come this far, he had exhausted all his luck to secure a place in the conducting department of the Federal Military Academy. He lived in constant fear of his true gender being discovered. he dreaded the day when his true identity would be revealed, resulting in a dismissal notice that would nullify all his efforts and accomplishments, leaving him with the stigma of violating federal law. Yet before him stood an alpha possessing the physical attributes he had always coveted, endowed with the gender he had envied since childhood. What he had fought so hard to obtain was effortlessly within her grasp, and she treated it with such disdain. As these thoughts consumed him, a tide of resentment surged within him, and his expression grew increasingly cold and distant. Sensing the tension in the air, Xinlan hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I'll start running now." With that, she began to jog around the playground. Sandbagging TW, Elyuja lowered his gaze slightly, concealing all emotions in his eyes that he suddenly became aware of the abnormality of his feelings. Perhaps a sign that his heat cycle was approaching. With this realization, his agitation grew, prompting him to turn and leave the playground. After running 2 laps, Xinlan looked to where Luja had been standing, only to find him gone. For a moment, she was at a loss. However, she sensed that he seemed to be in a foul mood. Checking her light brain, she noted that Luja had not sent her any messages. Their chat interface still displayed their conversation from the previous night. She activated the running timer and continued her laps. Before long, she had completed the 12 weighted laps that Luja had required and sent a screenshot of her accomplishment to him. "Senior, I've finished running." Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, she gazed at the chat box on her light brain, noticing that he still had not responded. Had she said something wrong? Was it just her complaints? Surely, it couldn't be that he was upset with her. She reflected on their conversation since arriving at the playground. She had not only arrived late, but had also complained in front of him, and Luja had said such things. Finally, she grasped the reason for his anger. "Senior, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Not only was I late, but I also failed to adopt a proper attitude toward training. I vow to train diligently from now on. Whatever you instruct, I shall follow without a word of complaint." Yet, Luja still offered no reply. Xinlan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She picked up her light brain again, determined to persist. "Senior, where have you gone? Send me your location. I will rush to you immediately, ready for training." "Senior? Luja, please respond." "I was wrong. Senior to Luja, I truly understand my mistake. I have adjusted my attitude. So pitiful." Luja returned to the apartment he had rented outside the school, his light brain incessantly buzzing. He opened it to find a barrage of messages from Xinlan, and his refined brows furrowed slightly. He sent her the pre-written training schedule. "Follow this plan for your practice." Xinlan promptly responded with a pitiful emoticon. Elyuja disregarded her, shutting his light brain and pressing on his subtly heated glands. His eyelashes falling gently, revealing an indescribable vulnerability, he activated the pheromone filter, ensuring all windows and doors were tightly shut. Lying back on the soft bed, he pulled the covers over himself, curling into a ball. Due to years of injecting medication to alter the scent of his pheromones, his heat cycle was far more arduous than that of other omegas. Before and after his heat, he felt cold all over, with icy hands and feet, and during the cycle, he craved the touch and comfort of an alpha even more intensely. Initially, he could endure it through sheer willpower, but as his heat cycle became increasingly unbearable, he found himself relying on suppressants. What once sufficed with a single dose now required at least 3 or 4 to get through. At moments like this, he harbored an intense resentment toward his omega body. How much better it would be if he were an alpha. With this thought, tears that had never fallen from his eyes, even in the face of pain, now flowed uncontrollably. The glands at the back of his neck burned, and the room was saturated with the chaotic release of omega pheromones, reaching an overwhelming intensity. Chapter 29. Are you in a relationship? In the end, Xinlan obediently completed the day's training tasks according to the schedule Luja had sent. She sent him updates for each task, yet by the next day, she still received no response from him. Xinlan, how come you also wake up so early on weekends? Xuechang's head suddenly drooped over from his bed. While Xinlan was engrossed in her books at her desk, she turned to witness such a startling scene. If it were night, she would have surely been frightened half to death. You wouldn't believe it. Last time, Chuanzi was scared out of his wits by me and didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone for an entire week. Haha, as he spoke, he proudly tossed his disheveled hair. Luo Yichuan immediately sat up from his bed. Xuechang, you better clarify who's been too afraid to use the restroom at night for an entire week. Xuechang replied. Oh, it's me. It's me. I can't bring myself to go to the bathroom at night. The balcony is simply terrifying. Not only are clothes flapping around, but the mirror seems to glare at me menacingly. The darkness drains my imagination, rendering it utterly moribund. Luo Yichuan, infuriated, hurled a pillow at him. Am I giving you face here? With that, he leaped off the bed, lunging towards Xuechang. Xuechang quickly rolled off and landed on Chunin's bed. Oh my gosh. Chun, help me. Luo Yichuan climbed onto Chunin's bed, while Xuechang jumped down from Luo Yichuan's bed and dashed over to K Tingfan's bed. The two chased and dodged each other like two mischievous monkeys, bouncing around chaotically in the afternoon. Just when Xuechang was about to leap on her bed, she seized him. Stop messing around with my bed. What a scoundrel. In the next instant, Luo Yichuan delivered a swift kick to his backside. Grabbing the collar of his shirt, the two began to wrestle on the floor. Song Xinlan glanced at the light screen before returning to her book, ignoring the commotion at her feet. However, the disruption made her mind drift to her one-sided conversations with Luzha. Finally, she opened a chat with Song Xingqi. Bro, what is the most effective way to appease an angry Omega? Song Xingqi replied. Omega, are you in a relationship? Song Xinlan. No, just a friend. Song Xingqi. Oh, what kind of friend makes you so concerned? Song Xinlan. She instantly lost the desire to chat with her brother. Was she truly concerned? It was merely a fleeting sense of guilt. Song Xingqi. How did you manage to upset them? Your sister lacks awareness, yet is quite self-aware. Song Xinlan. Shut it. Song Xingqi. How well do you know this Omega? If you know what they like, then cater to their preferences. If not, sincerely apologize face-to-face. An apology should be genuine. Don't think sending a few messages suffices. That a face-to-face apology is more sincere and allows you to gauge their reaction, even if they don't accept your apology. You must learn to persevere. Sincerity can always touch the heart. Song Xinlan stared at the flurry of messages from Song Xingqi, falling into silence. Song Xinlan. Bro, I didn't expect you to be so insightful despite your usual silence. She stood up, planning to gather her belongings and inquire with the department head about Luzha's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the two who had been wrestling had long since separated. Noticing her begin to pack, Xuechang hurried over. Are you going to study and train without us? Song Xinlan shrugged. What do you mean without you? I study and train openly every day. Xuechang snatched the book from her hands. It's Sunday. For the sake of your health, you must have some fun. K Tingfan hooked his arm around Song Xinlan's neck. Let us skip studying today and check out the black market. Song Xinlan replied. Not going? I have other matters to attend to. Xuechang then joined in, wrapping his arm around her as they headed outside. Sis, you've been studying all morning while we've been napping. Don TB's so uptight. I'm scared. Song Xinlan, exasperated, conceded. Fine, I want tea studied. I'll go get some fresh air. Let us go. We'll accompany you. Xuechang called to the other roommates. Hurry up. Everyone, follow me. In the end, despite her attempts to dissuade them, she could not change Xuechang and the others' minds about going to the black market. They cornered her at the dormitory door, waiting for the others to finish packing before dragging her out. You don't need to guard against me as if I'm a thief, Song Xinlan said, pulling Xuechang's hand from her neck. Xuechang, can't we balance work and play? Luo Yichuan shot him a disdainful look. Cunning. Xuechang. All right, I'm just trying to look out for my roommate's health. That if you all don't appreciate it, at least don't slander me. It's like throwing a pure heart to the dogs. Chunin. Xuechang, can you not act for a single day? Xuechang pointed at himself. Oh my. Even you're saying that now. Fine, I'll act for you all. It's all my fault. Song Xinlan couldn't help but kick him. Still addicted, are you? Xuechang covered his backside and shouted. Song Xinlan. You wicked dog. I'll never love you again. Without me, you'll end up studying so hard you won't even know what year it is before suddenly collapsing. K Tingfan quickly moved away from Xuechang. He was always looking for trouble, and it was best not to get involved. Fanine walked at the back, arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness, observing the childish antics of her roommates without comment. Eventually, Song Xinlan was dragged by Xuechang to an underground black market outside the school. Luo Yichuan turned to Xuechang. Where did you hear about this place? Xuechang replied. I have my sources. Luo Ichuan, you dare bring us to a place like the black market? If old Luo finds out, we'll be confined. Xuechong patted his chest. Don't worry. I've checked it out. Old Luo is on a business trip in ISNT nearby. K Ting Fan, eager, said, Let us go. I've never seen what a black market looks like. Chen added, Let us go, if they dare operate near a military academy. It should be relatively safe. Song Xinlan shrugged. She had frequented places like this with Jiangxi since childhood. In such places, it's better to wear a mask. She took out several similarly styled masks from her storage button and handed them to the others. Xuechong's eyes widened. Whoa. Turns out you're the veteran here. K Ting Fan scrutinized Song Xinlan, scratching his head. You don't seem like someone who loves to hang out in such places. Song Xinlan donned a mask and nonchalantly remarked, What if I've grown tired of such places? That's why I appear so composed now. The group, Chapter 30, The Drug Dealer. Thus, the six of them entered the black market, donning masks. The black market resembled a night market, only the goods sold were quite different. The black market typically offered items that were illicit or difficult to acquire. It was usually located underground with several above-ground exits, facilitating more amicable transactions between buyers and sellers. These so-called amicable transactions meant that once a deal was struck, there were no refunds, no responsibilities, and no after-sales service. All consequences were borne by the buyer to avoid complications. Sellers often chose to leave after offloading their goods. Likewise, buyers, wishing to remain inconspicuous, often departed immediately after acquiring their desired items. The existence of multiple exits in the underground black market was quite necessary. After entering the black market, they walked a considerable distance before being greeted by the bustling scene. Most patrons wore masks, and the merchants and buyers came and went in a steady stream. With no loud shouting, only hushed whispers and furtive exchanges, Song Xinlan was unfazed. The black market in Tianshuxing had been far more vibrant before it was shut down 2 years ago, resulting in a diminished scope and fewer interesting items. Except for Chun and Fan Yin, the others were curiously surveying their surroundings. K Ting Fan, with keen eyes, spotted a dealer selling white powder and nudged Xuechong. Whoa. Someone's actually selling drugs here. Song Xinlan swiftly covered K Ting Fan's mouth, hissing in his ear. Don't you dare bring us into this. K Ting Fan opened his mouth, confused. Is this something we can't say? ISNT everything allowed in the black market. Xuechong and Luo Ichuan exchanged exasperated glances. Did this guy want to broadcast it to the world? K Ting Fan, with his robust build and loud voice. Even though Song Xinlan had clamped his mouth shut, the dealer selling white powder couldn't help but glance over. Care for some? The dealer inhaled a puff of smoke, his features obscured by a mask. Yet his sinister eyes fixated on them. Song Xinlan retrieved a large bag of star coins from her storage button and tossed it at the dealer. No offense intended. Having said that, she quickly led the others away. The vendor weighed the star coins in his hand, watching their retreating figures with a sly smile. Transactions in the underground black market were primarily cash-based to avoid detection of transfer records. After walking a distance, K Ting Fan couldn't help but ask, You carry cash with you? Xuechong draped his arm around Song Xinlan's shoulders. Sign, it's just our Song Xinlan who's so considerate. Song Xinlan replied, If money can solve the problem, it's not a problem at all. Chun patted K Ting Fan. Be more aware. You really dare to speak carelessly in a place like this. K Ting Fan mimed zipping his lips. From now on, I'll keep my mouth tightly shut. He then turned to Song Xinlan. Are we really going to ignore this? Although they hail from a military academy, they cannot turn a blind eye to such matters, even if they are unable to intervene. Song Xinlan remarked, after shouting so loudly, Do you still expect to take control by the time you call for help? The culprit will have long vanished. K Ting Fan retorted, Should we simply pretend we didn't see anything? Chun, casting a disapproving glance at Song Xinlan, interjected, In the face of such occurrences, we ought to take some action. Don't you think? Xuechong and Luo Ichuan nodded in agreement, while Fan Yin remained noncommittal. Song Xinlan understood that these individuals, brimming with youthful exuberance and fervent ideals, could not possibly ignore such injustices. Their burning passion drove them to aspire to be saviors of the world, to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, a belief deeply ingrained in their very beings. With a raised eyebrow, Song Xinlan challenged. So, what do you propose we do? With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot apprehend him. Once we catch him, we'll certainly hand him over to the nearest police station, Xuechong responded matter-of-factly. Do you have any idea how many people are trafficking such things in this underground market? Song Xinlan's question left them momentarily speechless. Crossing her arms, she continued, do you really think that if you manage to catch one, the others won't unite against you? What you see as justice would merely be a case of alarming the snake while stepping on grass, putting yourselves at risk, and potentially harming others. It would be a futile endeavor. Deflated, the group realized the validity of her argument. K. Ting Fan sighed. All right then, let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Song Xinlan, feeling exasperated that they hadn't grasped the point of her lengthy discourse, activated her holographic device and informed them, I have already sent an anonymous tip to the nearby police station. Let the professionals handle this. At that moment, Fan Yin spoke up. She's right, we are merely students. And placing ourselves in danger only complicates matters for the police and the school. She then glanced at a nearby stall, saying, let us go check out those emerald crystals over there. The group, their impulsive fervor dissipated, felt a surge of excitement at Fan Yin's words. The emerald crystal, a highly prized energy stone for mechas, was essential for enhancing a mecha's operational longevity and efficiency. Upon reaching the stall, the vendor casually surveyed them, asking, what do you want? His table displayed various types of energy stones alongside the emerald crystals. Fan Yin crouched down, examining a piece of emerald crystal, and inquired, what's the price? The vendor nonchalantly replied, 200,000. Fan Yin set the crystal down, her expression darkening beneath her mask. Are you running a business or just robbing people? 180,000. Take it or leave it. Song Xinlan activated her device's flashlight, directing it at the emerald crystal. The quality is mediocre, the color lacking, the cut flawed, and the energy quality subpar. 180,000 is simply not worth it. The vendor's face darkened, and he snatched the emerald crystal from Song Xinlan's hands, his irritation visible. If you're not buying, then get lost. Song Xinlan shrugged helplessly. 80,000. Will you sell it? The vendor, in a fit of rage, hurled his shoes at her. 80,000? Not a chance. If you're not buying, don't block my business. With such fierce undercutting, the group had no choice but to leave the stall and continue their leisurely exploration. They browsed through various stalls, asking prices for items of interest. Aside from Song Xinlan, the others managed to purchase a few items. They made their way back after their rounds. They passed the stall selling illicit substances when the vendor suddenly tossed aside his smoking pipe and approached them. His movements appeared awkward and uncoordinated, raising Song Xinlan's suspicions. She scanned the area and noticed several pairs of eyes fixed intently on their group. Some individuals rose stiffly, as though their prolonged posture had rendered them physically rigid. A sense of unease gripped Song Xinlan, a foreboding feeling intensifying within her. Just as the drug dealer drew nearer, she whispered urgently to her companions, Run. Chapter 31. The Attack of the Roots. Upon hearing Song Xinlan's command to flee, the group wasted no time and scattered in different directions. The dealer beckoned, and the onlookers who had been watching them closely began to pursue. Song Xinlan was taken aback by their audacity. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the sudden chaos, promptly vacated the area, hastily gathering their belongings and leaving. Yet, the group of drug dealers showed no signs of sparing anyone else. Song Xinlan watched helplessly as a middle-aged man was seized by one of the dealers. In an instant, the man's expression dulled, as if under some form of manipulation, and he too began to chase after them. In that moment, panic erupted within the black market as people fled in all directions. Screams filling the air. Song Xinlan's heart raced with terror. What were these beings? Would those caught be assimilated? Just as she was about to make her own escape, she sensed danger looming behind her. She swiftly turned her head, only to be met with a shocking sight. The dealer's hand, reaching for her, was sprouting long, tendril-like roots, akin to deadly vines lunging toward her face. Had the SNI infiltrated this deeply? Not only were they undiscovered beneath human noses, but they were brazenly dealing in drugs as well. That if their intelligence were to increase, how much better could they camouflage themselves? If they were to disguise drugs as food, it could very well become the first seed of humanity's destruction. Channeling her formidable mental strength, she erected an invisible barrier in front of her to repel the encroaching roots, the tendrils seemingly possessing their own intent. Veered off course upon failing to grasp her, a chilling, mocking laugh escaped the dealer's lips, summoning her spirit beast. The piercing cry of her azure eagle resonated throughout the underground market. The mental wave generated by the cry momentarily stunned the dealer, causing his movements to falter. With no time to spare, Xinlan knew that apart from her mental prowess, she was utterly defenseless. She had no idea what dire consequences might arise from contact with those roots. More importantly, she was anxious about the safety of her companions. She hoped her lessons from that year were not in vain. She did not expect them to be formidable fighters, but merely hoped they could escape unharmed. Sprinting toward the exit, she grasped the azure eagle's talon and urged, "Fly upward, quickly." The azure eagle, not particularly large, struggled to flap its wings. With a thunderous cry, it glared at Xinlan, filled with annoyance and disdain. Did she not realize how heavy she was? Why must it endure such a burden? Observing the roots trailing ominously behind her, Xinlan chided, "After 2 years, why are you still so small? You're utterly unreliable." The azure eagle, in a fit of defiance, flung her forward, causing her to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. The spirit beast squawked in protest, clearly expressing its extreme dissatisfaction. Xinlan rolled on the ground, mentally cursing the bird 1,000 times. The azure eagle tilted its head arrogantly, as if aware of her insults. Quickly getting to her feet, Xinlan brushed off the dust from her clothes, mentally noting to withhold any future purchases of luminous stones for the ungrateful creature. Scanning her surroundings, she realized that just a little further ahead lay a bustling little town. She decided to abandon her escape plan. Observing Xinlan's desperate attempts to evade the roots, the azure eagle raised its head, exuding an air of pride. Finally honing in on its target, it dove down and bit at the roots. Xinlan was nearly infuriated by its reckless decision. "Azure Eagle, get back here! How dare you bite?" Who knew what kind of devastating consequences those roots could inflict upon a spirit beast? Would her mental sea ever recover? It must be said that the behavior of the sea eagle sometimes mirrors her own personality. At times, one could hardly resist the urge to strangle it on the spot. Much like Song Shuangyi's countless attempts to suffocate this rebellious girl. However, to her astonishment, the sea eagle was capable of biting through those roots, chewing them momentarily before disdainfully spitting them out, the once vibrant roots. After being severed and chewed by the sea eagle, appeared utterly devoid of life, lying on the ground like a pile of withered grass. Xinlan opened her mouth in disbelief, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a serendipitous encounter, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. She turned her gaze towards the individual who had been relentlessly releasing roots, and as the roots were bitten and destroyed by the sea eagle, a pained and grotesque expression enveloped his face. The dealer opened his mouth, and countless roots crawled forth, launching a more ferocious assault towards Xinlan and the sea eagle, in a moment of desperation. Xinlan retrieved a lighter and some scrap paper from her spatial button, igniting them and throwing them at the incoming roots. Even without a weapon, a small spark could ignite a conflagration. Though it may not serve a significant purpose, it could prove life-saving in dire circumstances. At that very moment, police and military personnel began to arrive in succession. As the light gun was deployed, the dealer's head exploded, setting him ablaze. Xinlan watched this exhilarating scene unfold. As the dealer's head burst open, not a drop of blood spilled, but instead, a multitude of brown roots erupted from within. They writhed and leaped into flames. Xinlan observed, wide-eyed, as the dealer burned until nothing but ashes remained, and a police officer in uniform approached her, lowering his light gun. "Are you all right?" Xinlan shook her head and inquired, "If the roots of the Athenian invade the human body, will humanity retain consciousness?" The officer was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. Another officer joined him and said, "You're a student from the Federal Military Academy, aren't you?" Xinlan retrieved the restless sea eagle and nodded at the two officers. Upon confirming her identity, the officer slowly replied, "The root incident on Lovier Star is not the first of its kind. According to directives from above, regardless of whether those contaminated by the roots retain autonomous consciousness. Indiscriminate extermination is mandated for the overarching safety of humanity. Such a decision may extinguish humanity's compassion, yet it remains justified in the eyes of the Federation. Xinlan chose not to respond. She understood that the issue of the Athenian roots would not be resolved swiftly. This would herald a protracted battle against the Athenians in the annals of interstellar history. She simply stated, "My friends have also encountered an attack from the roots. May I request the right to use a light gun as a military academy student?" Chapter 32. Slaughter on the 7 Major Stars. The use of firearms is strictly prohibited for non-special personnel under ordinary circumstances. However, Tianshu Star was different. The 7 major stars bore striking similarities to the nations of her previous life, each possessing its own jurisdiction over its respective stars, each with distinct management systems and regulations. Naturally, the federal government supersedes the 7 major stars, though their powers differ, to mitigate conflict between the stars and prevent severe internal strife that would leave humanity defenseless against external threats. The federal government, as the supreme authority in the galaxy, curtails humanity's inherent proclivity for self-interest. Upon hearing Xinlan's request, one officer replied, "We did not bring extra light guns for this operation." Xinlan immediately perked up. She accessed a document on her light brain. "You needn't worry about this. Just sign here." The 2 officers stood momentarily dumbfounded. They had intended to deflect a request, but found her already prepared. Unbeknownst to them, Xinlan had mingled among the major stars since childhood, mastering the distinct regulations of each. She continued, "The roots of the Athenians pose a contamination threat to humanity, and I could be a significant asset to you." Given the legal stipulations surrounding the Lovier incident, they had no grounds to refuse her request. Finally, one officer signed the document. Xinlan flashed a bright smile, revealing her pristine white teeth. "Rest assured, once you sign, I will ensure you bear no responsibility." With that, she retrieved a light gun from her spatial button and dashed towards the entrance to the underground black market. The 2 officers exchanged glances. One officer, furious, remarked, "She carries a light gun with her? No wonder she is from the Federal Military Academy. She is quite cunning, but I hope she doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, a month of confinement would be lenient." Upon entering the underground black market, Xinlan found that those who had failed to escape were predominantly contaminated by the Athenian roots, transforming into grotesque monsters akin to them. The entire market resembled a scene from a zombie apocalypse, as the roots controlled the bodies of the humans, rendering their movements uncoordinated. Yet, upon spotting a living person, they attacked with ferocity and malice, an instinct ingrained deep within their bones. Xinlan raised her light gun and swiftly executed the roots-infected individual approaching her. In an instant, the person was reduced to ashes by the heat emitted from the weapon. Gazing at those who superficially resembled humans, Xinlan often felt a disconcerting sense of committing indiscriminate slaughter. Nevertheless, she had no time to ponder, as she began her search for her several roommates. Surrounding her were not only the frenzied roots-infected, but also armed police and military officers, their dark guns aimed at the condemned roots-infected individuals. The air was filled with the harrowing and bizarre screams echoing throughout the underground black market. This massacre bore no blood-soaked frenzy, only the desolate ashes of despair. Xinlan lowered her gun and pressed forward. She couldn't help but think that while the Athenian roots persisted, humanity's response was to annihilate them completely, thereby playing right into the enemy's hands. First came the destruction of J-1013 Star, followed by a large-scale slaughter reminiscent of the underground black market. If the root issue remained unresolved at its core, what would humanity's ultimate fate be? Though she contemplated this, there was no alternative. Xinlan could only destroy one after another to safeguard her own life and those of her companions. Luo Ichuan's spiritual beast carried Xuechong as they dashed about wildly, with Xuechong tossing various items from his spatial button at the roots-infected individuals. "Xuechong, have you lost your mind? Is your A-level mental power just for show? How much garbage do you have in your spatial button to throw?" Luo Ichuan could no longer contain his frustration. Xuechong had long grown accustomed to Luo Ichuan's harsh words. Known for his foul temper and sharp tongue, he was recognized as the most formidable figure in the command department, and thus, few dared to provoke him. "Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Stop scolding me. Let's get to work. Watch as I show you what my brother Chong can do, Xue Chong declared, as his mental power materialized into a gust of wind that charged towards the roots infected pursuing them. Those infected had been thoroughly invaded by the roots, and as long as the roots within them remained unharmed, they seemed impervious to pain. Damn it, Chuanzi, these Athenian roots have become sentient, using human bodies as shields. Xue Chong quipped. Luo Yichuan, however, had no time to respond. The spiritual beast he rode was a strikingly patterned leopard, its speed astonishing, providing them with precious moments to breathe. Hey, where are you going? ISNT there an exit to the underground city. Xue Chong called out. Luo Yichuan shot him an exasperated look. Do you have any idea what would happen if we let them out? Xue Chong, not foolish, quickly realized the implications and sighed, but we can't hold out much longer. Your mental power is running low. ISNT it. Luo Yichuan scoffed. Don't worry, I won't let you die just yet. Xue Chong replied. If we get tangled up with those roots, we'll both be done for. Continue to be a bit kinder to your dorm leader? Luo Yichuan retorted. I can't. Xue Chong lamented. This brotherhood has truly gone to the dogs. Luo Yichuan replied. Is that so? If it has, then you might as well roll off. Come on, Chuanzi. Don't do anything underhanded. As they spoke, they clung tightly to Luo Yichuan's waist, presenting a truly shameless demeanor. Luo Yichuan rolled his eyes, utterly disinclined to engage with this fool. When Xinlan located the two, Luo Yichuan's mental fortitude was already waning, while Xue Chong continued to fend off the encroaching root-infected assailants with a manifestation of spiritual wind. Initially, there were only 6 members of the white powder trafficking gang. But unbeknownst to them, the roots had infiltrated other human hosts, assimilating them into their own kind. Consequently, both Xue Chong and Luo Yichuan found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Xinlan raised her light gun and began to fire at the swarm of root-infected beings. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted around them. Realizing the peril, the root-infected fled in various directions. Xinlan spared not a single one. Soon, the once rigid bodies of the root-infected were reduced to ashes strewn upon the ground. Luo Yichuan and Xue Chong exhaled in relief. The trio exited the underground black market, as others untainted by infection were gradually rescued by the police and military personnel. Outside the black market, a crowd of individuals gathered. The police and military were conducting thorough inspections of each person. While it may be difficult to identify the root-infected mingling within the crowd, extracting them for individual observation revealed subtle differences that distinguished them from ordinary humans. Moreover, with the aid of instruments, there is little concern regarding the accuracy of the inspections. I could see that moment. As an officer was conducting a search, the individual being inspected suddenly contorted into a grotesque expression. Countless roots erupted from the minuscule pores of their skin, tightening around the officer's neck. Chapter 33. Whose interests do such humans serve? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with terror. In the next heartbeat. That root-infected individual and the officer were both dispatched with a single shot to the head by another officer, sending them both to their doom. The scene fell into a deathly silence, interrupted only by the crackling of flames and the eerie cries of the root-infected, alongside the officer's anguished wails. Xinlan and her companions were plunged into a lengthy silence as they absorbed the gravity of the moment. The expressions of the police and military personnel present reflected profound sorrow as they saluted the officer rolling in agony amidst the flames. The Aetherian roots can invade the human body through the pores. And once inside, even a minuscule trace can rapidly proliferate and spread, ultimately controlling the entire human form. The safety of humanity is not to be trifled with. This is the resolution of the Federation. A military officer spoke with a grave demeanor and a chilling tone. But how can you ascertain whether they still possess consciousness? Does this not amount to indirect murder? K. Tingfan's mind was consumed by the image of the officer being killed on the spot, and he angrily confronted the police and military personnel. Chen tugged at K. Tingfan, whispering, Tingfan, cease your words. This is not our concern. Yet, K. Tingfan shook off Chun An's grip. What then is our concern? Have we labored to reach this point merely to slaughter our own kind? A military officer replied sternly. They have been infected by the Aetherian roots. if we do not eliminate them. They will kill us. Oh, you still consider them your kin? Xinlan shouted at the officers and military personnel. The Etherean roots have always posed an insurmountable challenge for humanity. Now, as the roots grow stronger, humanity has no means to combat them, resorting only to killing. Is this what the Federation deems as placing human interests above all else? Whose interests, I ask, do such human interests truly serve? Perhaps the weight of the day's events overwhelmed him. For as he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling with hysteria. A military academy student, is this your resolve, to challenge the unanimous decision of the 7 major stars? Are you provoking the authority of the Federation government? The military officer questioned sharply. Xinlan's face flushed with anger. He was about to argue further when a distant voice interrupted him. There is no need to hold a grudge against a child who has yet to mature. Children often harbor fanciful notions. If offended, we ask for your understanding. The 6 individuals, excluding Xinlan, lowered their heads in trepidation. That was their commanding officer, Luo Yao, a general of the Federation's 3rd Division. Had he not been injured, he likely would not have come to serve as an instructor at the military academy. Even with his imposing demeanor somewhat restrained, the strong aura of authority he exuded was undeniable. Most would feel an instinctive trepidation in his presence. Xinlan, encountering instructor Luo for the first time, felt no particular reaction, perhaps due to the suppression she faced from Ms. Song in her youth, or perhaps from being sent by Song Shuangyi to various training exercises, rendering her immune to such authority. Upon seeing the military insignia adorning Luo Yao, the military and police officers immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. The officer who had just reprimanded Xinlan saluted Luo Yao, saying, "Your Excellency, your words are too harsh. A child's remarks should not be taken seriously." Luo Yao replied, "I thank you for saving these inept students of mine. May I inquire if they have all been inspected?" The officer responded, "Indeed, this is our duty. Your students have been checked, and they show no signs of Etherean root contamination." With that, he placed one hand on his shoulder, performing a salute from subordinate to superior. Luo Yao merely nodded, turning his stern gaze towards Xinlan and her companions, commanding, "Return and write a 30,000-word self-critique." Yes, they all replied, refraining from further protest. 30,000 words seemed trivial. They were merely grateful not to have received demerits. After all, they had ventured into the black market and encountered such perilous circumstances. Xinlan exhaled with relief. It was fortunate that Luo Yao had arrived. Otherwise, Xinlan's words could have landed him in military court. A mere ideological education was a mild consequence. The fear of expulsion from the Federation's top military academy loomed larger. Without formidable power and status, questioning the resolutions of the Federation government could create significant turmoil. Should the situation escalate and incite public discontent towards the Federation, those with no backing would find themselves in dire straits, unaware of how their demise might come. Upon returning to the Federation's top military academy, Luo Yao summoned the 6 of them to his office for a 3-hour critique session. When they finally returned to their dormitory, they barely made it before curfew. Late at night, they sprinted back in a desperate dash. After washing up, Xinlan lay on her bed, glancing at her light brain. Lu Ji had yet to respond to her. She felt a sense of unease, believing that Lu Ji was not the type to bear a grudge and would not completely ignore her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she began to imagine the worst. If she still could not find him by tomorrow, she would have to venture out of the academy, no matter what. Remembering that Lu Ji's true identity was an Omega, she dismissed the idea of inquiring about him through the department head. Instead, she sent a message to Fu Yankai. "Are you asleep?" Fu Yankai replied, "Yes, sleeping. Please do not disturb." Xinlan responded, "Oh, even if you're in coffin, you should rise and haunt me." Fu Yankai retorted, "I'm in the incinerator. Please let me rest in peace at this late hour." Xinlan replied, "Oh, then all is well." Fu Yankai continued, "Song Sanchi, you scoundrel, you re still as vile as ever. Why disturb me at this hour, only to say it's nothing?" Fu Yankai added, "If you don't clarify tonight, I'll send you a coffin tomorrow, and we can lie together." Fu Yankai questioned, "What? Are you really not going to say anything?" Fu Yankai exclaimed, "Ah, you rascal, why are you doing this to me at night?" Fu Yankai lamented, "If you don't want me to sleep, just say so. I want to be able to wake up for class tomorrow, and I'll haunt you as a ghost. Song Xinlan buried herself under the covers, terrified that even a glimmer of light might be seen by the dormitory patrol officers. She was not yet ready to replace her light brain. Song Xinlan texted, "Send me the location of the Omega's light brain from last time. We are still comrades of the revolution in the mortal realm." Fu Yankai replied, "Oh, what did you say last time? You insisted on deleting it, claiming you didn't need it." Fu Yankai taunted, "And now you look at me with those perverse eyes, saying I'm going mad. What's this? You missed them now. You made them delete it. So how could they still have it? Too late, too late. You can continue to suffer from lovesickness." Song Xinlan retorted, "So shameless, so shameless." Song Xinlan continued, "This time, I'll allow you to be even more shameless. I want to hold it against you." Fu Yankai replied, "Oh, how could I dare?" Song Xinlan's patience wore thin. "You think you can get away with it just because I'm being lenient?" Song Xinlan warned, "I recommend you find that location and send it to me immediately." Fu Yankai protested, I want to, though she spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm and provocation. Song Xinlan's light brain swiftly received the location sent by the other party. Once the coordinates were locked in, she promptly blocked and deleted all traces of them. When Fu Yankai sent a message, a striking red exclamation mark appeared, catching her in her frustration. She used another account to bombard Song Xinlan with a flurry of messages, venting her anger like a relentless chatterbox late into the night. Song Xinlan, in response, sent him a text regarding the federal civil law on harassment. And finally, the incessant vibrations of her light brain (1) could only speculate that he had stormed off to complain to Jiangxi in a fit of pique. Chapter 34. Anger. As Song Xinlan prepared to retire for the night, the unexpected happened. The blanket was suddenly yanked away, a chill swept over her body, prompting her instinctively to reclaim the covers. She typically slept in the nude, and this abrupt exposure left her feeling quite unsettled. Even though she was an alpha in this lifetime, she was still not accustomed to being so exposed in front of numerous men. Wrapping herself securely, she shot a glance at the culprit responsible for her discomposure. With an impatient tone, she addressed Xue Chong. "What on earth are you doing at this hour?" Xue Chong, glancing out the window, lowered his voice. "The instructor has finished checking the dorms. Everyone is awake to chat." Song Xinlan retorted, "Haven't you had enough of your 3-hour conversation with Lao Luo today?" "That's not the same," he replied, before proceeding to disturb the blankets of his neighbors, Luo Yichuan and K Tingfan. Luo Yichuan retaliated with a swift kick. "Get lost. I'm trying to sleep." Meanwhile, K Tingfan turned away silently, his mood evidently rather foul. Undeterred, Xuechong moved on to pester Chun and Fan Yin, but they paid him no mind. Aside from this carefree individual, it seemed that everyone else lacked enthusiasm. Ultimately, he climbed onto Song Xinlan's bed, suggesting, "Song Xinlan, how about we share the bed tonight? I'll give you 3 seconds to get off my bed," she declared. Yet, Xuechong burrowed in her covers, insisting, "No way, tonight your Chang'e will spoil you. This bed is too small for your antics." Song Xinlan could hardly contain her frustration, wrapping herself tightly in the blankets before leaping off her bed to claim Xuechang's. Tossing his covers on her own bed, she settled in comfortably. Xuechong silently retrieved his covers, and just like that, the two exchanged beds in an inexplicable manner. The following day, Song Xinlan rose early, as usual, and headed to the training grounds. After her workout, she made her way to the holographic training arena, switching to combat mode. She barely made it to class on time. Having skipped breakfast, stealing a glance at her light brain, she checked the location of Lu Jia, which indicated he was not on campus. This location had remained unchanged since the previous night. Having spent most of the class period, she seized the opportunity while the teacher was busy writing on the blackboard and slipped out. Requesting leave was out of the question. The process at the Federal Military Academy was far too cumbersome. Having skipped classes during her time in the medical department, she was well acquainted with the routine. Finding an easy spot to scale the wall, she reached out and pushed off, effortlessly vaulting over. Landing safely, she quickly vacated the premises to avoid the student council patrols that occasionally roamed the area. She had no desire to incur any penalties. Consulting the location on her light brain, she summoned a hover vehicle and headed toward the coordinates. Soon, she arrived in front of an aging apartment building. its windows tightly shut, giving the impression that the residents were away. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that this area was relatively secluded within the old city, with few passersby. She promptly sent a communication request, expecting no one to answer, but just as the call was about to disconnect after a prolonged wait, Luja's low, hoarse voice finally came through. "What is it?" Senior, are you home?" Song Xinlan inquired. After a long pause, Luja replied with a faint, Song Xinlan furrowed her brow. "Are you unwell?" His voice remained raspy as he replied, After deliberating, she suggested, "How about I come take a look?" "No need," he responded softly, his voice imbued with a certain frailty. "But I'm already downstairs," she pressed. Upon hearing this, Luja took a moment to process her words before abruptly getting out of bed. Yet his weakened state caused him to collapse to the floor. Concerned, Song Xinlan asked through her light brain, "Are you all right?" He managed to prop himself up and shuffle to the window, where he spotted the young Alpha below. Taking a moment to compose himself, he weakly asked, "How did you know I lived here?" Song Xinlan's eyes darted. "I asked the instructor." "Is that so?" He responded, his tone skeptical. "Yes," she affirmed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Elyuja fell silent, choosing not to confront her further. This small apartment was his sanctuary, a place he had never disclosed to anyone. He only came here when feeling unwell. There's something you need?" he inquired, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his voice. Song Xinlan replied, "I saw that I had sent you numerous messages without a single response, so I thought I would come check on you." Elyuja promptly issued an ultimatum. "I'm fine. You should head back." Song Xinlan, undeterred, persisted, "That won't do. Since I'm here, if you're sick, I can help. If you're not ill, at least let me have a cup of tea before I leave. That I'm not sick. Yet your voice doesn't sound well." She countered obstinately. Elyuja took a deep breath. "Song Xinlan, do you not understand what I'm saying? Then let us pretend I don't understand it. I'll just take a quick look and leave." She insisted. His fingers tightened imperceptibly, his voice strained with suppression. "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. My well-being is none of your concern." Song Xinlan's expression darkened. "I thought we were friends." "I don't need that," Luja replied through gritted teeth, his tone heavy. Upon hearing this, Song Xinlan abruptly ended the communication. Glancing at the window above, she noted the anti-peeping design. Those outside could not see in. But the view from inside was crystal clear. She opened her light brain, promptly blocking and deleting all communication with him before turning on her heel to leave. Let him endure his own frustrations. Who did he think he was? She had no interest in his affairs. Watching the figure below gradually fade away, Luja curled up, his body trembling slightly, with a day remaining in his heat cycle. Every moment was an agonizing trial. The room was saturated with the potent pheromones of an omega. He rummaged through his bedside drawer, retrieving a suppressor and injecting it into his gland, momentarily alleviating the indescribable longing. Sitting on the cold floor, he leaned against the bed, feeling utterly drained. The young Alpha must be furious with him. Perhaps he would apologize sincerely once he returned to school. Meanwhile, Song Xinlan scaled the wall back into the school. Resuming her classes with a sullen demeanor as if she were owed a fortune, she resolved to maintain her distance from Luja, not wanting to appear overly meddlesome if he was indifferent. Why should she press herself upon him? She, Song Xinlan, had never been so scorned in her life. Once she reconciled her thoughts, she resumed her daily routine as if nothing had happened. He was merely an inconsequential figure in her life. And her emotions flared and subsided swiftly. Yet, deep down, occasional thoughts about Luja's health would surface, wondering if he might be gravely ill. Whenever such thoughts arose, she would shake her head and refocus on her studies. It was bothersome. Why should she care? Chapter 35. Playful sparring. Upon returning to school, Luja found himself tasked with duties befitting his rank as a major. When he found a moment to message Song Xinlan, he realized she had already blocked him. His gaze lowered, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to switch accounts, diligently sending her training schedules each day, fulfilling his promise to the department head to supervise and guide her studies and training. However, his messages seemed to vanish into a void, receiving no response from Song Xinlan, and before long, he was blocked again. Before he knew it, the assessment day was fast approaching in the mecha training arena. Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan were engaged in a fierce duel. while Xuechong and others watched with rapt attention from the sidelines. Having just completed their mecha training class, they stayed behind to witness the excitement as Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan sparred. Unlike their earlier clumsy attempts at piloting mechas, they now maneuvered with ease and confidence. The more skilled among them could even connect their mental energy to control the mechas in combat. Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan were among the few in their class to possess S-rank mental abilities. In recent days, Luo Yichuan had been diligently confronting his acrophobia during training sessions, while Song Xinlan adhered strictly to her self-imposed training regimen, making remarkable progress. Xuechong nudged K Ting-fan. Let us join in on the fun. Go ask Shunin, K Ting-fan replied. Since returning from the underground black market, K Ting-fan has become notably reticent. Regardless of how much Xuechong tries to provoke him, he consistently wears an expression of disinterest. Left with no other option, Xuechong turns to Chunin. Chun, come on, let us have a one-on-one. Chunin casts a disdainful glance at him. You should go home and practice some more. Xuechong retorts, who do you look down on? I can flip you over with just one hand. Do you believe me? You better not beg for mercy later. At their age, alphas are typically brimming with vigor, and a few taunts are enough to ignite their competitive spirit. Before long, the two are inside their mechas. However, the intended intensity of their duel devolves into a series of comical blunders due to their driving errors. Even Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan cannot help but pause their activities to observe as the two mechas alternate between chasing each other, colliding, and wildly flailing about. Song Xinlan remarks, "What are they doing?" Luo Yichuan bluntly responds, flirting. Song Xinlan bursts out laughing. Luo Yichuan counters, "Does it not seem so?" Song Xinlan retorts, "Your thoughts are rather unwholesome." Luo Yichuan scoffs, "As if you're any better," in a sudden move. Song Xinlan kicks Luo Yichuan's mecha, sending it tumbling to the ground. Enraged, Luo Yichuan exclaims, "Song Xinlan, you just pulled a sneak attack." Song Xinlan replies, "You should study some military strategy. This is called striking unexpectedly." Infuriated, Luo Yichuan springs up and begins to chase after Song Xinlan, attacking with fervor. This is precisely the outcome Song Xinlan desired. She craves the thrill of an unrestrained fight, believing that without excitement, there can be no breakthroughs. After training concludes, both Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan appear rather disheveled, their bodies marred with various bruises from their mishaps. As they disembark from their mechas, Xuechong looks at them with exasperation. "Do you two have a grudge? Why hit each other so hard?" Luo Yichuan declares, "From today onward, I have a grudge against her." He then turns to Song Xinlan, his blue eyes filled with resentment. "You'd best avoid me in mecha class, or I'll leave you black and blue." Song Xinlan maintains her nonchalant demeanor. "I'm always up for it." Xuechong, exuding a sense of melancholy, insists on escorting them to the school infirmary. "This household cannot function without me," he laments. Luo Yichuan retorts, "This household would manage just fine without you." Xuechong sighs dramatically. "I've poured my heart into this home, while you, a stubborn and unyielding rock, show no cared." In response, Luo Yichuan prepares to punch Xuechong, who swiftly dodges and hides behind Song Xinlan. "Good sister, he is attacking me." Song Xinlan yanks him out. "I don't have a big brother like you." Luo Yichuan chuckles. "No worries, I can accept you as my pet." Xuechong presses down hard on their visibly bruised spots. "Ouch!" Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan glare at him in anger. Xuechong, grinning, places an arm around each of them, cheerfully declaring, "Let us go, my two little troublemakers." The trio continues their playful banter as they make their way to the infirmary. As they pass a classroom building, Song Xinlan's sharp gaze catches sight of Luja, who is walking alongside several alphas, his expression as cold and detached as ever, in stark contrast to their lively atmosphere. The group appears to be discussing serious matters. Luja seems to sense something and turns his head slightly, locking eyes with Song Xinlan. The students from the command department generally recognize Luja. "Hello, Senior." Luo Yichuan and Xuechong greet him politely, still smiling. Luja nods indifferently. Song Xinlan, with a slight smirk, casually remarks, "Hello, Senior." Luja scans her and Luo Yichuan before asking in a measured tone, "What happened to you two?" Xuechong readily throws his companions under the bus. "They were fighting." Luo Yichuan pinches Xuechong's side. Senior. Don T listened to his nonsense. We were simply engaging in a formal duel that he knows full well that Xue Chong will eventually be beaten to a pulp. The group before them consists of members of the Student Council's Discipline Committee, where fighting is strictly prohibited outside of sanctioned events. Song Xinlan quickly urges the pair to leave the scene. Given their battered appearance, it would be difficult to argue that they weren't involved in a brawl. Senior, it's obvious those two weren't engaged in a formal duel. That are we going to lose points? Someone asks. Unable to contain themselves, the Luja replies, you don't need to worry about that. I'll speak with them later. Oh, they respond, before returning to their serious discussions. The infirmary at the Federal Military Academy is quite spacious, spanning 2 floors and nearly 500 square meters, adequately staffed and equipped. After all, many students sustain injuries during training daily. Besides the 2 permanent school doctors, the other staff members are primarily students from the medical department, coerced into providing free labor under the guise of internships. Students in their 3rd year or above are required to take turns working in the infirmary. Both Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan only sustained minor injuries, and a brief 15 minutes in the medical pod would suffice for recovery. Ah, Xiao Song, it's been a while. Dr. Du greets her warmly upon her arrival. Dr. Du, it's been too long, Song Xinlan replies casually. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight? Dr. Du's voice is consistently soft as she pours several vials of liquid into the pod's operational console. Song Xinlan has no intention of providing a detailed explanation. It's just the usual bumps and scrapes from training. Dr. Du pats the medical pod. It's ready. You can go in now. Song Xinlan nudges Luo Yichuan. Go on. Chapter 36. Alienation. Luo Yichuan lies down inside the pod, and as the door closes, he hears Dr. Du say, I just found out that you quietly switched departments the other day. Song Xinlan finds a seat, and Xue Chong unceremoniously plops down in another chair. I did it on a whim. Please don't hold it against me for disappearing, she replies. You have such a carefree spirit. Have you adjusted to life in the command department? Dr. Du inquires gently. Stepping out of my comfort zone has indeed been a bit challenging, Song Xinlan admits. Xue Chong chimes in. She has been cramming knowledge in our command department. She is soaring academically. Dr. Du smiles softly. Is that so? I heard she didn't fare well in the medical department, but now she seems to be working hard. Song Xinlan gives a languid smile. Perhaps after the assessments. I'll revert to my old self. Dr. Du sighs. You can't always be like that. Now that you've switched departments, it's time to buckle down. Xue Chong, curious, asks Dr. Du, was Song Xinlan's performance in the medical department really that poor? Dr. Du chuckles. She has great potential, but she can be rather carefree. Xue Chong presses. What do you mean by that? Song Xinlan kicks Xue Chong's foot, which is carelessly resting beside her. Are you done yet? Xue Chong, undeterred, moves closer to Dr. Du, eager to hear tales of Song Xinlan's exploits during her year in the medical department. Song Xinlan slouches in her chair, rolling her eyes. An hour later. The trio bids farewell to Dr. Du and exits the infirmary. However, just a few steps outside, a somewhat familiar voice calls out, Song Xinlan. Turning her head, Song Xinlan sees the individual approaching and raises an eyebrow. Xue Chong whispers, he is not here to deduct your points. Is he? Luo Yichuan warns, shut your mouth. Suddenly, Xue Chong seems to have a realization. He might just be here to see Song Xinlan, considering she was assigned to him by the department head. Consequently, Luo Yichuan steps back a few paces, wary of jeopardizing his own credits. Xue Chong, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, also retreats a bit, mirroring Luo Yichuan's caution. Song Xinlan rolls her eyes at the two of them, standing her ground as Luja approaches. As he nears, she lazily asks, Is there something you need, senior? Luja glances at Luo Yichuan and Xue Chong before returning his gaze to Song Xinlan. Have you been training properly lately? With her hands in her pockets, Song Xinlan, exuding a carefree air, replies, I have. No need to worry, senior. I apologize for the last incident. Luja finally says. His voice is magnetic, smooth like a cool breeze flowing over a rocky surface, evoking the sensation of a lover whispering sweet nothings that, I'm also sorry for acting impulsively and interrupting you. Song Xinlan responds, her usual nonchalant smile, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. You haven't disturbed me. In fact, I should thank you. Luja feels an inexplicable tension between them. They were never particularly close, Yet now there's an awkwardness that wasn't there before. Song Xinlan shrugs. It was merely a trivial matter. If you have nothing further, we'll be on our way. With that, she prepares to leave with Xuechong and Luo Yichuan. The assessment date is approaching, and they cannot afford to slack off in their training. Song Xinlan waves her hand. Thank you for your concern at Lu. Je quietly watched her retreating figure until the three of them vanished around the corner. Only then did he retract his gaze. It seemed that the little alpha was genuinely upset and wished to disregard him. After all, he was at fault, so her anger was entirely justified. He lowered his eyes slightly and departed without a word. Song Lanlan, have you had a falling out with your senior? Xuechang's eyes twirled with curiosity, his expression radiating gossip. Song Xinlan replied, which of your eyes saw a conflict between us? Xuechang retorted. Both of my eyes witnessed it. Song Xinlan shot back, with your penchant for gossip, you would be better suited for intelligence gathering. It's a pity to see you in the command department. Xuechang laughed. If my brother finds out, he would break my legs. You have no idea how closely he monitored me during exam preparations. Luo Yichuan added, no wonder you're the bottom of your class. It seems your heart isn't in it. Xuechang stretched lazily and rolled his eyes at Luo Yichuan. Tomorrow, I'll study diligently like our Song Lanlan, striving for excellence. Both Luo Yichuan and Song Xinlan displayed expressions of disdain. Song Xinlan quipped, I hope to see your athletic figure on the playground at 6 tomorrow morning. Xuechang sighed. He truly should focus on studying and training. Otherwise, he will certainly fail the upcoming assessment. The annual assessment held by the Federal Military Academy, conducted a month after the school year begins, is notoriously rigorous. It differs from the final exams, which emphasize theoretical knowledge in contrast, the comprehensive assessment at the start of the semester focuses on practical skills. For example, the command department's assessment is based on the content learned in the previous year, encompassing physical tests, holographic combat simulations, and close-quarters combat. The holographic combat simulation requires teamwork, though it is an assessment. It encompasses numerous aspects and involves considerable uncertainty, making it one of the more challenging evaluations. On this day, at the military academy's training ground, Song Xinlan casually drew a number, revealing a red one. It appeared that her turn to compete would come swiftly. Once the assessment commenced, she was promptly called to the stage. Her opponent, who also drew the red number 1, was a rather ordinary-looking yet muscular female alpha. The close-quarters combat assessment was not exclusive to command students. Most majors required participation, as being physically unfit or lacking combat prowess would indeed invite ridicule. Single soldier class, Guiqing. The female alpha opposite her scrutinized Song Xinlan with a hint of disdain. She had already taken note of her opponent during the draw. After some inquiries, she discovered that Song Xinlan was a recent transfer from the medical department. Most alphas from the medical department were perceived as weaklings, which diminished her enthusiasm for the fight. Command class Song Xinlan. The supervising teacher, positioned at the side, whistled, signaling the start. Immediately, the two began to exchange blows. Their speed was remarkable, even against a skilled combatant from the single soldier department. Song Xinlan held her ground effortlessly. This was largely due to the rigorous training she had undergone since childhood, as well as her diligent efforts in recent days. With an unexpected sweeping kick, the female alpha attempted to dodge, only to find herself struck directly by Song Xinlan's swift follow-up kick. The distance between them widened, and the female alpha tightened her belt, her gaze fixed intently on Song Xinlan. To her surprise, not all graduates from the medical department were weaklings. Chapter 37. Accustomed to carelessness, Song Xinlan did not respond, pivoting her body to unleash a flurry of punches aimed at her opponent's chest. The female alpha gritted her teeth, raising both hands defensively before her chest. Their strengths were closely matched, yet Song Xinlan's practical experience clearly surpassed that of her opponent. The supervising teacher nodded in satisfaction. This girl possesses substantial practical experience and a solid foundation to achieve such skills shortly after transferring to the command department. Her future is promising. A senior student beside them, tallying scores, nodded in agreement. Her mental strength is rated S. She is unlikely to perform poorly in the holographic combat assessment. Xuechang nudged Luo Yichuan. I didn't expect Song Lanlan to be so skilled. I was worried she might fail the assessment. Luo Yichuan replied, I think you should be more concerned about your own performance. Shuaichang exclaimed, "Don't say that. I'm getting anxious now." Luo Yichuan scoffed, "What is there to fear? Nearly 10,000 participants are competing. As long as you don't fall below the top 5,000, you still have a chance." Shuaichang rolled his eyes. "You don't need to remind me constantly." The duel between Song Xinlan and the female alpha concluded when Song Xinlan sent her opponent off the stage. As she stepped down, she walked towards her classmates in command class, who were all astonished by her swift and decisive combat skills, whispering among themselves in admiration. Upon her return, Sun Qin pulled her close, saying, "Sister Lan, could you share some insights from that impressive display? Indeed, you handled those single soldier students with such ease. How did you achieve that? Clearly, you've been putting in a lot of effort. Indeed, being a top student yields rewards. If I pass this assessment, I shall strive diligently from now on, aiming high." Huh? Who just made that declaration? Let us do it again. I'll record it for you. That was what Xin Fong said. We should keep an eye on him in class. Unacceptable. I too must become a top student. Suddenly, one of them pulled out a holographic notepad and leaned closer to Song Xinlan, asking Sister Lan, "What time do you wake up every day? What time do you sleep? When do you eat? When do you shower?" Song Xinlan retorted, "You might as well ask me what time I visit the restroom, right? What time do you visit the restroom?" Song Xinlan, slightly exasperated, replied. During these days, she had become quite familiar with her classmates, able to match every name with a face that it must be said that the camaraderie in command class was far more vibrant than in her previous medical class. The entire class often played together, and joking around was a common occurrence. After staying for a while, Song Xinlan finally slipped out of the training ground. Being in such a crowded place for too long was becoming somewhat suffocating. Just as she stepped outside and sighed in relief, several alphas approached her. Song Xinlan was puzzled. She had been quite compliant lately and had not offended anyone. "Are you the new transfer to the command department?" A male alpha scrutinized her from head to toe. "Oh, yes, there's something you need," Song Xinlan replied, returning their scrutinizing gaze. "Come and spar with us," they urged. Song Xinlan replied coolly, "I'm not interested." She had just finished her match and had no desire to engage in further sparring. We thought you were some formidable character. It seems the command department is nothing special," a female alpha sneered. Song Xinlan chuckled lightly. "What a fine mouth you have. How did you manage to master the art of verbal defecation?" With that, she chose to ignore them and began to walk away. "Hey, you think you can just walk away? I didn't say you could leave." The male alpha stepped forward, reaching for the collar of Song Xinlan's shirt. She dodged with a look of annoyance. It was then she noticed the emblems on their chests and scoffed. "Single soldier department. So, are you here because your defeated comrade sent you to find me? How pathetic. You're truly embarrassing your department. Why don't you say that again? You think a newcomer to the command department can defeat our Qingjie? I don't believe there isn't some kind of trick involved." "Exactly. If you're so capable, let us have a one-on-one and prove your worth," Song Xinlan coldly retorted. "Whether you accept it or not is of no concern to me." The male alpha, unable to contain his anger, clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Song Xinlan's face. Annoyed, she countered with a swift palm strike and a kick, employing rapid and precise techniques aimed at incapacitating them quickly. Who would have thought such a shameless person would emerge from the command department? A female alpha mocked angrily. "My apologies. I lack morals, especially towards fools like you." The group exchanged furious glances before advancing on Song Xinlan. Since they deemed her shameless, they felt no need to adhere to any sense of honor. As the situation escalated, Song Xinlan's expression grew increasingly grim. She was already slightly injured. While her wounds were not severe, facing multiple skilled combatants was no easy feat. "What are you doing?" a cold voice echoed from a distance. "Private fighting, 3 points deducted for each person," another voice interjected, causing everyone to halt. Panic set in, as losing points for academic credits was all too easy, and no one wished to incur further penalties. The group appeared somewhat disheveled, while Song Xinlan nonchalantly adjusted her clothes and hair before turning to the approaching figures. It was Luja and a female alpha adorned with a student council insignia. "What department are you from?" Luja inquired, glancing at the others aside from Song Xinlan. The group fell silent, seemingly believing that withholding their identities would spare them from penalties. The female alpha beside him scribbled in her electronic notepad. Concealing personal information results in an additional penalty. 5 points deducted per person. The few soldiers from the infantry department dared not hold back any longer and honestly reported their names and classes. Finally, the female alpha turned to Song Xinlan and inquired, "What about you?" Song Xinlan, with her hands tucked in her pockets and an air of defiance, replied, "Self-defense. I refuse to accept any deductions." The female alpha's expression grew serious. "Then you're also a participant." Song Xinlan shot a piercing glance at the female alpha, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, so you mean I should just stand there and let them hit me, even if I'm half dead? And that would mean I'm not participating?" Gathering to fight, concealing personal information, and openly confronting the student council. "Are you really willing to forfeit your points?" With a scoff, she added, "If you insist on using flimsy arguments to deduct my points, be my guest." The more infuriated Song Xinlan became, the more nonchalant her words turned. Her temperament had never been particularly mild. It was Song Shuangyi who had forced her to attend the Federal Military Academy, and she had chosen the command department merely as a means of self-improvement. Even if expelled, she felt no fear, as it would merely lead her to another path. What bright future could she hope for if she had to endure the absurd deductions from this group of student council fools daily, while also having to demean herself? The female alpha seemed taken aback by Song Xinlan's audacity, momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Ru pressed a hand on the female alpha's shoulder, urging her to remain calm, and then turned to Song Xinlan, asking, "Could you elaborate on what exactly transpired?" Song Xinlan cast a glance at Liu Ru, recalling the words exchanged in the apartment that day, and her impatience grew. Chapter 38. Openly speaking if your hearing isn't quite up to par. You could donate it to someone in need. I told you from the outset that it was self-defense. Since you all refuse to believe me, no amount of explanation will change your minds. Aren't you a major? If you can't even discern such a trivial matter, perhaps it would be wise to step down and let someone more capable take your place. Song Xinlan's mood was soured by the meddling of these individuals, and her words were laced with barbs. Devoid of mercy, Liu Ru bit his lip, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart. "That I believe you," he finally said. Song Xinlan shot him a glance before turning to leave. "Whatever, it's a waste of my precious time." Liu Ru exchanged a few words with the female alpha before hastily following after Song Xinlan on the tree-lined path. The shadows of the trees swayed gently, and sunlight filtered through the mottled clouds, casting a soft glow upon them. The two walked in succession, with Song Xinlan striding ahead, her expression neutral, reflecting her current displeasure. Liu Ru trailed at a moderate distance, seemingly pondering what to say. It wasn't until they ventured into a small grove on the back mountain that Liu Ru hesitated before following her. However, just a few steps into the grove, Song Xinlan's figure vanished, his elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as he searched around. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward him from behind, prompting Liu Ru to instinctively turn his head to dodge. Yet the assailant swung a fist at him again. He swiftly reacted. "Song Xinlan, what are you doing?" Song Xinlan retorted mockingly, "I'm not doing anything. I'm merely curious about the senior's strength." Forced into a confrontation, Liu Ru found himself sparring with Song Xinlan. Both possessed practical combat experience, and neither was willing to relent. However, having just undergone an assessment and still bearing injuries from the earlier altercation, Song Xinlan was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Liu Ru was no pushover, and soon he had her pinned to the grass. Both were somewhat breathless, with Song Xinlan's face pressed against the lawn, too weary to resist. After all, she was an Omega. She couldn't employ the tactics meant for dealing with alphas. That Liu Ru spoke. "I was feeling unwell that day, which is why I said those harsh words. Can you please not hold on to it so tightly?" Song Xinlan wriggled free from his grasp and sprawled on the grass, her sharp eyes narrowing as she regarded Liu Ru. "What do you mean by holding on to it tightly?" "My goodwill was taken for granted. My concern deemed unnecessary. I considered you a friend, and you said you didn't need that, so why are you seeking me out now? I'll walk my own path, and you yours. Let us just stay out of each other's way." Liu Ru bit his lip, feeling an indescribable frustration. He turned away, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry that in truth." He realized she was right. He had initially hoped to maintain a distance, even after their past interactions. Yet, Fate had conspired to place him in the command department, where the director had tasked him with supervising her. He had never truly had friends, too afraid to reveal his true self due to his gender. The relationships around him always felt superficial, as if separated by a membrane, forever skimming the surface. The path he walked was destined to be lonely and torturous. Yet Xinlan had inadvertently stumbled upon his secret and re-entered his world. She understood his unspoken truths and never acted against him, which stirred within him an unwise longing for companionship, a desire for someone with whom he could share idle chatter, free from concern and fear. As Xinlan observed him, she sensed a hint of solitude emanating from him. "You need not apologize. I hardly took it to heart," she shrugged. Perhaps it was her imagination, but as soon as she uttered those words, she thought she saw a tear drop from his face. However, Lu Ru was angled away from her, and she couldn't discern it clearly. A moment of silence enveloped them. Eventually, she rose and approached him. Seemingly curious about his current expression, Lu Ru quickly masked his feelings. "I truly am sorry for that day. I spoke out of frustration that I know you were upset, and if you choose not to forgive me, that's all right. I merely wish to express my regret." As he spoke, he took a step to leave, fearing that his emotions would betray him, revealing his vulnerability. Xinlan sighed and grasped his wrist. "I thought you didn't want to associate with me, preferring to uphold the agreement we made to pretend not to know each other. But now, your actions are rather perplexing. I just want to know, do you wish to maintain a distance? Or do you want to be friends?" Xinlan had always been forthright about her feelings. She refrained from voicing certain thoughts simply because she deemed them unnecessary. If clarity eluded her, then it was best to speak openly. If they could be friends, then so be it. If not, then it was best to part ways. However, if they were to be friends, and he still uttered those words from before in front of the apartment, then she would truly sever ties. Xinlan would not tolerate such indignity. Lu Ru, with his captivating eyes, gazed at Xinlan. "So, have you forgiven me?" Xinlan was momentarily exasperated, releasing her grip on his wrist and leaning closer. "Senior, shouldn't you answer my question before posing yours?" Lu Ru turned his face away, remaining silent for a moment before responding. "That agreement is null and void." Upon hearing his reply, the day's earlier discontent dissipated in an instant. She lazily reclined back onto the grass, chuckling softly. "Then let us consider this matter resolved. I'm quite curious. What illness did you suffer from that day?" Lu Ru's ears flushed slightly, finding it difficult to articulate. He fell into a long silence. Observing his demeanor, Xinlan suddenly realized something. She paused, her mouth opening slightly, but ultimately closed. It was during those days that he was in heat. She had momentarily forgotten about this aspect of being an Omega. She turned to Lu Ru, exhaling softly. "What's so hard to discuss? I only just learned that it was your special period. I was angry, which makes me seem rather inconsiderate." Lu Ru shook his head. "You were unaware. It's not your fault." Xinlan's gaze fell upon him, her feelings difficult to articulate. This guy certainly bore no trace of the delicacy typically associated with Omegas. "Are you confident about tomorrow's holographic simulation assessment?" Lu Ru swiftly changed the topic. Xinlan rested her hands behind her head, her eyes lazily half-closed. "I don't foresee any issues. When I left earlier, I had someone check the surveillance footage. If you hadn't T-struck first, your credits wouldn't have been deducted. That alpha who joined the student council recently lacks experience in handling matters. I hope you won't take it to heart." That Lu Ru's voice, cool yet magnetic, resonated in the vastness of the back mountain, akin to the soothing flow of autumn waters. Xinlan replied nonchalantly, "If she can't handle this trivial matter, she should just step aside. It's absurd that she wields authority when she can't even manage this properly. I truly wonder about the standards of the disciplinary committee." Lu Ru paused, unable to suppress a chuckle, yet he refrained from commenting further. Xinlan retrieved a few pieces of candy from her space button and tossed them toward Lu Ru. He caught them, marveling at the unfamiliar candy wrappers. The wrappers felt delightful to the touch, adorned with a charming rabbit design, and the texture was pleasantly firm. It almost felt ashamed to open them and ruin their aesthetic appeal. "This candy is from my hometown. I think you'll enjoy it. That I apologize for my lack of tact earlier. Consider this my gesture of goodwill." She did not mention that this type of candy is costly in the Interstellar market and is a recipe she brought from her past life. It is also a product of her family's enterprise, highly sought after on Tianshu Star. Thank you. Elyuja gently unwrapped the candy paper and placed the milky white confection into her mouth. The sweet flavor spread through her heart, bringing an indescribable joy. Dear sisters, I confess I have been rather greedy of late. I once only sought a few book reviews, but then I desired more chapter reviews. And now I'm even contemplating segment reviews. I even long to create multiple accounts to press that rather unsightly brown button that I feel quite guilty about this, and I find myself unable to sleep through the night. So I shall stockpile some manuscripts instead. Chapter 39 Scene J 1013 Song Xinlan stood up, brushing the dust from her clothes. Since we've spoken about the matter, let us return, Elyuja replied. Yes, but you are still injured. We should first visit the infirmary to have it treated. Otherwise, it may affect your performance in tomorrow's assessment. Understood, Song Xinlan replied. Thus, the two departed from the back mountain together. Even though Luja had already attained the rank of major, she still had to attend classes and take exams, all while occasionally going out on missions that on the day of the holographic simulation assessment, they formed a group of 6 conveniently gathered from their dormitory. The holographic simulation assessments were scored directly by machines, with only student council members present to maintain order. Within the holographic scenario, real-time rankings and individual scores for each group were reported. The results were fair and transparent. The 6 entered the holographic simulation chamber. The number of such chambers at the Federal Military Academy was indeed limited, accommodating at most 600 participants for assessments. The scenario mode had been preset by the supervising personnel. When Song Xinlan opened her eyes again, she found the surrounding scenery somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the J-1013 garbage planet, recently destroyed? It seemed this holographic simulation assessment was related to that event. What planet is this? She wondered, noticing the desolate landscape. Xuechong glanced at the grayish-yellow sky and the cracked earth, shrouded in dust. This is J-1013 Star, Song Xinlan announced, gazing at the faint outline of a small town ahead. Are you certain? Chunin inquired. Absolutely, she affirmed. Xuechang's mouth fell agape. Isn't J-1013 the planet that was destroyed due to the Etherian invasion? Luo Ichuan rolled his eyes. Is there another one? Fanning speculated. This assessment is likely related to the Etherian invasion. Xuechang conjured a light gun with his mental energy. Let us head over to that small town and investigate. Thus, the group made their way towards the town. Now barely visible through the swirling yellow sand. As they walked, Xuechong asked Song Xinlan, when did you visit J-1013 Star? Before it was destroyed, she replied. The others were taken aback. Isn't your family based on Tianshu Star? Did you travel to J-1013 for leisure? Luo Ichuan questioned. Song Xinlan replied nonchalantly. Something like that. Xuechong patted her shoulder, his expression a mix of admiration and incredulity. You certainly have a knack for choosing destinations. Luo Ichuan teased. You weren't there to experience mining, were you? Song Xinlan retorted. I also had the experience of collecting garbage. Chenin added, your political awareness seems quite high. Before long, they arrived at the small town. The initial impression of the town was one of decay, gloom, and filth. Having spent some time on J-1013 Star, Song Xinlan was no stranger to such squalid conditions. At Kati, at least the house she had rented was tolerable. Why is there not a single soul around? K. Tingfan muttered, frowning. Xuechong approached the house and knocked on the door. Is anyone home? After a prolonged silence, no one answered. Song Xinlan scanned the surroundings, noting that all doors and windows were tightly shut. After several unsuccessful attempts at different houses, Xuechong returned, exasperated. Could this be a deserted village? Chunin pondered. I don't think so. There are signs of recent habitation. Fanning casually picked up a stone and threw it at one of the windows. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Xuechong widened his eyes. Whoa, sister, you are a bit too impulsive. Fanning glanced at him. You knocked. I broke the window. Luo Ichuan chimed in. Then I'll go in and take a look. Xuechong protested. Are you all not lacking in manners? K. Tingfan picked up 2 stones and hurled them at the windows of the 2 houses Xuechong had knocked on. Then I'll join in. After all, this is not the real world. In the end, only Song Xinlan and Chunin remained standing, watching the chaos unfold. Before long, Luo Ichuan emerged from a house, dragging out a trembling couple. Both were betas, visibly shaken upon seeing the group. Who are you? Luo Ichuan replied, "We are students from the military academy. What has happened here? We can help you." Upon hearing this, the couple's eyes lit up. "Are you here to save us?" "Indeed," Luo Ichuan assured them. "So, we hope you can share the situation with us honestly. We don't know what happened." Those who returned said there are many black creatures in the beggar city, and many people have died. There are even murders. We dare not go out. Our food is running out, the female beta said, tears streaming down her face. "You are from the military. Could you please give us some food?" The male beta looked at Luo Ichuan with pleading eyes. K. Ting Fan felt a pang of sympathy and conjured a pile of food using his mental energy. The couple's faces lit up with gratitude as they bowed deeply to K. Ting Fan. The male beta then suggested, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay at our house for the night? It's safer inside. It's dangerous outside at night." Song Xinlan glanced at the sky. The darkness fell swiftly on this planet, with 8 hours of daylight followed by a long 15 hours of night. If this holographic simulation scenario was related to the Etherians, then the night would serve as excellent cover for them. Xuechong glanced at the others, subtly inquiring for their opinions. Song Xinlan stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, but we wish to first explore the town and assess the situation. Please leave a door open for us." The couple nodded vigorously in agreement. Before departing, Song Xinlan asked, "What is the name of this town?" The female beta replied earnestly, "Ping Town." Grateful, Song Xinlan led the others away. Once they had walked a distance, Xuechong asked, "Are we really staying there tonight?" Song Xinlan answered, "If not there, we must find somewhere to rest." K. Ting Fan interjected, "Aren't we here for the assessment? Are we really going to sleep?" Luo Ichuan retorted, "Do you intend to wander outside all night?" Fan Yin suggested, "Let us keep our comments to a minimum. We should split up now and gather information to make plans for what lies ahead." Drawing on her memories of Jake 1013 star, Song Xinlan used her mental energy to create a simple map display, marking key locations. Beggar City, that is where the most people reside on Jake 1013 star and the most prosperous area. The small house I rented was located within Beggar City. Ping Town is adjacent to it, neither too big nor too small. Xuechong leaning closer, "What are you working on? Aren't we supposed to gather information?" Chapter 40 Desolate Town. As Song Xinlan busied herself with marking points, she replied, "You all go ahead. I'll take a moment to organize my thoughts." "All right then, we'll split up and scout the area." Xuechong agreed. Chenin added, "Let us regroup here before complete darkness falls." Song Xinlan cautioned, "Everyone, be wary of potential root-infected individuals." The group nodded in understanding. Their previous experience in the underground black market had left a profound impression regarding root-infected beings. The Federation had been reluctant to share news about them with the public, and upon returning, they had been compelled to sign a confidentiality agreement. They were among the few students at the military academy aware that root-infected individuals had already infiltrated human society. After creating a simple map, Song Xinlan glanced at the darkening sky and headed towards the town's narrow paths. She paused before a patch of dry blood, crouching down to inspect it, bringing it to her nose. She grimaced and stood up, casting a glance at the window of a nearby house. An O1 responded, so she forcibly broke the window to enter. In times of crisis, one must use unconventional methods. This was certainly not impolite, she reassured herself. Upon entering, she confirmed the house was empty. Dust coated the furnishings, and despite the tightly shut doors and windows, the swirling dust of the planet seeped through the cracks. Initially, she thought there were no living souls in this town beyond the couple. However, as she ventured further down the alley, she encountered a few more survivors. As before, she resorted to the same violent method to enter. There was no other option. Knocking had yielded no response, and no one was willing to open for her. "Hello, could you tell me what has happened in this town?" Upon noticing the presence of others within the room, Song Xinlan inquired with a polite yet somewhat awkward demeanor. "I am uncertain." The middle-aged male alpha appeared somewhat intimidated, his legs trembling nervously. Song Xinlan displayed a seemingly gentle smile. "How could you possibly be unaware of such a significant matter?" The male alpha recoiled in desperation, the smile of the individual before him striking him as eerily sinister. "It is It's those black monsters who came to kill, he stammered, his eyes filled with palpable fear. How many people are still alive in that town? I don't know. Then what do you know? Song Xinlan slowly approached, exuding an intangible pressure. I know nothing. With a slight smirk, Song Xinlan conjured a luminous gun, twirling it elegantly in her hand. If you truly know nothing, then your existence holds little value. With that, the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at his forehead. The male alpha was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Trembling as he pleaded, "I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me." It was that female beta who urged us to say this that I didn't T. She told us that if we didn't want to starve. We had to comply. She escaped from Chiching and informed us about the situation there. Initially, everything was fine, but here we rely on food rations for sustenance, and no one dares to venture outside. Many have disappeared after going out in search of food, and gradually, only we remained, and no one left. No one. The male alpha nodded frantically. Song Xinlan toyed with the gun in her hand, casually asking, "Has your town ever been attacked?" And no, with a tone of feigned nonchalance. She pressed on, "Is that so?" "Yes." "Then how do you explain the bloodstains?" The male alpha's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he scrambled toward the exit. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It wasn't my idea. It was hers. Please don't kill me." Song Xinlan deftly kicked him back, the dark muzzle of her gun pressing against his skull. With a mocking tone, she retorted, "You claim you have not been attacked. Yet surely in any uninhabited dwelling, both inside and out, there must be some traces of dried blood. Are you truly oblivious to this?" "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just please don't kill me." The male alpha gazed at Song Xinlan with urgency, seemingly awaiting her assurance. "Very well." Song Xinlan withdrew her foot, lifting the gun from his forehead with a light-hearted demeanor. We were left with no choice. We dared not go outside, yet we had no food that we didn't want to starve, so we resorted to consuming their flesh first. We only ate the elderly, as they were nearing death anyway. Merely a matter of timing. Once they perished, we could survive, and everyone agreed to it. There are few elderly in the town. People here don't live long. Once the elderly flesh was exhausted, we had no option but to target the children, who also had few years left to live and understood nothing. Those black monsters, when they came, were surely the first to perish. We Haven Tea consumed many people, as many parents, fearing for their children, fled. In the end, only we remained. Song Xinlan's face remained impassive as she continued, "Where is that female beta?" "In the West Alley. The third house is where she resides." "Oh, thank you." The holographic simulation scenes are essentially reflections of real events. They extract useful memories from the deceased to recreate a true and comprehensive history. Although history cannot be altered, personal choices within the holographic simulation can lead to divergent outcomes. She cast a glance at the lifeless male alpha, dissipating her gun's glow as she exited the room. Observing that dusk had nearly enveloped the surroundings, she hastened back in the direction from whence she came. Xuechang and the others had long been awaiting her return, visibly relieved upon her arrival. "What did you discover?" Luo Yichuan inquired. Song Xinlan recounted the earlier events, prompting expressions of shock from her companions. "Are they resorting to cannibalism?" Xuechang exclaimed in disbelief. Kai Ting-fan expressed indignation. "I had felt pity for that couple, expending their energy to provide them food, only for them to devour their own kind to survive." Luo Yichuan added, "That couple likely had ulterior motives in inviting us to their home." Chunin suggested, "There are plenty of vacant houses in this town. We can manage to endure the night." Xuechang noted, "Since this town has yet to be attacked, we shouldn't worry too much tonight." Kai Ting-fan asserted, "Let us now seek out the instigator of all this." With that, he began to head toward the western side of the town. Song Xinlan abruptly grasped the back of Kai Ting-fan's collar. "Come back." Kai Ting-fan scratched his head. "Is there an issue?" Fan Yin activated the examination information hologram. "Our assessment criteria for this test is to survive until the end." Kai Ting-fan appeared puzzled. "I understand that." "So what?" Luo Yichuan smacked the back of his head in disdain. "Thus, we must prioritize the assessment, you fool." Chapter 41. A night of endless discussion. After deliberating among themselves, they chose a room to spend the night. As darkness descended, the small town grew increasingly quiet and eerie. Song Xinlan and her companions had no intention of sleeping, as they were still brimming with mental energy and saw no need for rest. They gathered in a narrow room, discussing their next steps. Song Xinlan directed her gaze at the group. "Let us share our findings from today in the town." Fanning commented, "We didn't uncover anything significant." K. Ting Fan added, "Had you not mentioned cannibalism, we might have been deceived by their words." Chenin remarked, "Those black monsters they spoke of must be the Etherians." Luo Ichuan asked, "Haven't you been here before? Could you provide us with an analysis?" Xuechang agreed, "Yes, indeed." All 5 pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Song Xinlan. Maintaining her nonchalant demeanor, she casually opened a rudimentary map that we currently find ourselves in Calcium City. In Pingan Town, based on what we know and what we've gathered, the epicenter of the Etherian attacks is in Qiqing. While our ultimate goal is survival, this is merely the foundation for passing the assessment. She then opened the translucent panel detailing the assessment tasks. "Have you reviewed the criteria for the holographic simulation assessment?" The group nodded, each accessing their own assessment details. Point 1. Surviving is the ultimate victory. 2. Present your perfect answer in your own way. Point 3. High scores come from diligent effort. Point 4. Every beginning holds significance. Point 5. Learn to utilize all your resources. Point 6. Strive on. Commanders of the interstellar future. Song Xinlan proposed, "Let us deconstruct these assessment tasks, pooling our thoughts before devising our next plan." Xuechang looked at the group. "Let us begin with the second point." He then sighed in frustration. "I had always thought that surviving to the end would suffice for passing the assessment." K. Ting Fan pondered aloud. "What does it mean to shape a perfect answer in our own way?" Fan Yin and Chanin fell into contemplation. Luo Ichuan suggested, "Surely it doesn't mean exterminating all the Etherians." Xuechang mused, "Who knows what the examiners consider a perfect answer?" Chenin added, "At this moment, we cannot ascertain what this perfect answer is related to." Xuechang concluded, "It must certainly pertain to the Etherians." The group collectively acknowledged, "It sounds insightful, yet vague." Luo Ichuan speculated, "I suspect it has much to do with the destruction of this planet." Xuechang clapped his hands together in sudden realization. "Exactly, that is what I was thinking." Song Xinlan crossed her arms, leaning against the table support. "I believe the so-called perfect answer can be interpreted as a perfect conclusion. A perfect conclusion." The group turned their attention back to Song Xinlan. She nodded. "From a humanitarian perspective, along with certain emotional resonances between humans, the destruction of J-1013, though sanctioned by the federal government, has faced significant discontent and resistance across countless planets beyond the 7 major ones. Protests and demonstrations have proliferated, which is a concern for the Federation and the 7 major planets. The J-1013 destruction incident serves as both an assessment scenario for the military academy and a goal." The group listened, captivated. Xuechang rested his elbow on Song Xinlan's shoulder. "You seem to possess an abundance of knowledge." Luo Ichuan agreed. "Your reasoning is sound. It's hard to argue against." Chenin asked, "Assuming Xinlan's hypothesis is correct, how do we achieve a perfect conclusion?" Fan Yin suggested, "Since we have a lead on this item, let us focus on the next one." K. Ting Fan noted, "The line about hard work yielding high scores implies that to achieve a high score, we cannot simply rest on our laurels, correct?" Chenin clarified, "That's merely the surface meaning. It likely suggests that our Group S overall score will factor into the rankings. All assessments at the Federal Military Academy are recorded, and outstanding results guarantee access to more resources." Xuechang inquired, "And what about the fourth point? What does it mean that every beginning holds significance?" K. Ting Fan scratched his head, pondering, "If everything has a beginning, does that imply we have started or not?" Fan Yin, "That's a thought-provoking question." Song Xinlan, "Perhaps every beginning can be interpreted as the moment we arrived here." Xuechang, "Indeed, but does that carry any meaning?" The group shook their heads, momentarily at a loss. Luo Ichuan remarked that the 5th and 6th points should merely serve as trivial reminders. Xuechang stretched lazily, nonchalantly suggesting, "Now that we've finished discussing, shall we take a break?" Luo Ichuan shot him a disapproving glance. "Have you really been seated for such a short while that your rear is already sore?" Xuechang sighed. "Such mental exertion is truly ill-suited for me. I am far more adept at charging in a battle for you all." K. Ting Fan nodded in agreement. "I second that." Luo Ichuan, "What an ambitious remark." Chenin turned to Song Xinlan. "Should we then proceed to Qiqing?" as that is where the Essene are most likely to strike. Song Xinlan seemed to have an epiphany, nudging Xue Chong beside her and addressing the group. Do you all recall the first scene we encountered upon our arrival? Fan Yin furrowed her brow. Wasn't it just a desolate wasteland? Luo Yichuan. Exactly, with swirling yellow sand, cracked earth, and murky air. What's so special about that? Song Xinlan laid out her marked map, pointing to a specific location. Ping'an Town is a small town on the outskirts of Gaiching. And the first place we laid eyes upon was the border between Qiqing and Gaiching. Chunin immediately understood. So you mean that the statement, every beginning holds significance, pertains to that assessment? Song Xinlan nodded. The others gradually began to comprehend as well. K. Ting Fan scratched his head, unable to grasp the implication, and asked, "What does that mean?" Luo Yichuan couldn't help but deliver a light smack to his head. If you were to become a commander, wouldn't that lead to the downfall of the entire army? K. Ting Fan protested. It's you all who are playing charades behind my back. The group responded. Song Xinlan, resting her hands behind her head, casually explained to K. Ting Fan. The initial scene that appeared before us was the border between Qiqing and Gaiching. K. Ting Fan. So we were in the wrong place? Luo Yichuan. Not necessarily. Song Xinlan. It may not be a matter of choice, but had we not recognized this fact, we might have been misled by the notion that every beginning holds significance, remaining in Ping'an Town or continuing towards Gaiching. Xue Chong. Indeed, I initially thought that Ping'an Town was the true beginning. Chunin, if we manage to survive tonight, we can. Before he could finish, a piercing scream echoed from outside. The group exchanged glances. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Chapter 42. How did she grasp the roots? Are the Essene here? K. Ting Fan inquired. Song Xinlan reminded. Light guns. Consequently, everyone summon a light gun with their mental energy. Poised for action. You two, guard the door. Chun instructed Xue Chong and K. Ting Fan. Understood. Song Xinlan materialized a 3x magnification lens with her mental energy and approached one of the windows. You should also keep watch at the window. After assigning tasks to herself and Luo Yichuan, she reflected on their time together. She had gained a general understanding of the dynamics within the dormitory. Although Xue Chong was the dorm leader, his carefree and light-hearted nature made him the life of the atmosphere. Chunin, on the other hand, usually took charge of the important matters, being less active but meticulous in his approach. The others were no less distinctive. Luo Yichuan was a discerning individual, always involved in dorm affairs, while Fan Yin lacked a sense of collective responsibility, preferring to operate solo. K. Ting Fan, with his slow wit, often found himself lagging behind, and by the time he caught on, it was usually too late AS for her. Having only recently joined, she would take her time to adapt. The night on Stargate 1013 was utterly dark, devoid of clouds and moon, an impenetrable blackness where one could not see one's own hand. Song Xinlan focused on the fleeting green light, promptly switching on her flashlight, revealing a shadow approaching them. The sound of glass shattering echoed as the light gun pierced through. Soon after, several muffled sounds followed, and flames erupted outside the window. Song Xinlan leaped out, incinerating the nearest Essene with the heat of her light gun. I will scout ahead. You all stay here and be cautious, she said before vanishing into the night. Chunin frowned but chose not to comment. Luo Yichuan remarked, I believe we need a flashlight too. Otherwise, it will be pitch black and we won't see a thing. Chunin disagreed. The Essene have green slit pupils. Luo Yichuan countered. Their green eyes are somewhat dim in the dark. If they are misaligned and their eyes are concealed, we won't even know when they approach us in the next moment. Fan Yin also jumped out the window. Fan Yin, what are you doing? Chunin questioned. Just go to check things out, Fan Yin replied before disappearing into the silent, pitch-black night. K. Ting Fan noticed Chun's troubled expression and refrained from asking. Song Xinlan discovered several Essene root-infected individuals around the house. After a month of training, she had developed a degree of competence in dealing with the Essene and their roots. During her holographic simulation training, she had primarily focused on scenarios involving Essene to rapidly enhance her combat skills. The darkness served as their camouflage, but those with powerful mental energy possess an acute awareness of danger. Otherwise, she would not have instinctively turned on her flashlight to reveal the presence of the Essene while observing the window. The Essene are never short of allies. The roots they leave behind seek out thousands of hosts upon their demise. Song Xinlan extended her mental energy, enveloping a radius of several miles around her. These scenes are swift, and not every shot can find its mark. When unable to hit, one must disrupt the central nervous system with mental energy before taking the shot. The Essene have existed for centuries. Their challenge lies not in their sheer strength, but in their insidiousness and omnipresence. After dispatching a group of Essene and root-infected foes, an eerie silence descended once more. Just as she was about to make a move, she sensed someone approaching from behind. The thread of mental energy whipped back, binding the intruder. "It's me." Fan Yin's voice sounded somewhat subdued. Only then did Song Xinlan retract her mental threads. "Why did you come out?" Fan Yin responded. "Didn't you come out as well?" Song Xinlan explained. "I was clearing the area. Otherwise, we would be surrounded by them soon." "Fan Yin, I'm here to help you." Song Xinlan. "Then turn on the flashlight. And watch out for the roots that are sprouting beneath your feet. Some are spreading too quickly and haven't been dealt with yet." Fan Yin understood. Together, they set about incinerating the frenzied, spreading Essene roots with their light guns until they were satisfied. However, after clearing one wave, another would inevitably emerge, requiring yet another round of effort to subdue them. Fortunately, Luo Yichuan and the others gradually joined them, and by dawn, the desolate tranquility of the small town was restored. Upon returning to rest, Chenin couldn't help but remark to Song Xinlan, "You shouldn't have acted so impulsively last night." Song Xinlan shrugged, finding a comfortable spot to lean against, and replied, "If we hadn't gone out, this place would eventually be overrun by those creatures. Chenin, but you could have consulted with us. Venturing out alone is far too perilous." Song Xinlan. "It was an emergency. There was little I could do." She then reassured everyone. "Rest assured, I won't engage in reckless actions without certainty." Xuechong quickly changed the subject. "It's dawn. Shall we head to Qiqing now?" Song Xinlan. "Let's first take a look around the town. If we find nothing, we can leave directly." "Agreed. Let's go." Thus, the group hurriedly traversed through Pingyang town, only to find it devoid of any human presence. The only remaining figures were root-infected individuals, most of whom they had already dealt with. Pingyang town had thus become a ghost town, with the Essene and root-infected likely headed towards the heart of Gaiching. "Let's go. We are heading to Qiqing." Upon reaching the outskirts of Qiqing, a pervasive sense of desolation enveloped them. Song Xinlan thought that they were likely nearing the moment of the J-1013 star's destruction. They had to survive until the very end while devising a flawless conclusion. Bang! A deafening scream erupted from the nearby junkyard, accompanied by the sound of an unidentified heavy object colliding. The group exchanged concerned glances. Chunin declared with certainty, "This is a large-scale assault by the root-infected." Kate Tingfan charged ahead. "Let's go. We must save them," Luo Yichuan remarked. "He is far better suited for the front lines. The command department truly underestimates him." Xuechong pulled both Luo Yichuan and Song Xinlan along. "Enough talk. We can't leave our son unattended." Thus, Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan found themselves reluctantly drawn into the fray. Chenin pressed his fingers to his temples, conceding that he could no longer intervene. Casting a glance at Fan Yin, he said, "Let us proceed and offer our assistance. If we cannot defeat them, we must join the battle." Fan Yin's expression grew increasingly frigid, and with palpable reluctance, she followed Chunin. Consequently, a group of individuals commenced their assault on the root-infected entities that be. "Why heavens, Song Xinlan, what are you doing?" Xuechong exclaimed, turning to find Song Xinlan examining a handful of wilted roots with great curiosity. He was nearly startled out of his wits. The narrative will advance in these chapters. For those disinterested in the plotline, feel free to save it for later, as the emotional arc will soon unfold. In Chapter 43, while on their journey, Song Xinlan scrutinized the roots that had been chewed by the Haidong Qing, only to have them snatched from her grasp and cast aside by Xuechong. "What are you doing? Even if these repulsive things are lifeless, do not touch them. If they spring back to life, it will spell disaster for you." Xuechong was deeply troubled by the state of their dormitory. Song Xinlan seized Xuechang's arm and fired a shot at the root-infected creature behind him. Flames erupted fiercely while she delved her mental energy into the roots. She reasoned that the roots, having been gnawed by the Haidong Qing, would appear lifeless. The Haidong Qing was merely a spiritual beast, capable only of absorbing energy related to mental power. If the roots lost their vitality after being chewed, It could only indicate that they contained mental energy, which was absorbable. If that were the case, could it be possible that if the energy from the roots on the infected individuals were extracted, those individuals might return to normal? Although this notion might be a mere pipe dream, one should explore every possibility, should they not? As the flames threatened to reach her mental energy, she swiftly retracted her mental threads. She patted Xue Chang on the shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, my dear dorm leader. I shall conduct an experiment and return shortly to... I am mindful of my limits, so fret not." He watched in astonishment as Song Xinlan dashed toward the area teeming with root-infected entities. Xue Chang mused, "Is it always the case that Song Xinlan's thought process is so bewilderingly unique? My fragile heart cannot endure such provocations." Song Xinlan adeptly evaded the root-infected creatures attempting to burrow into her. Countless invisible mental threads infiltrated the bodies of the infected. With a mere flick of her fingers, a surge of immense mental energy coursed through her threads. In an instant, the grotesquely moving bodies of the root-infected paused. Their expressions contorted in horror. Suddenly, the roots within them surged forth, as if sensing the draining of their energy. Brown roots began to emerge from the surrounding infected, writhing as they burrowed into the earth. The invisible mental threads coalesced in the air, resembling a predator stealthily observing its prey, reaching toward the roots. Song Xinlan's manipulation of the mental threads was excessive, leading to a continuous depletion of her mental energy. She followed her instinct to absorb the energy contained within the roots. The unfamiliar mental energy flowed into her mental sea. However, this energy differed significantly from her own, causing a sharp pang in her mind. As the pain intensified alongside her absorption of the root energy, she promptly withdrew her threads. Raising her right hand, she ignited the roots, attempting to penetrate her with the searing heat of her energy gun. Rubbing her temples, she fixated her gaze on the roots, writhing in the flames. Lost in contemplation, Chunin, vigilant of their circumstances, approached her and inquired, "Have you exhausted your mental energy?" Song Xinlan shook her head. Appearing somewhat distracted, she was examining the energy she had absorbed within her mental sea. Unable to assimilate the energy into her mental sea, she set it aside for the time being. The energy within her mental sea was gentle and soothing, while the energy she had drawn from the roots was explosive and tumultuous. This disparity was the source of her discomfort and pain upon contact with the foreign energy. "What is troubling you then?" Chunin pressed. "It is nothing," she replied. She refrained from further attempts to absorb the mental energy, recognizing that harming her mental sea would yield catastrophic consequences. Before long, they managed to regain control over the chaotic scene. The root-infected beings were nearly eradicated, leaving only the injured and the lifeless bodies of those who had fallen victim to the roots scattered across the vast square. Rubbing her temples, Song Xinlan turned to Chun Un and said, "I shall take a brief respite. Please organize matters and call for me when needed." With that, she moved to a nearby stone and sat down, immersing herself in her mental sea, seeking a method to harness that energy for her own use. Since it was all mental energy, there must be some commonality, even if they clashed. Yet, after an extensive period of experimentation, she realized that they were within a fully simulated environment. Certain aspects, regardless of how meticulously simulated or calculated, were inherently limited. She reluctantly dissipated the mental energy associated with the Essene roots and approached Xue Chang and the others. Her enthusiasm notably diminished. After all her effort, it was disheartening to discover that this was merely a virtual scenario, akin to discovering that a hard-earned fortune was nothing more than game currency. "Hey, Song Xinlan, are you all right?" Chun mentioned you needed a rest. Xue Chang inquired, leaning closer. "I'm fine. No need to worry about me." She reassured him, patting his shoulder before scanning the surroundings. The area was now populated only by those assisting one another and departing. "I just inquired, and the city of Qi is teeming with the scene. The residents are fleeing in all directions," Xue Chang relayed. Kei Tingfan sighed. "It seems they have nowhere to escape. The ultimate fate of this planet loomed as destruction, rendering their frantic struggles almost laughable. As night approaches, we should find a place to settle," Song Xinlan suggested, glancing at the overcast sky. "Alas, darkness falls once more," Xue Chang lamented. "Thus, The group made their way toward the residential area of Chi City. Despite many having fled or met their demise, a significant number remained. Most were the immobile or those with no alternative refuge. The small shops lining the streets were all shuttered, once valuable as currency. Food stamps had now plummeted in worth that, in such dire times, apart from sustenance and water, no one seemed inclined to glance at anything else. They found an unlocked small house to take refuge in, gathering together to discuss their next steps. Not a single one of them had any inkling of how to achieve the so-called perfect ending. Just as they were mired in distress, the resounding roar of a starship descending pierced the air. "What is this? Has the military come to our aid?" Xuechang asked, peering out the window. However, the starship was still some distance away, and the outside revealed nothing amiss at this juncture, aside from military personnel. Who else would venture to star J-1013? Luo Yichuan remarked. Suddenly, Xinlan stood up, exclaiming, "Isn't star J-1013 slated for destruction? If military personnel are arriving, does that not imply the planet's impending doom?" Xuechang interjected. "Does that mean our perfect solution has come too late?" Luo Yichuan urged, "Let go of thoughts of a perfect solution. Instead, ponder how we might survive." The group nodded in agreement, momentarily descending into silence. In Chapter 44, Xinlan surveyed the others, seemingly perplexed by their collective consternation that not fret. "We are military academy students. The military will protect us." Luo Yichuan delivered a playful knock to his head. "And how do you intend to prove your identity?" Xinlan promptly utilized his mental energy to conjure a distinctive military academy badge. With this, Xinlan pinched the badge between her fingers, inspecting it before casually remarking, "It appears rather counterfeit." "What?" Xinlan snatched it back, examining it closely. "It looks genuine to me." Xuechang scrutinized it further, noting it has a slight imperfection. Luo Yichuan leaned in for a closer look. "The material seems off. Now that you mention it, I sense something amiss as well," Xinlan admitted, reclaiming his badge. Chunin rubbed his forehead. "Military academy badges are equipped with specialized detection systems. Our counterfeit would undoubtedly be exposed, exacerbating our current predicament." Xuechang nodded. "Indeed, I almost overlooked that detail," and promptly kicked Xinlan. "Stop conjuring up nonsensical ideas." Xinlan rose, brushing off non-existent dust. "I shall investigate what they're planning. Let us go." Xuechang exclaimed, eager for action. Chunin frowned at Xinlan. "There is still lurking a scene out there. Venturing out recklessly is far too perilous." Perhaps emboldened by their earlier encounter with the root infected, Xuechang dismissed the danger. "No worries. We can take them down one by one, or even two at a time." Luo Yichuan stood as well, looping his arm around Xinlan's neck. "Then I shall accompany you." Fanning coolly rose, declaring, "Let us proceed." Xinlan pointed to himself, his gaze inquiring, "Shall I go as well?" Xinlan had initially intended to go alone, but her roommate seemed increasingly restless, eager to engage in some activity immediately. Xinlan turned to Chunin. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Chunin sighed and replied, "Xuechang, Tianfan, and I will remain here to provide support. You three may proceed." Xuechang looked at Chunin in shock. "Why?" Tianfan could only obediently stay put, his eyes fixed on Xinlan and the others, resembling a pitiful puppy yearning for food. Chunin addressed the two with a serious demeanor. "We will stay here to respond to any unexpected situations." Xinlan nearly laughed aloud, pulling Luo Yichuan and Fan Yin away. Those two were remarkably easy to deceive. After searching for a while, the trio finally discovered a starship docked at a distance. They observed the ship's hatch wide open, with individuals clad in Federation military uniforms bustling in and out, transporting boxes of unknown contents. Luo Yichuan speculated, could they be moving supplies delivered here? Xinlan shook her head. "I believe they are explosives." Luo Yichuan lightly nudged her, whispering, "Can you not think of the worst?" Xinlan rolled her eyes. "What good can come from a planet that has already been destroyed?" Fanning elbowed both of them, speaking sharply. "Can you please be quiet?" "Oh." Xinlan pointed skyward. "It seems another starship is approaching." The two looked up, and Luo Yichuan frowned. "Do they really need to transport explosives to destroy a planet?" Xinlan shot him a glance. Only by detonating both inside and out can they achieve complete obliteration. Luo Ichuan let out a long sigh. Even though he understood the Federation's decision to destroy J-1013 was justified, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for the ordinary people residing on J-1013 whenever he thought of them. Their lives, though perhaps harsh, were filled with their own joys and sorrows, their individual consciousness and thoughts. While outsiders might think they would be better off dead given their suffering, how could anyone truly know if they weren't happy? Observing his expression, Song Xinlan patted him gently in a gesture of comfort. More starships descended from the sky, landing in various directions. The trio ran to inspect other starships, which were primarily engaged in unloading cargo. Fanning frowned and remarked, "This feels more like a timed nuclear bomb." Song Xinlan replied, "It is possible." Seizing the opportunity while the workers were distracted, the three moved closer to the starship. Soon, all the boxes were unloaded, and the workers began to open them one by one. It was then that Song Xinlan and her companions realized the contents were indeed what they had suspected, timed nuclear bombs. Once the button was pressed, the bombs would enter a countdown, detonating automatically when the timer reached 0. This explained why the explosion on J-1013 had occurred so swiftly. An idea suddenly sparked in Song Xinlan's mind. What if we were to prevent the destruction of J-1013? Wouldn't that constitute a perfect resolution? Luo Ichuan whispered. Song Xinlan responded, "That's a valid point." Fanning cast a glance at the two. "Do you really think the Federation personnel can be so easily swayed?" Song Xinlan countered, "As long as we present them with something they cannot refuse to abandon the destruction of J-1013, everything will be negotiable." Fanning fell silent, looking at her with a skeptical expression. Luo Ichuan turned to Song Xinlan. "Do you have a plan?" Song Xinlan stroked her chin. "I have an idea, but it is still in its infancy. That'd be why the time Song Xinlan and her companions reunited with Chun-Un and the others. Dawn was breaking. Chun-Un and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon their return and inquired about the information they had gathered. Tianfan exclaimed in shock. "What? They have already placed nuclear bombs on the planet." Song Xinlan replied gravely, "If things continue as they are, once the nuclear bombs are fully deployed and the military personnel evacuate, the countdown will commence, and this planet will cease to exist." This meant their assessment was nearing its conclusion. "This assessment is rather open-ended," Xuechong lamented. Tianfan remarked, "Then we truly have little time left." The group instantly displayed expressions of distress, for if the planet were destroyed, their assessment would undoubtedly be deemed a failure. Song Xinlan instructed, "You three need to delay the military personnel preparing to evacuate. Do not let them leave just yet. Lead them to the city center." With that, she swiftly departed the scene. The remaining five exchanged glances. Xuechong said, "Isn't the city center a gathering place for the Icenians and root infected?" Chun-Un replied, "We have no other options. We must follow her instructions." Luo Ichuan shrugged. "Let's go. That person is not one to disappoint." In the tranquil aftermath of dawn, the J-1013 star remained eerily silent as the federal troops, having come to deploy nuclear ordnance, prepared to regroup and depart. Song Xinlan quickened her pace, making her way toward the heart of Kitchenji. It was then that she encountered a throng of Icenians, along with a multitude of individuals already infected by the Iceni tendrils. A chilling sensation washed over her, akin to finding herself amidst a horde of the undead. It was rumored that the Iceni possessed a supreme ruler, an embodiment of their highest intellect. All Icenians were compelled to heed the commands of their central consciousness. Without such directives, they resembled mere automatons, devoid of independent thought. Once the Iceni tendrils took root within a human host postmortem, that individual's essence would be wholly assimilated by the tendrils. As the frequency of these invasions into human bodies escalated, the Iceni's grip on humanity would only tighten. Chapter 45, a shocking revelation, a bold idea, took root in Song Xinlan's mind. Even if humanity swiftly dealt with those infected by the tendrils, the intelligence of these infected individuals appeared to be gradually increasing, that if this trend continued, the emergence of the infected would not only pose a threat to human life, but could also render human civilization a mere possession of the Iceni. This, perhaps, explained why they had set their sights on the seemingly insignificant and peripheral J-1013 star from the very beginning. The Iceni were acutely sensitive to the breath of the living. As Song Xinlan drew closer, she found herself the focus of numerous cold, green vertical pupils. The infected individuals turned their gaze toward her as well, their tendrils on the ground, and those entwined around their bodies growing with frenzied intensity. Reaching out toward her, with her eyes closed, countless strands of mental energy surged toward the tendrils. Her mental ocean suddenly swelled with a tempestuous force. Simultaneously, she twirled her light guns in her hands, unleashing a barrage upon the encroaching infected. The formidable impact of the light guns, coupled with the searing heat, ignited a fiery circle around her, causing the infected to momentarily halt in their tracks. Paralyzed by fear of the flames that in stark contrast, the Iceni's vertical pupils ignited with a piercing intent to kill. They moved with blinding speed, like phantoms, leaving behind only elusive afterimages. There in the midst of her deliberation, Song Xinlan was about to rise when she overheard the disgruntled male, Omega, accompanying her remark. "It's merely a short distance. We've all managed to traverse it. Must you, an alpha, be so delicate and add to our burdens?" His tone was far from amiable, likely stemming from fatigue with the labor at hand. Song Xinlan slumped back in her seat, for she was one who thrived on gentleness rather than harshness. Had the other party adopted a more pleasant demeanor, discussions would have unfolded smoothly. However, if met with an unpleasant attitude, regardless of one's identity, she would resolutely refuse to acquiesce. "Indeed, I am delicate. You have two choices. Either bring me the Ziliujing or fetch a stretcher to carry me." Since she could avoid discomfort, she would choose to indulge in her own comfort. The male Omega's frustration deepened, and he retorted sharply, "Do you wish to lose credits?" The female Beta tugged at him. Turning to Song Xinlan, "Classmate, could you please cooperate with our tasks?" Song Xinlan simply closed her eyes, ignoring them, utterly exasperated with the foolish student council. Her head throbbed painfully, and she longed to deliver a thorough beating to that group of individuals from the student council. Even during her time in the medical department, she had harbored a profound distaste for the pompous student council members, who reveled in their pretentiousness. They amassed credits for their labor, yet were relentless in penalizing others. They expected everyone to assist them seamlessly to secure their rightful credits. She remained resolute, eyes shut, retorting with a defiant air. Know what transpired. The commotion drew attention from others nearby. The female Beta and male Omega turned to face the newcomer, both displaying expressions of reverence. "Senior, this female Alpha refuses to cooperate with our work. She insists on being carried on a stretcher," the male Omega lamented, a hint of indignation evident on his face. The female Beta nodded but refrained from further comment. "Then go fetch a stretcher," he responded with an unfeeling tone, exuding an air of detachment. "If one person is given an exception, others will follow suit." "How many people must we carry?" the male Omega muttered. The female Beta nodded, as neither of them wished to add to their workload. Elyuge's expression turned stern as she declared, "The credits for this volunteer activity are not granted lightly. Maintaining order at the scene is merely secondary. Some students may be mentally drained after assessments or may have experienced trauma, leaving them in a weakened state. That it is also your responsibility to care for these students. Is that not how anger trained you?" The two fell silent, retreating outside. Upon hearing the voice of the speaker, Song Xinlan immediately recognized who it was. Yet, she lacked the energy to engage, feeling utterly exhausted. Wishing only for a 3-day slumber, Elyuge did not notice the identity of those within the holographic simulation chamber and departed after resolving the matter. Shortly thereafter, Song Xinlan was carried to the lounge on a stretcher, with the Ziliujing brought to her. The throbbing and swelling in her head began to ease. She had never before exerted herself to such an extent, nor had she regarded the Ziliujing with much importance. After this experience, she realized she must persuade her well-off father to procure some Ziliujing for her. Financial concerns were never an issue for Song Xinlan. After all, her mother wielded power within the military, and her father managed the economic lifeblood of the Song family. Among the privileged youth of Tianchu Star, her many flaws stemmed from her advantageous background, yet a lack of ambition led her to indulge in a lethargic lifestyle. Although Ziliujing was not inexpensive, the Federal Military Academy was notably generous towards its students, recognizing them as the pillars of the future interstellar society. Thus, enveloped by the ziliuging in the lounge, Song Xinlan comfortably drifted into slumber. When she awoke, it was already the following day, and the lounge was filled with people. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xue Chong and Luo Yichuan among others. The ziliuging in the lounge had dimmed somewhat, as the collective mental energy of so many needed restoration. Xue Chong and the others were also oblivious to when they had exited the holographic simulation chamber, sprawled across the chairs in exhaustion. Song Xinlan rose, choosing not to disturb them, feeling that her mental energy had mostly recovered before she exited the lounge. She was uncertain whether she would pass the assessment, as she had prematurely experienced a sense of death before completing the perfect ending. She hoped her companions would perform adequately and not render her efforts in vain. Glancing at the time, she belatedly realized they had spent nearly 2 days in the holographic simulation chamber, which explained her overwhelming fatigue. Stretching her limbs, she began her trek back to the dormitory, acutely aware that she had not bathed in several days, feeling utterly uncomfortable. The assessment continued for nearly a week, and it was only after Song Xinlan had completed all the various tasks, including physical tests, firearm disassembly and assembly, and shooting, that she collapsed into a deep sleep. The week had been excruciatingly demanding, requiring her to remain perpetually alert. Soon, Xue Chong and the others returned one after another, looking utterly drained, as if their vitality had been siphoned away. Upon seeing their beds, they disregarded all else and flung themselves onto their mattresses. Cocooning themselves in their blankets, it was noteworthy that in their dormitory, the latter served merely as decoration. Each of the robust alphas seemed to find the act of leaping up and down from the beds either amusing or convenient, avoiding the metal ladder entirely. Chapter 47. The assessment results were quickly released, revealing that none of the residents of their dormitory had failed, though their scores varied. Song Xinlan learned from her roommates about the events that transpired within the holographic simulation. Due to her suggestion, K. Tingfan had attempted to absorb the roots' energy but found himself at a loss, unable to draw any energy from them. Xue Chong recounted the incident involving the hay donking and the chewing of the roots, leading Song Xinlan to play with the roots in her hands. The group's attention eventually shifted to Luo Yichuan and Fan Yin, as aside from Song Xinlan, they were the only ones yet to awaken their spirit beasts. It was only when Luo Yichuan's spirit beast had finished consuming the roots, rendering them lifeless, that the military personnel began to believe in the presence of spiritual energy within the roots. The military summoned their spirit beasts, launching into a frenzy of attacks against the root-infected individuals. The roots quickly began to lose vitality under the assault of the spirit beasts. Yet, no one dared to emulate Song Xinlan's audacity in absorbing spiritual energy into their own mental sea. Even if someone had attempted it, none succeeded. Most had learned to use their mental energy from a young age, replenishing it through the energy and ores, but the notion of absorbing spiritual energy was a novel and perilous idea. After all, foreign spiritual energy could clash with one's own, potentially resulting in severe damage to the mental sea or, in the worst-case scenario, a fate of lifelong idiocy, through the efforts of the spirit beasts and the assistance of light guns. The majority of the Xinians and root-infected individuals in the city were swiftly eradicated. While casualties ensued, the military had evidently gained greater confidence in dealing with the Xinians and the infected. Upon reporting the events of J1013 star, the federal government rescinded its decision to destroy the star, establishing it as a temporary research base for the Xinians and their roots. This development inadvertently facilitated a perfect conclusion. Yet, every time they recalled that this was merely a holographic simulation, while the real J1013 star had long since been obliterated, a sense of melancholy washed over them as the examiners reviewed the records of this group. They could not help but be astonished by their exemplary performance. Soon, an emergency high-level meeting convened within the school. Song Xinlan and her roommates spent the entire weekend in their dormitory, completing the mundane cycle of eating, drinking, using the bathroom, and sleeping without engaging in any unnecessary activities. The assessment had been exhausting, and 2 days of rest seemed hardly excessive. However, on Sunday afternoon, just as Song Xinlan finished in the restroom and climbed back into bed, there was a knock at the dormitory door. The others, reclining in their beds, turned their gazes toward her, clearly indicating that since she had yet to cover herself with her blanket, she should answer the door. Song Xinlan sighed, rising to open the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the visitor. Senior? Luja stood at the entrance, shifting his gaze slightly upon seeing her attire, perhaps accustomed to the sight of bare-chested alphas. He maintained an air of composure. Noticing his reaction, Song Xinlan glanced down at herself, realizing that she had hastily donned a white coat over her undergarments after her restroom visit. The realization that he was an Omega made the situation quite awkward. "Did you need something?" she inquired, mustering her courage. "Yes. Please wait for me a moment." With that, she closed the door and quickly rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes and pants. She hastily put on an outfit, swiftly tidied her disheveled hair, slipped on her shoes, and cast a glance in the mirror before feigning a nonchalant demeanor as she opened the door, perhaps due to her daily training over the past month. She felt herself standing a little taller. When she looked at Luja, her gaze had to dip slightly downwards. After closing the dormitory door, she inquired, "Why did you come up personally?" Luja's voice was calm and factual. "Your light brain is unreachable." Song Xinlan couldn't help but check her light brain, only then recalling that she had set it to do not disturb. There's something urgent?" she asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Otherwise, Luja would typically not come to find her unprompted. "The department head is looking for you." Song Xinlan yawned. "If it's to inform me that my transfer is successful, there is no need for such a grand gesture." Luja shook his head. "No, it's about your performance in the holographic simulation assessment." Song Xinlan immediately understood. The matter concerning the holographic simulation assessment was likely related to the roots. Her enthusiasm waned. She glanced at Luja and curiously asked, "Senior, which dormitory do you live in?" Luja gazed ahead, his fair face slightly turned, his eyes resting on her as he replied, "I don't stay in a dormitory now." "What about before?" "I didn't live in one then, either." "Do you sleep on the playground?" Luja explained. His true gender makes it easy to expose him in a communal dormitory. He briefly clarified to Song Xinlan that he resided in a private apartment arranged by someone his grandfather knew. However, he was unwilling to elaborate further on how he got in. Song Xinlan was perpetually curious about Luja. "How did you become a major?" After receiving an answer, she couldn't help but pose another question. "By completing missions and earning military merit." Luja replied succinctly, "Can't you elaborate a bit more?" "I cannot." He had no desire to recount those torturous experiences to others. "Now that we are friends, why do you still treat me like a thief, just as you did on the garbage planet?" Song Xinlan crossed her arms, her tone languid. Luja's fingers curled slightly as he stated, "I'm not guarding against you. It's just that those matters are not worth discussing." Song Xinlan chuckled softly. "I don't believe there's nothing to say. You simply don't wish to share it with me." Luja pressed his lips together, unable to utter a single word. Observing his demeanor, Song Xinlan felt a tinge of exasperation. "All right, I won't ask anymore." Luja turned to Song Xinlan and said lightly, "We'll talk about it when the opportunity arises." "Oh, fine." Song Xinlan brushed it off, and soon, the two arrived at the department head's office. Seated at the coffee table were several leaders, some of whom Song Xinlan had encountered a few times before, including their advisor, Lao Luo. Upon seeing Luja bring her in, everyone turned their gaze to her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, their faces adorned with benevolent smiles. "You must be Song, right? Please take a seat." A middle-aged male alpha beckoned. The department head gestured for Luja to join them. Song Xinlan lazily settled into an empty wooden chair, with Luja sitting beside her. "Song, we've all reviewed your performance in the holographic simulation assessment. Your approach was bold and unexpected. Could you share how you discovered that the roots contained spiritual energy?" A bespectacled male beta inquired gently, exuding a humble demeanor befitting a teacher, unfazed by the presence of so many authority figures. Song Xinlan radiated an air of innate nobility and nonchalance. "I discovered a month ago when my spirit beast misbehaved and started gnawing on those roots." The crowd exchanged glances, and Luo Yao turned to Song Xinlan, saying, "A month ago, there was an outbreak of root-infected drug trafficking in the underground black market. I recall you were involved in that. Was that when you made your discovery?" Song Xinlan casually picked up a cup of tea poured for her and took a sip. "Yes." Luo Yao's expression turned serious. "Why didn't you report it in a timely manner?" Song Xinlan shot him a glance and replied languidly, "Did you forget, advisor? Upon my return, you punished me with a 30,000-word reflection and made me recite it for an hour at the broadcasting station. How could I remember such trivial matters?" Luo Yao's face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you think I don't know what you wrote in that 30,000 words? You still have the audacity to bring it up." Song Xinlan retorted, "Why are you so angry? I'm merely explaining why I didn't report it promptly." Standing up, Song Xinlan casually saluted. Present, someone hurriedly restrained the irate Luo Yao, saying, "Hey Lao Luo, we're here to discuss serious matters today. Don't take it out on the child." Luo Yao seemed to relent, sitting back down. To Liu cast a glance at Song Xinlan, feeling a bit helpless. He hadn't anticipated she would exhibit such a vengeful side. "Song, your discovery has provided the Federation with a new perspective on dealing with the Izine roots. However, do you truly believe that the spiritual energy within the Izine roots can be absorbed?" The oldest elder in the group spoke up. Song Xinlan shrugged. "I don't know. I haven't tested it in reality. The data simulation in the holographic chamber is nearly realistic. Did you have any special sensations regarding the absorption of the root spiritual energy during the simulation?" The male beta adjusted his glasses and asked. Song Xinlan crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, contemplating. "My advice is to avoid trying it lightly. Otherwise, it could be fatal. Can you elaborate on your feelings and thoughts?" The elder inquired gently. Song Xinlan took out a star card from her space button. "Then could you first transfer 1 million to my star card? I assure you, I will share everything I know." Luo Yao was nearly apoplectic with rage. He stood up and barked, "Song Xinlan, do you have any idea how many people aspire to serve the Federation with honor? You not only fail to cherish it, but also seek to gain more. Are you intent on ruining your future?" Song Xinlan replied, "I'm not some selfless fool. It's only natural to get paid for work. Besides, this is my personal achievement, and I have no ties to you. Don't think you can manipulate me morally." Chapter 48. Until the money is in hand, don't expect her to work for free. Compared to the dismayed expressions of the others, the venerable elder, who was the most respected among them, did not display any anger or displeasure. His demeanor remained kind and amiable as he regarded Song Xinlan with a hint of scrutiny. "I've reviewed your profile. You come from a good background, and star coins are the least of your worries. Are you not considering changing your request?" Song Xinlan met the elder's gaze directly, and she could roughly guess his identity. Only the president of the Federation Military Academy would have such authority. However, despite his gentle appearance, she did not perceive him as an easy individual to deal with. "I have no intention of changing. Star coins are currently the most beneficial for me." The elder glanced at the seemingly humble male beta, who nodded in understanding and adjusted his glasses to address Song Xinlan. "The merits you accumulate now will serve as stepping stones for your future ascent. However, if you demand star coins from us now, it would merely constitute a transaction of sorts. You should consider this carefully." Song Xinlan scoffed, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. "Is this a threat?" Another slightly plump leader could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "We kindly remind you, and in your eyes, we have become the villains threatening you. You truly possess talent, but lack any awareness." Song Xinlan shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. "Are you not familiar with the principle of not worrying about matters after death? I am quite practical. Future matters can wait. For now, I simply want to secure the reward as soon as possible." Liu's gaze remained fixed on Song Xinlan, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. This little alpha was undeniably striking. Her hair was casually tied back. Her features were exquisite and distinct, and her pair of slanted phoenix eyes seemed to carry an air of nonchalance and carefree spirit. She exuded an effortless charm, as though possessing memories of a past life, unbound by rules, like a deity traversing tribulations. Reflecting on his own cautiousness and anxiety over the years, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Yet, given his identity as an Omega and his current circumstances, he knew he could never afford to be as carefree as Song Xinlan. He had too many concerns, and there were still many things he wanted to accomplish. Song Xinlan seemed to notice his gaze, tilting her head slightly and flashing him a bright smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. Liu hurriedly diverted his gaze, taking a sip of tea in a bid to conceal his fluster. The expressions on the faces of the others were far from pleasant upon hearing Song Xinlan's remarks. The elder's countenance also grew slightly stern, but Luo Yao spoke up first. The Federation Military Academy has invested significant resources in nurturing you. Is this how you repay us? Song Xinlan frowned, gradually growing impatient. Oh, you hear what you're saying. Have I not paid my tuition or provided for my meals? Even as a government-funded student, the benefits I receive are akin to those of the Celestial Star. And I have diligently paid my dues. I recall that the founding principle of the Federal Military Academy is to dedicate one's life to the cultivation of the Federation's military strength. Given your elevated awareness and noble ideals, why do you now come to me with notions of repayment? Her words were incisive, leaving no face for those present. Were they not simply hoping for her to serve as free labor? Even if she were to divulge her thoughts and known outcomes regarding the roots, what would follow? Would she no longer be required to exert herself? Perhaps they would still demand her to undertake missions, validate various matters, and deal with endless complications. Did she not deserve to conserve her energy? What if, by chance, she met an untimely end? She felt no loss herself, yet they perceived themselves as wronged. She could comfortably enjoy her leisurely life. Why should she wade through this murky water without seeking any rewards? What did the federal government, the 7 main stars, or the interests of humanity have to do with her, if she were to possess such awareness? Her mother would likely collapse her persona and call her dear little treasure daily. Upon the utterance of Song Xinlan's remarks, even the principal, who remained unperturbed in the face of adversity, could not help but darken his expression. Standing up, Song Xinlan addressed the assembly. Esteemed mentors, I have classes to attend tomorrow. I find my presence here bothersome and disruptive to your tea time, so I shall take my leave. With that, she made her way toward the door. Halt! Someone barked sharply. Song Xinlan paused momentarily, casually retorting, If you're here to scold or lecture me, I shan't listen to you wish to be expelled from the academy? The sound of a porcelain cup shattering followed. Rolling her eyes, Song Xinlan dismissed them and exited the office, heading toward the dormitory. Until she received her payment, they could not expect her to work for free. Qianji observed Song Xinlan's departing figure and then glanced at the furious school leaders with ashen faces. Finally, he spoke. I too have witnessed Song's performance in the holographic simulation. Her mental prowess and personal capabilities are remarkable. You should not threaten her with expulsion, as this will only provoke her rebellious spirit further. What can Major Lu do about it? A male beta adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Lu's gaze swept over the assembled individuals. Stating flatly, 1 million star coins to invest in a genius is not excessive. The principal sighed heavily before replying, This matter requires careful consideration. However, Lu Ji insisted, every day, thousands perish due to root infections. The lives of the populace cannot be squandered. Someone looked at Lu Ji with a sarcastic tone. Since Major Lu is so altruistic, why don't you cover that 1 million star coins yourself? Lu Ji's expression grew cold as he stood and departed without a word. He could barely scrape together 500,000 star coins, let alone 1 million out with their attitude. This matter was simply untenable. While many in the military academy admired him, there were even more who resented him. Upon returning to her dormitory, Song Xinlan found herself devoid of sleep. She stepped onto the balcony and initiated a video call with her stepfather. Lan, what prompted you to call me? He was at the office, handling documents, and a smile broke across his face upon seeing Song Xinlan's call. Observing her father's radiant countenance, it seemed her mother had been visiting frequently. Song Xinlan beamed at him, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. I just wanted to hear from you. He sighed. Whenever you say you miss me, it's never for anything good. Song Xinlan's lips curved into a playful smile. Who says? I've been diligently studying and training every day, hardly slacking off that I've even adopted the term intensely focused for myself. He chuckled. Well, you've made significant progress. Is there anything you desire? A glint of cunning crossed Song Xinlan's eyes. She always had endless patience for family. Yes, I would like a large basket of amethyst crystal for my reserves. He paused. Is Lan requesting amethyst crystals for her mental prowess? Indeed, that He's expression brightened. Excellent. My Lan has finally realized the importance of hard work. Stay at school. I'll have someone deliver it to you right away. Song Xinlan continued her conversation with Iran, sharing stories about her school and family. And they chatted for nearly an hour before hanging up. Chapter 49. You're quite honest, aren't you? Since the assessment concluded, she had evidently become more laid back. Yet in her eyes, she felt she had been quite diligent. Not only had she not skipped a single training session, but she had also been increasing her training regimen daily. She merely occasionally skipped a class or climbed a wall. Goodness, 20 credits, Xue Chang exclaimed. Sitting up abruptly from his bed, he then looked at the others, excitement dancing on their faces. Assist the Federal Army in combating the roots, 20 credits. Are we in? Their military academy required them to accumulate 300 credits over 5 years. A fundamental qualification for graduation. Instantly, everyone was intrigued. After all, activities related to the Federal Military Academy rarely awarded high credits. Generally, 5 was already commendable, while 10 was considered exceptional. Luo Yichuan lifted his head from his game. Send the details in the group chat. Xue Chang leapt from his bed and plopped down into his chair. Send it. Go take a look. Ting Fan scratched his head. It seems it starts next week. Chunin remarked, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Ting Fan added, but we're still novices. What can we do? After a moment of contemplation, Chunin suggested they likely want to rapidly cultivate a batch of newcomers for the Federation's use. Xue Chang clicked on a link to sign up. Whatever, it's definitely more interesting than sitting in class. Luo Yichuan chimed in, 20 credits? I'm in. Fanny nodded in agreement. Ting Fan stated, if you all are going, then I will too. Luo Yichuan glanced over at Song Xinlan, who was napping with her head on the desk. He crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at her. Song Xinlan was hit squarely. Her expression one of annoyance at being disturbed from her slumber. She crumpled the paper that had struck her head and tossed it back at Luo Yichuan. Spit it out quickly. Luo Yichuan caught the paper and tossed it into the trash bin. Are you going to the volunteer activity for 20 credits? Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. What volunteer activity is so generous? Look in the group chat. It's related to the roots. Only then did Song Xinlan open the dormitory's group chat. View the link and promptly signed up. Xue Chang leaned in. All right, let us consider this volunteer activity a government-funded team-building exercise. Luo Yichuan rolled his eyes. Do you think this is a joke? Xue Chang waved his hand dismissively. Ever since that last holographic simulation assessment, Luo Yichuan interjected, you feel like you can do anything now, right? Xue Chang pointed at himself with a thumbs up. When have I ever not been capable? The others laughed. Song Xinlan checked the time and stood up. Gathered her books, class starts in 5 minutes. What? Xue Chang's face was one of shock. The others hurriedly packed their things and sprinted toward the classroom. Song Xinlan expertly summoned her eagle, which had grown a bit larger recently, likely due to her improved mental prowess. Grasping the eagle's talon, she announced, let us go to class. Xue Chang envied the sight, wishing he could blind himself from such unfair stimuli. Luo Yichuan summoned his leopard and dashed toward the classroom. Fan Yin's mental beast was a rabbit, which she rarely summoned, for each time she saw it. Her frustration grew. She could not fathom why everyone else had fierce creatures while she was left with a seemingly weak rabbit. What is that? The director of the command department squinted at the swiftly flying creature above. The female alpha teacher beside him also narrowed her eyes. IT appears to be a student pulling a mental beast toward the teaching building. The female teacher glanced at her watch. They must be running late. This method of travel is indeed novel. The department head's expression darkened. These little rascals are becoming increasingly adept at exploiting loopholes. The female teacher chuckled. Quite creative. Don't be too strict, director. The military academy already has enough rules. Adding more will only foster rigidity in students. The director pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, allowing the matter to pass without further intervention, leading to an increasing number of students with mental beasts following suit. Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan had already settled into their seats in class 1 of the command department when Chunin and the others arrived, breathless and wearing disgruntled expressions as they glared at the two. After the teacher took attendance, Song Xinlan planned to sneak out again. Luo Yichuan seized the opportunity, firmly holding her down and whispering, you haven't even completed half a class. Where do you think you're going? This class is dull. I'm just stepping out for some fresh air, Song Xinlan replied. Luo Yichuan gritted his teeth. Will sitting longer cause your backside to fester? He simply could not tolerate the thought of toiling away in class while someone else enjoyed themselves outside. Song Xinlan replied, nonchalantly, prolonged sitting can indeed lead to hemorrhoids, and in severe cases, you might need a minimally invasive procedure I don't think you could handle that image. Luo Yichuan suddenly felt a sense of restlessness, wishing he could stand at the back of the classroom. Xuechang leaned in and said, Song Lanlan, please don't frighten our Chuanzi, that if you don't pay attention in class, be wary of failing your finals. Song Xinlan thoughtfully stroked her chin and replied, come finals, I'll just memorize all the material from this course. I should be fine. Xuechang remarked, the boast has reached the heavens. Song Xinlan patted the two of them and, taking advantage of the teacher's distraction, skillfully slipped out of the classroom, that if caught, she would simply claim she felt dizzy and headed to the infirmary, later providing a doctor's note to excuse her absence. Luo Yichuan and the others watched her leave, hoping she might have the decency to return with some delicacies from outside. Surveying her surroundings, Song Xinlan climbed over the high wall that separated the military academy from the outside world. With a support mission looming next week, she felt compelled to acquire some useful items to prepare. Just as she scaled the wall, a familiar voice called out to her. She froze, turning to see a figure clad in military attire standing below, gazing up at her with the gentle sunlight illuminating him. The sunlight accentuated the fairness and length of his neck, and when he slightly tilted his head, the contours of his sternocleidomastoid muscle became more pronounced, giving him an air of lean strength rather than frailty. His striking eyes regarded Song Xinlan with an unreadable expression, his brow slightly furrowed, and his glossed lips pressed into a straight line. Unauthorized absence during class results in a 3-point deduction. Luge's cool and indifferent voice rang out. Song Xinlan sighed in resignation. Why was he always around? She had already been caught in 3 breaches of discipline by him. He showed no mercy when it came to deducting points. Perching on the wall, she clasped her hands together and pleaded, Brother, could you pretend not to see me? You've caught me 3 times this week. I assure you I won't reward you for your vigilance. Luge's captivating eyes locked onto her. If I see you, I cannot simply ignore it. Song Xinlan replied, You're quite the stickler, aren't you? Luge tapped on his electronic screen, and as Song Xinlan glanced at her credit record, she realized 3 points had been deducted. Since you've deducted my points, I can now leap over the wall with a clear conscience, she declared, promptly jumping down and landing steadily. Chapter 50. With points deducted, there was no reason to return. Luge swiftly scaled the wall, grasping Song Xinlan firmly, stating in a stern tone, Return to class. Song Xinlan shrugged off his grip, exasperated. Where did you come from, you inflexible fellow? You've deducted my points, yet you still won't let me go. Are my points to be wasted? Luge retorted. Who told her that deducting points allows for continued misconduct? Deduction serves as a warning. Does she think of points as a currency to be spent? He regarded her, ultimately relenting. If you return to class now, I will pretend not to have seen you today. Song Xinlan waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Once points are given away, there's no retrieving them, that Luge clarified. What do you mean, given away? I deducted them openly. Song Xinlan. Luge's voice took on a somber tone, tinged with a hint of severity and discontent. I'm here. She took a few steps back, thinking that perhaps maintaining some distance would allow her to escape more swiftly. She was accustomed to her free-spirited nature. Even her parents found it challenging to manage her, let alone others. How many credits do you have left to squander? Luge's tone turned serious. Song Xinlan glanced at her credit record. 34 credits remain. You need 300 credits to graduate. Do you understand what that entails in terms of tasks? As Song Xinlan prepared to flee, Luge anticipated her move, seizing her collar. Return to class. She broke free from his grasp and retaliated, leading to an inexplicable scuffle between them. This time, Song Xinlan emerged unscathed, and their tussle became increasingly intense. Despite Luge's rigorous training, which allowed him to handle many alphas with ease, Song Xinlan had been honed by her mother's relentless training since childhood, making her no easy opponent. With her alpha physique already superior to that of an omega, she quickly seized the upper hand. Pushing him against the wall, her almond-shaped eyes glimmered with mischief as she pinned him down. Luge found himself immobile, his gaze fixed on her, exuding a stubborn defiance. For the first time, Song Xinlan observed the sharp angles of Luge's face up close. His skin was smooth and fair. So delicate, it seemed one could pinch water from it. Gentle squeeze might leave a mark. His glossed lips were pressed together, making it difficult to discern his current emotions. Let go, Luge spoke with little inflection. Song Xinlan snapped back to reality, averted her gaze, and feigned nonchalance. I was just going out to gather some supplies. Can you please stop watching me so intently? Luge brushed the dust from his clothes, stating calmly, I'm on duty this week. I'm not specifically watching you. Song Xinlan surveyed her surroundings. Having ventured out, returning was no longer an option. With determination, she grasped Luge's wrist. Since you're out too, let us enjoy ourselves together. If she couldn't escape alone, she would drag him along. Luge looked bewildered. Before he could react, Song Xinlan had already pulled him away from the vicinity of the Federal Military Academy. Attempting to free himself from her grip proved futile. Her strength was substantial, and he couldn't budge an inch. Once she released him, he found his fair wrist marked with a red ring, a bruise threatening to form, causing her to pause. She opened her mouth. I'm sorry, I forgot to control my strength. Luge flexed his wrist, replying coolly, It's nothing. Song Xinlan produced a small jar of ointment from her space button. Taking his wrist and gently massaging it as they walked, in Luge's beautiful pupils, his wrist and her hand were reflected, momentarily captivating him. Song Xinlan focused intently on soothing his wrist, placing the ointment in his palm. Here, it's a gift from me. I made it myself. It promotes circulation and alleviates bruising. I don't often find it useful. Luge prepared to decline. Song Xinlan produced a golden chocolate ball from her space button, expertly unwrapping its shiny exterior to reveal a chocolate sphere filled with a textured interior. Offering it to Luge. Would you care for one, senior? She flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. In an inexplicable turn of events, Luge opened his mouth and accepted the chocolate ball. The sweet, rich flavor enveloped his palate, and as he chewed, he discovered the delightful crunch of walnut pieces within. Surprisingly delectable. Is it good? She inquired. This was sent by He Ran when she delivered purple Lu Jing to me. Song Xinlan had always adored sweets like candies and chocolates, often replicating the treats she loved from her past life. However, indulging too much could lead to fatigue, so she had learned to carry fewer. Yet her indulgent father would occasionally send her some. Perhaps it had become a habit. Luge nodded in approval after finishing. Delicious. Song Xinlan smirked, a hint of playfulness in her demeanor. Having accepted my bribe, you might as well stop thinking about going back. Luge gazed at her, momentarily a loss for words, perhaps taken aback by the audacity of the alpha before him. However, he ultimately chose not to refuse. Together, Song Xinlan and Luge mounted a hover vehicle and ventured to a bustling commercial area some distance from the military academy. The Federal Military Academy was situated in a remote location, devoid of entertainment, and they relied on nearby illegal stalls for daily necessities. After disembarking, Song Xinlan turned to Luge, asking, their SA volunteer task next week worth 20 credits. Have you signed up? After a brief silence, Luge replied, even if I don't sign up, I will still attend. Song Xinlan recalled his rank as a major, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Will that earn you additional credits? Luge responded, I have already accumulated enough extracurricular credits. Song Xinlan felt a pang of regret for her curiosity. Senior, what do you do aside from studying and training? Tasks, is that all? Yup. What about leisure activities? Training is my leisure activity. Don't you find that exhausting? Not at all. Luge turned his gaze away. You're lying. She could tell he was adept at fabricating stories. His fidgeting was quite obvious. Luge fell silent. Aside from studying and training, it seemed there was little else that brought him joy. The pressure he carried was palpable, preventing him from ever truly relaxing. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Song Xinlan declared, then today, I'll take you to try something thrilling. Luge glanced around the vibrant commercial district. Although it didn't rival the city center, it offered a fair share of attractions. He rarely frequented such places, and when he did, it was typically just to pass through or procure necessities that he cast a sidelong glance at Song Xinlan, pondering what sort of escapades this little alpha often embarked on. He rarely nodded, following Song Xinlan into an underground gaming hall. Inside, The dim lights were a kaleidoscope of colors, yet the atmosphere was uniquely lively and boisterous. Elyuja curled his fingers slightly, feeling somewhat disoriented in such an environment. Chapter 51. No one can escape Chinese horror. Don't worry. Although it may seem chaotic, this is a legitimate gaming hall. Song Xinlan reassured Lu Jia with a comforting glance that he glanced around, noting that most patrons were young, though occasionally he spotted parents accompanying their children. Despite the roots of chaos having infiltrated human society, the 7 major stars remained relatively safe. After all, these stars were crucial to humanity's survival. The main forces of the Federal Army were predominantly stationed among the 7 major stars, each guarded by their own military. Any incidents that arose were swiftly managed, making their safety far more assured compared to the smaller asteroids under the jurisdiction of the main stars. Song Xinlan procured a gaming hall pass. As they passed a VR experience center, she paused. "Shall we give this a try?" Lu Jia glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "Sure." Song Xinlan swiped her card and handed him a VR headset, saying, "Here, put this on." The setup was largely self-service aside from the front desk, making it quite convenient that Elyuja accepted the headset, lowering his gaze momentarily before shifting his eyes back to Song Xinlan. He observed as she positioned the headset on her nose and pressed a button, causing the device to automatically secure itself. Following her lead, Lu Jia managed to don the VR headset successfully. Once on, the surroundings transformed into a scene starkly different from reality. A scene selection appeared before them, and Song Xinlan looked at Lu Jia, who appeared almost unchanged beneath the VR goggles, enhancing the immersive experience. "Are you brave enough for a horror scene?" she inquired. "That I can manage," he replied. "Really?" Lu Jia looked at her, puzzled by her insistence on confirming his willingness, yet he acquiesced. Noticing his response, Song Xinlan couldn't help but display a somewhat mischievous expression. It seemed he was a novice, unaccustomed to the brutal realities of Chinese horror. The elements of horror were materials she had provided, having described numerous tales and scenes for the writers and artists to bring to life. However, she had made gender adjustments to align with contemporary norms, resulting in a relatively faithful representation, with the latter portions reliant on the imagination of the scriptwriters. After all, without the world of Chinese horror, much of the excitement would be lost, despite the initial investment being substantial. The eventual returns had proven quite rewarding, effectively expanding the Song family's enterprise. Song Xinlan selected a scene related to Chinese horror. They opted for a viewing mode rather than a gaming mode, prompting her to pull Lu Jia to sit on 2 suddenly materialized chairs. The scene shifted through seasons, ultimately settling into a dimly lit village where moonlight cast shadows upon the swaying locust trees. The tree shadows danced at their feet, evoking an indescribable eerie chill. The realm between life and death was silent, the stillness broken only by the haunting rhythm of drums, echoing through the void. Soon, a child's clear, singing voice reverberated around them. The surroundings remained quiet and desolate, devoid of any human presence, save for the ominous locust trees. Elyuja tensed slightly, although it was Song Xinlan's first time experiencing this scene. She could roughly predict its content. They scanned their surroundings but saw no sign of the singer. Suddenly, a child's head dangled down from a tree before them, a sweet smile gracing his face. Lu Jia's body shivered slightly, clearly startled by this unexpected turn of events. Here, mental perception was futile. It was merely a narrative scene to experience. The unknown is humanity's greatest source of fear. "Are you looking for my brother?" the little boy asked, his voice sweet and innocently pure. Elyuja turned to Song Xinlan, uncertainly inquiring, "Is he speaking to us?" Song Xinlan replied, "Not exactly. We are currently viewing through the eyes of a particular character. Our actions will not alter the storyline." She then glanced behind them, noticing a crowd holding torches had appeared, ominously gathering. The ritual is about to commence. Hando Song Xinlan no longer guided Lu Jia to experience immersive games. Instead, they engaged in activities that were, in her eyes, exceedingly conventional. These included shooting, parkour, monster hunting, ball games, and racing, among others. After a round of play, Lu Jia was merely a novice participant, while Song Xinlan aimed to shatter existing records. However, whenever they encountered something within Lu Jia's expertise, a competitive spirit would naturally arise between them. Gradually, Luja became desensitized to the shock that the human skin drums and head bowls in the VR scenes had initially caused him. After all, Song Xinlan was quite the dynamo. With every record she broke, she attracted the attention of other players. Unlike his aloof demeanor, Song Xinlan could converse with anyone, effortlessly transitioning from gaming discussions to topics as vast as the galaxy itself. By the end of the afternoon, not only had she reset a majority of the game data, but several omegas and betas had also sought her contact information. Yet, she remained indifferent to their advances. Though Lu Zhou appeared to be an alpha, even more attractive than Song Xinlan, his coldness and detachment often deterred those omegas and betas with intentions. In contrast, Song Xinlan, who could engage with anyone, was far more popular. Nonetheless, she always considered Lu Zhou. While she could chat freely with others, she chose to play only with him. That Lu Zhou tugged at Song Xinlan's sleeve, his expression still one of indifference. His tone consistently calm. That it was getting late, and it was time to head back. Glancing at the time, Song Xinlan realized it was already 7 p.m. "All right, let us go eat," she declared, preparing to leave with Lu Zhou. The omegas and betas who had been observing them since the afternoon hurriedly followed. "Are you going to eat? Can we join you?" inquired a female omega, her demeanor shy yet audacious. Song Xinlan waved her hand in refusal. "No, we have other matters to attend to." "Really? Can't you leave us a contact?" The female omega still clung to a glimmer of hope. "No," she replied curtly, showing no mercy. Undeterred by the rejection, the female omega's gaze shifted to Lu. "What about this brother? Can we have his contact?" Lu Zhou paused momentarily, about to shake his head when Song Xinlan swiftly pulled him away. "He can't either. He only likes alphas." The female omega stood frozen, momentarily taken aback by their retreating figures. Such a handsome person is actually into AA relationships. What is wrong with this world? She rushed back to her companions, angrily recounting everything that had just transpired. Her friends were left in shock. Some were astonished to encounter a living example of an AA relationship, while others expressed disdain, muttering about the damned bialpha. Upon exiting, Lu Zhou frowned at Song Xinlan. "What you said earlier might lead them to misunderstand." Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. "Misunderstand what?" "That you're in an AA relationship." Lu Zhou clarified, "That they might think both of us are in an AA relationship." "Do you care?" Song Xinlan asked nonchalantly. "That I don't mind, but you should be cautious," Lu Zhou replied calmly. "Why?" Song Xinlan questioned, perplexed. "If this gets out, will you still be able to date omegas in the future?" However, Song Xinlan did not seem to take the matter seriously. Instead, she grew curious about another question. "Senior, have you ever been in a relationship?" Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment. "Don't bring the topic back to me," he said, striding forward. Song Xinlan, notoriously unreserved, had spent the better part of the day with him, and no matter how distant their relationship had been, it had inevitably grown closer. She caught up to him and joked. "Today, we've progressed from good friends to an AA relationship. Can't you even answer such a trivial question?" Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "Who said we're in an AA relationship? Your audacity rivals that of the most brazen of students. If I weren't bold, how could I be so carefree?" Song Xinlan retorted with a playful smile. Lu Zhou remarked, "This little alpha would climb higher with just a little encouragement." He remained silent, but Song Xinlan had an endless stream of chatter. "Senior, why did you fall into the J-1013 planet last time, and why did it end so badly?" A jump accident, he finally answered the question that had piqued Song Xinlan's curiosity. "That was an S-class mech. How could it break apart like that? You weren't sabotaged, were you?" Song Xinlan's sharp perspective struck a nerve with him. Lu Zhou paused briefly, nodding coldly. "Yeah." Song Xinlan frowned. "Was it someone from the school?" Lu Zhou fell silent, seemingly reluctant to discuss it. Noticing his disinterest in continuing, she refrained from pressing further. Once their relationship deepened, there would be nothing she couldn't inquire about. "Senior, what did you think of that horror game today?" Song Xinlan's enthusiasm appeared particularly heightened. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Zhou shot her a cold glance. "Are you a bit too talkative today? You've been chattering with others all afternoon. Has your excitement not worn off?" Song Xinlan opened her mouth, realizing this might have been the longest string of words he'd uttered all day. Lu Zhou quickened his pace. It was dark, and he didn't wish to revisit those horrific images. Song Xinlan belatedly realized this and hurried to catch up, pointing toward an upscale restaurant to change the subject. Senior, how about we eat at this place tonight? Luja glanced over, noting the extravagant decor, a realm he seldom ventured into. This is a chain. My brother always says it's delicious, but I've never tried it. Just as they paused in front of the restaurant, a small robotic assistant approached them, bowing politely. Welcome, my esteemed guest. I am Xiao Cha. At your service, never causing delays. Luja glanced at the menu displayed on the large screen, showcasing a variety of appealing home-cooked dishes. Shall we go? Song Xinlan looked to him for his opinion. Sure. Chapter 53 stubborn to the last breath that he had seldom visited such establishments, but many Omegas online seemed to adore places like this. Esteemed guests, this way, please. The restaurant's atmosphere was tranquil, marked only by the soft clinking of cutlery and hushed conversations. The decor was pristine and elegant, with soft lighting that was not overly bright. And the arrangement of tables and chairs was thoughtful and spacious, imparting a sense of relaxed comfort. The two found a window-side seat, and the guiding robot bowed once more. Esteemed guests, automated service accompanies you. Should you require anything, please press the service button, and the Xiao Cha team is at your service. Song Xinlan pressed the button for tableware, and soon the table vibrated slightly. A clean, complete set of cutlery appeared before her, and Luja, with the tea already filled. Song Xinlan picked up the warm napkin to wipe her hands, casually activating the self-service ordering holographic screen beside her. Observing her adept movements, Luja's fingers curled slightly, his gaze lowering as he pondered something. Senior, what do you like to eat? Song Xinlan inquired. Luja glanced at the menu and simply replied, You order. I'm fine with anything. What do you mean by anything? Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. She proceeded to inquire about each dish, keenly observing his expressions in response. Luja soon caught on to her little antics, pursing his lips, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. After listing all the dishes, Song Xinlan sank back into the soft sofa, seemingly boneless. Luja looked at her and softly muttered, Thank you. Song Xinlan perked up. Then, in light of our shared meal, can I not have my points deducted? No. Song Xinlan slumped back in her seat again. That you're so strict about public and private matters. Then she recalled something and added, But you did escape to join the fun. Then I'll deduct 3 points myself. Song Xinlan rolled her eyes dramatically. Can't you student council types be a bit more lenient? Always deducting points is quite annoying. That if we're too lenient, everyone will follow suit, and the military academy's rules will become mere decorations. Song Xinlan rested her chin on her hand, lazily asking, When's your next shift? Luja's indifferent expression responded, No comment. Does this person need to be so meticulous? She thought, only wanting to dodge his shift timings. After their meal, Song Xinlan settled the bill using her star card, and together with Luja, they departed in a hover car. By the time they returned to the Federal Military Academy, it was already 10 p.m. The two scanned for the flying vehicles available within the school. Senior, do you want to ride? Song Xinlan offered, and oh need, that Luja rejected her outright. After saying that, she piloted her aircraft away. Song Xinlan shrugged and swiftly flew towards the dormitory in her vehicle. Upon returning to the dorm, the others, noticing her empty hands, looked at her as if they wished to devour her whole. Luo Ichuan crossed his arms. Has your heart turned into a bottomless pit? You've been enjoying yourself out there, and not a thought for us? Shuechang chimed in. Well, I wonder if you went out alone or if you were with other cats. Song Xinlan, retrieving a pile of candies from her space button, tossed them towards the group. Shut your mouths. Shuechang, eyeing the candies, remarked. You said there were no other cats, yet these exquisite and adorable candies. Would a rough person like you buy them? Fan Yin shot a glance at Song Xinlan, unwrapped a candy, and popped it into her mouth. Treat me to dinner when you find someone. Chunin, holding a piece of candy thoughtfully, said, I didn't expect you to arrive the latest but progress the fastest. Song Xinlan. When did I say I found someone? Are you all concocting stories in your heads? These candies were sent by my dad. Oh. Song Xinlan received a chorus of disappointed exclamations from the group. As night deepened, just as Song Xinlan climbed into bed, she received a transfer notification from Luja. Song Xinlan. Luja, dinner money. Song Xinlan. Who said anything about splitting the bill? She promptly returned the transfer. Song Xinlan. I never split bills when dining. Either I treat or someone else does. At most, it's a split. If others split the bill, she'd show up with a face like a leech. Luja, then I'll treat you next time. Song Xinlan. Do you have to be so explicit about it? If he dares to say yes, then let us part ways amicably. Lujo. He simply didn't want to owe anyone a favor, yet he still didn't dare to voice that thought. Knowing Song Xinlan's temperament, he figured she wouldn't appreciate such sentiments. Ultimately, he feared losing a friend who was privy to his deepest secret, yet had never harmed him and maintained a decent relationship. Song Xinlan, you better not be smiling. Song Xinlan, if you're not used to it, but just treat you a few more times. Luja lingered in the chat for a long while, typing and deleting several times before finally responding. And then he took off his optical brain and set it aside. The small apartment was quiet, and images from the VR scenes of the day involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but cover his head with a blanket. He shouldn't have been curious about what Song Xinlan was playing hooky for. As the date for the 20 credits of volunteer work approached, Song Xinlan had indeed settled down considerably. She put in effort into her studies and training. Just when she thought the matter with the school leaders would fizzle out, she was surprised to find representatives from the Federation coming specifically to see her. Sitting in the reception room, she faced several individuals dispatched by the federal government. Compared to the school leaders who had hardly regarded her as a mere sophomore, these individuals sat upright and serious, giving her the impression that she was the one being honored. Such a grand occasion truly overwhelmed her. Comrade Song Xinlan, greetings. I am Luo Zayer from the Federal Department of Stellar Affairs. These are my colleagues. I apologize for the intrusion. Song Xinlan glanced at them. The Federal Department of Stellar Affairs managed diplomacy and internal affairs. IT took more than 800 cunning minds to reach such a position. Not only were they shrewd, but they were also difficult to deal with. Despite their ostentatious display and the respect they afforded her, she still did not wish to sit through their lengthy opening remarks. Thus, she took the initiative. I know why you are here. It's just about the roots, psychic energy. I imagine after so many days, you Haven T figured out and thus sought me out. My conditions remain the same. 1 million star coins. Whether you want to proceed or not is up to you. If not, then so be it. Luozer's composed demeanor cracked slightly. No wonder the old man said this child was hard to deal with. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. From the very start, she had dared to close the door on negotiations. Chapter 54. A collision. He cleared his throat, donning the usual expression of a negotiator. Classmate Song. According to the playback of your holographic assessment, while you discovered that the roots contained psychic energy, I believe your understanding is still quite superficial. 1 million star coins, while not a small sum, is hardly sufficient to exchange for your incomplete and still tentative conclusions. Wouldn't you agree that this is rather extortionate? Song Xinlan leaned slightly forward, a smile playing on her lips. If you believe I am extorting you, then why do you come to seek me? Are you trying to obtain my incomplete and tentative conclusions? Luo Zayer, we must admit that your discovery has opened a new pathway for the Federation, and indeed for all of humanity. In the near future, you may become a great benefactor in human history, receiving unparalleled honors from the federal government. These accolades not pale in comparison to the allure of 1 million star coins. Song Xinlan tilted her head, but I am not interested in those. Were it not for the Essene people and the roots disturbing the peace, she would have long since laid back and enjoyed her life. What use were such unparalleled honors? Flattering words that ultimately meant working for the federal government, waking up early and burning the midnight oil, exhausting oneself. That IT was far better to earn more money and plan for a laid-back life ahead. Luo Zayer was at a loss. Never before had he encountered someone so impervious to persuasion. And no matter how he reasoned, he found that even a salted fish had more ambition than she did. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. We have also conducted experiments based on the holographic simulation scene, but we did not achieve the same results you did. That we merely wish to know how you extracted the psychic energy from the roots and utilized it for your own gain. 50,000 star coins for a method is our greatest concession, Song Xinlan idly replied. 1 million star coins is my greatest mercy. Luo Zayer was nearly driven to curse for the first time in his career. Song Xinlan stood up, resting her hands on the table as she looked at Luo Zayer. Mr. Luo, my stance has been clear from the start. If you disagree, then there's no need for us to waste time. As a student of the Federation's top military academy, was the issue of humanity's survival less significant to him than that 1 million star coins? The female alpha beside Luo Zaire wore a cold expression, exuding a sense of inquiry. One of the representatives of the Federal's 5 departments. You are unwilling to pay that 1 million star coins for humanity's survival, yet you have the gall to question me. Song Xinlan's words were sharp, her assertiveness rivaling any present. How dare you? Is the Federation's resolution something you can question? A male alpha, seated farthest from Song Xinlan, slammed his hand on the table. Song Xinlan sat back down, leisurely saying, "Do not take my words out of context. I was referring to you, not disparaging the federal government." Luo Zaire gestured for the male alpha to calm down, signaling him to settle. He was as stubborn and foul-tempered as a stone in a cesspit. The male alpha grumbled as he sat back down, not forgetting to mutter a curse. Song Xinlan could not be bothered to rebut, merely thinking to herself, "Isn't that foul odor still coming from you?" The female alpha, sitting opposite Luo Zaire, spoke up. "This is a matter of great significance for all of humanity. If humanity were to perish, how long do you think you could survive? You are still young. Your thoughts are too naive," which we can understand. Song Xinlan's expression grew impatient. If all of humanity died, would she live just to burn incense for them? Wouldn't it be better for them to perish together? What kind of madness was this? Such a simplistic question displayed her supposed unwavering love for the world. Song Xinlan did not wish to waste more breath with him, stating bluntly, "I'm tired of mentioning 1 million star coins. Just give me a clear answer. Yes or no, did ITS nothing to the federal government? Bringing so many people here merely shows that you don't consider a student from the Federal Military Academy worth it." After a few more exchanges, Song Xinlan's patience finally ran out, and she left directly. Just a few steps outside the reception room, she spotted Luja standing not far away. "What are you doing here?" "Luja, I had business and happened to pass by." "Oh, so you weren't specifically waiting for me." The reception area was usually devoid of visitors, mostly frequented by leaders and outsiders. What could he possibly be passing by for? Song Xinlan chose not to confront him. Luja did not respond to her comment as they both exited the building housing the reception room. "Are you in dire need of money?" After a long silence, Luja finally asked. Song Xinlan, "Not particularly." "Then why do you insist on that 1 million new coins?" Luja asked cautiously. "Are you here to be a negotiator?" Song Xinlan replied in a flat tone that "I am not." Luja quickly clarified. Song Xinlan continued walking forward nonchalantly, not answering his question. She saw no reason to explain. Selfless giving was akin to a bodhisattva descending to the mortal realm, saving all souls. A person as worldly as her had no such enlightenment, nor was she worthy to compete for merit with a bodhisattva, bearing the moral condemnation of others, forever burdened by an immortal infamy. Perhaps her rightful place lies in the depths of the underworld. Elyuja followed closely behind her, his fingers curling into tight fists, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Song Xinlan halted in her tracks and turned around, only to find Luja lost in his own thoughts, colliding into her. Typically, Song Xinlan's pheromones were well contained, yet proximity inevitably allowed a hint of their scent to escape, something akin to cool mint. Concerned that he might stumble, she grasped his arms on either side. "What were you thinking? You seemed so distracted." Chapter 55. Your soul is free. Luja, somewhat flustered, quickly retracted his inappropriate musings. He stepped back to steady himself, averting his gaze to the ground as he murmured an apology. Song Xinlan regarded him, her eyes lingering on his slightly disheveled hair. He appeared somewhat melancholic, prompting her to explain. "There's no particular reason. They asked me to work, and I expect compensation. Isn't that only logical?" Seeing her willingness to engage, Luja felt a wave of relief wash over him. Song Xinlan leaned slightly forward, her face drawing nearer, her expressive phoenix eyes studying him. With a teasing smile, she inquired, "Are you lamenting your misfortune in encountering someone like me, who has strayed from the path?" Upon hearing her words, Luja's heart tightened as he struggled to grasp her meaning, but he gazed intently into her eyes and replied earnestly, "I do not feel that way." Straightening her posture, Song Xinlan revealed a radiant smile, displaying a row of small white teeth. Then, Luja's melodious voice resonated. Everyone has their own stance. I do not believe your actions are wrong, and O1 is obligated to sacrifice for the Federation or humanity at large. Your soul is freed. He stood there, upright and slender, his physique exuding an indescribable sense of restraint. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on his meticulously kept uniform, which lent him an aura of gentle softness. His cool, distant gaze met hers, earnest and unwavering. Song Xinlan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time since arriving in this world that someone had so candidly supported her choices and resolutely affirmed. You are not in the wrong. Your soul is freed. It was as though her unmoored spirit found solace in that instant, a sensation of returning to a solid ground. Her usually carefree eyes reflected his striking figure, and her fingers, resting at her side, involuntarily twitched. Then, tilting her head slightly, a joyful smile graced her lips. Though the student council may be bothersome, you, senior, are quite endearing, she remarked, half in jest, half in earnest. Elyuja's ears flushed slightly as he coughed discreetly. Redirecting the conversation, do you have class later? Song Xinlan chuckled lightly, replying, no, how could a second-year student like her possibly have no classes? Aside from eating, sleeping, and weekends, her schedule was packed every day. She often felt that many courses in the conducting department were utterly unnecessary. What could be easily comprehended through reading was unnecessarily stretched over a semester of lectures. Thus, she opted to train alongside Luja. The 20 credits worth of volunteer tasks attracted numerous students from the military academy. On the day of departure, the school had already divided all participants into groups, awaiting the signal to assemble, with military buses ready to transport them to the spacecraft docking port. They would then wait for various warships to take them to different destinations in batches. What did you all bring? Luo Ichuan glanced at his bulging backpack, feeling as though he had forgotten something. K-Tion Fan opened his bag, declaring, I brought clothes and fitness equipment. Shuechong looked puzzled. Why on earth did you bring that? K-Tion Fan replied, I need to play with them a bit every night to sleep soundly. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Luo Ichuan then turned to Shuechong. What about you? That bag looks massive. Shuechong beamed at his large backpack. Of course, my beloved gaming consoles. Luo Ichuan exclaimed, we're going to assist with a mission. Do you think you can play with those? Shuechong insisted, no way. I've already ditched my gaming pod. I can't abandon these little treasures. Luo Ichuan glanced at Chun and Fanin, his expression growing increasingly speechless. He thought his own toiletries and skincare items were excessive, yet there were those who were even more outrageous. Chun-in, who loved tinkering with mechanical parts, had filled his entire space with a chaotic assortment of objects, and now he was stuffing more parts into his bag for Fanin, based on past experiences. Her bag likely contained items that might be useful but were rarely needed. Finally, Luo Ichuan's gaze landed on Song Xinlan. Why haven't you packed yet? We're about to leave. Song Xinlan was leisurely reclining in her chair, perusing a book, her feet casually propped on the table. Utterly at odds with the atmosphere of the dormitory, she turned a page and replied, nonchalantly, I've finished packing, just waiting for you all. Seeing this, Shuechong set down his belongings and approached to check her bag. What do you have in here? It's so light. Song Xinlan glanced at him. I only packed 3 sets of clothes. Luo Ichuan looked incredulous. That's it. Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. They'll check before we board the ship. Whatever you bring, they'll toss out half of it. Shuechong looked mournful. Really? Song Xinlan replied. You can try. Song Shuangyi was part of the military department, and she had often boarded ships from their 17th Army before. It was inevitable to undergo machine inspections prior to boarding. Shuechong, wearing a long face, addressed his beloved gaming consoles. My dear ones, I won't be able to pamper you for a while. Song Xinlan observed as the others reluctantly pared down their belongings. She found their constipated expressions, caught between wanting to keep their items and letting them go, utterly amusing. She would have preferred to set off empty-handed. Yet here they were, intent on bringing everything along. In no time, they were escorted to the spacecraft docking port near the military academy. Despite the sizable group, the Federal Military Academy maintained strict discipline, and the students exhibited commendable behavior. They had already been divided into groups of 30, each destined for the same warship. She and Shuechong were assigned to the same group. Exchanging glances filled with anticipation, Song Xinlan activated her holographic computer to update her family on her travel plans. She also responded to a few messages in the group chat with Fu Yin and others. As the group boarded the ship, Lu Zhou approached them at some point, addressing the 30 individuals. Song Xinlan, positioned at the back of the line, stepped onto the spacecraft, only to discover that Lu Zhou was also in her group. Once everyone had boarded, Lu Zhou entered the ship alongside a rather unappealing male alpha. The moment Lu Zhou stepped in, excitement rippled through the passengers. After all, he was a prominent figure at the school, a double S-class psychic with a young age and a rank of major. Among their group were several Omega and Beta students from the medical department, all gazing at Lu Zhou with admiration. "Senior Lu, you're in our group? That's wonderful," exclaimed a male alpha. A female alpha chimed in excitedly. "Looks like we've already won at the starting line, huh?" The male alpha who entered with Lu Zhou wore a disdainful expression. He moved closer, deliberately bumping into Lu Zhou before taking a seat next to Song Xinlan. Lu Zhou, well-grounded, merely swayed slightly. Song Xinlan placed her feet on the adjacent seat, crossing her arms nonchalantly. "Apologies, this seat is taken. Please find another." The male alpha, with piercing hawk-like eyes, glared coldly at her. "If you want to live, move aside." Song Xinlan remained silent, showing no intention of shifting her feet, her demeanor exuding a reckless defiance. Chapter 56. Will the seniors share a room with me? The male alpha was about to retaliate when Lu Zhou intervened. "Qin Can, as the deputy leader, please set a good example and refrain from causing trouble." Upon hearing the title of deputy leader, Qin Can's expression darkened further, and he swung a punch towards Lu Zhou's shoulder. Lu Zhou frowned, sidestepping the blow effortlessly in a swift motion. He countered, using deft strength to neutralize Qin Can's force. Qin Can glared at him, preparing to strike again, but Song Xinlan delivered a swift kick to his lower region. Taken by surprise, he was hit squarely in his weak spot. Avoid public humiliation. Song Xinlan seized the collar of his shirt, shoving him sideways. Turning to Lu Zhou, she flashed a bright smile, patting the seat beside her. "Senior, please take a seat." Lu Zhou paused momentarily, his expression remaining as cool and detached as ever. Before sitting beside her, Qin Can glared at Song Xinlan with malice. "You'd better not fall into my hands." Song Xinlan replied lazily, "Oh, you'd better hope you can eliminate me to prevent future troubles." Qin Can clenched his fist tightly and cast a sinister glance in Lu Zhi's direction. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in place, exchanging glances, none daring to utter a word. The spaceship gradually made its way toward the space station of Luotia Star, while Song Xinlan nonchalantly observed the flurry of messages popping up in the dormitory group chat. "Shuechong. In society. My sister Lan is fierce, and her words even sharper. Shuechong. Look at my starry eyes filled with admiration. Luo Yichuan. That Qin Can seems to be a fourth-year student from the infantry department. Chunin, indeed, and he's a captain. Fanine. I heard he's quite resentful towards Senior Lu, always targeting him in everything he does. K Ting Fan. What a lack of class. Shuechong. Did he just bump into our Senior Lu? K Ting Fan. I saw it. Shuechong. He deserves to be beaten. Luo Yichuan. Looks like Song is on good terms with Senior Lu. Shuechong. Song Xinlan. Confess honestly. When did you start building relationships behind our backs? Chunin. Let her network. Shuechong. What's wrong with you? Luo Yichuan. Think long-term. She will be our greatest connection in the future. Shuechong. Applauding your foresight. Song Xinlan. Stop, Song Xinlan. My relationship with Senior Lu is a gentlemanly friendship. As tranquil as water. Song Xinlan. I simply cannot stand the arrogant demeanor of that Qin from the infantry department. Shuechong. Luo Yichuan. K Ting Fan. Song Xinlan. Song Xinlan. Your reactions make it seem as though I have some illicit affair. Are you all mad? Shuechong. Don't mind me. I'm just delirious, feeling that the scene we just witnessed is increasingly amusing. The others responded with a chorus of long question marks. Song Xinlan shut off her light brain and glanced at the side of Lu Zhi, who was engrossed in watching a video of an unknown battle on the holographic projection screen that he truly spared no time at all. She couldn't help but yawn, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes to rest. Gradually, the chatter of her classmates resumed around her. Upon arriving at the Luotia Star space station, Song Xinlan and the others disembarked, leisurely trailing at the end of the line. They were greeted by the warship of the Federal Army's 7th Corps. Once all 30 students boarded the warship, several middle-aged alphas in military uniforms approached them. After exchanging military salutes, the leading middle-aged alpha addressed them. "Greetings, everyone. I am Commander Zhong Qi of the Federal 7th Corps. We are about to head to 852 Star, which falls under the jurisdiction of Silver Cloud Star. Shortly, someone will arrange your accommodations. Please gather in the conference hall in 10 minutes. Before reaching 852 Star, you will undergo 3 days of training." With that, he gestured to the female beta, following him, and strode away. The female beta saluted Commander Zhong and then said to the group, "Please follow me." Upon arriving at the relaxation area of the warship, the female beta explained, "Due to limited space, you will share rooms in pairs. For those of different genders, I will make the arrangements." Thus, the group began to pair up. Song Xinlan turned to Lu Ji, her tone playful. "Senior, would you like to share a room with me?" Lu Ji's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded softly, murmuring, "Thank you." He had encountered a similar situation before when there were too many people and not enough rooms, forcing him to share one with a male alpha from the military. Although each had their own bed, the rooms on the warship were still relatively cramped. He had spent countless sleepless nights, fear and anxiety engulfing his very soul. Fortunately, their schedules often overlapped, allowing him a brief reprieve during that mission. Now, with Song Xinlan's presence, his taut nerves began to ease. He trusted her more than others. After all, during their time on the Garbage Star, they had shared a space for many days, and she had never behaved inappropriately in her dealings with Omegas. She was a well-mannered alpha. Song Xinlan shrugged, stating with a hint of exasperation, "In the future, you can refrain from using those 2 words. I'm quite tired of hearing them." Lu Ji pursed his lips, offering no response. The two walked towards an empty room, Lu Ji maintaining a distance behind her. Just as Xuechong was about to approach Song Xinlan for the same arrangement, he witnessed this scene and wore an expression of betrayal. Not daring to scold Lu Ji in front of him, he resorted to venting in the group chat. He quickly sought out familiar faces to form a team. Qin stood in the corner, motionless, his expression growing increasingly sullen as he watched Lu Ji depart. The rooms on the warship were indeed quite small, a stark contrast to the luxurious starship that had come to fetch her from J1013 Star. The available space measured only about 5 square meters, furnished with 2 one-meter beds and a simple, unadorned cabinet. The distance between the ceiling and the floor was merely 2 meters, creating a sense of oppressive confinement. Song Xinlan tossed her bag onto the bed and remarked, "Is the Federal Army's accommodation really this shabby?" "One might think I'm still on the Garbage Star." Lug approached his bed, setting down his belongings before replying. "This warship must have been produced 39 years ago. Quite shabby indeed. Unfortunately, as long as a warship is not completely destroyed, it typically takes 50 years before a replacement is commissioned. Do you think that if we accidentally blew up this warship upon departure, the 7th Corps would be grateful?" Lu Ji was taken aback, genuinely not expecting her to entertain such a bold notion. "Please, don't cause any trouble, though. Then I won't stir up any mischief. After all, I'll just be enduring this for a while the 7th Corps will have to continue suffering." Lu Ji merely smiled faintly and said, "It's about time. We should head to the gathering." Song Xinlan stood up, and the two exited in tandem, by the time the female alpha arrived for their training. All 30 students had already gathered in the conference room. "Excellent. Everyone is quite punctual," the female alpha noted with satisfaction upon seeing the neatly arranged rows of heads. "That I am your trainer and also the Deputy Commander of the 7th Corps. My surname is Tang. You may call me Deputy Commander Tang. That I understand that among you, there is a major leading the group. May I know who it is?" Lu Ji rose gracefully, saluted the female alpha, and stated, "Reporting in, Lu Ji from the Federal Military Academy's Command Department. At your service, Deputy Commander Tang." The female alpha nodded in approval. "Such achievements at a young age. Your future is limitless. Please take your seat. We shall commence the training now. In 3 days, you will assist the 7th Corps in rescuing civilians. This is a valuable opportunity for your life experience and also a chance to earn military merit. The current situation on 852 Star is not optimistic." Chapter 57. Exoskeletal Armor. Song Xinlan languidly rested her chin on her hand, listening to Deputy Commander Tang's extensive discourse on the current state of 852 star. A852 star is a small planet with a relatively advanced agricultural economy, one of the planets in the galaxy that possesses nutrient-rich soil. The existence of this soil satisfies many of humanity's culinary desires. After all, while nutrient solutions are convenient, they are often unpalatable. The nutrient-rich soil on A852 star benefits human survival, yet it also allows roots to extract nourishment and continuously thrive. This is precisely what makes A852 star a challenging situation. Recently, the federal government announced the discovery of psychic energy within the roots, a significant finding. This means we can perceive the presence of roots through our own psychic powers, rather than relying solely on our eyesight, thus avoiding a passive state. Therefore, upon arriving at an 852 star, you must constantly use your psychic abilities to sense your surroundings. Those who possess psychic beasts should summon them, as these creatures can absorb the psychic energy from the roots, which is the latest discovery announced by the federal government. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji couldn't help but glance at Song Xinlan. However, Song Xinlan merely rested her chin on her hand, lazily returning his gaze. What was he looking at? The fact that roots contain psychic energy and that psychic beasts can absorb it is something humanity would eventually discover. It was merely a matter of time. As for whether she discovered it first or someone else did, she didn't concern herself overly much. After all, she wasn't particularly interested in military merit. If it came to an argument, it could easily devolve into the age-old debate of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Her assessment replay was likely still being scrutinized at the military academy. Without compensation, they could take their time figuring it out, if they managed to figure it out. It would be theirs. If they don't, she would simply wait for fortune to fall from the sky. Seeing her so unconcerned, Lu Ji felt relieved. He genuinely feared this audacious little alpha might cause a stir. No one would appreciate such matters, but if a commotion were to arise, she would be the one to suffer. Upon arriving at an 852 star, we will equip you with exoskeletal armor. From now on, you must wear gravity rings on your hands and feet to adapt to the use of the exoskeletal armor. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir erupted in the conference room. Exoskeletal armor, the legendary exoskeletal armor. Indeed, it can be adjusted to fit each individual's physique just by tapping it. I've only heard about it in class. The Federation only developed it through nanotechnology 5 years ago and officially implemented it last year. Who would have thought we would catch up with it now? Wow, I can already imagine how cool I will look wearing it. With great anticipation, I have resolved to don a 30-pound gravity ring for the next few days. What is 30 pounds, after all? I shall wear 50. Song Xinlan furrowed her brow at the thought of the skeletal armor. She couldn't help but recall that irritating individual, Xiao Yining, who, despite her mediocre talents, consistently sought her out for a duel. Last New Year, she had even gone to great lengths to procure 2 sets of skeletal armor. It was a mystery how she had managed it. Yet she insisted on challenging Song Xinlan to a fight. The memory of the first time she donned that armor, nearly collapsing under its weight, was still vivid in her mind. "Ha, Song Xiaofei, you're such a novice." Xiao Yining crossed her arms, her face a mask of disdain as she observed Song Xinlan struggle to rise in the skeletal armor. "Idiot, do you dare claim you could walk freely the first time you wore it?" Unsurprisingly, after a week of adaptation, she managed to bring her opponent down. Each time Xiao Yining was defeated, she would indignantly declare, "Just you wait, I will surely find a way to surpass you." Yet a year had passed, and that girl seemed to have vanished without a trace. Previously, Xiao Yining would frequently seek her out, but Song Xinlan, with her languid disposition, paid little attention. It was only later that she learned of Xiao Yining's troubled upbringing. Neglected at home after her Omega mother passed away and her Alpha mother remarried an Omega father, they formed a new family, with new children, leaving her feeling like an extraneous presence. She often brought unusual curiosities to challenge Song Xinlan. As the rest of her family showed little interest in her, as Song Xinlan rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, she pondered the fate of that girl, who hadn't responded to any messages in an entire year. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the 7th Army entered the conference room, each carrying a box of gravity rings, which they placed before the assembly. Deputy Commander Tang instructed them, "Form a line to collect your gravity rings." Alphas must weigh at least 20 pounds, and betas and omegas at least 10 pounds. Of course, if you can handle more, feel free to increase the weight. For the next few days, you're not permitted to remove them. For each infraction, 3 points will be deducted. The crowd groaned, lamenting, "Must we face point deductions even here?" Not only here, but once you enter the military, you will be subject to the same disciplinary points. The atmosphere grew even more despondent. Furthermore, before reaching your destination, the weight of your rings can only be increased, not decreased. The heavier the weight you choose now, the more arduous your days ahead will be. However, the reward for enduring the strain will be a sensation of lightness when you don the skeletal armor, as it weighs approximately 65 pounds. Choose wisely according to your capability. Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. 65 pounds was indeed lighter than the skeletal armor Xiao Yining had acquired. Akati appeared to be an upgraded version. Xue Chang and his companions were at the front of the line. And apart from Luo, Yichuan, and Chun, who conservatively opted for 40 pounds, the others exuded confidence in their endurance. One individual even strapped on 60 pounds. Song Xinlan could already envision how those three would struggle to move in the coming days. Observing this, other alphas felt compelled to compete, as if failing to wear 60 pounds would render them inferior. Even Luo, Yichuan, and Chun added an additional 10 pounds to their loads. Their competitive nature was ingrained within them. When it was Song Xinlan's turn, she only chose to wear 30 pounds. After all, one must proceed gradually. One cannot expect to gain weight instantly. Xue Chang remarked. "You're only wearing so little?" Song Xinlan replied. "Just starting off." Xue Chang retorted. "How ambitious." Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. "When you need to use the restroom, I hope you can still lift your arms." Xue Chang's eyes widened. "Are you joking?" He then spun around in front of her with ease. Song Xinlan completed strapping on her gravity rings, then took an additional 25 pounds for Luja. Luja hesitated, but ultimately accepted. He had intended to wear 40 pounds. As all the alphas were wearing no less than that, he feared standing out and drawing suspicion. Yet, Song Xinlan was nonchalant in her choice of 30 pounds and even handed him 25. She seemed to shatter societal norms, as if anything she did could not be deemed unreasonable. Chapter 58. I will not permit you to spend money on this ugly thing. Senior Lu is wearing such a light load too. Luja thought, beginning to reconsider his choice and feeling the weight pressing down on him now. In a way, while I still have a chance to change, I'll shed 20 pounds. What else with all of you? Consequently, many began to swap their gravity rings for lighter ones. Xue Chang and his group heeded the advice, each removing 10 pounds, while only a few stubborn individuals clung to their 60 pounds, unwilling to yield. Once everyone donned their gravity rings, Deputy Commander Tang gestured. For the time being, you may tour the warship, but remember not to interfere with its operations. The weaponry in certain areas are strictly off limits. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Thus, the group departed the conference room with enthusiasm. For now, they felt relatively unburdened, each appearing lively and energetic. Elyuja was called away by Deputy Commander Tang, and Song Xinlan's gaze fell upon an alpha named Xinkan. Though she had no intention of focusing on him, his gaze towards Luja seemed laden with malice. Could it be that jealousy truly distorts one's appearance? Song Xinlan snapped a photo of him with her light brain, sending along with all the information she had gathered about Qin, Kent to Fu Yinkai.fu. Come and take this order. She messaged 20,000 star coins for all the details on this person. She added, Fu Yinkai replied almost immediately. Who is this? With that ugly mug, does he really think he is worth 20,000 star coins? A nuisance that barks incessantly. Wait, I won't allow you to waste money on such an eyesore. As expected of Fu, you have principles. What is the scoop on this person? Do tell. Thus, Song Xinlan began to relay to Fu Yinkai the events involving Qin can aboard the spaceship, along with his occasional sinister glances. I've found something, Fu Yinkai said, momentarily silent as he viewed a picture of Luja. I sent this the Omega you found on that garbage planet. Why does his identity state Alpha? He was momentarily perplexed at an A or an O. Fu Yinkai continued. This person and Luja both hail from planet G1233, a planet for exiles, an exile planet. They were both sponsored to attend school on Luowina Star due to their exceptional mental prowess at the age of 15. There is no information available before that age. Later, they both gained admission to the Federal Military Academy based on their own abilities, one to the command department and the other to the infantry department. They lack any significant background, but their disparity in talent seems to have created a rift between them. Xinlan is quite the scoundrel. He tampered with Lujia's mecha that I realize now. Lujia's fall into J1013 star wasn't an accident. Had he not encountered you, he might have perished. It seems I truly underestimated him. So, what is Lujia's actual designation? A or O? This matter I will discuss with you in person when the opportunity arises. That AS for his gender information. Please do your utmost to erase it, including our conversation. Wow, you're protective now. I don't want to cause him trouble because of you or me. Look at you, saying such things. Even Xinlan, that little fool, might not believe it. You dare say that in front of me? I could easily screenshot and forward it to you. No, I was wrong, sister, I assure you. I won't speak of this to anyone. I'll erase all records for your sake, ensuring your romance is safeguarded. Again, I must reiterate, our relationship is not what you think. Then what is it? Friends, TSK, your progress is so slow. I utterly disdain you. While those who disdain me should be rewarded with a box of freshly harvested asthenium root specimens. Whoa, don't. That stuff is disgusting. Please spare me. All right, I admit. You two are friends. Friends for eternity. With that, she shut off her light brain, realizing that everyone around her had already dispersed. Xinlan meandered aimlessly to the training room aboard the warship. Upon entering, she spotted her former medical school roommate, Cheng Weining. It dawned on her that she had also come along. They had exchanged brief pleasantries before boarding the ship. However, Cheng Weining had always possessed a low profile, seldom initiating conversations with those she wasn't familiar with. Her presence was so understated that hardly anyone noticed her. Didn't expect you to come here as well? Cheng Weining smiled upon seeing her. After all, during their first year, she had never witnessed this individual proactively engage in study. Xinlan raised the gravity ring in her hand, remarking, "Wearing this contraption makes any activity uncomfortable. It's far more practical to engage in training." "How have things been in the command department?" "Quite well," Cheng Weining replied. "Since we're here, shall we spar?" Xinlan inquired. Barehanded, Xinlan rolled her eyes. "Surely, I can't just rely on my mental prowess to overpower you." Cheng Weining chuckled in response. Thus, the two donned their gravity rings and began sparring. Although Cheng Weining was from the medical department, she had grown up on the fringes of Zone J, where her martial skills, though not extraordinary, were commendable. The ship's schedule closely resembled that of a military academy, with bells ringing to signal wake-up calls and rest periods. Upon glancing at the time, Xinlan hurried back to the ship's rest area alongside Cheng Weining. If they lingered too long, the lights would go out, and wandering outside their quarters would inevitably lead to penalties. Xinlan quickly visited the restroom, seizing every moment to splash cold water over herself. She dashed back towards her room, determined to wash off the grime that made her feel restless and unclean. Bathing had been the most frequent activity in her life, without exception, just as she knocked on the door. The rest bell chimed. Luji opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the water-soaked appearance of Xinlan. "What on earth have you been up to?" Entering the room, Xinlan shut the door and began rummaging through her bag for clothes. "I just washed up. Turn around so I can change." Luji's ears turned slightly red as he turned away, feigning interest in his holographic device. Xinlan swiftly changed her attire. "I'm ready." Only then did Luji turn back, observing her drying her hair with her soiled clothing. "What is the difference between that and not washing at all?" he remarked, pursing his lips, after drying off sufficiently. Xinlan tossed her dirty clothes onto a nearby cabinet and turned to Luji. "Washed is washed, and unwashed is unwashed. They're two distinct concepts, vastly different." Luji handed her an entire pack of tissues, saying, "Dry off a bit more before sleeping." Xinlan took a few tissues and rubbed her hair vigorously until it no longer dripped. Luji contemplated her disheveled hair, battling the urge to correct it, but ultimately suppressing the impulse. Cocooned in her blanket with only her head exposed, Xinlan bid Luji, "Sleep early, senior. Good night," and promptly turn away. "Good night," Luji replied softly, settling in his own covers. "Attention in 15 minutes. The ship will enter transition. Please prepare accordingly." The ship's announcement echoed through the early morning hours, repeating thrice. Once in transition, the ship would sway significantly. For safety, a reminder would be issued 10 minutes prior to the transition. Xinlan pulled back her covers and rose to tidy herself. Lug was already prepared and waiting for her. Together, they exited towards the nearest transition rest area, where others began to arrive as well. Not only were there the 30 from their military academy, but also members of the 7th Army. Xinlan found an empty double seat and gestured for Lu Ji to enter. He sat down and fastened his seatbelt. Soon, the ship entered the transition gate. Due to the spatial distortion and the rapid acceleration through the gate, most individuals experienced dizziness and discomfort. However, some, like Xinlan, were immune to such sensations, akin to her previous life's experience with motion sickness. It all depended on one's physical constitution. Xinlan, upon entering the transition, felt no discomfort and was even drowsy. She glanced at Lu Ji, recalling how he had been ill during the last transition on the chief family's ship. True to form, he appeared pale and weak this time as well. She retrieved a pill from her spatial compartment and offered it to him. "Take this. It will help." Lug accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you," he said, popping it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a sweet and tangy flavor that enveloped his palate. Before long, he felt significantly better. Turning slightly towards Xinlan, he quietly asked, "I've been unable to find anything to alleviate the dizziness and discomfort from transitions." "Where did you get this?" "I concocted it myself," Xinlan replied, nonchalantly. Lug paused, recalling that she had recently been a medical student. Then, she elaborated, "My brother suffers terribly during transitions. Dizzy and nauseous, I had to care for him every time we traveled by ship. So I developed this remedy that makes him comfortable and saves me the trouble." After a moment of contemplation, Lug asked, "Could you sell me some? The one I just gave you is the last." "I'll brew more next time," she replied. After all, Xingqi typically spent the entire week at school, only returning home or taking a ship on holidays. She always prepared ahead for their journeys together. 3 days later, the ship arrived at 8:52. The moment they removed the gravity rings, everyone felt as if they could float. Over the past few days, Xinlan had added an extra 15 pounds of weight each day, with an additional 10 for Lu Ji. Compared to the others who stumbled about, seemingly drained of vitality, their situation was markedly better. After removing his gravity ring, Xuechang found himself slightly unsteady and grabbed onto Xinlan's shoulder. "I can't take it anymore. Let me lean on you." "Didn't you say it was a breeze?" Xinlan teased. "Well, it's manageable," he admitted. "That of course it is. You've shifted all the weight onto me." With that, she pushed Xuechang towards Fan Yin, who shot him a sharp glare, clearly signaling him to stay away. Instantly, Xuechang stood straight, ultimately seeking out Chun for support. After a brief respite, supplies were distributed to everyone in the form of skeletal armor. IT appeared as a silver sphere that would automatically generate skeletal armor upon activation. Once donned, it would adjust to fit each individual's physique, optimizing their defensive capabilities. "Attention, the ship is about to land on A852, the announcement chimed, as the excitement for receiving the skeletal armor still lingered. Commander Zhong Qi of the Federal 7th Army whistled, bringing immediate silence to the crowd. In 15 minutes, we will reach the ground. There are 30 of you, organized into teams of 5, that you will accompany the 16 squads dispatched by the 7th Army to the east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Your task is to assist the designated squads. Follow the orders of your squad leader without question, as non-compliance will be dealt with according to military law." His gaze fell on Lu Ji. "Major Lu, though you're still a student, I have reviewed your accomplishments and have faith in your abilities that I wish for you to lead a team to the southwest to eliminate the root threats. I've already briefed you on the responsibilities and tasks of the squad leader. Do you have any objections?" Lu Ji saluted, and "Oh, objections. Good." Commander Zhong then accessed the student roster on his holographic device. Luo Yichuan, Xinlan, and Deng Yuming, you are all classified as S-level mentalists. You will be in Major Lu's team. Also, Gu Qingqing from the medical department, you will accompany them. Turning back to Lu Ji, he added, "I will assign 2 level mentalists from the 7th Army to assist you. Report any issues as they arise. Understood? Lu Ji replied earnestly. Commander Zhong nodded in satisfaction before continuing to organize the other teams. Deputy Commander Tang began directing the distribution of resources to each squad. Those with spatial compartments could collect their supplies directly, while those without should retrieve theirs from Deputy Officer Zhong, to be returned promptly after their mission. Though the scene was somewhat noisy, it was far from chaotic. Each individual stood in orderly lines, and once all preparations were completed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The military vessel descended slowly until its hatch opened, and 16 small teams leapt forth. Each team was allocated 3 to 4 hover vehicles, sufficient to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals per vehicle. The landing site of the vessel was rather desolate. Each team sped off towards their designated directions, and momentarily, a calm descended around the military ship. Song Xinlan and her group of 7 remained silent as they advanced. It was only when they encountered a series of neatly arranged bungalows that Lu Zhi raised his hand to signal a halt. The village appeared devoid of people, yet the mental acuity of the group was formidable. A slight perception was enough to reveal that inhabitants were indeed present within the village. Chapter 60 was merely another chapter. But here, there were not only people, but also routes. The group disembarked from their hover vehicles, securing them with intelligent locks that Lu Zhi directed. We will split into 3 routes: left, middle, and right, to systematically eliminate the infected root entities we can detect. Deng Yuming raised his hand. Senior, I'll accompany you. Lu Zhi replied. Very well. Before turning to Gu Qingqing, the medical Omega, you will join us. Ji Qingqing nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Senior, I will not hold you back. Thus, Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan proceeded towards the far left path of the village, while the 2 B-level mentalists from the 7th Army headed towards the right. After traversing a short distance, Luo Yichuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, it's just you and me. Song Xinlan inquired, What's wrong? Social anxiety. Luo Yichuan retorted, No, it's just that Senior Lu exudes such an overwhelming presence. Even a glance from him makes me feel like I'm being singled out. Song Xinlan mused, I don't sense that at all. Sometimes, I find him quite endearing. Luo Yichuan shot her a glare. You, who dares to challenge even the principal, could never understand my feelings, Song Xinlan replied. I feel the infected roots are nearby, but I can't quite pinpoint their exact location. Luo Yichuan's expression turned serious. Song Xinlan extended her mental energy. There's one in that upper room. Another in the red house ahead. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled Luo Yichuan aside, and they swiftly retreated several meters before them. Brown roots surged upward like a tempest, perhaps due to the presence of the essence soil. The roots here were significantly larger and more robust than those found elsewhere. What on earth has happened to the roots? She exclaimed, raising her energy gun and firing at the menacing tendrils. However, these roots, nurtured by the essence soil, were far more resilient to destruction. Quickly, activate the skeletal armor, Song Xinlan instructed Luo Yichuan. The 2 pressed the silver orbs against themselves, and the metallic armor conformed seamlessly to their bodies, leaving only their noses and mouths exposed. Luo Yichuan felt his movements and speed noticeably hindered. Despite having worn a gravity ring for days, the adaptation period was too brief, making it somewhat cumbersome. In contrast, Song Xinlan had prior experience with skeletal mechas. Coupled with her recent intense training for assessments and the adjustment to the gravity ring, her physical prowess had improved alongside her mental strength. After donning the armor, she felt some discomfort, yet it did not impede her mobility. Run swiftly and summon the mental beast, she urged, and the 2 dashed forward as the formidable roots anchored themselves into the soil, reaching out towards them. Song Xinlan quickly concentrated a vast amount of mental energy, and the azure eagle gradually took form within that powerful aura. It paused momentarily, then flapped its wings in the air, casting a disgruntled glance at its master before diving down at incredible speed, sinking its beak into a segment of the roots. As it munched, the mental energy within the roots was drained, and it disdainfully spat out the unappealing mass before moving on to consume another chunk. Meanwhile, Luo Yichuan's large leopard carried them forward, occasionally firing energy bullets back at the encroaching roots, though these roots were challenging to extinguish. They were not entirely impervious to damage. These roots are truly terrifying. They're on an entirely different level compared to those on planet J1013, Luo Ichuan remarked. Those roots are firmly planted, as long as we outrun their reach. We will be temporarily safe, he continued. But how do we eliminate them? We can't rely on our mental beast to nibble away at them indefinitely. That would take far too long. They fear fire. Yet the energy bullets emitted by our guns lack the heat to deliver fatal damage. We should try another weapon, Song Xinlan suggested. Luo Ichuan swiftly retrieved a small ore from their supplies. Let us give this a try. Song Xinlan accepted it, using her mental energy to signal the Azure Eagle to return. Once the eagle was in sight, she heated the plasma bomb in her hand and hurled it towards the roots behind them. With a thunderous explosion, the roots ignited in a blaze of intense heat. In the midst of the flames, the robust roots writhed desperately against the ground, seemingly attempting to extinguish the fire consuming them. A piercing shriek echoed, unsettling both Luo Ichuan and Song Xinlan. Did the roots just scream? Luo Ichuan asked, astonished. Song Xinlan shook her head. No, that was likely a mental wave emitted by the roots, creating an illusion of their cries. Luo Ichuan gaped. Have they evolved to this extent? This essence soil is their paradise for growth. The two circumvented to enter the small village, with Song Xinlan maneuvering her mental threads to explore their surroundings. Let us head to that red house. Didn't you mention there is an infected root entity there? Shouldn't we lure it down first? I want to capture a live one. Have you lost your mind? Fine, you can wait for me down here. She intended to gather roots for experimentation. No, we must go together. After confirming the area was secure, they climbed through a window. The roots were highly sensitive to human presence. And as they approached, the infected entity grew agitated. Song Xinlan expanded her mental energy, and soon the infected root entity descended from the second floor. Upon spotting them, countless brown roots surged forth from its pores. After being nurtured by the essence soil, the intelligence of the infected entity appeared to have enhanced as well. IT no longer merely stood still, releasing its roots. It approached them with newfound agility and control over its human form. Manifest mental energy, Song Xinlan commanded, conjuring razor-sharp silver threads of mental energy in the air, weaving an invisible net before her and Luo Ichuan. As the infected entity lunged at them, it collided with the silver net woven from Song Xinlan's mental energy. The sharp thread sliced through the exposed skin of the root entity, revealing the chilling white bones beneath, entwined with roots. Retreating a few steps, Song Xinlan pulled the densely woven silver net tighter, ensnaring the infected entity within. The more it struggled, the sharper the threads became, ultimately shredding the human form, housing the roots into a disarray of flesh. In a desperate act, a diminutive root emerged, attempting to escape through a gap in the silver net. However, while the net contained openings, any movement towards it rendered those gaps perilously sharp, severing the restless root in two. The roots, known for their resilience, could survive even when cut. As long as they re-entered the soil, they could thrive anew without end. Yet, they too could feel pain, and as the roots were severed shorter and shorter, detached from their main body and deprived of nourishment, they would ultimately perish. Chapter 61. Who is the true devil? Luo Ichuan stared in disbelief at Song Xinlan's display of prowess. Can mental energy be wielded in such a manner? The cluster of roots diminished its struggling movements, retracting its tendrils in a futile attempt to penetrate the unyielding floor. IT yearned to return to the earth and escape to freedom. Song Xinlan fixated her gaze on the writhing mass of roots. Suddenly, the silken net tightened, yet it withdrew its sharp aggression. The root, still clinging to hope, became animated once more. However, in the next instant, it sensed its energy gradually ebbing away, as if something were firmly siphoning it. Bewildered, it instinctively struggled. According to the data derived from the holographic simulation scene, when the spiritual energy within the roots was absorbed by a human, it would encounter repulsion due to the disparity between the two types of spiritual energy, resulting in a tumultuous psychic sea and excruciating neural pain. Hence, this time she merely absorbed a small amount, subsequently condensing her spiritual force into a cohesive mass within the psychic sea she enveloped. Struck and devoured that small cluster of spiritual energy drawn from the roots, aiming to achieve the assimilation of this root's spiritual essence, as long as this root's energy could be progressively assimilated into her own spiritual energy. She would no longer fear depletion when confronting the roots. Yet, while the notion of assimilation sounded simple, the execution was exceedingly challenging. Although Song Xinlan had managed to succeed in her attempts, she lacked finesse. Furthermore, she could not absorb too much at once. If the absorbed spiritual energy from the roots exceeded her own, she would have to proceed gradually. Otherwise, there was a significant risk of reverse absorption occurring. Seeing Song Xinlan standing there, seemingly engrossed in her task while the cluster of roots appeared to have withered considerably, Luo Yichuan recalled her actions during the holographic simulation assessment. You aren't attempting to absorb the spiritual energy from the roots, are you? Song Xinlan replied with a casual Luo Yichuan was horrified by Song Xinlan's audacity and recklessness. Is there anything in this world you wouldn't dare to do? This isn't a holographic simulation. If something goes wrong, it's all too real. Noticing Song Xinlan's unwavering focus on her spiritual energy, he recalled her tragic demise in the holographic simulation, causing his hair to stand on end with fear. He grew increasingly anxious. However, when he saw no signs of pain on Song Xinlan's face, he felt slightly reassured. He resolved that if anything went awry, even if it meant harming her psychic sea, he would forcibly intervene. Thus, he began to pace back and forth, feeling that each passing moment was excruciatingly long. As Song Xinlan's proficiency in absorbing the root's spiritual energy increased, she quickened her pace. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, she finally drained the roots of all vitality. Luo Yichuan, noticing her halt, scrutinized her from head to toe. Are you all right? I'm fine, quite well, actually, she replied. Luo Yichuan, filled with exasperation, retorted, Could you not give me a heads up next time? It would help me mentally prepare. I was genuinely afraid you'd perish in the blink of an eye. Song Xinlan placed her arm around his shoulder as they exited, reassuring him, Don't worry. I know my limits. You have your limits. Go ahead and gamble with your own life. It's us bystanders who are terrified. Stop fretting. Let us tackle the next one that you'll make me regret this. Luo Yichuan sighed deeply. Just wait until I report you to Senior Lu. Song Xinlan momentarily lost her words. As the two continued forward, sensing several infected roots nearby, Song Xinlan instructed Luo Yichuan. You go to the house across the street. I'll stay here. If anything happens, call for me. I'll hear you. With that, she deftly climbed through a window into the house. Luo Yichuan shot her an incredulous glance before retrieving 2 light guns from his spatial pocket. In an area with so many houses, utilizing plasma bombs was impractical. A single explosion could level the entire village. He refused to believe that, armed with skeletal armor and light guns, he couldn't eliminate those roots. Moreover, he had his spiritual beast. Ultimately, if his life were at stake, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to plasma bombs, demolishing the house along with the roots. When life is threatened, all else becomes trivial. What Luo Yichuan did not anticipate was that Song Xinlan's approach to clearing the roots was akin to a frenzy. He had scarcely dealt with one when she had already dispatched 3. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the roots, he worried whether it would overwhelm her psychic sea. Time slipped by, and suddenly, he heard a piercing scream emanating from the roots as they released their spiritual waves. Startled, he hastily finished off the root before rushing towards Song Xinlan. The sight before him left him agape, in contrast to Song Xinlan, who appeared like a little demon. He suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the roots. Before him, Song Xinlan, clad in skeletal armor, extracted a still-living root from the gaping hole she had blasted into its body with her light gun. The root's surface was smeared with droplets of blood. Desperately attempting to burrow into the unprotected mouth and nose of Song Xinlan, Luo Yichuan's heart raced as he raised his light gun, aiming at the root in her grasp. Yet he watched as Song Xinlan yanked it forcefully, kneading it into a mass and yanking it again. The root writhed desperately, attempting to burrow into her body. However, the moment even a single tendril broke free from her palm, it would be absorbed by her invisible spiritual force, transforming into a limp corpse. Song Xinlan stuffed the mass of roots into a prepared container beside the table, sealing it tightly. Yet another promising specimen for her experiments. "What are you up to now?" Luo Yichuan inquired. She handed him the glass container. "Do you want some specialties?" Luo Yichuan vehemently shook his head, distancing himself from the repulsive object. "I truly didn't expect you to be this unhinged." Song Xinlan tossed the root sample into her spatial pocket. "Let us move on to the next. How can you even catch something so disgusting? Clearly, you've never taken a medical dissection course. There are far worse things, so you're not planning to take those roots back for experiments, are you? Or should I cook them for a meal? Isn't it true that anyone who studies medicine ends up indulging in the morbid curiosity of dissecting living beings?" Song Xinlan lightly slapped his shoulder. "What do you mean by morbid curiosity? Without this spirit of exploration in medicine, how would humanity understand the diversity of life?" Luo Yichuan opened his mouth, as if persuaded by her reasoning. Soon enough, the roots began to sense the situation and sought them out. The two resumed their battle anew. As evening approached, Song Xinlan and Luo Yichuan had thoroughly eliminated the infected roots from the leftmost row of houses in the village. They began their return journey, remaining vigilant with their spiritual energy, ever aware of the ground beneath them. After all, no one wished to be caught off guard by roots emerging from below. Upon returning to the designated meeting area, they found no sign of others. "Should we head to the middle path to regroup with Senior Lu?" Luo Yichuan suggested. Song Xinlan nodded. "Let us go. I didn't expect we would be the fastest." Luo Yichuan remarked. Song Xinlan boasted. "That's because your partner is quite capable." Luo Yichuan, in a playful huff, responded, "Humph, you'll be paired with me tomorrow." "Fine, that works. I'll team up with Senior Lu." "All right, you go charm Senior Lu's heart while I can't even calculate the area of my shadow today." The two conversed intermittently, walking along a path marked by signs of prior cleansing. Cautiously, those still alive peeked out from within the confines of their homes, seemingly eager to witness the events of the day, yet fearful that a moment's carelessness might invite a treacherous root to strike, leaving them with no chance of survival. Thus, regardless of how much noise erupted today, those hidden in the obscure corners of the houses did not show themselves. Soon enough, Song Xinlan and her companion found Lu Zhe and his two associates, in stark contrast to the ease of the former duo. The latter three bore the marks of distress. They were grappling with the formidable roots that had emerged from the soil. The Omega, named Gu Qingqing, was not even clad in skeletal armor. With a feeble mental capacity and average combat skills, she was hardly a force to be reckoned with. Her assignment to their group was likely due to her commendable medical skills. Lu Zhe and Deng Yuming had to periodically divert their attention to protect her. If she had not donned the skeletal armor, it was probably because it was too burdensome for her to bear. Even if she managed to wear it, she would collapse after just a few steps. In that case, it was indeed more advantageous not to wear it at all, as it allowed for swifter movement. Just as Song Xinlan was about to step in to assist them in swiftly resolving the predicament, she sensed a powerful surge of mental energy erupting. Her brows instinctively lifted. That was Lu Zhe's dual S-level mental power, a vast reservoir of energy coalescing at a focal point. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the wildly thrashing roots come to a halt, rendered immobile. Lu Zhe then brandished a light gun and began firing at the motionless roots. Though the heat from the light gun could not deliver a fatal blow to the roots that had absorbed nutrients from the soil, it did not imply that the weapon was ineffective. As long as the roots could be ignited, reducing them to ashes was merely a matter of time. Observing Lu Zhe's somewhat pale complexion, Song Xinlan's gaze deepened. If she was not mistaken, Lu Zhe had just infused his mental power into the roots. She recalled reading about such a technique in texts concerning mental power manipulation. That it was a manifestation of mental power known as spiritual attachment, allowing one to exert control over the actions of living beings by linking their mental energy to them. Naturally, achieving this with humans possessing mental power was exceedingly challenging, which was why the Federation had not prohibited it. Every individual endowed with mental power possessed a personal mental barrier. If detected, the success of spiritual attachment would be thwarted. Furthermore, this ability was incredibly taxing, risking mental damage or even rendering one a mental invalid. The cost outweighed the benefit. Moreover, Very few could wield such a manifestation of mental power, as it required both an impressive level of mental prowess and keen insight. As Luja withdrew his mental energy, he swayed slightly, staggering a few steps. Song Xinlan furrowed her brows and quickly moved to support him. "Are you all right?" Luja's voice was faint. "I'm fine. Just take it slow." Song Xinlan rummaged through her spatial button and produced several large pieces of purple crystal, placing them in his hands. Deng Yoming's eyes widened, filled with yearning as he gazed at Song Xinlan. "Hey, can you spare a glance at me? I'm your long-lost brother, remember? How could you forget such precious purple crystals and just hand them out like that?" Song Xinlan was not stingy, offering a small piece to Deng Yoming. At that moment, Ge Qingqing approached and said, "Song, allow me to assist. I can perform mental energy guidance." Song Xinlan replied, "Oh, how exactly do you conduct this guidance?" Ge Qingqing pondered for a moment before explaining the steps involved in mental energy guidance. Song Xinlan posed a few additional questions, all of which Ge Qingqing answered. Then she exclaimed, "So it's really that simple." "I got it. I'll take over." Luo Yichuan chimed in, "You're learning on the fly?" Ge Qingqing responded with a puzzled expression. Deng Yuming gaped in astonishment. City folk truly had their ways. He had not understood a single word, yet others had already grasped something new. Yi Qingqing looked at Song Xinlan, her expression not particularly pleasant. "Song, mental energy guidance requires extensive practice that I merely provided a brief overview. Without systematic training, attempting to guide Senior Lu would be highly irresponsible." Song Xinlan casually replied, "Thank you for your advice. I know my limits. If it proves too difficult, I will consult you." Ge Qingqing regarded her with disapproval. With the addition of the purple crystals, Luja felt somewhat better. However, the overexertion of his mental reservoir still left him with a slight headache. Song Xinlan turned away, unyieldingly lifting him onto her back and striding forward. Luja felt somewhat embarrassed, especially in front of everyone. He was regarded as Major Lu, or Senior Lu, and an alpha at that. Luo Yichuan recalled a phrase from Xuechong, noting that while he did not want to view them through a biased lens, the two did indeed appear quite close. Deng Yuming, however, remained oblivious, waving at Ge Qingqing and Luo Yichuan. "Come on, let us hurry up." As Song Xinlan carried Luja back along the same path, she sensed with her mental energy that there were no longer any infected roots in the vicinity. "Song, please let me down." Luja tapped her shoulder, softly requesting. "Are you unhappy being carried?" Song Xinlan weighed him in her arms, but made no move to set him down. Luja tightened his grip around her neck. His ears slightly flushed. The subtle scent of mint pheromones wafted from her glands, refreshing and cool, an indescribably pleasant aroma. This atmosphere only heightened his discomfort and embarrassment. "I'm not that fragile," he muttered quietly, then discreetly distanced himself to ensure his breath did not waft against her neck, maintaining the decorum expected of friends. Song Xinlan chose not to respond, silently carrying him down another path leading to the area under the jurisdiction of the 7th Federation Army. As members of the 7th Army, the two there were not lacking in strength. Even if their beloved mental energy was considered somewhat underwhelming by others, their experience was sufficient for self-protection, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Once everyone regrouped, Song Xinlan finally set Luja down. The purple crystals in his hands had dimmed, and his mental energy had somewhat recovered, at least alleviating the symptoms of headache. "Let us find an empty house to rest for the night. We'll head southwest tomorrow," he suggested. The group agreed, and they searched for an unoccupied dwelling to settle into. Except for Ge Qingqing, the only visible Omega, the others paired off into rooms. Deng Yuming intended to share a room with Luja, but was preempted by Song Xinlan. He had no choice but to relent. Little did he know, from that point onward, he would have to relent continuously. Chapter 63. If you dislike it, so be it. Upon entering the room, Song Xinlan and Luja fell into a moment of silence. Although the rooms on the military ship were small, they at least had 2 beds. Here, the room was spacious and the bed ample, yet there was only one. Never mind. I'll conduct the mental energy guidance. And then I'll find another place to settle, she thought. With the presence of purple crystals, mental energy could gradually be restored, but a quick recovery was unlikely. However, with the aid of mental energy guidance, the recovery process could be expedited, soothing the fatigued nerves. After Luja finished freshening up in the bathroom, he emerged, looking rather disheveled. Seeing him, Song Xinlan instructed, "You should lie down on the bed." As Luja sat at the bedside, he quietly inquired, "Have you really mastered mental energy guidance?" Song Xinlan pulled up a chair and sat beside him, casually responding, "You don't believe I can learn on the spot?" She did not blame him for his skepticism. After all, their time together had been brief, and their understanding of one another was still limited. Even professional mental energy guides occasionally made errors if the person undergoing guidance lacked sufficient trust in the guide. It could complicate the process significantly. Song Xinlan wished to take charge herself, as she felt that Gu Qingqing, the Omega, might find it challenging to manage the mental guidance of someone with dual S-level mental energy. She remembered that Gu's mental capacity was only at B level. Regardless of her talents, her abilities would be limited when facing a dual S-level mental energy holder. "No, I'm merely concerned," she admitted, worried that her own mental energy might be compromised during the guidance. After all, should anything go awry during the process, an unprepared guide could also suffer immeasurable harm. Elyuja had never engaged in mental energy guidance before, so it was natural for him to be anxious. "Rest assured, I won't undertake anything I'm not confident in." She has navigated the medical field for many years, possessing an intimate understanding of the various nerves within the human body. Even if Gu Qingqing merely recounted the steps to her, she could grasp the underlying principles from the steps and answers she provided. Everything in existence can be distilled to its fundamental principles, which, when coupled with personal contemplation and deduction, unveils the essence of the matter. Elyuja pursed his lips, but ultimately complied and lay down. Were it not for the necessity of continuing their journey southwest to clear the routes the following day, he likely would not have consented to the mental guidance. After all, if his mental energy did not recover rapidly, it would prove detrimental both to himself and the entire team. Soon, the room was suffused with Song Xinlan's mental energy. When it enveloped Luja, the initially overwhelming and aggressive energy softened, that he felt as though his mental ocean was cloaked in a gentle embrace. The tension that had been coiled tightly within him began to unwind gradually. Unbeknownst to him, his mental ocean welcomed Song Xinlan's energy, which meandered through his depleted yet recovering mental sea, akin to a gentle summer breeze or the warm rays of winter sunlight cascading upon the ocean surface, reflecting a serene beauty. After 2 hours, Song Xinlan finally withdrew her mental energy. Perhaps due to the excessive expenditure of her mental power, Luja had fallen asleep without realizing it as Song Xinlan sat quietly. Taking a moment to rest, she found herself momentarily entranced by Luja's sleeping visage. He lay on the bed, the blanket draped over his chest, with one hand inadvertently exposed, with his eyes closed in slumber. His soft hair fell delicately across his forehead, and his features exuded a gentle tranquility reminiscent of the kitten raised by her indulgent father, the epitome of softness and obedience only in sleep. Unable to resist the urge to reach out and stroke his head, she hesitated, fearing that such an act might awaken him and lead to an awkward explanation. Instead, she gently took his exposed hand and tucked it back beneath the blanket, intending to leave quietly. However, as she turned, Luja grasped her hand. His sleep was always light, especially in the presence of another. The moment her touch met his hand, he stirred slightly. Upon opening his eyes and seeing her about to depart, he instinctively held on. "Where are you going?" His voice was husky with sleep. Song Xinlan thought to herself, relieved she had restrained her impulse to pat his head earlier. Otherwise, the situation would have been most presumptuous. She turned to him and replied, "I'm going to find a place to sleep." Lowering his gaze, Luja said, "Just sleep here. There's no need to fuss. That wouldn't be appropriate." She countered. Elyuja released her hand, propped himself up, still bearing a hint of drowsiness in his eyes, his voice soft yet raspy. "If you find it distasteful, then forget it." "What are you saying?" Song Xinlan questioned, bemused, feeling as though she were the one at a disadvantage. "I'm worried you might dislike me. After all, I'm not the best sleeper," she admitted, retreating into the bathroom. Elyuja muttered to himself, "It's not like we haven't slept together before." He recalled that during their time on planet J1013, she had cuddled up to him. The thought made him blush, and he returned to the blanket, cocooning himself tightly. When Song Xinlan emerged from the bathroom, she noticed a mound on the bed, with Luja's head buried beneath the covers. She moved to the other side of the bed and lay down beside him. Seeing his head still covered, she leaned in and pulled the blanket down. "Don't cover your head while sleeping." Luja looked a bit dazed. Xinlan lay back down and explained, "It's difficult to breathe properly, which can lead to poor circulation of bodily functions that I understand," Luja replied, revealing his head from the covers. Only when he heard Xinlan's steady breathing did he gently turn towards her. The bed was a generous width of 1.5 meters, with Xinlan lying on the opposite side. Nearly half an arm's length away, he cautiously inched closer, narrowing the distance between them that a seed of emotion was quietly sown in his heart, germinating imperceptibly, yet he refrained from allowing it to flourish recklessly, fearing it might be bent by the winds of uncertainty. After gazing at Xinlan for a while, he gradually closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Thus, the two spent the night separated by an invisible boundary. Throughout the night, Xinlan was anxious that she might fall into a deep sleep and inadvertently engage in some untimely behavior. She maintained a restrained slumber. The following morning, Luja awoke early and headed to the bathroom. Xinlan rolled over in bed and got up as well, having grown accustomed to Luja's punctual biological clock. After they completed their morning routines, they exited the room, where others were gradually emerging as well. Deng Yuming, munching on rations, greeted Luja enthusiastically. "Good morning, senior." "Morning," Luja replied. "We'll depart in 10 minutes, so please prepare till we're all set," Deng Yuming responded. "Make sure to tidy up the place we stayed." "We shouldn't impose on our hosts," Luja added. Deng Yuming quickly stuffed food into his mouth and mumbled, "I'll take care of IT." As a result, everyone returned the place to its original state. And before leaving, Luja left behind some star coins as a gesture of goodwill, akin to a lodging fee, although no one knew whether the owner of the house was still alive. Basic courtesy was still paramount. Chapter 64. The forest. After leading the group in a thorough inspection of the surroundings, Luja confirmed that no traces of roots remained before preparing to continue their journey southwest. Just as they were about to leave, someone emerged from the house. Wait a moment. The group turned to see a middle-aged beta man approaching hurriedly, a basket in hand, slightly out of breath. "These are for you. I saw what you did yesterday." "Thank you." He extended the basket, his appearance simple, yet his expression somewhat embarrassed. Luja glanced inside and saw it was filled with food and supplies. He politely declined, saying, "No, thank you, we have enough rations. Please take these back. The village needs these far more than we do." However, the beta man insisted on pressing the items into their hands. "They're just trifles. We have plenty in the village. Please take them." Reluctantly, Luja accepted the offerings. "Are you part of the Federal Army?" The man inquired. Luja replied, "We are merely students of the Federal 1st Military Academy. Those two are from the Federal 7th Army." The two B-level mentalists from the Federal 7th Army nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. The man gazed at them in awe, and then turned back to Luja with a smile. "You're quite impressive as well, young man." Deng Yuming, feeling familiar, chimed in, "Uncle, let me tell you, Senior Lu is remarkable." "Here we go again," Luo Ichuan muttered. "What do you mean?" Xinlan asked. He stopped talking about Senior Lu during our chat last night. 8 out of 10 sentences were about him, Luo Ichuan explained. Xinlan raised an eyebrow, saying, "Oh, so he is your #1 fan." "Not just a fan. I heard he has pictures and portraits of Senior Lu hanging at home and in his dormitory." Luo Ichuan added, "Heaven knows what he went through last night. It was just a single rebuttal, and he ended up chatting about Senior Lu all night. Even if he doesn't respond, the other guy can continue talking endlessly. If that fellow were to become a spokesperson, he would undoubtedly be a leading figure." Luja grasped Deng Yoming's arm, realizing that if this continued, his face would surely flush crimson. "We should get moving." However, more villagers began to emerge, each carrying tokens of gratitude for their assistance. The group could only accept a few items symbolically, while Deng Yuming, as if a floodgate had opened, began recounting tales of Luja's exploits. Maintaining a stoic expression, Luja ushered everyone to leave, the grateful shouts of the surviving villagers echoing behind them. The group set off in their hovercar, continuing southwest. The wind whipped against their faces, bringing with it a refreshing chill. The weather on planet 852 harbored many uncertainties. One day could be sweltering summer heat, while the next might bring a biting winter gust. Yet, regardless of the weather's unpredictability, it would never plunge below freezing nor exceed 35 degrees Celsius, oscillating restlessly within that range. This, perhaps, was why the soil on this planet was so fertile. After an undetermined duration of travel, they halted before a forest. Luja warned the group, "There is a presence of roots in this forest. Everyone, stay vigilant." The group nodded and drove the hovercar into the woods. However, shortly after entering, they noticed that the surrounding flora appeared wilted and withered. As though robbed of their nutrients, their vitality slowly sapped away. What could be causing the roots to drain the plants? Deng Yuming exclaimed, irked by the sight of the lifeless vegetation. Song Xinlan had already released her mental energy to monitor the situation closely. Luo Yichuan remarked, "Those roots have monopolized the soil's nutrients. No wonder this forest is so lifeless." Deng Yuming countered, "It's strange. If the roots have devastated this place, there should be many of them around. Yet, I only sense a single source of mental energy emanating from the roots." Song Xinlan languidly remarked, "You are not mistaken. This entire forest is but a single root." The group fell into a momentary silence. Luja's expression turned grave. That root may have already permeated the very essence of this forest. Every inch of ground beneath our feet could be concealing its tendrils. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale at this revelation, and the expressions of the others were similarly somber. Although they could sense the position of the root, its tendrils were spread throughout the entire forest. Approaching its root to dismantle its foundation would require constant vigilance against the tendrils lurking beneath the soil, which were not easily perceived. Moreover, this root had absorbed a considerable amount of nutrients from the earth and was likely enormous and formidable. After pondering for a moment, Luja declared, "Let us advance towards the root and maximize the speed of the hovering vehicles to minimize the tendrils' drain on our energy." Agreed, the group replied in unison. Song Xinlan patted Lu Yichuan, who was seated behind her. "It's your turn to drive. Oh," he responded, and the two switched positions, while Song Xinlan focused her mental energy into the earth. Searching for the traces of those tendrils, what a splendid opportunity to showcase the art of energy extraction. Whoosh, before long, a thick, elongated root burst forth from the ground, heading straight for them. The group instinctively veered aside, and several plasma bullets were fired. The four hovering vehicles had already retreated several hundred meters away. A thunderous explosion ensued, obliterating the surrounding flora. The thick, brown tendril was sent flying in all directions. Yet it continued to writhe on the ground. Moments later, it burrowed back into the earth. Another section of the tendrils ignited, desperately flailing on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. "This is even harder to burn than yesterday," Deng Yuming quipped. "Take a detour," Luja instructed. Consequently, the group followed Luja's lead, circumventing the still struggling tendrils while drawing closer to the root's location. However, the nearer they approached, the more aggressive the surrounding tendrils became. Good Qingqing cried out in panic as a tendril approached her. In a moment of fear, she tumbled from the hovering vehicle. Deng Yuming, while maneuvering the vehicle, was also preoccupied with the troublesome tendrils, leaving no room to attend to Good Qingqing, who had fallen behind. Lu just swiftly piloted the vehicle towards the fallen Good Qingqing, and just as the tendrils were about to invade her body, he yanked her up. Overcome with fear, Good Qingqing burst into tears, clutching Luja's waist tightly. Lu just stiffened momentarily. "Hold on to the handrail. Not me." He preferred to avoid physical contact with others, regardless of their gender, as it risked exposing his true identity. Yet Good Qingqing was unwilling to let go. She desperately sought the security of a powerful alpha. However, in that moment of distraction, a tendril pierced Luja's arm. Song Xinlan, turning her head, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of anger. She firmly grasped Lu Yichuan's hand, forcing the vehicle towards Luja's direction. Just before they were close enough, she leapt from the vehicle, exerting herself to pull Good Qingqing away and transferring her to Lu Yichuan. Lu felt his hand grow numb. Lowering his head slightly towards Song Xinlan, he spoke in a calm voice tinged with an imperceptible quiver. "I have been infected. You must take them and leave." Chapter 65, Just rely on me for a little while. Song Xinlan swiftly lifted Luja from the vehicle. The Sea Eagle was summoned and, with a piercing cry, unleashed a wave of sharp mental energy. In the next moment, it eagerly began to devour the tendrils. Perhaps due to absorbing the tendrils' mental energy, the sea eagle appeared larger than before. The commotion drew the attention of the others. Deng Yuming, still grappling with the tendrils while piloting the vehicle, anxiously called out, "Is Senior Lu all right?" Gu Qingqing was about to reply when Lu Yichuan interrupted. "He's fine. Don't lose focus." With that, he accelerated the vehicle away. Dai Qingqing sat silently behind Lu Yichuan, refraining from speaking. Earlier, when she had been in the same vehicle as Deng Yuming, the tendrils had nearly struck her. There hadn't been enough time to use her energy weapon, and in her moment of fear, she had fallen. It was her first experience of such a life-threatening situation. She was genuinely terrified and had instinctively sought the comfort of Senior Lu's embrace. In that fleeting moment, she found herself puzzled. Alphas typically felt rigid to the touch, yet Senior Lu's body felt different, not as unyielding as others. She had not anticipated that her actions would distract him. As thoughts of the consequences of the infection began to swirl in her mind, panic and unease gripped her heart. If Senior Lu were to lose his life because of this, she feared that the collective wrath of the group would drown her in a sea of scorn. "Hey, can you focus? Though you are an Omega, being distracted in battle only adds to my burden. Do you realize?" Lu Yichuan finally snapped at Gu Qingqing. Startled, she quickly regained her composure. "I'm sorry. I'll pay attention." She had merely been contemplating Senior Lu's well-being. Thus, shouldn't you medical students be honing your skills instead of relying on others? You're so fragile. What good does your enrollment do if you're just a liability? Lu Yichuan's words were blunt, and he showed no mercy when expressing his displeasure, regardless of the recipient's gender. Meanwhile, Song Xinlan cradled Lu Jia as they landed, rapidly weaving a silken net of mental energy around them. While the sea eagle continued its frenzied consumption of the tendrils, that "It's all right. Trust me," she softly reassured him, partially embracing him as gentle strands of mental energy entered his arm. The tendrils spread rapidly, overtaking Lu Jia's entire arm. Song Xinlan concentrated her mental energy on the tendrils, swiftly extracting the spiritual energy contained within them. Before long, she had reduced the tendrils that had infiltrated his body to mere husks. After confirming that no remnants of the tendrils' energy remained, she let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had acted quickly. Had the tendrils spread to his heart, even she would have been powerless to save him. Now, she needed to deal with the remnants of the tendrils in his arm. Song Xinlan retrieved various bottles and tools from her spatial pouch. "We just need to remove them," she instructed Lu Jia. His head felt heavy. The tendrils had drained his blood, leaving him pallid and weak, that he watched in silence as she diligently disinfected his hand, administered anesthesia, made incisions, and skillfully extracted the tendrils with tweezers. For the first time, he yearned to depend on someone. Biting his lip, he thought to himself that he would only rely on her for a brief moment. He wouldn't be greedy, burying his head against her chest. He inhaled the faint scent of her pheromones, which brought an indescribable sense of comfort. "Is my hand ruined?" he asked softly, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face at the thought of a grim outcome. This was the first time he had cried in front of someone since growing up. He couldn't bear to imagine a reality where his hand could not heal. All his efforts would become a meaningless illusion. Observing the softly weeping figure in her embrace, Song Xinlan felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. While she continued to clear away the remnants of the tendrils, she comforted him. "It's not ruined. Once we return, you'll recover in the advanced medical pod." After extracting the remnants of the tendrils, Song Xinlan swiftly stitched them up. Having studied medicine for many years, she always carried basic medical supplies when venturing out. This time, she had made special preparations, ensuring she had the necessary tools. After all, one could not always rely on the availability of medical pods in unfamiliar territory. Feeling dizzy, Lu Jia accepted the medication and glucose that Song Xinlan offered him. She bandaged his wound and draped it around his neck. He extended his other hand to grasp hers, murmuring, "Song Xinlan." "Yes," she replied, and Lu Jia intermittently called her name, his tone imbued with an unfamiliar softness. "Song Xinlan, I'm so tired." Song Xinlan gently pressed his head against her chest, stroking his face as she soothingly said, "Rest easy. I'll handle the rest." Lu Jia instinctively nuzzled against her neck. and Song Xinlan tenderly wiped away the remnants of moisture from his eyes. She then stood up, cradling him in her arms, contemplating the now larger form of the sea eagle. The eagle, feeling her gaze, shot her an irritated glare. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a bird devouring tendrils before?" Song Xinlan cradled Lu Ji, standing amidst the chaotic battlefield where roots writhed wildly, her face devoid of the usual nonchalance. An air of rebellious audacity emanated from her, surrounding her. A silken web of silver strands strangled all encroaching roots, silently delineating a safe zone for herself and Lu Ji. Her mental energy began to unfurl. Countless threads of consciousness silently attaching themselves to the roots, the tempest brewed in the sea of her mind. The roots around her began to stir restlessly, their energy continuously siphoned by an enigmatic force. Lacking the intelligence to comprehend the situation, the roots could only flail about in a futile search for a solution. Song Xinlan had grown increasingly adept at harvesting the energy of the roots. Before long, the surrounding roots lay listless and subdued in the distance. A few individuals regarded the scene with bewilderment. Only Luo Yichuan understood what transpired, having witnessed Song Xinlan's various audacious maneuvers the previous day. Seeing that the roots could no longer threaten them, the others hastened back towards Song Xinlan and Lu Ji. The sight of Song Xinlan absorbing the roots' energy left everyone, save for Luo Yichuan, agape in astonishment. Their expressions were beyond description. Deng Yuming exclaimed, "So this commotion was all orchestrated by her." Luo Yichuan wore a calm expression that seemed to say, "You're surprised? I was astonished yesterday." Ge Qingqing gazed at the unconscious Lu Ji. She had clearly seen him invaded by the roots. It appeared that aside from losing consciousness, he was not gravely harmed. She felt a subtle sense of relief. Grateful that Senior Lu was safe, she couldn't help but reassess Song Xinlan, pondering how she had accomplished such a feat. The two B-rank mentalists from the Federal 7th Army stood rooted in place, exchanging glances that conveyed their shock. This child truly was a silent marvel. Astonishing all, and O1 had dared attempt to absorb the mental energy from the roots. She not only dared but succeeded. It seemed the current state of the Federation might be reversed. We must promptly report this to the commander, which could reduce casualties among the Federation troops. Yes, I will report it immediately. This child's future in the military seems destined for greatness. Song Xinlan, still holding Lu Ji, boarded a hovercar. With the immediate danger abated, she activated the autopilot. The hovercar glided smoothly forward. "Yes," she inquired. Elyuja propped himself up with one hand and sat up, responding hoarsely with a good. Song Xinlan poured a glass of water and handed it to him, taking a seat at the edge of the bed as she asked, "How does your hand feel?" Luja's voice remained somewhat raspy as he replied, "I can't move it. It feels both numb and prickly. As long as you can feel something, that's good." That Elyuja looked at her and smiled gently, attempting to reassure her, "I'm fine." Yet, inexplicably, a wave of tenderness surged within Song Xinlan. The moment she saw Lu Zhu infected by the roots, her mind went blank for an instant. Without a second thought, she rushed forward, gripped by a fleeting fear, the fear that he might completely vanish from this world. Having lived a carefree life, she seldom experienced such profound emotional upheavals. It was the first time she felt the instinct to protect someone. Gazing at Lu Zhu's pale, yet still handsome face, she retrieved several vials of liquid from her spatial button and placed them on the bedside, instructing him, "You need to drink all of these." She then assisted him in sitting against the bed's edge, unscrewed a vial, and brought it to his lips. Elyuja reached out to take it himself, but Song Xinlan pressed his hand down. Dissatisfied, "If the medicine is at your lips, just open your mouth. There's no need to reach for it." Chapter 67. The essence you desire reluctantly. Lu Zhu complied and opened his mouth to drink all the medicine that Song Xinlan fed him. He then took out a syringe from his own spatial button and asked Song Xinlan, "Could you help me with an injection? The effect of the essence-altering medicine is wearing off." Song Xinlan took it, opened it, and sniffed, frowning slightly. "That you've been using this to alter your essence." Her expression was not pleasant. Elyuja paused for a moment before nodding. "The ingredients in this are extremely harmful to your glands. Do you realize that?" Lu Zhu lowered his gaze. "I know, but I have no choice." Song Xinlan tightened her grip on the syringe before ultimately setting it aside with a crisp thud. Let's leave it for now. You can inject it when we go out. Noticing her displeased expression, Luja gently tugged at the hem of her clothing. Are you unhappy? Song Xinlan placed his uninjured hand back under the blanket. This is your choice. Why would I be unhappy? She then stood up, leaning against the edge of the bed, and began rummaging through her spatial button, as the room lacked a sufficient table for her to work on. Luja watched as she unearthed a multitude of bottles and jars. One containing slightly wilted but still living roots. He couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, propping himself up with his uninjured hand and squatting beside her. What are you planning to do? Song Xinlan casually replied, just tidying up the spatial button. Her gaze then fell on Luja. You should lie back down. It's a bit chilly today. Lying down feels tiring. I want to sit for a while. Song Xinlan stood, retrieved a thin blanket from the bed, and wrapped it around him, gently patting a rebellious tuft of hair on his head. If you're tired, sleep. Don't think too much. Your hand will heal. Luja tightened his grip on the blanket, feeling a warmth creeping up his ears. Deep within, a secret delight blossomed, accompanied by an unspoken yearning. Song Xinlan began to experiment with the various bottles and jars. She poured a liquid from one tube into another, adding some powdered substance and mixing it for a while, resulting in a variety of colors. She inhaled the scents and then discarded them. Luja was puzzled by her activities, but soon his injured hand began to swell and throb. Perhaps the anesthetic's effect had worn off. The pain was not only from the wound, but also from the internal swelling caused by the damage. Before long, he was drenched in cold sweat. Though he was accustomed to enduring pain, this was truly excruciating. Watching the small alpha intently focused on her assortment of bottles and jars, he eventually trembled and tugged at her. However, the pain quickly drained his strength, and he lost his balance, toppling towards Song Xinlan. Upon noticing, Song Xinlan swiftly turned and caught him with a slight shift of her body, seeing him drenched in cold sweat. She realized the anesthetic had indeed worn off. She touched his forehead, which felt slightly warm. Cradling him back to the bed, she was about to rise to fetch water and medicine when Luja, his head feeling heavy, grasped her finger, his voice trembling. Don't go. Song Xinlan stroked his head. I won't leave. I'm getting you medicine. Luja curled himself up in pain. By the time Song Xinlan returned to the bedside, he had already covered his head with the blanket. She set the water and medicine on the small nightstand and approached to pull back the covers. He was curled up, his injured hand dangling limply, while the uninjured hand clutched the bedsheet tightly. The effect of the essence-altering medicine had faded, and it was unclear when he had removed the essence patch. A faint scent of cedar essence wafted through the air, reminiscent of a pine forest after rain, clean, fresh, and not overwhelming. This subtle, non-intrusive fragrance was, paradoxically, enticing, making one yearn to be enveloped in it. Seeing the blanket lifted, Luja's slightly damp eyes looked at her. Song Xinlan's fingers twitched. Feeling a slight tightness in her throat, she bit her lower lip. The absence of an essence patch made it easy for an Omega's essence to evoke an inexplicable warmth in an Alpha. She reached out and pulled him into her embrace, feeding him the medicine and water, saying, You'll feel better after taking the medicine. Tea hurts, he murmured, his voice soft, tinged with an unfamiliar fragility. The pain threshold of an Omega is often lower than that of an Alpha or Beta, contributing to their naturally delicate constitution. Song Xinlan caressed his pale face. Senior, what am I to do with you like this? Luja's moist gaze met hers as his head slowly leaned closer, resting near her essence patch. His breath brushed against it as he murmured, I want your essence. Song Xinlan's fingers instinctively tightened. For both Alphas and Omegas, essence was a deeply personal matter. Consequently, in the interstellar world, with the exception of Betas, individuals were generally required to wear essence patches when going out. Otherwise, if someone suddenly entered their heat or sensitivity phase, it could lead to significant chaos. Song Xinlan flipped him onto the bed, her gaze darkening, exuding the dangerous aura of a top Alpha. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the primal urge. Senior, if you continue like this, don't blame me for taking advantage of you in the morning. Luja's eyes brimmed with tears. He looked at her with a pitiful expression, seemingly dazed by the warmth. Instinctively, he craved the comforting essence of this small Alpha before him. Song Xinlan lay down and tore off the essence patch from the back of her neck. A refreshing mint fragrance enveloped the space. She turned and pulled him into her embrace, the comforting essence permeating the entire room. It felt like a gentle summer breeze caressing her nose, fresh and cool. As if one were surrounded by a verdant meadow, Ilyusha nestled obediently in her arms, the comforting essence alleviating much of his discomfort. The pain in his injured hand subsided, and all negative emotions were soothed. He nuzzled against her, eventually gripping her clothing and gradually drifting off to sleep. Throughout the night, Song Xinlan found herself stirred by Ilyusha's omega essence, releasing soothing essence all night long. She felt as if she had exhausted all her patience on him. When Ilyusha awoke, he felt enveloped in warmth. As he slightly opened his eyes, he found Song Xinlan's face merely inches away. He paused momentarily, and the memories of the previous night flooded back, causing his temperature to spike, reddening his neck and ears. Song Xinlan opened her eyes. Alphas are naturally energetic. Even after 3 sleepless nights, they do not easily tire. Ilyusha immediately lowered his head, his body tense. Afraid to move or look at her, Song Xinlan chuckled softly, reaching out to touch his forehead. His temperature was still within a normal range. Is your hand feeling better? It's a bit better. His voice was somewhat husky, tinged with the softness of having just awakened. Song Xinlan released him and sat up. Ilyusha felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, but he quickly reined in his emotions. Chapter 68. Happy New Year to everyone. Ilyusha turned slightly, his gaze unfocused as it fell outside the window. He seemed to have become excessively reliant on Song Xinlan. Even he found it difficult to control this unfamiliar feeling. He understood that when one walks alone for too long, the sudden intrusion of another person can inevitably lead to an uncontrollable dependency. He was not truly cold-hearted. How could he remain completely indifferent? She appeared unconcerned about everything, yet she treated those around her with utmost kindness. Though she seemed perpetually filled with impatience and annoyance towards the world, she was still willing to act for those she cared about. Initially, when he saw her again at the Federal Military Academy, he lived in fear that she would expose his secret. Yet she not only refrained from doing so, but also treated him as an equal friend. He had always believed that most alphas were proud and concerned about their image. But such traits seemed absent in her. She was unlike many alphas. She had never regarded him with the condescending gaze typical of an alpha looking at an omega, nor had she ever shown any disdain for his pretense of being an alpha at the Federal Military Academy. To him, she was an exceptionally wonderful person. As friends, the distinction between alpha and omega existed, yet she never overstepped any boundaries. Their interactions always felt casual and relaxed. Many times, he would mistakenly think of himself as merely her alpha friend. Yet she would subtly acknowledge his identity as an omega in minutiae. Such a remarkable little alpha deserved better. Therefore, he dared not indulge in such hopes, fearing he would become ensnared to the point of suffocation. The path ahead was long, fraught with thorns and mire, destined to be traversed alone until his last breath. As for her, as long as she wished, any path would be a bright avenue for her. Upon this realization, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the quilt. Just then, he heard Song Xinlan's voice from behind. "Senior, is there something rare outside the window? You seem so lost in thought." She had called him twice. Ilyusha adjusted his emotions, turned his head back, facing the ceiling, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Nothing, just thinking about some roots." Song Xinlan glanced at him. "Lying?" She then handed him a tube of nutrient solution. "Your current condition is more suited to nutrient solution. If you're hungry, just drink a tube. Let's rest here today and wait for the arrival of the 7th Army. If they set off last night, they should arrive by this afternoon." "Got it." He did not look at her, responding with the same aloofness as before, as if returning to their initial acquaintance. Song Xinlan sensed Ilyusha's apparent coldness and could not help but think of what happened last night. She directly asked, "Are you upset about what happened last night?" "No. I should be the one apologizing for last night. Why do you always like to say sorry and thank you? It's a habit." "But I don't like it." Ilyusha fell silent, remaining quietly withdrawn. Song Xinlan noticed that Ilyusha didn't even glance her way, and her voice hardened a bit. "Is it a habit? Or do you suddenly want to treat me this way?" Throughout her life, she had never endured such emotional suffocation from anyone. For her, Friends were either to be cherished or dismissed. She also understood that her feelings for Lu Er might be somewhat special. Yet that did not justify his neglect. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, especially since he wouldn't even look at her. She rolled over, propping herself up on either side of his bed, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glinting with a hint of sharpness as she gazed at him. Luer's expression was instantly laid bare, unable to conceal the confusion and panic swirling within his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Song Xinlan's anger dissipated. "Senior, what are you being so stubborn about?" Luer wanted to turn his face away, but Song Xinlan held him firmly in place, locking her gaze onto his. She calmly asked, "What were you thinking about while staring out the window? You finish thinking and then act like you don't want to talk to me, that am I some 3-year-old who comes and goes at your beck and call? Or do you have someone you like, and thinking of last night makes you feel disgusted?" Lu Er felt his eyes redden under her intense scrutiny, yet he could not find the words to respond. He instinctively shook his head, looking in her eyes. "I don't." Song Xinlan leaned in closer, her voice laced with temptation. "Really? So that means you like me?" Lu Er, momentarily taken aback, asked. "Like what?" Song Xinlan suddenly whispered in his ear. "Like me?" Lu Er froze, unable to respond for a long time. His long eyelashes drooped, attempting to conceal his inner turmoil, but Song Xinlan saw right through it. Though she had never been in a romantic relationship, she had lived long enough to recognize confusion when she saw it that moment. With his thoughts exposed, he resembled a helpless child, bewildered and flustered. Song Xinlan gently leaned down, her lips brushing against his in silent acknowledgement of their shared feelings. Luer's eyes widened, his heart racing as if it might burst forth as he stared at her. Utterly speechless, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, fixated solely on the question of why she had kissed him. Song Xinlan then sat back on the edge of the bed, busily fiddling with her assorted bottles and jars. Lu Er continued to lie there, and the room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Song Xinlan arranging her things. In the afternoon, the personnel from the 7th Army arrived. After tidying up, the two prepared to leave with the 7th Army. Just before exiting, Song Xinlan handed Lu Er a newly developed pheromone-altering agent. Luer stood there in stunned silence as Song Xinlan explained. "This was developed based on your previous agent, but with some modified ingredients, making it less harmful to your glands. When materials are sufficient, we'll be able to create a completely harmless pheromone-altering agent for your glands." Luer's eyes grew warm, but he bit down hard on his lower lip, thinking about the people he would encounter shortly. After Song Xinlan administered the injection, they both left the room and made their way to the docking area where the 7th Army ship was waiting. Since both Song Xinlan and Lu Er were returning to the 7th Army's battleship, the 7th Army had sent personnel to escort their small group, although Song Xinlan was not required to return. She had been requested by Commander Zhong Qi to come back to discuss the issue regarding the routes that in front of others. Lu Er maintained the image of the aloof and proud Major Lu. On the spaceship, Song Xinlan frequently glanced at his figure seated with eyes closed, resting. She was determined to make him feel that he could not do without her, willingly succumbing to this burgeoning affection, never again wishing to escape. Chapter 69. Bored to death upon returning to the 7th Army's battleship, it was already the following day. Lu Er entered the intermediate medical cabin, and, as the capsule sealed shut, it indicated that treatment would take 8 hours to complete. Luer's case might very well be the first of its kind in interstellar history. After all, no one had ever survived an infection from the roots before. The absence of a precedent meant countless uncertainties. Song Xinlan could not ascertain whether Lu Er would fully recover in the intermediate medical cabin, but currently, there were no better options available. She had already arranged for a high-level treatment cabin to be sent over. Coming from Tianshu Star, it was expected to arrive in a few days. As Song Xinlan exited the ship's medical room, someone approached her. "Student Song, the commander requests your presence." "All right, lead the way." She resumed her usual nonchalant demeanor. Upon entering the ship's conference room, she found Zhong Qi waiting inside. Alongside him were Deputy Commander Tang and several officers from the 7th Army whom Song Xinlan had encountered on a few occasions. Upon her arrival, Zhong Qi greeted her amiably. "Student Song, come sit." All eyes in the conference room turned toward her. With her hands in her pockets, Song Xinlan leisurely found a seat. Zhong Qi addressed her, student Song. Major Liu is still in the treatment cabin, though we hope you can provide a detailed report on the situation over the past few days. Song Xinlan succinctly summarized the events of the past 2 days. Glossing over many details, the audience listened attentively. Once she finished, Zhong Qi shifted to the main topic. 2 soldiers from our 7th Army and 1 from your team have already briefed me on the general situation. What we are more interested in is how you manage to harness the spiritual energy within the roots for your own use. Internally, Song Xinlan rolled her eyes. You've already been briefed. Yet you still ask? It's like pouring salt in your own wound. Utterly pointless. However, she maintained a nonchalant facade. The Federal Star Affairs Department has already sent someone to inquire about this matter. I have explained my personal situation, so I'm unable to provide any further information here, I hope you all understand. This matter should be discussed with representatives from the federal government. Engaging in conversation with these individuals would merely be a waste of time. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting a shared confusion. Since the federal officials were already aware of this issue, why had the matter of the root's spiritual energy absorption not yet been disclosed internally? Was there some underlying complication? Soon, Song Xinlan was permitted to leave and return to the medical room where Lu Zhe was located. Inside the medical chamber, there was another male Omega medic who greeted her with a friendly smile upon her return. "Why aren't you resting? Why did you come back?" he inquired. "May I make use of this place?" Song Xinlan asked, revealing her characteristic charming smile. "Of course," she replied. The male Omega, slightly bashful, scratched his neck. He was relatively young. Having recently graduated and still within the evaluation period of his first year, he had remained on the ship due to a shortage of personnel. Despite his limited experience, daily, he faced the rugged alphas of the 7th Army. It was hard not to be captivated by an alpha like Song Xinlan, who was both handsome and impeccably tidy. Song Xinlan, however, paid little heed to the expressions on his face. Once granted permission, she started to find a spot and began extracting various jars and bottles from her spatial button. The male Omega, with nothing much to do, approached her out of curiosity. "How come you have so many jars and bottles in your spatial button? Are you planning to conduct an experiment?" "Yes," Song Xinlan replied succinctly, then turned to him. "May I freely use the materials here?" The male Omega paused for a moment, and after some consideration replied, "For expensive materials, a detailed expenditure list is required. Ordinary materials can be used without issue, but excessive use also necessitates documentation. Oh, if I purchase them, can I use them freely?" "Huh." The male Omega momentarily seemed taken aback. Struggling to respond, "Did I ask that aloud?" She asked casually. "I suppose so." He replied, somewhat uncertain. "Since you say it's permissible, I shall not hold back. Just ensure that the military supplies for this mission are not overused." "But it's fine to use some," the male Omega cautioned. "All right, understood. Thank you." The male Omega's face flushed slightly as he watched Song Xinlan begin to manipulate the jars and bottles. Occasionally, she would inquire about a specific material, and he would fetch it for her. Time passed, and the male Omega was momentarily stunned when Song Xinlan produced a jar containing brown, clumped, strip-like substances. "What is this?" he asked, bewildered. "Roots," Song Xinlan replied tersely. The male Omega was left frozen in place. "Roots? How did you manage to bring them here?" He took a few steps back, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. After all, within human understanding, roots were deemed dangerous and frightening, something to be avoided. Without adequate preparation, few would dare approach them. Song Xinlan appeared unfazed by his reaction, observing the withered roots in the jar with a look of disdain. She flicked the jar's exterior with her finger, causing the roots inside to stir. They rapidly unfurled from their compact form, spreading throughout the jar, seemingly in search of an exit. After a brief search, they discovered the jar remained tightly sealed and resumed their wilted state. "It seems they still possess some vitality," Song Xinlan mused. Seizing the moment before the roots could react, she swiftly poured a tube of liquid into the jar. Quickly sealing the lid, the contents became obscured by a grayish-purple sludge emanating from the liquid. The roots wriggled and coiled, and after a considerable wait, they remained vibrantly alive, showing no signs of demise. Song Xinlan carelessly tossed the jar aside and continued her work with the various bottles. The male Omega stood, awestruck. It dawned on him what the alpha was attempting to do. He found himself curious about how she had captured the roots and what had inspired her to use them for experimentation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his admiration for the alpha deepened. Sensing that the roots posed no threat to him, he finally mustered the courage to approach. "Are you conducting an experiment with the roots?" "Yes," Song Xinlan replied, engrossed in her work. "That you're impressive. You actually managed to capture living roots." "May I assist you?" he asked eagerly. Song Xinlan regarded him for a moment and inquired nonchalantly, "What can you do?" "I can help you with the tasks," the male Omega responded enthusiastically. Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. Free labor was too good to pass up. Then mix those several jars of bacterial liquid together. The male Omega nodded and began to assist her according to her instructions. Chapter 70. What kind of alpha do you prefer? When Lu Zhu awoke from the medical chamber, this was the scene he beheld. Song Xinlan was engaged in conversation with a male Omega, who listened intently. The two were busily working at a table cluttered with jars and bottles. After a while, the male Omega handed her a jar filled with powder. Song Xinlan took it and poured it into the jar she held. She then picked up another jar containing the brown clump substance and quickly poured in the liquid. The male Omega spoke to her again. But Lu Zhu could not hear the exchange. He simply felt that the two appeared extraordinarily harmonious together, he thought. If that little alpha were to marry an Omega and have children in the future, perhaps he would witness such a scene occasionally. This thought caused a pang of discomfort in his heart, which he forcibly suppressed. He lowered his gaze slightly, moving his injured hand, though it no longer pained him. It seemed movement was still not entirely smooth. Moments later, the door to the medical chamber swung open with a loud creak, drawing the attention of both Song Xinlan and the male Omega. "The medical chamber is open," the male Omega announced. Song Xinlan set aside her work and approached Lu Zhu. He stood up, slightly unsteady from the abruptness of his rise. Noticing he had regained his balance, Song Xinlan refrained from offering support, as others were present and it was important to maintain his dignity. "How are you feeling, senior?" Song Xinlan inquired. "Not bad," Lu Zhu replied tersely. Song Xinlan glanced at the diagnostic display from the medical chamber and quickly grasped Lu Zhu's condition. She gently grasped his injured hand, her slender fingers pressing against it. "The intermediate treatment chamber is still lacking in many aspects," she remarked. Lu Zhu's hand appeared healed, yet internally it had not fully recovered. She examined the medical chamber scan and discovered that his arm was already festering. "That I'm fine," Lu Zhu stated in his usual indifferent tone. However, Song Xinlan could discern a hint of disappointment beneath his words. "No worries, the advanced treatment chamber will arrive soon, and it will certainly heal you," Song Xinlan assured him resolutely. Should it not yield results, she would personally conduct research, though it would require more time. Her greatest fear was that his hand might not endure. Observing her unwavering confidence, Lu Zhu felt a subtle warmth stir within him. He nodded and responded affirmatively. His gaze then shifted to the male Omega beside him. The male Omega felt his face heat up under Lu Zhu's scrutiny. After all, Lu Zhu's appearance could rival that of Song Xinlan, if not surpass it. However, their differing auras created distinct impressions. "Major Lu, you should take care to rest after just coming out of the medical chamber," the male Omega advised. Lu Zhu nodded, having grasped the male Omega's identity. "I shall take my leave now." Having spoken, she turned and left the medical room. Song Xinlan responded with a gentle acknowledgement and returned to her desk, cluttered with various bottles and jars. To her surprise, the jar containing the roots held nothing but a single pale root, resembling a mass of deceased white worms, tangled and grotesque. A solitary experiment with the root proved insufficient to achieve the desired outcome. However, having inadvertently caused the specimen's demise, she now needed to procure new ones for further research. Her thoughts drifted to concentrated sulfuric acid. In this current interstellar age, the efficacy of sulfuric acid had diminished significantly. Utilizing it against the Xinians and the roots remained a formidable challenge. Previous experiments had shown that Xinians, being inorganic life forms, were largely unaffected by sulfuric acid. Yet the roots, which could burrow into the soil and absorb its nutrients, were classified as organic life forms and thus reacted more vigorously to sulfuric acid. However, much like flames, the corrosive action was not swift enough to provide a tactical advantage in combat. leading to its rare application, and if only sulfuric acid could be modified to enhance its corrosive speed and potency. Or if a new substance could be developed capable of eroding both organic and inorganic matter, then the Iceni roots would soon be rendered ineffective. After all, extracting the spiritual energy contained within the roots was no trivial task. Fraught with peril should one stray off course. While she was not particularly worried for herself, she felt a sense of obligation toward her friends and family. Tidying up her desk, she prepared to leave. The male Omega followed her, inquiring, "Are you heading back? What else would I do? What is your name? Could you tell me?" Song Xinlan glanced at him, and considering his assistance, replied, "I am called Ruvend. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." She responded nonchalantly and did not dwell on it as she strode out of the medical room. Upon returning to her quarters on the military ship, she found no sign of Lu Zhe. Lying on her bed, she surmised he had gone to find Zhong Qi. She absent-mindedly touched her nape glands, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, dismissing it as mere fatigue from recent exertions. She relaxed. When Lu Zhe returned, he found Song Xinlan engrossed in whatever was being projected on her holographic screen. He closed the door and sat on his bed. Only then did Song Xinlan lift her gaze to him and smile. "Did you just finish showering, Senior?" He replied softly. Taking a shower on the military ship was not particularly convenient. One could only manage a hasty wash to satisfy their inner cleanliness obsession. Song Xinlan turned off her holographic device, her gaze settling on Lu Zhe, fixating on the unbuttoned collar of his shirt. For reasons unfathomable, she felt an inexplicable desire for the person before her, although she liked him quite a bit. She did not consider herself the type to indulge in such animalistic urges. They had yet to define their relationship. Yet she found herself overwhelmed by these feelings. Lu Zhe, under the intensity of her gaze, felt his cheeks flush slightly and recalled the fleeting kiss they had shared days earlier, causing his heart to race and his body to tremble. He averted his face, pretending to be nonchalant as he leaned against the headboard. Song Xinlan quickly regained her composure, suddenly realizing her earlier behavior might have been intrusive. Still, considering he harbored feelings for her as well, she felt emboldened. She resumed her scrutiny of him. "Senior, what type of alpha do you prefer?" She tilted her body, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Lu Zhe's fingers curled together, his tone cool as he casually replied, "I like those who talk less." "That sounds rather dull. If you find someone who talks less than you, wouldn't that just lead to a silent standoff?" Song Xinlan countered playfully. "That could be nice." Lu Zhe responded insincerely. He was caught in a constant state of conflict, yearning for this little alpha while fearing to entangle her in his thorny existence. He was acutely aware that he should not pursue her further. She had a bright future ahead, one that should not be burdened by him. Yet he could not quell the desires of his heart. He craved her, wished to hold her close for comfort, and even to be teased by her. Anything would suffice. Each time these thoughts crossed his mind, he found himself silently cursing his own weakness. Settling for a compromise, he thought that as long as she considered him a friend and continued to appear in his life, he should be grateful. "Senior, I've heard that those who speak less tend to think a lot. When I asked you earlier, did you think of me? Chapter 71. You talk too much." Lu Zhe bit down on his lip, turning away as he retorted, "You talk too much. Oh, you dislike it?" Song Xinlan propped her head up to gaze at him. Lu Zhe remained silent, baffled by her sudden exuberance, as if she had been injected with a stimulant, causing her to be excessively lively and chatty. Noticing Lu Zhe's lack of response, Song Xinlan began to speak again. "If you're silent, it means you like it. Then I like you too." Senior, Lu Zhe's head buzzed. How could she say whatever came to her mind? Did she even realize what she was saying? "Senior, why won't you turn around? Is it because my face isn't appealing? Or perhaps I haven't captured your heart, but I don't wish to undergo plastic surgery." Lu Zhe felt a throbbing at his temples. "Can you not speak so much?" Song Xinlan felt restless all over. Lying down was uncomfortable, sitting was uncomfortable, and being quiet was even worse. Deep within, she yearned for an outlet for her emotions. Yet she could not pinpoint what she truly desired. She felt utterly agitated. Watching Lu Zhe's back, she couldn't help but think of that ethereal person, imagining how it would feel to kiss him until his eyes turned red. She tightened her grip on the blanket, her inner desires becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. She quickly closed her eyes, forcing herself to think of something else to distract her mind, seeing her quiet down. Liu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared she might utter something he found difficult to handle. The next day, Song Xinlan awoke, overheated. The number of people remaining on the military ship was minimal, primarily those preparing to assist various squads. Nevertheless, the 7th Army's strict schedule and regulations remained unchanged, dictating when to rise and train. Song Xinlan got up, feeling like a small furnace, her body radiating an alarming heat. She touched her forehead, locating a fever-reducing capsule to swallow. Liu Jia also woke up, surprised to see her awake so early that can't sleep. Up so early, Song Xinlan replied hoarsely. Not really. Perhaps I have a slight fever. Liu Jia cast a worried glance at her, reaching out to touch her forehead. Song Xinlan evaded him, grabbing his wrist instead. Senior, your hands are so cool. Liu Jia quickly withdrew his hand and, feigning nonchalance, asked, have you taken medicine? I did. A slight fever is nothing to worry about. Song Xinlan flashed a bright smile, revealing her white teeth. After breakfast, Zhongqi sent someone to summon her. Song Xinlan knew what it was about. Since you are uninjured and still on a mission, I will have someone escort you back shortly to continue the elimination of the roots on planet 852. However, Song Xinlan interjected, Major Liu's hand has yet to fully heal. He requires a high-level treatment pod, and I can provide that assistance. Commander Zhong, I trust you understand my intentions. Zhongqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can obtain a high-level treatment pod? It was well known that high-level treatment pods were prohibitively expensive. Without connections or sufficient funds, they were unattainable. Even within the Federal Army, securing a mid-level treatment pod was no small feat, as the resources allocated to each legion were proportionate to their merits. This had led to fierce competition among the various legions. Song Xinlan merely nodded at Zhongqi's astonishment. In that case, you may remain, but I have one condition. Song Xinlan gestured for him to continue. This was the first time Zhongqi encountered such a junior, who was not only unyielding, but displayed no fear of him whatsoever, as if nothing in the world could intimidate her. This left him momentarily at a loss for how to leverage power over her. Finally, recalling her purpose for being there, those 20 academic credits, he proposed, since you possess a high-level treatment pod, I hope you will allow us in the 7th Army to utilize it during the mission on planet 852. I assure you that even if you do nothing else, your 20 credits are guaranteed. Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow, implying that if she provided the 7th Army with a high-level treatment pod, she would be free to act as she pleased, unbound, while still securing her 20 credits from the Federal Military Academy. However, offering it until the completion of their mission was rather excessive, considering no one could predict when that would be. Thus, she bartered. What I can guarantee is that the high-level treatment pod will be available for the 7th Army's use for 2 months. 2 months of carefree indulgence is hardly a loss for her. After all, such an advanced treatment pod is not a rare commodity in her family. Zhongqi furrowed his brow. 3 months? Song Xinlan chuckled, her emotions inscrutable. Once she made a decision, she seldom wavered. Commander Zhong, you are well aware of the immense value that the advanced treatment pod will bring to your 7th Army. 3 months is certainly feasible, at a fee of 2,000 star coins per person. Her pricing was already quite benevolent. In prestigious hospitals, spending a day in an advanced treatment pod could easily cost over 10,000 star coins, akin to the ICU prices from her previous life. Zhongqi found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly shamelessly ask a junior for favors. 2 months of complimentary access to the advanced treatment pod, with subsequent usage at merely 2,000 star coins per individual. The 7th Army was undoubtedly reaping a significant benefit. Although he wished to secure greater advantages for his legion, the other party, despite her youth, was not easily swayed. As the commander of the 7th Army, maintaining dignity was of utmost importance. After much deliberation, he ultimately acquiesced. Soon, Song Xinlan received the news. She summoned Liu Jia and boarded the small spacecraft provided by the 7th Army, racing towards the coordinates displayed on her holographic interface. Liu Jia, upon learning the news, expressed disbelief. Did you really manage to procure an advanced treatment pod? Song Xinlan reclined languidly in her seat, her head still somewhat warm, yet within her tolerable range. Turning her head to regard Liu Jia, she flashed a row of pearly whites. Of course, I promised my senior that I would definitely heal your hand. Liu Jia bit down on his lower lip. his eyes slightly moist, his fingers curled together, trembling gently. He turned his face away and murmured, "You don't have to be this nice to me." Song Xinlan grasped his hand. It felt cool against her own, which was slightly warmer than usual, creating a comforting contrast that on account of my kindness towards you, let me borrow your hand to cool down a bit. Leaning against the window, she propped her head with one hand while holding his with the other. This time, Luja did not refuse but followed his heart's inclination, gently squeezing her hand in return. Song Xinlan felt a surge of desire rising within her, internally chastising herself. Damn it, how had she become an animal governed by her lower instincts? She resolutely suppressed that yearning, forcing her mind to wander elsewhere. Chapter 72. Insufficient suppressants. The vessel delivering the advanced treatment pod was a starship that exuded both simplicity and opulence. Its exterior was unadorned, yet its interior fittings were lavish. As Song Xinlan disembarked, the ship's hatch opened slowly for them. Two officers clad in Tian Shu-Star military uniforms emerged from the starship. These two were familiar figures to Song Xinlan. Throughout her life, whether she was heading out on her own accord or under the directives of Song Shuangyi, they had always been the ones to see her off. Both were ordinary-looking yet robust alphas. The man was named Lu Gu, and the woman was Su. They had watched her grow up. Thus, they felt an unwavering sense of duty towards her. Upon sighting her, the two officers saluted, their voices laced with warmth. "Long time no see." Song Xinlan beamed, revealing a set of white teeth, her eyes curving slightly. She then proceeded to introduce Luja to them and vice versa. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they boarded the starship together. "Miss, the Marshal has been mentioning you daily. Upon hearing that you needed an advanced treatment pod, we thought something had happened to you," Luga remarked, his demeanor friendly due to his familiarity with the unpretentious young lady. Song Xinlan replied playfully, "With all the trouble she's put me through, I'm still in one piece. How could anything possibly be wrong?" Luga responded, "It indicates that the young lady possesses extraordinary talent, always managing to turn misfortune into fortune." Song Xinlan smiled nonchalantly to Su. Wanted to pat her head, realized that the once small alpha had grown taller than her. Both she and Lugu understood that the young lady harbored some resentment towards the Marshal. Forced into various training experiences from a young age, none of which aligned with her true aspirations, the Marshal persistently sought to mold her into a successor, imposing her own rigorous standards upon her child. Even though Song Xinlan never vocalized her objections, each act of defiance subtly conveyed her silent protest. Ultimately, neither mother nor daughter openly confronted one another, largely due to the Marshal's Omega. The young lady cherished her father, and the Marshal held deep affection for her Omega. It was this mutual love that fostered their current harmonious relationship. "All right, didn't you say your friend was injured? The advanced treatment pod is inside. Let him in." Su encouraged. "Understood." Song Xinlan led Lu Zhe to the entrance of the advanced treatment pod. After a few operations at the control panel, she said to Lu Zhe, "Senior, please go inside. I'll wait for you outside." "Okay, thank you." Song Xinlan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just as Lu Zhe's voice fell, she quickly pressed a kiss to his cheek and whispered in his ear, "If you ever dare to call me that again, I'll kiss you until you cry." Song Xinlan observed as Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, the earlier sentiment of gratitude evaporating, replaced by a flustered, angry expression. She straightened up, examining his flushed face, unsure whether he was embarrassed or infuriated. Unable to contain herself, she broke into a low laugh. Lu Zhe averted his gaze and entered the treatment pod, pressing the button himself. Song Xinlan watched as he slowly closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. After glancing at the duration required for the treatment, she turned to leave. She sought out Lu Gu and Su to inquire about the current situation on Tian Shu-Star. The situation on Tian Shu-Star is stable. Access to and from the planet is strictly controlled, and there have been no cases of root infection. Su informed her. Tian Shu-Star could be considered the most stable and safest among the 7 major planets. Lu Gu added, "Have you dispatched anyone to keep an eye on my brother?" Song Xinlan inquired. "Rest assured, if anything seems amiss on the young Master S side, someone will promptly evacuate him from Luwei Star," came the response. Not long into their conversation, Song Xinlan felt an increasing warmth at the glands on the back of her neck, exacerbating her overall restlessness. Pheromones began to seep from her glands, causing both Lugo and Ensu to furrow their brows as they turned their attention toward her. Generally, gland patches should impede the normal diffusion of pheromones, under usual circumstances, as long as one wasn't too close. The pheromones would remain undetectable. However, during sensitive or estrous periods, even with a gland patch, the pheromones would manifest with greater intensity. Although the patch could somewhat mitigate the pheromone dispersal, those within a 10-meter radius would still detect it and feel discomfort. Yet, this level of discomfort was not sufficient to incite chaos. "Miss, has your sensitivity period arrived?" Sue asked. Song Xinlan paused, reflecting on her recent reactions, and belatedly recalled that she was an alpha with a sensitivity period. It wasn't entirely her fault for not realizing. Both alphas and omegas only experience sensitivity and estrous periods upon reaching adulthood. An alpha sensitivity period typically occurs once or twice a year. Having recently turned 19 and only having experienced one sensitivity period previously, it was understandable that she hadn't recognized it sooner. Lugo and Ensu had already distanced themselves several paces away. If they didn't move further away, they would be unable to resist clashing with the young lady. Alphas possess a strong territorial instinct, unwilling to allow another's pheromones to invade their space. Should reason give way to instinct, they would be driven to eliminate the perceived threat. Song Xinlan entered an unoccupied room and rummaged through her belongings until she found 3 suppressants tucked away in a corner. She tore open her gland patch and, gritting her teeth, injected herself with one of the suppressants. A sharp pain surged through her. She wasn't accustomed to jabbing needles in her neck, based on her previous experiences. One dose was far from sufficient for an alpha of her caliber. During such moments, she often wished she were a beta. What a torment this was. One injection was inadequate, and she had to endure multiple. After administering 3 injections to the glands on the back of her neck, she managed to quell the rising heat within her. She applied a new gland patch and contacted Lugo, inquiring if anyone had suppressants available for sensitivity periods. Received. The starship was not particularly large. Apart from Lugo and Ensu, only a handful were tasked with operating the vessel, in comparison to the fleet equipped by the chief family. This modest starship was exceedingly simple. With a crew of merely 7 or 8, Captain Song Xinlan could only hope that these individuals possessed suppressants for the susceptible period. However, after piecing together resources, Lugo had managed to procure only 4 vials of the suppressants. Among the crew, several were betas, who typically lacked such substances. To gather 4 ordinary suppressants was already commendable, considering that a standard alpha would generally require 3 to 4 vials to endure the duration. Yet for an alpha like Song Xinlan, endowed with formidable mental prowess and high pheromone purity, even high-grade enhanced suppressants would necessitate no fewer than 5 vials. As Chapter 73 unfolded, Luja emerged from the treatment pod, already on the 2nd day. Upon exiting, he beheld Song Xinlan, who had wrapped herself in layers, leaving only her eyes visible. "Why are you bundled up like that?" he inquired. Noting her striking appearance, it was evident that she had stubbornly administered the remaining suppressants before daring to face the world. Despite this, she refrained from approaching him too closely. Although he had altered the scent of his pheromones and applied gland patches, she was acutely aware that he was an omega she had developed feelings for. Just that knowledge made it impossible for her to maintain her composure. Turning her gaze towards Luja's hand, she asked, "Is your hand all right now?" Luja flexed it, discovering no difference from before his injury, and nodded affirmatively to "It's completely healed." Song Xinlan exhaled in relief and quickly suggested, "Let us go. I'll take you to get something to eat." With that, she led the way, and Luja followed closely behind. Ever sensitive to the nuances of those around him, that it was clear he did not believe her explanation. Soon, they arrived at the starship's automated dining area, where Lugo was also collecting his meal. Upon spotting her, he nearly failed to recognize her. "Miss, what is this? Are you planning to rob someone?" He jested, though he dared not finish his thought. Song Xinlan shot him a glance, retorting, "Mind your own business." "It's a new look." Lugo, suddenly struck by an idea, gazed at her with a look of profound appreciation. Song Xinlan, bewildered, thought to herself that the young lady was overly considerate, wrapping herself up to avoid overwhelming them with her pheromones. While insisting it was merely a new style, in truth, an alpha experiencing susceptibility was inherently volatile and irritable, rarely considering how their condition might affect others. Simply managing to withstand those few days with the aid of suppressants was already a significant achievement. Yet, the young lady displayed remarkable thoughtfulness towards them, proving that her years of affection had not been in vain. If Song Xinlan were aware of his thoughts, she would likely dismiss him as a master of mental victory. She prepared a meal for Lu Zhe and led him to the lounge area. She quickened her pace. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, just as they approached the designated resting quarters. He grasped her shoulder. "Are you still feeling feverish?" Startled, Song Xinlan stiffened momentarily. She turned her head and forced a smile, responding, "Oh yes, I still need to recuperate." Internally, she prayed he would refrain from touching her or engaging her in conversation. Her self-control was alarmingly weak. When Lu Zhe attempted to check her forehead temperature, she swiftly evaded him, handing him his meal with haste. "Senior, please rest well. I must return to my own rest." With that, she vanished from sight, not daring to glance back. Lu Zhe wished to say something further, but she had already disappeared. He found himself lost in contemplation, standing at the threshold for a considerable time before finally entering the lounge. Song Xinlan reflected that this memory would forever remain etched as one of her most embarrassing moments. She feared that if she continued to gaze at him, she would be unable to resist her gaze drifting towards his glance. It was utterly beastly and shameless. The susceptible version of herself was a far cry from her usual self. During her previous life, she had been so focused on her studies and financial pursuits that she had never even touched as Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at the myriad of scratches adorning her hands. He could ascertain without a second thought that they were self-inflicted. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the expression in his eyes hinting at an internal struggle. Moments later, he averted his gaze slightly and instinctively wrapped his arms around Song Xinlan's neck, gently leaning against her shoulder in a posture that exuded trust. "If it could ease your suffering," he murmured. Song Xinlan's hand trembled slightly as she tenderly caressed the nape of his neck. She sensed the person within her embrace stiffen momentarily, yet he remained steadfast, neither flinching nor retreating. "Why are you so terrified?" Her voice emerged hoarse, her forehead pressed against his, as she fought against her primal urges. She lowered her head, capturing the coolness of his lips with her own. Without hesitation, she retrieved the last vial of suppressant from her pocket, plunging it into her own gland. Lu Zhe felt his mind go blank. The searing warmth of the small alpha radiated through their shared kiss. His breath was being drawn away, his hands clenching tightly around Song Xinlan's clothing. Waves of unprecedented tingling sensations engulfed him, rendering him utterly powerless, as if submerged in water, with only their intertwined breaths echoing in the air. The concentration of alpha pheromones in the room was overwhelming. Lu Zhe could feel the back of his neck heating up. The potent pheromones of an alpha were both domineering and aggressive, often provoking an omega's instincts prematurely. This was precisely why interstellar laws mandated that all citizens, except betas, must wear pheromone suppressants when venturing outside. Lu Zhe sagged against her, his long, pale fingers gripping her tightly. Song Xinlan released his lips, her voice barely above a whisper. "Senior, my self-control is truly lacking." A gentle massage at the nape of his neck caused him to shudder slightly. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, their depths clouded with longing. His slightly parted lips remained restrained, suppressing any sound that might escape, enhancing his allure. "It's all right. I can help you." He spoke, his voice soft and vulnerable. Song Xinlan's usually languid eyes were now laced with crimson streaks. Her rational mind clashed violently with her instincts, her body radiating an insatiable heat that left her in a state of unrest. The Omega's pheromones shifted from subtle to intense, intertwining with her own assertive and aggressive scent, creating an intoxicating aroma that threatened to overwhelm reason, like a captivating fish weaving through a gentle stream. She yearned to possess him wholly. Song Xinlan's hand glided over the delicate fabric covering his soft yet sculpted body, the tips of her fingers brushing against him with a soothing intent. Tentatively, she nipped at the edge of his ear, her voice a whisper laden with restraint. "Can we please be gentle?" Luja managed to say, his fingers curling as his heart raced, his voice tremulous. The warmth emanating from his gland ignited an instinctual craving within him. As Song Xinlan gently massaged the nape of his neck, his breath grew increasingly erratic. His grip on her hand tightened, then loosened, betraying the delightful sounds that slipped from his lips, just as she was about to bite down. She abruptly regained her composure, placing a hand on his neck to retract her sharp teeth. "Senior, what am I to do with you?" she murmured, holding him tightly as if to meld him into her being. Her heart felt as though it were clasped in a warm, yet painful grip. Others. Luja remained an alpha, a renowned young major with exceptional S-class psychic abilities. He had already sacrificed so much. He could not, falter because of her. An omega, marked by an alpha, would carry their scent for nearly a week, a distinctive aroma that would reveal their marked status to anyone who caught a whiff. She clenched her fists, thinking it was merely a transient sensitivity period. Without suppressants and without marking an omega, she could endure it. Luja felt the absence of pain from his gland. A mix of relief and inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Did she refrain from marking him because she had someone she liked? His thoughts spiraled into confusion and self-doubt. He knew he should not be here, fully aware of what would transpire when facing a sensitive alpha. Yet he couldn't help but worry, especially knowing how difficult the sensitivity period would be for someone of Song Xinlan's caliber. The thought of her suffering and the countless cases of alphas harming themselves during their sensitivity periods plagued his mind. He found himself drawn to her, unable to resist the urge to check on her. He even entertained the absurd notion of allowing her to mark him, a thought that once seemed ludicrous. He only wished to spare her from pain, to shield her from despair. She had saved him countless times. Offering everything he had in return seemed insignificant. Song Xinlan's lips brushed against the nape of his neck, fighting the urge to bite down, instead opting for a gentle kiss. Luja shivered, a soft moan escaping him as she slipped her hand beneath the delicate fabric of his shirt. Her voice, no longer cold and distant, now resonated with an unprecedented restraint. She acknowledged, as Luja leaned weakly into her embrace, capturing her wandering hand within his. Song Xinlan, with her innate strength, was unyielding, leaving him powerless to resist. Chapter 75. Withdraw. Song Xinlan poured every ounce of patience and restraint she possessed into this moment, redirecting her focus by teasing Luja. She suppressed the innate aggression and volatility that accompanied the sensitivity period, yet could not entirely quell the darker impulses within her. Although she refrained from marking Luja, she certainly took advantage of him. Song Xinlan, remove your hand. Luja gritted through clenched teeth. His upper body had been thoroughly explored, leaving him feeling weak and vulnerable, a peculiar sense of shame washing over him as he remained immobile, trapped by her grip. "Please, don't," he pleaded, exasperation lacing his voice. "Senior, I'm feeling uncomfortable." Song Xinlan feigned distress, her expression reminiscent of a forlorn puppy abandoned and alone. Each time she voiced her discomfort, Luja found himself silenced by her pitiable demeanor, yielding to her whims. Song Xinlan relished in the sight of his reddened eyes, the glimmer of tears pooling within his gaze. His cheeks flushed as he struggled to suppress his breath. She swiftly guided him into an adjacent room, unspoiled by chaos, locking him inside and binding his hands and feet. Whenever her urges to bite his gland or bring their pleasure to a climax became overwhelming, she would rush outside to resolve her needs or find something to vent her frustrations. Luja had thought that the dynamics between AOs merely revolved around temporary and permanent markings, but he was astounded to discover the myriad of intricate nuances that left him embarrassed and infuriated. Every place she touched sparked with electricity, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout him, mingled with a strange, newfound pleasure that he had never experienced before. He struggled to control his expressions and reactions whenever she teased him, avoiding her gaze out of fear of revealing his feelings. "Don't touch that," he warned. "Senior, it's quite soft," she replied, her voice a sultry whisper as he involuntarily shuddered, unable to suppress the sound that escaped his lips. "Senior, does this feel better?" Song Xinlan nuzzled against him, appearing obedient while her hands engaged in decidedly unruly actions. You scoundrel! Luge's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice choked with emotion. Song Xinlan pressed a kiss to his ear, and upon witnessing the tears welling in his eyes, she hastily withdrew her hand. Luge inhaled sharply, the void left in her absence instilling a sense of longing as he turned away, unwilling to engage further with the impish girl. "Senior, I'm sorry," she whispered softly in his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine, rendering him utterly defenseless. He could not tell if it was the sensitivity period that unveiled a new side of her, or if she had always possessed this talent for feigning innocence after mischief. Luge could still feel the lingering warmth of her fingers on his skin. He remained silent, pulling the blankets over himself and turning away. Song Xinlan nestled closer, wrapping her arms around him. "Senior, are you angry?" "No," he replied, his voice muffled. "If you're not angry, can I kiss you?" Luge hesitated. Song Xinlan tightened her embrace from behind. "Then I shall kiss you." Upon finishing her words, she gently bit his beautifully sculpted lips and intertwined her fingers with his. Luge closed his eyes, utterly oblivious to the fact that the other party had only just reached adulthood. Where could she have learned such an array of flirtations? He allowed her to take liberties with him, his gaze growing increasingly hazy. The room was thick with the intoxicating pheromones of their entangled forms, an atmosphere both ambiguous and enchanting. On the day when Song Xinlan's sensitivity period concluded, Luge awoke early. He cautiously extricated himself from her embrace, lifting her arm with great care. Rising quietly, he administered an agent to mask his pheromones before planning to depart. After successfully leaving the room, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Upon returning, he resolved to fill his spatial button with suppressants required during an alpha's sensitivity period. The recollection of his recent experiences made him wish he could simply vanish into a crevice of the earth. When Song Xinlan awoke to find Luge's absence, she sat up abruptly. Rubbing the back of her neck, she finally felt the absence of that uncontrollable pheromone sensation. Remembering the things she had done to Luge, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Her gaze fell upon her fingers. Damn it, she could hardly bring herself to look at her own hands. How dare she have acted so brazenly, although she had neither marked him nor consummated their union. Her exposure to various visual stimuli seemed to have encouraged her rather reckless behavior. Surely, Luge could not think of himself as the kind of person who indulged in such promiscuity. After tidying herself up, she exited the room. For the past 2 days, she had relied on nutritional supplements. Upon reaching the dining area, she found Lugo and Insa seated at the table, engaged in discussion. Miss Lugo noticed her and greeted her in a casual manner. After taking her meal, Song Xinlan approached them, her demeanor somewhat lackluster. "Miss, are you feeling all right?" "Not too bad. Your sensitivity period seems to have left you in a daze," Insu remarked. Song Xinlan lifted her eyelids slightly. "Indeed, it feels as though I want to dig out my own insides." Days governed by her sensitivity had left her uncertain about how to face him. She had hoped to gradually win him over, body and soul, but now it seemed she had nearly taken a leap too far, which she attributed to her surprisingly strong willpower. Lugo was startled by her words. "Miss, please don't frighten us. If you were to dig out your gland, the marshal would surely have us castrated." Song Xinlan rested her chin on her hand and inquired, "When will you be returning?" "Today we must head back. There are matters to attend to with the 17th Army." Insu replied, "Leave the treatment pod here and return," Song Xinlan instructed. "Shall we deliver it to the battleship?" Lugo asked, "No need. Just move it to the spacecraft we arrived in." Before leaving, Lugo and Insu presented her with a plethora of items sent by her parents. These were all things she would typically use. Alongside a collection of miscellaneous materials, it was likely her father who had prepared these. As he was the only one aware of her fondness for such things, he not only supported her various eccentric experiments, but also frequently provided her with rare materials and tools. "Miss, we shall take our leave now. Please take care of yourself," Insu said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, his tone that of an elder imparting concern and affection. Lugo then exchanged a nod with Luge as a farewell. "Understood. I'm not a child anymore," she replied, turning away and walking towards the spacecraft with her hands in her pockets. She waved her hand casually, uttering, "Safe travels." Luge followed closely behind her onto the spacecraft. Neither spoke a word throughout the journey. the atmosphere thick with an inexplicable awkwardness. Chapter 76. Not a whim inside the spacecraft. Song Xinlan casually selected a seat while Luge settled across from her. As the spacecraft ascended slowly, Song Xinlan finally turned her attention to Luge. He was clad in a simple white shirt, black trousers cinched at his slender waist, accentuating the elegant length of his legs. He slightly tilted his head to gaze out the window, his profile sharp and defined, his skin pale to an almost ethereal degree. A faint blush lingered at his neck, a mark she had maliciously left behind. It seemed he had masked it with something, revealing only a subtle hint of pink. He sat there, occasionally glancing at the light outside, exuding an air of cool detachment that made him appear distant and hard to approach. Song Xinlan found herself unable to suppress thoughts of his enchanting eyes during moments of passion, his luscious lips, and the low whimpers and restrained breaths that echoed between them. She pinched her palm with her fingers. If she let her thoughts wander any further, she would inevitably react. Damn those biological instincts of the lower body. With a steely resolve, she mustered the courage to sit beside Luge, noticing her approach. He turned slightly to regard her, his expression betraying no hint of awkwardness. Instead, he simply looked down and asked, "What is it?" He was adept at concealing his emotions, as if nothing had transpired and they remained unchanged. He wished for her not to feel indebted or uncomfortable. This was entirely his own volition. Song Xinlan flashed him a bright smile. "Senior, would you consider being my Omega?" Luge was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "You need not feel responsible for me due to this. You have saved me countless times, and that is more than enough." Song Xinlan, with her captivating phoenix eyes, gazed earnestly at him. "But I want to claim you for myself. Not for any other reason than that I desire you. I like you to—" Luge felt his face warm at her unabashed declaration. He turned his gaze towards the window, his eyes misty, yet he responded with an unsettling calmness. "You are merely experiencing a dependency after your sensitivity period." Song Xinlan opened her mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. He clearly harbored feelings for her, yet his myriad of reservations loomed large. Today, she was determined to peel away the veil that separated them. "Do you dislike me? How could I possibly dislike you? Then you must like me." That Luge grasped the fabric of his trousers tightly. "The world is not merely divided into love and hate. Yet in my world there exists only love and hate, differentiated by degrees. What degree do you hold towards me, senior?" Luge pressed his lips together, his heart racing in disarray, his expression as stoic as a statue. Betraying no emotion, seeing his lack of response, Song Xinlan reached out to turn his head towards her, demanding, "What is so captivating outside? Look at me, answer me." "Friends," Luge replied, each word deliberate. Song Xinlan leaned closer to his eyes. "Friends? What delineates a friend from a partner in your eyes? If I qualify as a friend, how will you regard your future significant other?" Luge averted his gaze. "Let us pretend this never happened." He understood precisely what he felt for this little alpha before him. Yet he could not ascertain whether she reciprocated his earnest affection. He cherished her, willing to offer her everything, even if he were to deny his feelings for her. Her kindness alone would compel him to give willingly. Without her, he might have perished. However, he could silently adore her, offering every facet of himself without hesitation, yet he would never allow himself to agree to her terms, only to face the heart-wrenching possibility of misplaced ardor. Thus, he would rather remain in the realm of their most beautiful memories. Yet, Song Xinlan bit down on one of his ears, softly grazing it with her lips and teeth. "Then I shall treat you this way every day. Will you truly act as if nothing has transpired?" Luge pushed her away, his ear tingling, glaring at her. "Song Xinlan." She placed her hand against his chest. In response, he grasped her wrist, intending to pin her down on the table. However, Song Xinlan pivoted, using his own momentum against him, forcing him into the chair. She secured his hands against his chest, her legs pressing down upon his thighs. Luge found himself immobilized, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Finally, he turned his face away, perhaps overwhelmed by the bullying, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. When he cried, it was always with silent tears, even the sound of his sniffles barely audible. Song Xinlan loosened her grip, realizing she might have pressed him too hard. "All right, stop crying. I was too much," she said, sitting beside him, offering a tissue. After a moment, Luja managed to ask, "Do you truly like me?" Song Xinlan met his gaze, her eyes brimming with sincerity. "Yes, is not a fleeting whim, but I am not worthy to—" In that moment, he resembled a piece of driftwood adrift at sea, carrying a genuine heart as he sought the shore. Anxious and apprehensive, he feared that after finally reaching land, he would be rejected for the decay hidden within and cast back into the depths. Song Xinlan gently clasped his hand. "It is all right. I will make you feel that you are wonderful." If she had come to a realization, a glimmer of joy danced in her eyes as she looked at him. "Senior, if you still have reservations, then do not feel compelled to agree to me just yet. I do not wish for this to become a source of your distress." Elyuja curled her fingers slightly and said, "Please give me a little more time." Song Xinlan rested her hands behind her head, concealing the fleeting glimmer of possessiveness and determination in her eyes. When she turned to him, however, she revealed a row of white teeth. Her smile radiant and gentle. "As long as the senior is willing to take a step towards me, then my 99 steps will be worthwhile." She then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "The premise is that the senior can only like me. Otherwise, she might resort to some extraordinary measures." Elyuja paused slightly, feeling warmth rise to his ears. The aggressive and possessive gaze of the person before him made him tremble slightly. He couldn't help but recall the things she had done during her sensitive period. She truly had a knack for it. One would never guess it was her first time. He wanted to ask, but felt too shy to speak. And moreover, he couldn't find the right moment. When they returned to the warship, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy and oppressive. Only when they saw that they had brought back the advanced treatment pod did everyone's expressions soften a bit. After all, in just a few days, several teams had already encountered accidents. The ships they sent out to retrieve personnel returned with several comrades who had succumbed to root infections, their charred corpses in tow. Some had no bodies left, only remnants of tissue. The brutality of the situation prompted both Song Xinlan and Luja to be summoned to the conference room aboard the warship. Chapter 77. The conference, the advanced treatment pod, was swiftly moved to the medical room on the warship. When Raven saw Song Xinlan, he shyly greeted her. That it was then that Song Xinlan remembered he was the male Omega who had assisted her when Luja entered the intermediate treatment pod a few days prior. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not particularly invested. Elyuja scrutinized the male Omega, who, upon noticing Luja's gaze, flushed slightly. Elyuja averted his eyes and walked alongside Song Xinlan towards the conference room. Along the way, the people they passed were bustling about, and the entire warship was permeated with a sense of urgency and gravity. The conference room was not large, crowded with several individuals, all familiar faces to Song Xinlan. In addition to the 2 commanders and the Corps commander of the 7th Army, there were also 3 representatives from the Federal Ministry of Star Affairs, including Luo Zaire, who had previously sought her out for discussions during her time at the Federal Military Academy. As soon as Song Xinlan and Luja entered, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. It was not until they were seated that Luo Zaire exchanged a glance with Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on Luja's arm. Is Major Lu fully recovered? Yes. Thank you for your concern, Commander, Luja replied, maintaining a polite distance. That's good. Zhong Qi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a talent like Luja, so young and promising, had a bright future ahead. He did not wish to see him dimmed. He then turned to Song Xinlan, adopting a serious tone. "Student Song, you may not be aware, but in just a few short days, 6 of our dispatch teams have reported fatalities and 7 others are severely injured." Song Xinlan tapped her fingers on the table, silently regarding Zhong Qi, waiting for him to continue. "What is your perspective on this?" Zhong Qi posed a question to her. Song Xinlan arched an eyebrow. "Are you truly asking for my opinion, Commander?" Zhong Qi nodded, and the others present leaned in with eager anticipation. Song Xinlan spoke candidly. "If we cannot address the root of the problem, then the invasion of humans by the roots is merely a matter of time. As Commander Zhong has indicated, the frequency of such occurrences will only increase." A heavy silence descended once more. Zhong Qi pressed his temples. This young woman was quite bold. Considering the presence of government officials, he merely intended to guide the conversation. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to assert. In that case, as a student of the Federal Military Academy, You have the duty and responsibility to contribute to the fate of humanity. Song Xinlan replied. So this is just a form of PUA. Then, she leaned back in her chair, her lips parting slightly. I have moved my family's advanced treatment pod here for free use. If the esteemed commander believes that 2 months of free service is insufficient to qualify as fulfilling my responsibility and obligation, we can certainly negotiate for an additional month. Zhong Qi responded. Deputy Commander Tang can hardly bear to watch this, that a girl of such youth should not be confined to the Ministry of Star Affairs as a mere minister. It is a waste of her talents. I believe you understand our intentions. Song Xinlan retorted. I do not understand. Deputy Commander Tang felt her temples throb and took a deep breath to regain composure. The Corps commander, who had remained silent until now, grew frustrated with their backdash and dash forth. It's so arduous to communicate. You possess the ability to convert the spiritual energy within the root zone into your own mental strength. Since you have this capacity to mitigate casualties, you bear the obligation to assume this responsibility as a student of the Federal Military Academy. With that title, you cannot remain inactive. He appeared robust, accustomed to overseeing the training and management of the 7th Army. And his words naturally carried an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Song Xinlan scoffed. So what you mean is, just because I have this ability, I am obligated to selflessly devote my value. Enrolling in the Federal Military Academy means I must toil without reward. And if I do not conform to your expectations, I am deemed disloyal and unfilial. These burdens of responsibility and obligation are insurmountable. Are they? Her gaze fell upon the military insignia on the Corps commander's uniform, her tone laced with mockery. With such lofty ideals, you must be nearing 70, perhaps even 80. You must have contributed significantly to the Federation. Yet you remain merely a lieutenant colonel? The Corps commander slammed his fist on the table, standing abruptly, ready to chastise her loudly. Luo Zayur beside him quickly intervened. Everyone, please calm down. He then turned to Song Xinlan with a gentle smile. Student Song, I am not here on behalf of the federal government. I wish to speak with you in my personal capacity. They had arrived early the previous day, only to discover she was not present. It was only now that they had the opportunity to meet. Mr. Luo and I have little to discuss. We have already covered what needed to be addressed last time. Whether you approach me as a representative of the federal government or as an individual, it makes no difference to me. Song Xinlan crossed her arms, exuding a relaxed confidence. As her thoughts shifted, she began to grasp the underlying reasons for his visit. In his personal capacity. It seems the federal government is unwilling to spend 1 million star coins to purchase my expertise. At times, she found herself disdainful of the federal government's actions. They proclaimed that humanity's interests superseded all else. Yet when it came time to make genuine contributions, they hesitated, engaged in endless posturing, and took no action. Their rhetoric was merely a fade for exploitation. Regardless, she was indifferent. She had no intention of dedicating her life to the cause of humanity, nor did she possess any lofty moral standards. To many, it might seem that someone like her, endowed with talent yet unwilling to take action, was akin to a useless piece of clay that could not be molded. However, she paid no heed to others' opinions. Having the chance to live again, she simply wanted to enjoy herself as she pleased. Above all, she despised when others lectured her on morality. She never concerned herself with right or wrong, focusing solely on the dynamics of her relationships. Luo Zayur smiled slightly, intertwining his fingers on the table, his sharp eyes peering through his glasses at Song Xinlan. While he appeared gentle and humble on the surface, his gaze held an undeniably compelling intensity. Student Song, your friends and family will be among the victims, so I hope you can temper your approach and avoid being overly confrontational. Song Xinlan rested her chin on her hands, nonchalantly replying, If Mr. Luo dares to negotiate with me in a personal capacity, he should be prepared to pay 1 million star coins. If you haven't made that arrangement, then there's no need for us to waste each other's time. Moreover, since Mr. Luo has traveled a great distance and is here to procure my expertise in a personal capacity, you must be facing some pressing concerns or challenges. The urgency lies with you, not me. Chapter 78. I cannot guarantee this. Luo Zayur fell silent, taken aback by the sensitivity of perception displayed by this mere student. In the end, he relented. Very well. Deputy Commander Tang produced a document and presented it. Student Song, can you ensure that those we teach can absorb and utilize the spiritual energy from within the roots? Song Xinlan smiled. As the saying goes, each has their strengths and weaknesses. I cannot guarantee that. The Corps Commander's brows furrowed deeply, his expression taking on a menacing air. What do you mean? I mean that I will only provide the methods and skills. Whether they learn is up to their own fortune. The Corps Commander, furious, slammed the table that if you cannot guarantee their learning, how can you still demand 1,000,000 star coins? Do you take us for fools? Luja cast a cold glance at the commander, his tone indifferent and tranquil. When you participated in the Interstellar examination back in the day, did your teachers guarantee you a place in the military academy? A profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, the Interstellar examination is a pivotal event in every individual's life. Many sacrifices were made in the pursuit of admission to their desired institutions. Setting aside personal endeavors, the financial expenditures alone were considerable. For those whose families were not in dire straits, it was common to enroll in several preparatory classes. Yet, no teacher would dare promise anyone that simply adhering to their instruction would ensure acceptance into their dream school. The inherent disparities among individuals, be it in talent, comprehension, or will, are undeniable. While diligence may compensate for shortcomings, one cannot disregard the substantial influence these differences wield over personal outcomes. Even earnest effort may not suffice to bridge the gap. Song Xinlan glanced at Luja, revealing a bright smile that showcased her pearly whites. She playfully brushed her fingers against his beneath the table. Luja curled his fingers, discreetly surveying the crowd before gently pushing her hand away. Luo Zer interjected to mediate. In that case, Song, please review this agreement, that if there are no objections, kindly sign it so we may not waste any more time. Song Xinlan perused the document, noting its standard clauses. With a swift signature, her star card account was promptly credited with 1,000,000 star coins. One must acknowledge that Luo Zer's efficiency in handling matters is rather commendable. Luja was retained, presumably to discuss forthcoming plans and arrangements. Song Xinlan, however, made her way to the medical bay aboard the ship, realizing the hour was late and that she likely wouldn't be assigned any tasks for the day. Inside the treatment room, the Omega named Reuven was on duty as usual. The intermediate and advanced treatment chambers already housed patients. Reuven busied himself with concocting medications and attending to the returning injured. Upon seeing Song Xinlan, his eyes lit up. Song, are you here to lend a hand? No, I'm just here to utilize the treatment room, she replied, proceeding deeper into the facility as a mere nameless cog in the machinery of the command system. She felt utterly powerless in the realm of healing. Reuven hastened his pace, eager to finish his tasks, hoping to engage in conversation with the attractive young alpha that it was. After all, unusual not to feel a flutter of emotions in the presence of such a youthful and handsome alpha. Song Xinlan began rummaging through her spatial pocket, retrieving various vials and jars. She intended to concoct a new medication to alter Luja's pheromones, if that fellow continued to neglect his health by resorting to inferior substances. It was only a matter of time before something went awry. Time passed, and eventually, Reuven completed his responsibilities and approached her to offer assistance. Song Xinlan shot him a glance, but firmly declined, saying, "No need, I can manage on my own." Although the interstellar laws did not explicitly prohibit the formulation of pheromone-altering medications, several legal stipulations implied that it was not allowed. After all, each individual's pheromones are recorded in their personal files, and any wrongdoing involving pheromones could lead to identification through those documented scents. Reuven, sensing her refusal, assumed she was merely shy. "It's all right. I've finished my tasks, and I'm free to— I can help it know," she reiterated decisively, returning to her concoctions. Reuven stood nearby, refraining from interfering, and inquired, "You seem quite gifted in this area. Is your family in this line of work?" "No, I see. Is it a personal interest then?" Song Xinlan's response was curt and dismissive. Reuven continued to probe. "What medication are you preparing?" Song Xinlan paused her activities, exasperated, and began to stow her items back into her spatial pocket. Although the medical room was well-equipped and convenient for concocting medications, she preferred to avoid distractions from irrelevant conversations. Noticing her intent to leave, Reuven questioned, Aren't you finished yet? Song Xinlan replied. You're too noisy. Reuven froze, a hint of embarrassment washing over his face, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, please continue to, I want to interrupt. Song Xinlan typically exhibited patience towards Omegas, often viewing them through the lens of a bygone era's femininity. Unless provoked, she generally preferred to maintain the peace. After organizing her belongings, she stated, it's getting late, and turned to leave. On her way back to the resting quarters, she fortuitously encountered Luja returning. Approaching him with a smile that belied any previous irritation, she greeted him warmly. Luja appraised her for a moment and, unusually, asked, Where have you been? I visited the medical bay to borrow some equipment, but it was too noisy, so I returned, she explained. Was it crowded in the medical bay? He inquired. Not particularly. She then took his hand, expressing, I prefer being with you. Luja glanced around, wary of being seen, and attempted to withdraw his hand, but found himself unable to resist her grip. In a hushed tone. He urged, Let go quickly. It would be difficult to explain if someone sees us, Song Xinlan retorted. What does it matter? We could simply be considered a legitimate AA relationship, though the Interstellar Society often harbored disdain and scorn for same-sex relationships. Numerous precedents continued to arise, as long as one could withstand the pressure and navigate the surrounding opinions. Enduring the clash of pheromones was not insurmountable. Luja cleverly extricated his hand, swatting hers away. If it reaches your family's ears, how will you explain it? Yet, Song Xinlan quietly suggested, so when no one is around, it should be fine. Luja quickened his pace, realizing that this impish girl was becoming increasingly audacious. Upon returning to their quarters, Luja gathered his belongings and headed for the shower. Observing his hasty retreat, Song Xinlan couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 79. Preparing a special meal for Senior. Song Xinlan retrieved an electronic writing tablet from her spatial pocket and meticulously documented methods and techniques for converting the spiritual energy within roots into personal mental strength. Immersed in her writing, she was oblivious to the passage of time until Luja returned an hour and a half later, bringing food with him. He placed the meal on the small table by the bedside. Noticing Song Xinlan still engrossed in her work, choosing not to disturb her, he settled onto his own bed and began to sketch on his electronic writing screen. After a few pages, Song Xinlan connected her work to the light brain and sent it to Luja. His light brain vibrated, prompting him to open the message. He glanced at Song Xinlan and asked, Why did you send this to me? This is worth 1,000,000 star coins. Song Xinlan tucked her electronic writing tablet away, replying, I'm prepping a special meal for you in advance. Luja lowered his gaze to the densely packed yet orderly methods and techniques she had written out that he murmured, Thank you. Song Xinlan narrowed her eyes dangerously, shifting her gaze to the takeout on the table. Did you bring this for me? Yes. Then, seizing the moment while Luja was unprepared, she quickly pressed her lips against his. The contact was fleeting, leaving Luja no chance to respond. You didn't remember what I said, did you? For every thank you. A kiss is warranted, she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she leisurely opened the food container and began to eat with a cheerful demeanor. Luja shot her an incredulous glare. You're taking advantage and acting so self-righteous about it. Feigning innocence, Song Xinlan replied, I merely gave you a peck. It wasn't anything excessive. Their beds were positioned closely, knees nearly touching, leaving little room between them. Luja, wishing to evade the haunting memories, covered her mouth with his hand. Can you eat without talking? Song Xinlan smiled sweetly, kissing his palm in response. Luja quickly withdrew his hand, fingers curling slightly. Turning his gaze to the light brain, he chose to ignore her. The warmth of her kiss lingered on his palm, and he discreetly brushed his fingertips over the spot where her lips had touched. Song Xinlan preferred to eat swiftly, and after disposing of her trash, she hurriedly took a shower. Upon returning, she resumed tinkering with her vials and jars. The two of them continued in their respective tasks in comfortable silence until the alarm rang. Signaling bedtime she stowed her supplies back into her spatial pocket. She lay down, her mind swirling with chemical reaction formulas for various medications. Good night, Senior, she finally murmured after a moment. Good night, he replied. The melodious voice of Luja resonated, husky and low, particularly enchanting. Song Xinlan turned to face him. Ever since the sensitive period had brought her feelings towards him to a simmer, she felt her gaze upon Lu Zhe growing increasingly uncontrollable and peculiar. She took a deep breath. She had never been like this before. This damned sensitive period had forcibly opened the door to a new world for her. She was on a path of gradual deviation from her previous self. Lying flat on her bed, she stared at the pitch-black ceiling, attempting to divert her thoughts elsewhere, managing to suppress the physiological reactions within her. In order for her budding affection to flourish, she knew she must not act hastily. Bit by bit, she intended to encroach upon his territory, allowing him to gradually acclimate to her presence and touch the hearts of others. One must start from within, addressing details meticulously, layer upon layer, dismantling all his concerns. The person she wished to win over was worth every ounce of effort and mental strain. In her lifetime, she had encountered no one who sparked such thoughts within her. Having finally met someone, she could not let him slip away. The following day, Xinlan was assigned 50 individuals. Had it not been for the concern that she might become overwhelmed and thus compromise efficiency, Zhongqi would likely have summoned everyone aboard the warship. Among these 50 were not only the top personnel of the 7th Army, but also its reserve forces, including Luo Zhe and a few others that Liu Zhe was included in this assemblage. Xinlan distributed to each a compilation of techniques and methods she had organized the previous night. As the group perused the holographic displays, reactions varied. Some were utterly baffled, some half-comprehended, and others experienced enlightening realizations. Yet, regardless of their responses, after a day's effort, apart from Liu Zhe grasping a few key points, none had truly mastered the material. Xinlan fell into a moment of silence, questioning whether her teaching methods were flawed. Was it truly that difficult? A few senior members of the 7th Army stubbornly clung to their pride, suffering in silence when confronted with confusion. They attempted to muddle through, nearly instigating a mental upheaval. With arms crossed and a cool demeanor, she observed, realizing some individuals simply relished in self-inflicted hardship, leaving her feeling powerless to assist. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Xinlan endured this exasperating cycle of guidance. Although everyone exerted considerable effort, disparities among individuals persisted. Some grasped concepts readily, while others required 10 repetitions, yet remained perplexed. Within just 2 days, the 50 individuals exhibited 3 distinct rates of progress. Observing the group, an unnameable impatience blossomed within her. She was indeed not well suited for the role of an educator. Nevertheless, since they were compensated, she had responsibilities to fulfill and obligations to uphold. After taking a shower that evening, Xinlan moved to Liu Zhe's bed, wrapping her arms around him and nuzzling her head against him. The beds aboard the warship were quite cramped, rendering it nearly impossible for 2 to sleep comfortably on one. Xinlan merely propped her knees against the vacant spaces on either side of Liu Zhe's waist, gently resting atop him. Inhaling the lingering scent of soap from his skin, she noted that the pheromone-altering agent had yet to dissipate. An alpha-simulated pheromone wafted towards her, invoking an indescribable physical discomfort. "What are you doing?" Liu Zhe inquired, regarding her sudden action with a slight tension in his body. Xinlan smiled lightly. "I have something for you." With that, she retrieved a vial from her spatial pocket and placed it on the small bedside table. Liu Zhe opened his mouth, likely deducing the nature of the item. "Is it a pheromone-altering agent?" he asked softly. "Yes, this poses no harm to your body and does not require gland injections. You should discontinue using the previous one. Its components are too damaging to your glands." Xinlan regarded Liu Zhe with a smiling gaze. As if discussing an utterly mundane matter, Liu Zhe felt a warmth in his eyes. He realized that she had been diligently experimenting with those vials during her free moments over the past few days. Although she had mentioned previously that she would concoct a pheromone-altering agent without side effects, he had not taken her seriously, thinking it was merely casual talk. Little did he know, her relentless efforts were all for his sake. Tears fell uncontrollably, and Xinlan gently wiped them away with her fingertip. Chuckling, "Senior, your tear ducts seem a bit sensitive. One wonders how much hardship you've endured to be so easily moved by a small kindness." This was hardly the extent of An inexplicable pang of empathy welled up within her, and she leaned down to capture his softly glowing lips. Chapter 80. I believe this position is quite good. Luja stared at her with misty eyes, his breath being claimed by her. His tongue ventured inward, prompting Song Xinlan to thread her fingers through his soft hair, leaving him with no escape. Luja felt his body weaken under her kiss, only managing to push her away when he struggled to breathe. Observing his flushed face and neck, his lips slightly parted and moist, he appeared even more enticing. Senior, with such soft lips, you ought to learn to breathe. She teased. Luja's complexion deepened in hue, and he turned his face away. Get off me, or should I teach you again? No need. Luja glared at her. What I meant was how to perfectly absorb and transform root mental energy. What did you think I was going to teach? Though Luja had essentially mastered the technique of absorbing and transforming root internal mental energy, there were perhaps a few areas where he still struggled. Yet compared to the others who left her exasperated, he was far more proficient. Guiding him with her mental energy would not only enhance his skills, but also minimize potential errors during his mental energy operations. Do you think this teaching position is appropriate? Luja asked, somewhat irked. As he pushed her away, Song Xinlan remained steadfast. I find this position quite suitable. She leaned closer, whispering, focus. She pressed her lips against his, her mental energy enveloping the surroundings, creating a domain. Luja quickly sensed the fluctuations in mental energy around him. Unbeknownst to him, his mental sea began to stir, akin to high-level mentalists encountering one another, resulting in a certain excitement and resonance. Since Song Xinlan had previously guided him through mental energy channels, he felt little aversion to her mental presence. As her mental energy entered his mental sea, he began to navigate alongside it. After only a brief exploration, enlightenment washed over him regarding the absorption and transformation of root internal mental energy, as though everything had suddenly become clear. Those previously elusive aspects no longer posed a problem. Song Xinlan withdrew her mental energy, lightly biting his lip before releasing him. Have you learned it? Luja replied softly, gazing at her. Shall we try again? Luja, momentarily stunned, only realized what she had just asked when her lips captured his once more. He pushed her away, his lips already slightly reddened from their previous exchanges. Get off me. Song Xinlan regarded him for a considerable time, making Luja feel increasingly uneasy. He tugged at the blanket, attempting to cover himself, yet it yielded little. Suddenly, he felt her soft touch at his waist as she remarked, Senior, not only are your lips soft, your skin is smooth, and your waist is so slender. Luja's ears turned crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment, especially as she continued to in a fit of frustration. He kicked her off his bed. Quickly covering his face with the blanket, his heart raced, and he cursed. I wouldn't think you mute if you remained silent. Song Xinlan rubbed her backside, casting him a glance, her smile unwavering. Choosing not to tease him further, she yawned and returned to her own bed, murmuring, Good night, Senior, before gradually drifting into slumber. Hearing her steady breathing, Luja quietly turned to face her. Uncertain of how long he stared, he eventually succumbed to sleepiness. Song Xinlan spent nearly 10 days aboard the warship, managing to teach only about 10 individuals. Due to the less-than-ideal conditions of the dispatch teams, Zhongqi arranged for new assignments. Major Liu, currently, 15 individuals have mastered the absorption and transformation of root internal mental energy. You and the regiment commander will each lead 6 individuals to provide support to different teams. Understood, Luja replied. Song Xinlan was originally to remain on the warship to continue her teaching. However, after careful consideration, Zhongqi concluded that she was most adept at the absorption and transformation of root internal mental energy. If Luja commanded while she served as the primary combat strength of the support team, the operation would undoubtedly be more efficient. Song Xinlan had no objections, and soon the group was prepared to set off. Each team was equipped with a high-speed airship brought by Luo Zayur and his companions. While the airship space was naturally smaller than that of a spaceship, its speed was double that of a ship, and its cost significantly higher. Just as Luja's team was about to depart, Luo Zayur approached. Take me along, he insisted. It seems you have yet to master the absorption and transformation technique for root internal mental energy, Luja replied. Luo Zaire had already shouldered his pack and boarded the airship. I will take full responsibility. He cast a glance at Lu Zhe, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Liu Zhe turned his gaze towards the direction of the warship, where Zhongqi and Deputy Commander Tang still stood. As they looked towards this side, Zhongqi nodded at him. Good. Lu Zhe acknowledged with a nod to Luo Zhe, then addressed the members of the airship crew. Let's set off? Yes. The windscreen was raised. And Song Xinlan sat idly in the airship, surrounded by the rapidly passing scenery, which was almost impossible to discern clearly. Liu Zhe quietly sat opposite her, appearing as though they were not very familiar with each other. The others were equally disinclined to engage in conversation. Within the entire airship, apart from the hum of the engine and the whistling wind, there was little else to be heard. Luo Zaire observed the fleeting landscape and occasionally glanced at his holographic device, seemingly anxious to meet someone, thus losing some of the sharpness and intensity he had at the negotiation table. Soon, they encountered their first small team, but it comprised only 3 individuals. Song Xinlan's eyes fell upon Qin Kan, the one who had a past grudge with Lu Zhe. His appearance suggested that he was not one to be trifled with, resembling a rat lurking in the sewers from the very first glance. Song Xinlan felt no fondness towards him. Beside him stood a female Omega and a female Beta, both students accompanying them. The 2 timidly stood behind him, showing no signs of joy at their arrival. Lu Zhe frowned as he looked at Qin Kan. Where are the other members of your team? They're dead, Qin Kan replied curtly. The reported death toll does not include your team's casualties. Why haven't you reported them? Qin Kan shot Lu Zhe a defiant look. Oh, we didn't have time. Now report their time of death, location, and manner of demise, Lu Zhe stated calmly, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. How would I know? I'm not the captain, Qin Kan retorted, exuding an air of complete indifference, rife with provocation. Liu Zhe ignored him and turned to the female Omega and Beta. You too, please report. They exchanged apprehensive glances and cautiously looked at Qin Kan before stumbling through the recounting of events. Essentially, they had split up to carry out their tasks, and upon returning, they waited for a long time but never saw the other 4 members. After searching for a while, they discovered that those individuals had already been infected by the roots and could only be burned. Lu Zhe coldly and calmly posed a question. Why did your team leader allow you 2 to act independently? Generally, in dealing with roots, any team members with a psychic level below are not permitted to act alone. Moreover, one is an Omega and the other a Beta. Permitting them to act separately is a grave error. I don't know, the female Beta mumbled, unable to respond to Lu Zhe's inquiries. That I recall that both of you have a psychic level of B. The 4 deceased members were all A level. How did you manage to escape unscathed? His questions were sharp, leaving no room for the other party to maneuver. Qin Kan scoffed. Calling you Major Lu has really gone to your head. Do you have any evidence for your accusations? Without evidence, refrain from being so confrontational. Liu Zhe met his gaze, silently mouthing, I hope you still possess some conscience. They all hailed from the same place. When they were 15, their exceptional psychic abilities led to their selection and subsequent education on Luo Waystar. During those hardest of days, they studied diligently together, striving towards a shared future, in that unfamiliar place. They progressed and warmed each other. He had believed they would remain close. But as they walked together, even after gaining admission to the Federation's top military academy, those around them seemed to change significantly. Qin Kan began to target him over trivial matters, his gaze shifting from friendly to loathsome, culminating in a desire for his demise. He could not comprehend how a person could change so drastically, as if their shared experiences meant nothing in the other's eyes. Yet, Qin Kan perceived Lu Zhe's silent communication, emotions surging within him as he activated his glands, the overwhelming presence of alpha pheromones crashing down upon Lu Zhe. He despised witnessing Lu Zhe's unperturbed, superior demeanor, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never measure up. Standing beside, Lu Zhe meant forever living in his shadow. Everyone adored him, yet he remained blind to his own worth. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe continued to feign ignorance, unaffected. Qin Kan yearned to destroy this person. Despite their shared origins, why did Lu Zhe have to glide effortlessly through life? The only domain where he felt he could surpass Lu Zhe was in pheromones. Lu Zhe's pheromones seemed weak, and he vividly recalled the moment he had dominated Lu Jia with his own, leaving him utterly helpless. That had been the most exhilarating experience of his life to date. However, this time, the potent pheromones of a top-tier alpha surged back towards him. He found himself unable to resist, collapsing to one knee, breath laboring and heart racing, feeling as if he might burst apart. Ultimately, he could no longer endure, succumbing to the overpowering alpha pheromones, sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Soon, the pheromones retracted swiftly, as if nothing had transpired. Elyuja pressed his lips together, catching a glimpse of the disdain in the eyes of those nearby who had yet to retract their gazes. Qin Kan, now disheveled, looked up at Lu Jia, disbelief written all over his face. That is not your pheromone. He attempted to cling to this last shred of superiority. Elyuja was about to speak when Song Xinlan interjected. That is indeed his pheromone. Impossible. He was clearly suppressed by my pheromones back then, unable to even stand. Upon hearing this, Song Xinlan's previously relaxed demeanor turned. I see, why did is that so? She replied, her emotions inscrutable. The suppression of alpha pheromones over omega is instinctual. She could easily envision Lu Jia's despair as he had been dominated by Qin Kan's pheromones, fearing the exposure of his identity. Just as Song Xinlan was about to take action, someone grasped her wrist. Lu Jia shook his head at her. Qin Kan could not cause a scene here, especially in front of so many onlookers. Regardless of the circumstances, those who take lives are bound to face a bleak future. He did not wish for Song Xinlan to be put on trial for the actions of a despicable person like Qin Kan. Song Xinlan's gaze fell upon Qin Kan, a smile curling at her lips, akin to a hellish demon fixating on its prey. Cold and sinister, it radiated a chilling aura. Qin Kan felt a surge of foreboding rise within him, his eyes warily fixed on Song Xinlan. Yet he found nothing amiss about her. That as for Lu Jia, he had always adhered to a straightforward and principled approach, never fearing that the other would resort to any treachery. That was definitely not your pheromone. He remained steadfast in his assumption. That Elyuja glanced at him, responding ambiguously. If you say it isn't, then it isn't. Qin Kan clenched his fists, feeling as though his punch had landed on cotton. He could not obtain the answers he sought. The other members of the group had yet to comprehend what had transpired when this farce came to an end. Song Xinlan lightly scratched Lu Jia's palm, exhibiting an uncanny ability to provoke him. With an inexplicable charm, Elyuja subtly retracted his hand and addressed the group. Pair up, check the surroundings to ensure no roots remain. Report any findings immediately. Once cleared, we shall proceed to the next team's location. Understood, the group replied in unison. This time, Song Xinlan was not in Lu Jia's pair, as the others dispersed. She used her psychic ability to sense the surroundings, leaving only herself and the utterly dismissive Qin Kan. She approached him, her expression cheerful, yet her words dripped with malice. Look at you, you pitiful wretch in such dire straits. I doubt anyone would want to be with you. How benevolent of me to accompany you. Who do you think you are? Just a dog beside Lu Jia? Qin Kan shot back that I would gladly be a dog for Senior Lu. Song Xinlan retorted. Someone like you, so pathetic and friendless, thinks they could even be someone else's dog? I hear you're a captain. How does it feel to be less than a dog? Never mind. I won't mock you any further. Your existence alone is a testament to your self-deprecation, and that would be quite rude of me. Infuriated, Qin Kan pulled out a light gun and aimed it at Song Xinlan. Quick as a flash, she dodged, bending low, and with a swift kick, she sent a syringe plunging in his gland, taunting, "You don't believe you're lesser than a dog? You read just proving my point. How rude of me." The intense pain from the gland nearly caused Qin Kan to faint. Chapter 82. Mental extraction. It was not the pain of the syringe penetrating his gland, but rather the despairing agony inflicted by the medication upon contact with it. What have you injected me with? Qin Kan withdrew the syringe, covering his gland, and cast a sinister glance at Song Xinlan. I haven't done anything. Your suspicions must be substantiated with evidence, he retorted, echoing back his previous words to Lu Jia. The intense pain radiating from his gland made Qin Kan feel unsteady on his feet. Song Xinlan began to search him, forcibly using his fingers to unlock his spatial button, upon discovering 4 damaged light brains lying within. She couldn't help but chuckle. So their deaths are indeed connected to you. They're not my doing, Qin Kan shouted vehemently, still clutching his gland. "Oh, how agitated you are. It seems that implicates you in their demise." Lu Ji remarked, his disdain evident. "Feel free to detest me. After all, you cannot kill me. By the way, does your gland no longer ache?" Song Xinlan's words prompted Qin to realize that the pain in his gland had indeed lessened. He attempted to snatch his spatial button from her hand, but Song Xinlan dodged and delivered a swift kick to his groin, achieving a perfect hit rate. "Don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking. A lack of pain signifies that the drug has already mingled with your blood. The moment you release your repugnant pheromones, your gland will ache so painfully that you'll writhe on the ground. After a few more bouts of pain, your gland could very well rot away completely." Skeptical, Qin contested it, only to find himself writhing in agony on the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Once he recovered, he dared not release his pheromones again, instead glaring at Song Xinlan with eyes filled with hatred. "Give me the antidote." Song Xinlan retrieved a vial from the spatial button, twirling it in her hand. "First, tell me how those 4 perished." Qin fixed his gaze on the vial. "Just give me the antidote, and I'll tell you. You may not understand me. I'm not one for serious matters. I prefer delving into the obscure. And yes, I've researched the rumored mental extraction technique, but I've yet to find a subject for experimentation. Why not volunteer as my lab rat?" Qin Kan's pupils constricted. Mental extraction, that is a technique used in the prison star for interrogating criminals. Only those with exceptionally powerful mental abilities can execute it. It's considered forbidden art. Mental extraction forces an invasion into another's mental sea, allowing one to extract all of their memories. Those subjected to it suffer severe mental trauma, potentially leading to madness. Hence, outside the prison star, it is strictly prohibited. He could hardly believe it. This person could concoct a drug to suppress pheromone release. He dared not gamble his future. I admit, the 4 were weaker than me. But those roots were incredibly troublesome. Whenever I was on the verge of collapse, I used them as shields. That's how it went. Now I've told you everything. Give me the antidote and let me go." Song Xinlan discreetly recorded the confession. If it weren't for the complications of killing him outright, she wouldn't bother with such efforts. "You suppress my family's Lu?" Qin was taken aback by her mention of Lu, nearly retching his previous meal. Who would have thought someone like Lu Ji, deep down, is so depraved that he would engage with an alpha? Ha ha. Song Xinlan casually pulled out a pair of her unwanted stinky socks and stuffed them into his mouth, then stepped down hard on his fingers, grinding them mercilessly. Qin could only emit muffled whimpers. Losing patience, Song Xinlan yanked his hair and coldly declared, "You seem so amused. Let us test the mental extraction then." Sensing danger, Qin hastily blurted, "I'll tell you everything. I did suppress Lu Ji with my pheromones. We were on a mission together. He had enough merit for military honors, but he got injured. To claim his merit, I took advantage of his vulnerability and used pheromone suppression on him. I had no idea his pheromones were so weak. He had no ability to resist. That I told him that if he surrendered his military credit, I would lift my suppression, and he agreed. That is how it was." Song Xinlan tightened her grip around his throat, her voice chilling. "With someone like you, harboring such contempt for him, would you truly relinquish what you stole so easily?" Qin gritted his teeth, fearing that any dissatisfaction from her might lead to his mental extraction, that he no longer dared to conceal the truth. "Yes," he didn't agree. "I used pheromone suppression to take it from him. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, I first entertained the thought of erasing him from this world, and then I acted on it. I pushed his head underwater, bringing him to the brink of death yet keeping him conscious, slashing his skin with a knife, letting his wounds bleed out slowly. I even shattered his bones, leaving him in so much pain he couldn't even crawl away, and then I left him there, thinking he was done for. Yet he returned unharmed." Song Xinlan's veins throbbed with rage, her heart aching unbearably. "When he fell into the J-1013 star, the mech malfunctioned. That was your doing, wasn't it?" Her voice turned icy, evoking a sense of pervasive dread. With great difficulty, Qin admitted, "Yes, I tampered with his mech before he even got to it." Song Xinlan's fingers tightened, causing Qin to roll his eyes back in agony. With one hand gripping his hair, she dragged him towards the sound of flowing water in the distance. As he was pulled along, the sharp stones on the ground tore at his skin. Yet he could not hide the hatred boiling within. Over the years, he sought numerous opportunities to discreetly eliminate Lu Ji. Yet, on the two rare occasions he found a chance, Lu Ji miraculously returned unscathed. Soon, they arrived at a murky little river, and Song Xinlan forcefully plunged his head into the water. Qin struggled desperately, water invading his mouth and nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Song Xinlan's ominous voice echoed. "You, of all people, dare to compare yourself to him?" As he neared drowning, she yanked him up only to push him back down again, repeating the cycle. Watching him writhe in agony, powerless to resist, she recalled her own helplessness when suppressed by an alpha's pheromones. Grinding her teeth, Song Xinlan retrieved several vials of untested serums from her spatial button. Thinking how beneficial they would be for her experimental data, time passed unmeasured until her mental senses detected someone approaching from afar. Glancing at the unconscious Qin, she brutally severed his hands. The pain jolted him awake. His face was smeared with tears and mucus, and he attempted to plead for mercy, but any sound from his throat ignited a fiery pain. He could only emit pitiful whimpers, his eyes filled with despair and resentment as they sought Song Xinlan. "Hatred suits you well," she remarked, delivering a punch that landed blow after blow, shattering the bones of his legs. "Fate must turn. It is only fair." Blood flowed from his severed arms, and in his agony, he lost his voice, only able to produce the most wretched sounds. Without wasting another moment, Song Xinlan forced her way into his mental sea, obliterating this particular memory entirely. What she did not disclose was that the pinnacle of mental extraction lies in silent alteration. However, as this was her first attempt, she could merely obscure his memories, not alter them. Yet, that was sufficient. With a kick, she sent him tumbling into the river. Chapter 83. He should not have lived after tidying up the scene and completely destroying Qin's light brain. Song Xinlan turned to leave. She harbored no concern that Qin, once discovered, might implicate her. All potential evidence had been erased. If they managed to find any substantial proof pointing to her, it would only reflect their own capabilities. With his voice and limbs rendered useless, unable to speak or write, and his memories blurred, Qin would live on, bearing the weight of his past deeds. As a cripple, he would carry his resentment and bitterness. Before long, the others cleaned up the remnants of roots in the vicinity. When they regrouped, they realized Qin had not returned. Their impressions of him soured further. Someone turned to Song Xinlan and inquired, "I recall you and him were the last two left. Weren't you together?" Song Xinlan replied, "No, I was in a separate unit." The individual looked at Lu Ji. "Major Lu, shall we search for him?" "Yes, let's reconvene in half an hour. We have tasks at hand and cannot afford delays." Everyone nodded in agreement, heading off in various directions, but all secretly murmured to themselves, wondering how far one could truly search in half an hour. Clearly, there was a significant conflict between Qin and Major Lu. Thus, they resolved to search casually. Only Lu Ji, Luo Zaire, and Song Xinlan remained. Luo Zaire settled into the airship, showing no intention of searching. "Senior, shall we depart?" Song Xinlan flashed a bright smile, leading the way. "All right," Lu Ji responded. It is evident that Song Xinlan has no intention of taking him to find anyone. Instead, she has chosen a secluded spot to linger. Merely going through the motions, Elyuja expresses no dissent. His greatest mercy towards Qin lies in the fact that he has not resorted to underhanded tactics to eliminate him. If it were within his power, he would truly wish they had never crossed paths. Seizing a moment of solitude, Song Xinlan takes hold of his hand. Elyuja's fingers are long and pale, the back of his hand smooth to the touch, with clearly defined knuckles and little flesh. Simply gazing at them is a delight, and feeling them brings a pleasant sensation. Elyuja's fingers curl slightly, yet he does not withdraw his hand. "Senior, which planet did you live on before?" Why the sudden question? Is it not permissible to ask? No, it's just an inconspicuous planet. Will you return there during the holidays? It depends. Which planet is it then? Planet H333. Other than the 7 main planets. The rest in the Milky Way are generally designated by regional numbers. Song Xinlan ponders for a moment. "I believe I have visited that planet before." Elyuja pauses. "It seems you've traveled to many places." Song Xinlan blinks. "Because I was filled with curiosity about this world when I was young." This world, which shattered my previous worldview, is indeed full of intrigue. Then, during the winter break, could you take me along? There's nothing much to see. It's a planet of exile that Elyuge's fingers curl slightly, reluctant to mention the term, especially in front of this polished young alpha, after spending time together over these days. He understands that her background is quite respectable, even excellent. From her casual remarks, one can sense that her family is harmonious and happy in comparison. His own origins seem both pitiful and somewhat laughable. The exile planet is primarily inhabited by those cast away by the Federation, most of whom are deemed guilty due to the sins of their ancestors. Otherwise, they would not be condemned to live there for generations. The only stroke of luck he possesses is a talent that others lack, which was discovered and led him away. Yet, he is an Omega, and in such a place of exile, his grandfather raised him as an alpha from a young age to ensure his safety. As he grew older and developed his own pheromones, his grandfather provided him with a formula for medication, saying, "I.e., only by becoming an alpha can your future be broader. Your gender is your greatest secret. Do not attempt to trust anyone, understand?" Noticing that Luja remained silent, staring at a fixed point with a hint of melancholy, Xinlan begins to toy with his fingers, speaking in a casual tone. "If you find planet H333 uninteresting, I can take you to visit Tianshu Star. Its scenery is, in my opinion, the finest among the 7 stars, and I am certain you will adore it." Elyuge's thoughts are diverted, leading him to recall the picturesque images of Tianshu Star he encountered online. It is indeed a beautiful place, showcasing both natural landscapes and architectural artistry. He neither agrees nor declines, but merely responds with a subdued acknowledgement. As Xinlan's enthusiasm surges, she finds herself unable to cease her chatter. It is only when the time is nearly up that the two slowly make their way back. Someone has discovered Xinlan, who had been discarded in the river, and brings him back. Xinlan remains unconscious, showing no signs of awakening. "Major Liu," one remarks, but Luja casts a glance, his lashes obscuring the emotions in his eyes. After a moment, he addresses the two who have returned with the individual. "Take him back with the hovercar." The two exchange reluctant glances, seemingly unwilling. After all, they were on a mission and had not been out long before being ordered to return. Who would be pleased by that? However, given that Luja outranks them, and the person is one they retrieved, the responsibility falls on them. They wish they hadn't been so impulsive in bringing him back. Upon seeing Xinlan's dire state, the others cannot help but feel a wave of sympathy. One furrows their brow and remarks, "Our comrade has been harmed so severely. This matter is likely not simple." The Omega and Beta from Xinlan's team, witnessing his plight, instinctively recoil a few steps. Could he have been retaliated against? The Omega whispers. The group turns their gaze toward her. Seeing that Xinlan remains unconscious, the Omega stammers out the account of how the 4 had met their demise. Luja asks, "Then why did you conceal this from him today?" The Beta nearby responds, "We did not intend to hide it. He forbade us from speaking, claiming we had no evidence, that no one would believe us, and that he would kill us at the first opportunity." That a collective gasp echoes through the crowd. They never expected such scum to exist in the Federation's premier military academy. Most of this group comprises personnel from the 7th Army, and upon hearing that their comrade was harmed by such a wretch, they become incensed. Without regard for Xinlan's injuries, one kicks him. "Major Liu, such filth should be left to fend for themselves. Indeed, he should not be allowed to live." Chapter 84. As the crowd exchanges heated remarks, expressing their disdain for Xinlan, Luja asserts, "Now that we have found him, let us return him for military tribunal judgment." He too wishes to abandon him. Yet if accountability arises, as the team leader, neglecting his duty would invite criticism. The two who retrieve the individual, left with no choice, comply with the order and take him back. The group resumes their journey aboard the airship, heading toward their next target. Seated quietly, Luja gazes out at the passing scenery, reflecting on Xinlan's experiences, which bear some resemblance to his own past. He can approximate who might be behind this, but a subtle sigh escapes him as he glances at Xinlan, realizing that his debts to her seem to multiply. The landscape rushes by outside, the wind striking the windshield with a rustling sound. Years ago, After being tormented by Qin, Can, and left for dead in the wilderness, he clung to life through sheer will for several days. Appearing utterly disheveled and unrecognizable from his former self, he had thought that would be the end of him. Before losing consciousness, he sensed someone approaching that in his daze, he overheard a few snippets of conversation. Is he dead? He's still breathing. Why not take a look? No, too much trouble. Upon awakening, he found himself in the presence of a middle-aged man. The man had offered to give him a ride back once the young masters and misses returned. But he declined, opting instead to accept a hover car from him. He handed over all the star coins he possessed, leaving only enough for his own return journey. Soon, they passed through the plains and entered an expanse of rolling hills. Planet 852 boasts a flourishing agricultural economy, where one seldom encounters the glitzy cities of modern technology. Many areas remain undeveloped, embodying a simplicity akin to tilting towards the earth. They soon encountered the team, led by Luo Yichuan and Deng Yuming. The group, clad in skeletal mechas, was engaged in battling the roots. Compared to their initial clumsiness, they had now developed a tacit synergy. Liu Zhe and his companions joined in to assist, swiftly resolving the issue with the roots. However, many noticed that absorbing and transforming the energy proved somewhat challenging in practice, whether due to insufficient speed or nerves causing them to falter, even if they had managed to learn it. Applying it in real combat was far from as easy as anticipated. Song Xinlan, you finally returned, Luo Yichuan exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. He had missed his roommate and partner immensely, feeling utterly overwhelmed during his time with Deng Yuming, who was as clueless as a golden retriever. Deng Yuming approached Liu Zhe, grasping his hand for an inspection. Senior, how is your hand? Did it leave any lasting damage? Let me see. Liu Zhe blocked his hand before it could reach his arm. I'm fine. He pushed Deng Yuming away, adopting a demeanor that clearly conveyed, do not approach me. Deng Yuming, still cheerful, exhaled in relief. That's good. His idol could not afford to be hurt. It would break his heart. Song Xinlan regarded Deng Yuming with disdain, and upon seeing that he had ceased his pursuit of Liu Zhe, she turned her attention back to Luo Yichuan. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, Luo Zhe approached, scrutinizing Luo Yichuan from head to toe. Luo Yichuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, glancing between Song Xinlan and Luo Zhe, his expression one of shock. What the hell are you doing here? Worried about you, Luo Zhe replied. Song Xinlan swept her gaze between the two. Are you brothers? Who is his brother? Luo Yichuan retorted. Our relationship is quite distant. With arms crossed, Song Xinlan remarked. Oh, how distant that someone would come all this way to find you. Why does that sound so strange coming from you? Luo Yichuan countered. Song Xinlan raised an eyebrow. If you find it odd, perhaps there is something wrong with you. Your concerns are quite misplaced. Luo Zhe lightly scoffed. I traveled a great distance to arrive, and this is the welcome I receive? Luo Yichuan stiffened momentarily and forced a chuckle. Huh. Not at all. Uncle, you are free to come and go as you please. This insufferable schemer, after being absent for 3 months, seems to think he can stroll back in as if nothing happened. Song Xinlan discreetly distanced herself, choosing not to intrude upon this familial reunion. Luo Zhe patted his shoulder. You've lost weight. Always so disobedient, insisting on coming to places like this. Luo Yichuan retorted, you truly have a more extensive reach than my father. Luo Zhe scoffed. Humph. Does your father truly have the time to concern himself with you? If you were that worried, you wouldn't have come here to find me. I'm no longer a child that I can't help but worry. After all, you're still the cub I raised. Luo Yichuan kicked at his knee, but Luo Zhe evaded, swiftly capturing him. Clearly, his time in the command department has honed his skills. Just wait. I will undoubtedly defeat you one day. Their team was relatively intact, with only one soldier from the 7th Army injured and sent back. Liu Zhan began inquiring about their squad status, discovering that there were still numerous routes in the vicinity. Thus, he commenced strategizing that he has always approached matters with methodical precision and ease. Their group had remained on 852 for a full 3 months, and the routes within the planet had only just been largely cleared. Upon departure, to ensure that the planet would not be tainted by roots again, the 7th Army left a contingent behind to guard 852. Song Xinlan and her fellow military academy students arrived with 30 individuals. but only 26 returned. Although they had completed their mission, the spirits of the military students were notably subdued. The joy of victory was inevitably shadowed by heavy sacrifices. For many, it was their first mission, each carrying their own distinct experiences, some filled with pain, others with sorrow. Perhaps this is the price of their growth as military academy students. Back in her room, Song Xinlan lay with her hands behind her head, eyes softly closed. The military ship gradually sailed away from at 8:52, swiftly heading towards Luo Wei Star. The ties this world had to her seemed to deepen with each passing moment. As her connections with others grew, returning to her previous indifferent state felt increasingly impossible. Despite having known her roommates for less than a few months, they considered her in every matter, even standing foolishly in front of her when they sensed danger. The fervor of youth can be so unexpectedly overwhelming and unstructured. Faced with such unguarded sincerity, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. Silently, she included these few individuals within her protective circle. If the apocalypse were to arrive, she would certainly lend a hand. Chapter 85. Upon their return from the mission, Zhongqi had no particular expectations of the group of students who had toiled for 3 months. After all, the journey back to the military academy would only take a few days, serving as a brief respite for them. Consequently, upon their return, she primarily slept until the sun was high in the sky. During those 3 months on 8:52, she had been fully engaged in combat, teaching, and healing, leaving nothing unattended. Encountering vast fields filled with crops, the routes were numerous and overwhelming. She and Lu Zhen led the charge at the forefront. Knowing that no one could leave until the routes were eradicated, To enhanced the team's combat capability. She diligently fulfilled her responsibility of absorbing and converting the spiritual energy within the roots whenever time allowed. She also provided practical guidance to prevent any missteps that could lead to spiritual injuries. Moreover, for those unfortunate enough to be infected by the roots, she had to swiftly extract the spiritual energy within the roots to save their lives. It must be said, her compensation was well-deserved. Throughout those 3 months, she had scarcely found a moment's respite, constantly on the move. Additionally, there was that individual's mating season last month. That fellow, when dispersing tasks, did not accompany her, but instead secretly hid away, consuming who knows how many suppressants, which infuriated her upon recollection. When she eventually found him, he was nestled in a cave, curled up amidst a pile of weeds, his skin marred with red marks due to the poor environment. Approaching him, Lu Zhen immediately opened his bleary eyes in vigilance, his face flushed, sweat-soaked, and clinging to bits of grass. Upon seeing her, he instinctively reached for the hem of her pants. She crouched down, her tone somewhat stern. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lacking strength, Lu Zhen instinctively leaned closer to her. "Why didn't you tell me?" she repeated. Remaining still, he withdrew his grasp from her pants, curling into a tighter ball, his shoulders shuddering gently as he wept softly. With a sigh of resignation, she lifted him in her arms, and as soon as he touched her, his feverish body pressed against her. He buried his face in her shoulder, crying out in discomfort. Song Xinlan observed his glands, which were already swollen and bruised from numerous injections, and frowned. The medication he had been using to alter his pheromones had such severe side effects that the effectiveness of these suppressants had diminished significantly. Furthermore, his pheromone signature was highly chaotic. She hadn't anticipated the extent of his glandular damage. If he were to undergo a temporary marking in this state, his glands could be rendered utterly useless. With a sigh, she resolved to take him back for proper treatment. Song Xinlan could feel his body was burning, his eyes shimmering with moisture, reflecting a faint glow within the cramped cave. Noticing her silence, he felt inexplicably despondent. His collar was disheveled, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. "Why didn't you mark me?" he cried, his demeanor now one of irrationality and desperation. His usual restraint vanished, replaced by unbridled desire and instinctual longing. He clung to her with a fervency unmatched. "Senior, you mustn't be so reckless." She was compelled to emit her soothing pheromones, caressing and touching him. He pressed against her, his voice soft and beguiling, filled with an enchanting allure. That day, he clung to her, calling her name, weeping for her mark and pheromones, yearning to be thoroughly ravaged. His fervor left Song Xinlan feeling overwhelmed, even more so than during her own sensitive periods. Waves of desire surged through her mind, yet there was no release in sight, transforming the term tormenting into an art form. She hastily reined in her thoughts, unable to entertain any further distractions. Outside, the sound of Xue Chang knocking on the door accompanied by shouts echoed. Song Xinlan opened the door. "What are you doing calling out so early?" "It's noon, sister," he said, pulling her out. "Let's go. We're short one out. Let go. Let go. At least let me tidy up a bit. Quickly, quickly. You have 2 minutes." With that, he followed her inside. "Hey, where did Senior Lu go? I haven't seen him around these past few days." Song Xinlan brushed her hair into place. "Do you think he has the luxury to laze about like us?" "True. Who can be more idle than us?" Xue Chang attempted to sit on Lu Zhen's neatly made bed, but Song Xinlan yanked him over and pushed him on her own bed. "Sit here." Xue Chang glanced at the tidy bed Lu Zhen had made and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then he looked at Song Xinlan's disheveled bed, which was in utter chaos, and fell into silence. How can the disparity between people be so pronounced? Song Xinlan shot him a glare. "Are you insinuating something? Look at your positions. Oh, you think your bed is any cleaner? At least it's not as messy as yours." "Really? I won't even begin to mention the stinky socks you left on the balcony for a week without washing. Oh no, I just remembered. I left a pile of stinky socks on the balcony before I left." "You're doomed. If Luo Yichuan finds out, he's going to explode." Xue Chang hooked an arm around Song Xinlan's shoulder, feigning camaraderie. "Well, I had no idea." Soon they arrived at the seating area of the military ship, which was already bustling with activity, primarily filled with their cohort. The 20 of them had split into several groups. The alphas were mostly engrossed in games while the betas and omegas huddled together, chatting animatedly. A few others were likely off, engaging in their own competitive endeavors. For instance, her medical school roommate, Cheng Weining, exemplified the spirit of relentless competition, constantly striving and hardly indulging in leisure, rivaling even Lu Zhen in that regard. "Hey, Sister Lan, you're up?" Deng Yuming called out to her with familiarity. "Huh, I told you Song Xinlan would definitely sleep in today." Lin Shiqi playfully smacked Deng Yuming, extending her hand. "All right, big guy, it's time for a name change." "Who the hell bet with you?" Deng Yuming retorted. "Those who refuse to admit defeat, such as you," Deng Shaoran. Suddenly rising, they approached Song Xinlan and pulled her to the table, declaring, "We are 1 player short here. I've saved you a seat." Song Xinlan stared at the diminutive mahjong tiles and asked, "Where did you acquire these?" Lin Shiqi replied, "This is nothing. I have dice and playing cards in my space button as well. If I could have brought the drinks, I would have had those too." Song Xinlan twitched her lips slightly. "Are you afraid of being bored?" Deng Yuming laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You truly are something else." Lin Shiqi rolled her eyes and directed the players to take their seats. "How much are we betting?" Deng Yuming inquired. Xue Chang replied, "A small wager brings joy, but a large one can be detrimental." 50 star coins, Song Xinlan suggested. Lin Shiqi exclaimed, "Goodness, do you have no concept of star coins?" Song Xinlan confessed, "To be honest, I usually play for 100 star coins a round." Deng Yuming chimed in. 100 star coins worked for me too. If I play well, I could win 300 star coins. Curse it, my monthly living expenses are only 4,000 star coins. Lin Shiqi lamented. Xue Chang interjected. "Everyone be quiet. I only have 2,005 star coins a month. Listen to this poor soul, it's 5 star coins per round." Lin Shiqi mused, "So there are those whose living expenses are even lower than mine. That balances things out. 5 star coins sound good." Deng Yuming quipped, "How long will it take me to lose my 100 star coins?" Lin Shiqi retorted, "You're already prepared to lose without even playing." Xue Chang added, "Damn, rich people are truly detestable." When they returned to Loey Star, 3 days had passed. The group had rested for a few days, appearing vibrant and full of energy as they disembarked from the warship. Qin Kan, who had been recuperating in the medical bay, was finally wheeled out in the space station of Loey Star. They formed 2 lines to bid farewell to the members of the 7th Army. They exchanged words of blessing, marking the conclusion of their mission. However, the roots of the galaxy had not yet been eradicated, and as students, they needed to return to their studies. Meanwhile, the 7th Army was set to embark on their next mission to another planet. Luo Zer patted Luo Yichuan on the shoulder, saying, "I'm off. Take care of yourself." Luo Yichuan nodded vigorously, unable to suppress a smile. "Hurry along then," he urged, yet feigned sorrow in front of Luo's, making his display seem somewhat absurd. Luo Zur lightly tapped his head before turning to leave, needing to return to the Federation Star. Qin sat in his wheelchair, glaring resentfully at everyone. His gaze towards Lu Shui was particularly venomous. Yet, no one paid him any mind, as his use of teammates as shields had already become common knowledge. The disdain and contempt in the looks directed at him were palpable. It was later rumored that he had previously usurped Lu Shui's military achievements, further inciting hatred against him. In the eyes of the students of the Federation's first military academy, Lu Shui was akin to a bright moon in the night sky. Thus, upon returning to the military academy, the tale of Qin can spread like wildfire, inciting the wrath of the Federation's first military academy, leading to his expulsion. Some even leveraged their connections to hasten a military tribunal, resulting in Qin being imprisoned and the honors that rightfully belonged to Lu Shui being restored. As the mastermind behind these events, Xinlan deleted the posts she had disseminated once her objectives were accomplished. Upon their return to the academy, the academic workload intensified, having fallen behind for several months. They had to catch up in a month. They would face their final exams once more. Lying on her bed, Xinlan, with a book covering her face, pondered when such arduous days would come to an end. In her previous life, she had memorized medical texts to the point of nausea. Now, having changed her major, she found a volume of reading no less than that of medicine. "Where are the notes?" Xuechang suddenly exclaimed. Fanning tossed a notebook towards him. Xuechang caught it and leaned in, asking, "Have you finished copying?" "No, I made a photocopy," she replied. Xuechang's mouth fell open in shock, his face a canvas of confusion. The others in the dormitory turned to look at her. Luo Yichuan set down his book. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I painstakingly copied half a book." Fanning looked at them incredulously. "Is your brain merely for storage?" Xuechang sighed. "My mind is still stuck in the ancient era. I forgot photocopying was an option, although it was now the Interstellar age." The tradition of using printed books remained prevalent in higher education, as it proved most convenient for teaching and ensured higher quality of education. "Did you all copy?" Xuechang surveyed his peers, seeking solace in their responses. "Chunin, I didn't copy, I made a photocopy." Fan, "I write slowly, so I didn't copy much." Xinlan, "I didn't copy, I memorized." Xuechang exclaimed. Luo Yichuan, All right. Just these two are competing over who copied faster. Huh. They're using high-tech while we're still in the Stone Age." Amidst the chaos of their lively banter, it had already been a month since they returned from 852 to the Federation Military Academy. Their final exams were approaching. Xinlan found little time to see Lu Shui. Each day was consumed with studying and reviewing notes. Although she had a photographic memory, to avoid confusion, she needed to organize her recollections carefully. Otherwise, such a gift could become a burden. Covering a semester's worth of material in 1 month was not daunting for her, but required effort and time. For this month, she either attended classes or spent hours in the library. Even during breaks, she was absorbed in reading and organizing her materials. Each night, she managed less than 6 hours of sleep, creating a tense atmosphere in the dormitory where everyone felt drained. Only after the final subject of the exams concluded did the dormitory atmosphere return to its usual state. Xuechang reclined in his chair, tilting his head back. "Goodness, my mind is finally liberated." Luo Yichuan sighed, resting his head on the table. "My mind is flooded with chaotic theories from centuries ago." Qinan remarked. "The theories on chaotic attacks are rather intriguing." Fan scratched his head. "What was that theory again?" Xuechang replied, "Dude, you forget faster than I do after the exam." Luo Yichuan added, "I can only recall that Enshiota's theory involves attacks from advanced extraterrestrial civilizations." Xinlan interjected, "I still find Greer's theory more plausible." Fan asked, "What did Greer propose?" Qinan explained, "The collision and mixing of cosmic materials can produce new substances. The reactions between materials yield different results. In a chaotic attack, unknown substances collide, creating new materials that merge with the human body, causing disorder within it. We shall tentatively call this new material the chaos factor." Xuechang countered, "I think calling it a chaos factor is too far-fetched. The invasion of extraterrestrial species seems more credible." Luo Ichuan retorted. How can an extraterrestrial species come to our galaxy and kill thousands, only to vanish for centuries? Xuechong continued. What a coincidence that such material collisions never occurred for thousands of years, yet suddenly appeared a few centuries ago. Chanan chimed in, while K. Ting Fan scratched his head, bewildered by why these two were arguing over a theory. Fan Yin slammed the table, and they fell silent. Are you two done? Are we going to split into factions, the Xue faction and the Chuan faction? Xuechong replied, Hey, that sounds good. Song Xinlan rolled her eyes, finding her roommates utterly eccentric at that moment. A knock resounded from outside their dormitory door. Fanning casually opened it, and Lin Shiqi and Deng Yuming squeezed inside. During the 3 months of the A852 mission, the group of military academy students had grown quite close. Lin Shiqi and Deng Yuming were the two lively spirits among them, with one always orbiting around Lu Xue and the other flitting about Song Xinlan. They'd become the closest companions in the group. Hey, where are you all going for the holidays? Lin Shiqi eagerly inquired upon entering. Xuechong replied, heading home. Lin Shiqi perched on Song Xinlan's desk, asking sister, Are you going home too? Take me with you, with a lollipop in her mouth. Song Xinlan lazily responded, It's the New Year. Aren't you going home? Lin Shiqi sighed, I'll go home a day before New Year's. As soon as I return, my parents will start introducing me to Omegas. I want to avoid that for as long as possible. Luo Ichuan scanned Lin Shiqi curiously. What is your family situation that they're introducing you to someone so early? Lin Shiqi shrugged. How would I know? My parents are always anxious that I 1T find a partner. They're quite desperate. Ha 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 ha. Deng Yuming burst into laughter. I must say, with your carefree nature. Which little Omega would want you? Lin Shiqi threw a tissue at Deng Yuming. Shut it, you big goof. You're not that great either. Song Xinlan gave her a light slap. Pick that up. I cleaned today. Lin Shiqi replied, All right, sis. She turned to Song Xinlan with pleading eyes and asked, Will you take me in? Song Xinlan replied, It's easy to take you in. I can provide meals, accommodation, and transportation without a hitch. However, I must make it clear that I won't have the time to entertain you every day. Lin Shiqi immediately embraced Song Xinlan, exclaiming, As expected of my sister, you go about your business, and just treat me like air. The military academy had a fixed departure time during the winter break, when the water and electricity would be cut off, even if one wished to stay on campus for the new year. It was simply not feasible. Song Xinlan arrived at the small apartment where Lu Zhi resided. After locating his door number, she knocked gently. After a brief pause, the door creaked open. Lu Zhi was not in his military uniform. The warmth of the room allowed him to wear a simple outfit of white top and black trousers, which made him appear much more refreshed. Upon seeing her, he momentarily hesitated. What brings you here? They had both been preoccupied with their own affairs for some time, leaving little opportunity for meetings. With the end of the final exams, they finally found themselves at leisure. I missed you, Song Xinlan confessed. Revealing a row of white teeth with her honesty, Lu Zhi's ears turned slightly red, yet his expression remained composed. Come in, he said. This was Song Xinlan's first time entering his on-campus apartment. The building, constructed for visiting scholars from other institutions, was usually quite empty, contributing to its tranquil atmosphere. Lu Zhi's room was somewhat smaller than their dorms, but radiated warmth and tidiness, perfectly aligning with his demeanor. Senior, will you return home for the new year? Song Xinlan asked as Lu Zhi handed her a glass of water. After a moment of silence, he replied, I probably won't. Why not? She inquired. It feels the same anywhere. My grandfather passed away a few years ago. He was my only family. Therefore, for the past few years, I have spent the new year alone in this rented apartment. Song Xinlan discerned the unspoken implications in his words. May I invite you to my home? She asked eagerly. Did I think I'll pass? He replied. After all, as an outsider, it would be awkward to spend the new year in someone else's home, and he did not wish to impose. Song Xinlan sat beside him and instinctively reached to check his glands that Lu Zhi instinctively blocked her. What are you doing? But Song Xinlan pulled his hand away and drew him into her embrace. As he struggled to rise, the proximity only heightened the warmth of her touch against his glands that he shivered. Song Xinlan was surprisingly strong, rendering him immobile. Senior, your pheromones were quite chaotic during your last heat cycle. You ought to consult a specialist about your glands, she stated. Elyuja ceased his struggle, his face flushed from his neck to his ears. He vividly recalled the events of his last heat cycle. Feeling an overwhelming sense of shame at the thought of his own actions, that he feigned nonchalance, saying, "I will go see someone. Come home with me, and I shall take you to the best gland therapist in the entire galaxy." Though the pinpricks on his glands had faded, they remained slightly red and swollen. "There's no need for that. The local hospitals can handle it." Luja refused. Xinlan wrapped her arms around him, burying her head in the crook of his neck. "That if you want to come with me, then I will just stay here." Elyuja sighed in exasperation. "Stop fooling around, and I'm not fooling around. You're the one causing a ruckus." Luja pressed his fingers against his forehead. "I've never spent the new year at someone else's home." "Then you can save your first time for me," she replied. Elyuja's veins throbbed with irritation as he pushed her away. But she only tightened her grip. Such audacity. Taking a deep breath, he asserted, "My gland injury isn't that serious." Yet Xinlan remained obstinate. "It must be treated." Elyuja fell silent.